Where have I been taken? Is this still Earth? Lu Ming stood in the middle of the road, the ketchup still dripping from the fries in his hand. His brain was undergoing an information tsunami. His relationships hadn't changed, but his memories were in chaos. Space cracks had suddenly appeared all over the world. Countless alien beasts invaded the human realm, and humanity had awakened the means to deal with them, superpowers. So, Lu Ming stuffed a fry into his mouth and muttered to himself, "Am I transmigrated?" It took him only a second to reach this conclusion, and then uncontrollable ecstasy followed. Which teenager hadn't dreamed of such things? Leaping over roofs and walls, controlling the elements, freezing 1,000 miles with a wave of the hand, and summoning thunderbolts with a snap. But just as his smile began to spread, another piece of information in his memory doused him like a bucket of ice water. In this world, every high school freshman had to undergo an awakening ceremony. When his turn came, he placed his hand on the awakening stone. The stone showed no reaction at all. Official verdict: no talent, ordinary citizen. Suggested career: clerical service or basic production industries. Lu Ming's shoulders slumped, and suddenly the fries in his hand didn't taste good anymore. "Come on, man," he wailed to the empty street. "Where's the transmigrator's cheat? Even a trash start should come with an old grandpa, or a system right. System daddy, pamper me. I have low standards. Beep." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound tore through the night sky, and dazzling light shone upon him. A smile instantly bloomed on Lu Ming's face. "Systems here. Indeed. The world loves me." Full of anticipation, he turned around to meet his fate. And then he was smacked in the face by high beams bright enough to blind a person. Screech. The screech of the brakes pierced his eardrums. The last thing Lu Ming saw was a heavy truck approaching with irresistible momentum, filling his entire field of vision. And then, bang! Lu Ming felt as if had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. His body flew up, performed a triple somersault in the air that he could never have done on his own, and then smacked onto the road a dozen meters away. The world fell silent. The heavy truck dragged long brake marks and finally stopped dozens of meters away. The door was pushed open and the driver scrambled down, his legs weak. Holy shit. Lu Dazhuang stared at the motionless dark figure on the road ahead, his heart about to leap out of his throat. Who the hell stands in the middle of the road at night? What a fucking jinx. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Dazhuang gritted his teeth, moved his trembling legs, and forced himself over. Gotta check if the guy still had a breath. Under the moonlight, the man lay sprawled on the ground in an awkward posture. A pool of dark red was spreading beneath him. Lu Dazhuang swallowed, crouched down, and reached out a trembling hand to feel for a breath. Just as his fingers were about to touch, a strange tremulous laugh sounded without any warning. In the dead silence of the night on the empty road right after a hitandron, that laugh directly burrowed into Lu Dazhuang's bones. "Mom!" Lu Dazhuang's scalp went numb. He fell on his butt and scrambled backward on all fours. The corpse on the ground moved. A hand covered in red ketchup suddenly grabbed Lu Dazhuang's ankle. Feeling the cold, sticky touch on his ankle, Lu Dazhuang's body went rigid, his blood nearly freezing. Then the corpse slowly turned its head. The moonlight revealed a face smeared with ketchup, hair tangled with dust, and a pair of eyes staring fixedly at him. Public settlement or private settlement? Lu Dazhuang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted cleanly. Lu Ming. He let go, pushed himself up, and sat up with a wince. Apart from his dirty clothes and a few scrapes, seemed like nothing major. "Man," Lu Ming spat, wiping the blood on his face, only to find it was ketchup, which made him angrier. "What the hell? Bro, you're the one who hit me. What are you fainting for? Scamming me?" He stood up, holding his sore back, recalling the voice that had sounded in his mind, without warning, when he collided with the truck. Ding! Negative emotion system bound. With a thought, a game-like interface appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. In the center was a huge roulette wheel divided into countless tiny grids. Above the wheel, a line of text read, "Click to draw." On the right side of the wheel was a simple warehouse currently empty. On the left of the wheel, a gray shop button marked as locked. In the upper left corner, the emotion points balance showed 800. A small floating text passed by emotion points from Lu Dazhuang, 800. Below were a few lines of explanation. Emotion points can be obtained by affecting others' emotions. The stronger the negative emotion, the more points. Current card pool level 1, single draw cost 160 emotion points. Pity system, every 90 draws guarantees a golden item. Current pity count 090. Lu Ming stared at the 90 draw pity and the number 160, feeling an uncanny sense of deja vu from another world wash over him. "Fuck," he muttered, "MiHoYo's gacha pool is a plague. It even follows me across dimensions." But the next second, overwhelming joy drowned him. "A system? It's really a system. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I, Lu Ming, am indeed the favored son of destiny. The protagonist template is late, but here. 800 points, exactly 5 draws." Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming. Newbie bonus. What if I get gold on the first try? Start with SS level superpower punch space cracks, kick alien beasts. He held his breath and solemnly clicked on click to draw. The wheel began to spin rapidly. After a few seconds, the picture froze. No cool sound effects, no dazzling golden light. Only a plain white light flashed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained throttle pedal of a heavy truck quality common Lu Ming. Before he could react, his hand suddenly felt heavy. A black worn metal pedal appeared in his palm. What? What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Lu Ming nearly threw the pedal away in frustration. Suppressing his annoyance, he tossed it into the system warehouse and clicked to draw again. White light. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained Old Lady Lease Cane quality common white light. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained He Chengwang's toy water gun quality common white light. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained A Breath of Fresh Air quality common white light. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained A Breath of Not So Fresh Air quality common Lu Ming. He decided to stop wondering how air could be classified as fresh or not, and how it could even count as a prize. 5 draws done, balance 0, gains a pile of meaningless junk. Lu Ming looked at the few items in the warehouse and felt nothing but despair. Calm down. He took a deep breath. When heaven is about to assign a great task to a person, it must first empty the card pool. No first torment his heart. His gaze slowly shifted to Lu Dazhuang, still unconscious on the ground. This bro. A creepy smile spread across Lu Ming's face. Looks like a guy with abundant emotions, a helpful sort. He walked over to Lu Dazhuang, crouched down, carefully smeared more ketchup and dirt on his own face, then extended his thumb and pressed firmly on Lu Dazhuang's philtrum. Ugh. Cough, cough. Lu Dazhuang took a sharp breath, coughed violently, and opened his eyes in confusion. His vision focused. A face less than 10 centimeters away, smeared with dried bloodstains, dirt, pale skin, and a creepy smile stared right at him. Ghost. The scream pierced the night. Lu Dazhuang's eyes rolled back, his head slumped, and he fainted again, even more peacefully than before. Emotion points from Lu Dazhuang, 888. Such a good person. Lu Ming was moved. This is sustainable development. Without pausing to sigh, he immediately returned to his gotcha business. Then 4 times white light. Lu Ming's face was already as dark as a pot bottom. He finally understood this system was just a junk recycling station. Before transmigration, I was unlucky. After transmigration, still. I shouldn't have believed in gotcha. Watching the last 160 emotion points, he pressed down with a mix of grief and determination, tapping the final draw heavily. The wheel spun. This time the pointer didn't stop immediately. Instead, it emitted a soft, golden glow. The light faded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained Awakening Fruit Mini Edition quality gold. A fruit the size of a grape, entirely crystal clear like amethyst with swirling nebula-like patterns inside, appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Though it said, mini, it looked exquisite and smelled fragrant. Ha ha ha, gold. Before transmigration, I was unlucky all my gotcha life. Mihoyo pity, always guaranteed Timmy, always required 361 draws for a crystal, but now I finally got lucky once. Lu Ming's eyes were locked on the little fruit. In his memory, the item grades in this world were bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, obsidian, and divine. And the awakening fruit was a diamond-tier treasure capable of enabling a non-awakened person to gain powers or advancing an awakened person's abilities. Extremely rare and sought after. Although this was an inexplicable mini version, it was already an incredible thing for him now. System produce must be quality. Mini is fine, concentrated is the essence. Without hesitation, Lu Ming tossed the little fruit into his mouth. The fruit melted on his tongue, transforming into a gentle, yet vast warm current that instantly surged through his limbs and bones. Lu Ming felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, every cell rejoicing and letting out a satisfied moan. Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a long, utterly comfortable sigh. The warm current eventually converged deep in his brain, an unknown region, as if unlocking a rusty lock. Ding, congratulations, host, superpower awakened. Superpower type space, superpower name door Frank, host current rank bronze, level 1 ability description, can open a miniature spatial door with a diameter of 1 centimeter within a 1 meter range. Note small and short can be cute too. Lu Ming's look of bliss immediately froze. Man, I'm rock hard, is this system legit? He tried to activate his ability. With a thought, a tiny circular opening silently split the air in front of him, its other end opening a meter ahead. He tried to stick his index finger through. Couldn't. The door was too small, his finger thicker than it could barely fit a French fry. Lu Ming. So small, such short range, what uses it? Lu Ming felt like crying. Where's my starting SSS superpower? System come out, let's talk about life. He slumped by the roadside looking at the stars and began a deep self-consolation. At least, I have a superpower, right? Better than nothing. Small and short could work. Maybe it can be upgraded. At that moment, the corpse-like Lu Dazhuang woke up again. He blinked, looked around cautiously, and saw Lu Ming sitting nearby. Though his face was scary, at least he was a breathing, living person. His tense nerves relaxed a bit, but fear remained. "Br? Bro," Lu Dazhuang's voice trembled. Are you human?" "You're the one who's not human," Lu Ming replied grumpily. "So, let's settle privately." Lu Dazhuang remembered the earlier scene and shuddered. "Look at me," Lu Ming pointed at his own disheveled state. "I'm not dead, but medical expenses, mental damage, clothes, cleaning fee, French fry compensation." He held up 5 fingers. "At least this much, right?" He'll pay. Lu Dazhuang didn't want to spend another second with this lively victim. He quickly pulled out his phone. "Scan code. He'll scan you." Alipay received 5,000 yuan. Lu Ming was taken aback. He had only meant to extort 5,000. Lu Dazhuang, after paying, rushed back to his truck cab like he was fleeing a plague, slammed the door shut, and locked it tight. Lu Ming looked at his phone balance, his mood brightening a bit. This was the first time he'd earned money by selling his body. How thrilling. He patted his butt and prepared to go home and study this frustrating system, and even more frustrating Frank's superpower. After walking a short distance, suddenly, emotion points from Lu Dazhuang 233, Lu Ming paused, puzzled, and looked back at the distant heavy truck. In the cab, Lu Dazhuang was frantically stomping on something under his feet, but getting no familiar response. Soon a heart-wrenching roar drifted on the night wind. "Where's my throttle? Where the hell is my accelerator pedal?" Lu Ming. He thought of the throttle pedal drawn from the system earlier, silently turned around and quickened his pace home. "Not my fault. It was the system. That uncle is actually kind of nice, a money-giving baby." Late at night, Lu Ming stood downstairs in his apartment building, looking up at his own window. It was dark. Good, my dear mother should be asleep. He tiptoed upstairs, sneaking into his home like a thief without making a sound. Unexpectedly, as he turned around, he found himself face to face with a pale sheet-like face. "Mom, a ghost." Lu Ming was terrified, leaping backward. Emotion points from Yining 111, "Ghost your head." The ghost face spoke, its voice painfully familiar. "I'm your mother." Lu Ming clutched his pounding heart and finally realized the ghost, wearing white pajamas and a face mask, was his mother Yining. "Mom." He was still shaken. "You're cosplaying Sadako at this hour." "Less lip." Yining put her hands on her hips. "Look at the time." She suddenly squinted and leaned in to examine him closely. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "Your face." Yining's voice rose sharply. "Why is it covered in blood?" "No, it's ketchup." Lu Ming quickly waved his hands, wiping the ketchup off his face. "I was just out arm wrestling with the Yun." The air was silent for 2 seconds. Emotion points from Yining 444. Yining stared at him, her eyes screaming. "Do you think him a fool?" "I see." Yining slowly turned around, grabbed the feather duster that had accompanied Lu Ming through his childhood from the shoe cabinet, and weighed it in her hand. "You're just itching for a spanking." Lu Ming's scalp tingled. "Mom, calm down. I can explain." Explain what?" Yining swung the duster, cutting through the air. "Bend over yourself." "Mercy, your majesty." "Ow." Pig-like screams echoed through the living room. Just as the family symphony reached its climax, the study door opened. Lu Ming's father emerged slowly with a thermos in hand, leaned against the doorframe, took a sip of goji berry tea, and let out a satisfied sigh. "Honey." He glanced at the wall calendar. "It's not even the 12th month yet. Why are you slaughtering the New Year pig already? Isn't it a bit early?" Lu Ming turned his head with difficulty, indignant. "Dad, am I even your biological son?" "Ow." Amid their father-son bonding, Yining didn't pause the feather duster. 10 minutes later, at the dining table, Yining grumpily set the reheated food in front of Lu Ming. "Eat, then brush your teeth and go to bed." Lu Ming rubbed his spanked bottom and picked up the bowl, but ate without tasting. He had been in the regular class, destined never to have powers. But now he had awakened, and Flevel with a tiny door, but it was a power. A gateway to another world. But now he had awakened, and Flevel with a tiny door, but it was a power. A gateway to another world. Regular class. College exams. Those words that once weighed him down now seemed distant and unwilling. He took a few bites of rice, glanced at his father watching the news, and looked at his mother tidying up in the kitchen. He cleared his throat. "Dad, Mom," he put down his chopsticks, his voice low but clear. "I want to transfer to the powers class. I've awakened." Lubin didn't take his eyes off the TV. "I think you're dreaming, not awakening. You can have anything in a dream." Lu Ming. If the system could track the host's own emotion points, Lu Ming felt that the 999 flashing on his forehead might have scrolled off the screen. "Dad," he took a deep breath. "If I'm actually adopted, please tell me the truth. I can handle it." Lubin finally looked away from the TV, smiled paternally at his son. "Hey, you're free range." Lu Ming. He suppressed the urge to flip the table, his eyes full of seriousness. "Dad, I'm not joking. I've awakened. Really." Without waiting for his parents' reaction, he concentrated. Lu Bin was about to speak when he felt something gently poke his forehead. In front of him, a tiny circular hole split silently in the air and a chopstick poked out from it. The mockery on Lu Bin's face receded like a tide. He sat up straight and reevaluated his son. Space type, but it's so weak. Lu Ming. No need to emphasize weak, right? However, a rare seriousness appeared on Lu Bin's face. Normal kids have already awakened for a year and a half. Those with good talent might already be at silver level. You'll struggle a lot, might be left far behind, might give much and get little. Lu Ming met his father's gaze without flinching. I'm sure. Lu Bin looked at him for a few seconds, then a slight smile tugged at his lips, a hint of approval in his eyes. Then go for it, he said, lightly picking up his thermos again. Tell your homeroom teacher tomorrow and handle the paperwork. Such a trivial matter, you didn't even need to tell me. Lu Ming, just like that. It was so smooth that he felt dazed, even a sense of unreality. Dad, he blinked. Can anyone just get into the powers class? Am I secretly a rich second generation? Lu Bin took a slow sip of goji berry tea, his face calm. When I was young, I often had such unrealistic dreams too. Lu Ming. Lu Bin, as long as you confirm awakening, you can be admitted to the powers class for basic training. That's the regulation from the Education Bureau. Lu Ming opened his mouth and finally forced out. So it's that simple. What else? Lu Bin raised an eyebrow. Did you expect me to weep tears of joy, hug you, and say my son has finally become something, then sell off the family assets to support your cultivation? Or bow and scrape to get you enrolled? That's the plot in novels, you know. Lu Ming deflated and muttered, this system is wasted on me. Giving it to you would let it unleash its ultimate value of driving people mad. What are you mumbling about? Lu Bin's ears were sharp. Nothing. Lu Ming instantly sat up straight. I was saying, Dad, you know so much. Less flattery. Lu Bin snorted. Remind you, finals are in a month. Transfer to powers class. The exam content is completely different. Even practical combat. You'll be going in completely unprepared. If you fail, don't call me Dad. I can't afford that embarrassment. Lu Ming's eyes darted and blurted out, all right, uncle. Lu Bin paused mid-sip. Emotion points from Lu Bin 444. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy 1 point back. But before the joy lasted half a second, he saw his father's hand quietly pulling out the shiny leather belt from his waist. The sound of leather rubbing was exceptionally clear and thrilling in the quiet living room. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. Holy shit. Dad? Dear Dad. Tisk for survival, even Dad comes out. Lu Bin folded the belt in half, pulled it taut with a loud crack, and made a disgusted face. He stood up and flexed his wrist. Come on, let Uncle see your skills. Ow, ow, ow. Mom. Help. Domestic violence. Lu Ming's screams once again rang through the neighborhood. The next morning at Rongqing No. 4 high school, class advisor Chen Lisin, a smiling little old man, tapped the lectern. We have a new classmate today. Come on in and introduce yourself. Lu Ming's heart leaped with glee. Here it comes, the long-awaited self-introduction. Ahem, hello everyone, I am. He deliberately paused, his gaze slowly sweeping across every face in the room, ensuring everyone's attention was fixed on him. Then, taking a deep breath, his speech accelerated like a rapid-fire menu recitation. Nobel Literature reader, long-term participant in the billion-dollar lottery, the one who was moved by the top 10 people who moved China, former Aichi monthly member, current NetEase, Cloud Music, Black Vinyl annual VP, 2006 Time Magazine Person of the Year winner of the United Nations 2019 Blue Planet Guardian Award, Lu Ming. After finishing, he even gave a slight bow with exaggerated courtesy. The entire classroom fell into a 5-second silence, then erupted into chaos. What the hell? What did he say? I only caught a bunch of titles, my brain couldn't keep up. Seems impressive. Nobel and United Nations. Bullshit. I just heard him say something about Aichi membership. I'm a prestigious Billy annual member, and I don't go around bragging. Wait, that Person of the Year and Blue Planet Guardian Award sound pretty intimidating. Nonsense. I just checked. The 2006 Time Person of the Year was YOU, referring to all internet users. The UN Blue Planet Guardian Award is also given to all netizens who contribute to environmental protection. Doesn't that mean it's basically all of humanity? Emotion points from Tang Miao 333, emotion points from Chun Dali 181, emotion points from Xiao Wu 250. System notification sounds rang in Lu Ming's mind like firecrackers during New Year, with emotion points visibly skyrocketing. In just this short while, he had earned over 10,000 points, enough for a small guaranteed pull. Lu Ming's heart was blooming with joy, but on the surface he maintained that indifferent expression, even wanting to add another segment. Also, I am. Ahem. That's enough. Teacher Chen Lisin finally snapped out of his shock, a vein throbbing faintly on his forehead. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such an oddball as Lu Ming. He quickly interrupted Lu Ming's unfinished performance. Classmate Lu Ming is an extremely rare space-type ability awakener. Therefore, despite his talent being only frank, he has been exceptionally admitted into our class. He paused, scanning the classroom before fixing his gaze on an empty seat at the back. Lu Ming, sit there for now. Lu Ming swaggered toward the seat with an arrogant gait, muttering under his breath, "A back row by the window, the king's homeland. Indeed, the protagonist's seat is always reserved for me." His voice wasn't loud, but in the suddenly quiet classroom, it was especially clear. Emotion points from Tang Miao, 44 emotion points from Chun Dali, 33 emotion points from Xiao Wu, 55. Another small wave of emotion points rolled in. Lu Ming was thoroughly satisfied, striding lightly toward his throne. Chun Lisin watched his retreating figure, rubbing his temples, sensing that his peaceful teaching career might be about to face a storm. "All right, quiet down." He tapped the blackboard. "Today we'll have a practical combat test. Let's see the results of your recent training. Lu Ming, you'll participate too." Lu Ming had just stuffed his bag into the drawer and was taken aback. "I have to join." "Of course," Teacher Chen nodded. "Since you're in the ability class, practical combat is mandatory. It's also a good chance for me to understand your abilities." On the playground under the bright sun, "Pair up freely for sparring practice." Teacher Chun announced the rules. "Control your strength. Start forming pairs." As soon as the words fell, the students immediately moved, familiar with finding their regular partners, quickly grouping into pairs. Clearly, they had long-established fixed training combinations. Only Lu Ming stood there looking left and right, finding that no group was short a member and no one approached him. Nobody wanted to spar with someone who seemed a bit unhinged. A faint awkwardness hung in the air. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, then let out a long sigh. "Oh, it's lonely at the top. A master is always solitary. I understand a classmates need not feel ashamed for not daring to challenge me." Emotion points from Tang Miao, 444 emotion points from Xiao Wu, 233 emotion points from Chun Dali, 166. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to turn himself into the class public enemy, Teacher Chun Lisin quickly intervened. "Lu Ming, calm down." His gaze swept through the crowd, finally landing on two boys with distinctly different auras. One was a somewhat handsome boy with blue hair and a hint of arrogance in his brows. The other was a well-built boy with a soldier-like demeanor. Tang Miao, Xiao Wu. Teacher Chen called their names. Lu Ming joined their group. "Pair with Xiao Wu to spar against Tang Miao." Tang Miao, upon being named, frowned, glanced at Xiao Wu and Lu Ming, and curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. "Even with this inexplicable guy added, the victor will still be me." His gaze swept over Lu Ming with obvious contempt. Xiao Wu, as if accustomed to Tang Miao's personality, calmly replied, "We won't know until we try." Tang Miao said flatly, "I've already broken through to silver rank." Hiss! A wave of gasps sounded around them, and the classmates' gazes toward Tang Miao instantly changed. "Silver rank? Really? We're only in the first semester of senior year. He has an S-rank blue abyss talent. Fast cultivation is normal, isn't it? If he can reach silver rank by the college entrance exam, he's guaranteed a spot at a top ability university. Tang Miao is half a year ahead." Murmurs buzzed around. In this world, ability ranks from low to high are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, obsidian, war god, with each major rank subdivided into levels 1 through 9. Most high school graduates would be lucky to reach bronze level 7, and breaking through to silver before the college entrance exam was considered genius. Facing Tang Miao's boast and veiled provocation, Xiao Wu's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes grew more focused. Without retorting, he turned seriously to his freshly acquired teammate, Lu Ming. "What abilities do you have?" Xiao Wu asked directly. Since they were teammates, even temporarily, they needed to understand each other's cards. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, pondering over his small and short door. He looked at Xiao Wu with an earnest expression. "I have a sharp tongue, good at messing with opponents' minds." Xiao Wu. "I think you're messing with my mind first." Emotion points from Xiao Wu, 250. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, feeling a blood vessel throbbing at his temple. He struggled to stay calm. "I'm asking about your ability. What does it do? Attack? Defense? Support? Control?" "Oh, that." Lu Ming waved dismissively. "Right now, I can only open a small hole, not much use. Mainly have to rely on you." Xiao Wu was completely speechless. He felt he hadn't gained a teammate, but a burden that needed protecting. "You? Try to protect yourself as much as possible and stay far away," Xiao Wu finally instructed, his tone filled with resignation. Lu Ming pinched his chin, thinking. Being a freeloader wasn't his goal. He checked the system interface in his mind, seeing the massive 1500 emotion points, and made up his mind. "Xiao Wu, wait for me 2 minutes. I'm going to activate a cheat." Without waiting for Xiao Wu's reaction, Lu Ming dashed toward the restroom. Xiao Wu. His raised hand froze midair, mouth slightly open, a huge question mark slowly forming in his mind. Inside a toilet stall, Lu Ming closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his mind. The familiar yet infuriating system interface appeared again, with the emotion point balance in the top left corner, showing 14,789. He straightened his collar, then bowed 3 times devoutly to the empty space the system interface. System, please be generous and give me gold so I can handle it. However, as his gaze focused, he suddenly noticed that beside the click to draw button, a more ornate icon had appeared labeled Tenpole. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Well, he muttered. Even the UI for the Tenpole is identical, right? This system truly has the blood of Mihoyo flowing through its veins. Without hesitation, he pressed the Tenpole. After a few seconds, the wheel stopped. A flash of white light. Another flash of white light. A third. A fourth. Lu Ming's anticipation gradually froze as one plain white light after another appeared. A full 10 white lights. Like 10 silent slaps striking his devoutly praying face. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained clean toilet paper 1 quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained dirty toilet paper 1 quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained clean toilet paper 1 quality common. 10 pulls, 10 sheets of toilet paper, all neatly arranged. Lu Ming, not even pretending anymore, huh? I won't give up. Without hesitation, he continued his gotcha spree. Soon, staring at the 80 sheets of toilet paper in his inventory, he fell into contemplation. System, you mother. He calmed himself, and with a look of utter despair, clicked the final Tenpole. All right, guaranteed pity. He'll accept being unlucky, though I don't expect anything else. But this time luck finally visited him again. Besides 7 ordinary white lights, there was actually 1 purple light and 2 gold lights. Holy crap. Double gold. Holy crap. So this crappy pool actually has purple light. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained clean toilet paper quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained basic spiritual energy potion quality silver. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained awakening fruit mini 2 quality gold. Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. Setting aside the awakening fruit that could enhance talent, the basic spiritual energy potion sounded like a great item just from its name. Unable to contain himself and disregarding his current location, he immediately retrieved the spiritual energy potion from the system inventory and gulped down the entire bottle. The moment the liquid hit his throat, Lu Ming knew he had been careless. Unlike the gentle, comfortable warmth of the awakening fruit, the spiritual energy potion felt like swallowing a mouthful of wasabi with a stinging sensation burning down his throat. What was worse was the taste. Ugh. He leaned against the partition, taking a while to barely suppress the churning in his stomach and the strange taste in his mouth. Just then, an incredulous male voice came from the next stall. Whoa, bro, you. Lu Ming's face darkened. Am drinking medicine. Real medicine. What are you thinking? Am not. Too lazy to explain to this guy who had watched too much of that weird live stream, and with Xiao Wu still waiting on the playground and time pressing, he swallowed 1 awakening fruit. Oh, a familiar warmth flowed through his body, causing him to involuntarily make a sound. In the quiet restroom, the noise was especially clear, especially suggestive. Sure enough, the next stall chimed in inappropriately. Hey bro, what's this? Lu Ming's forehead broke out in black lines. He had no time to bicker with this trash-minded guy. He quickly checked the system interface. On the personal panel, the ability information had updated. Ability, name Door Frank, current evolution progress 50-50. 1 mini fruit provides 50 progress. Lu Ming rejoiced. Eat another one and the talent rank will increase. Without any hesitation, he immediately swallowed the second awakening fruit. The warmth reappeared, merging thoroughly with the spiritual energy in his body. He could clearly feel that deep in his mind the essence of the Door ability was undergoing a qualitative change. Moments later, the evolution was complete. The personal panel was refreshed. Host Lu Ming, current rank bronze, level 2 ability, name Door, E-rank, current evolution progress 0. Ability description, can open a miniature spatial door with a maximum diameter of 10 centimeters within a 2-meter radius of oneself. Opening and maintaining it consumes minimal spiritual energy. Note both size and distance have increased, but it's still very short. Keep working hard. You damn system. However, he was quite satisfied with this improvement. Not only had his rank increased to bronze level 2 thanks to the spiritual energy potion, but his talent rank had also risen. A diameter of 10 centimeters was enough to let him insert a hand. Now there's much more room to maneuver. He walked out of the stall satisfied. As soon as he stepped out, he heard the familiar voice from the next stall again, teasing, not bad bro. That was only 3 minutes. Lu Ming, I really need to teach you a lesson. Just as he was about to use his newly upgraded talent to give the guy next door a taste of his own medicine, he heard a wail from the stall. Wait, where's my toilet paper? I swear I saw half a roll when I came in. Emotion points from by Yuntao 555. Lu Ming paused, a strange expression crossing his face. He glanced at his inventory full of clean toilet paper. Ahem, nothing to do with me, the system did it. Then whistling a tune, he swaggered off toward the playground. On the training ground, groups of students began sparring. Lu Ming, who had just returned to the field, watched with great interest, occasionally offering comments. The newly paved road is so smooth, not a single pebble in sight. Out of the 10 lotus flowers in the pond, only one remains. Picked 9, huh buddy? I bought a 50 yuan water bottle for just 45, a 90 off bottle, you know. This combat power. Like boiling water at 100 degrees, all hot air. Notifications like emotion points from XXXX popped up sporadically, but each hit dealt significant damage, making it a steady source of income. Finally, it was their group's turn. As Teacher Chen called out their names, Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Lu Ming stepped onto the square sparring zone marked in the center of the field. The surrounding students immediately gathered around, eager to watch. Who do you think will win this match? Obviously Tang Miao. He has an S-level talent and is a silver-tier powerhouse. Xiao Wu's level ancient warrior talent is no pushover either, and there's that mysterious new space attribute student helping him. That new kid. He seems a bit unreliable. Amid the chatter, Teacher Chen commanded, begin. The moment the words fell, the auras of Tang Miao and Xiao Wu shifted simultaneously. Tang Miao's gaze sharpened as water vapor gathered around him, moistening the air. He extended his right hand forward, palm facing Xiao Wu and Lu Ming, and shouted coldly, Azure Abyss Water Gun. A thick, condensed, high-pressure water jet shot from his palm, tearing through the air straight at the duo. Facing the ferocious attack, Xiao Wu stepped forward instead of retreating, assuming a steady stance. His hands blurred into a swift, circular motion before him. Wing Chun. A rapid patter of strikes echoed as Xiao Wu's hands precisely and swiftly deflected the incoming water jet, splitting it into scattered streams that splashed to the ground, leaving deep, wet marks. Holy crap, that's awesome. Lu Ming, a mere spectator, couldn't help but exclaim, clapping twice. This was way more thrilling than movie special effects. Tang Miao's expression flickered as he retracted the water, his eyes growing more serious. I didn't expect you've broken through too. Xiao Wu slowly lowered his stance, his breath steady. I won't fall behind. Interesting. A fighting spirit curled at Tang Miao's lips. Let me show you my new move, Azure Abyss Prison. He slammed both palms onto the ground. With a roar, the ground beneath Xiao Wu and Lu Ming burst open, and several compressed water jets shot up, instantly weaving into a hemispherical water prison, trapping them inside. Xiao Wu reacted instantly, taking a deep breath as his ancient warrior ability surged, muscles swelling slightly. 8 extremes collapse. With a low growl, Xiao Wu struck like heavy hammers, his fists whistling through the air as they pounded the water prison, trying to break it. The prison shook violently, ripples spreading wildly, groaning under the strain, but ultimately, it held. Its glow only dimmed slightly. A triumphant smile spread across Tang Miao's face as he walked slowly to the prison, gazing at the two through the water wall. You've lost again, Xiao Wu. My Azure Abyss Prison is unbreakable for you. Just then, Lu Ming, who had been acting as a battlefield reporter, suddenly brightened. Even with his upgraded talent, he was still far weaker than these silver-tier prodigies. Rushing in recklessly would get him shredded before he got within 2 meters. So he had been waiting for the right moment. And now Tang Miao had stepped within 2 meters of him, right within the effective range of his door. Without a sound, he activated his spatial ability, opening an almost imperceptible portal right in front of Tang Miao at the center of his pants. Society has no towering trees. Brother Lu aims for the low blows. In that moment of Tang Miao's overconfidence, Lu Ming threw a vicious punch straight through the portal. On the other end, a wicked fist materialized out of thin air, delivering a crippling blow to Tang Miao's most vulnerable spot. A piercing, distorted scream erupted from Tang Miao's mouth. His smug expression instantly twisted into the most extreme agony a human could feel. He curled up like a boiled shrimp, his face flushing red as his hands instinctively clamped down between his legs, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Emotion points from Tang Miao, 899. The water prison, destabilized by its caster's sudden agony, instantly collapsed into a puddle of ordinary water. Xiao Wu stared blankly at Tang Miao, who was now writhing on the ground, incapacitated, then looked at the innocent-faced Lu Ming beside him. His mind went blank. What just happened? What's wrong with Tang Miao? What did Lu Ming do? Was there something weird that flashed by? Teacher Chen Lisin stood dumbfounded, clutching his forehead as his temples throbbed. In all his years teaching combat, he had seen countless bizarre ways to win, but this lowdown trick was a first. According to scientific research, the pain of being hit there is 160 times that of childbirth. Lu Ming wore an innocent smile as he looked down at Tang Miao, who was kneeling in pain, and said slowly, "How are you feeling now, Miss Tang?" Emotion points from Tang Miao, 555. Xiao Wu. Teacher Chen. The surrounding students. The entire field fell into dead silence, every male student feeling a phantom pain as if they were in his shoes. After a few seconds, someone let out a snicker, and whispers spread like a tide. Ahem, everyone quiet down. Teacher Chen was the first to regain composure, restoring order. Thighs match. Teacher Chen Lisin struggled to find his voice, trying to keep a stern tone, but the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Xiao Wu and Lu Ming win. Soon the school infirmary team arrived with a stretcher carefully carrying away Tang Miao, who had become a disciple of the crotch-guarding school. Before leaving, Tang Miao mustered his last bit of strength to glare fiercely at Lu Ming. Emotion points from Tang Miao 101, emotion points from Tang Miao 89, emotion points from Tang Miao 77. The system notifications continued to flood in a testament to the intensity and persistence of Tang Miao's inner turmoil. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, gazing in the direction Tang Miao had been taken, and sighed softly. Tisk the strong are always envied. Xiao Wu's veins bulged at the comment. Dude, have some shame. Emotion points from Xiao Wu 66. From then on, a legend spread across the campus about a shameless transfer student in Class A of the superhuman class who had no martial ethics and specialized in groin strikes. Ever since the astonishingly extraordinary practical assessment yesterday, Lu Ming had become a legendary figure at Chengdu No. For high school. Hey, look over there. Isn't that him? Yes. That's him. The one who went GG boom. Wow, the real deal. He's quite handsome, as dashing as our dear readers, but how could he be so ruthless? Chill. Keep your voice down. Careful, he doesn't give you one too. The legend of GG boom had already spread throughout the school. Lu Ming's take on it: rumors, as long as everyone's entertained, that's fine. The delightful sound of emotion points arriving was the true joy. Yet beneath it all, Lu Ming harbored a hint of anxiety. He had started far too late. Even the weakest student in the class, after a year and a half of systematic cultivation, was firmly above bronze level 6. Prodigies like Xiao Wu and Tang Miao had already broken through to silver and were advancing toward higher realms. As for him, Lu Ming, he had only just begun. Conventional cultivation. Even if he trained nonstop for 24 hours a day, catching up to others would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Not to mention the life-altering college entrance exams 7 months away. Even the endophthalm assessment in 2 months would be a tough ordeal. Just then, their homeroom teacher Chen Lisin walked up to the podium carrying a thick stack of materials. Ahem, class, settled down. Teacher Chen cleared his throat, and the entire room fell into dead silence. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition. I have an announcement. Teacher Chen adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the class from behind the lenses. Tomorrow we will have the monthly theoretical exam. You all need to take this seriously. Not again. Teacher, my stomach hurts, I might not make it tomorrow. A chorus of groans erupted throughout the classroom. Teacher Chen's smile remained unchanged. Once the complaints subsided a bit, he added slowly, I know you're all focused on cultivation and find theoretical classes dull. But classmates' theoretical knowledge is equally important. Understanding the habits of alien beasts gives you an edge in battle. Being familiar with the distribution and history of spatial rifts helps us better protect our world. Mastering the principles of ability operation allows for more efficient cultivation and application. He paused, his eyes lingering on a few students who were clearly grimacing, then dropped the bombshell. And according to school regulations, failing the theory exam could result in being demoted to a lower class. From Class A down to Class B, or even Class C is possible. No, for Lu Ming. This wasn't just the sky falling. It was the sky smashing right into his face. The theory exam for the ability class was nothing like what he had studied in the regular class. Lu Ming felt a throbbing headache coming on. He had only been transmigrated for 2.5 days and hadn't even flipped through the textbooks more than a few times. Just as the class was shrouded in a pall of gloom, a voice dripping with superiority rang out inappropriately, "TCH, it's just a theory exam, why all this sighing and moaning?" Lu Ming didn't need to turn around. Just hearing that tone that implied everyone present was trash, he knew it was Tang Sanxue back from his injury. Tang Miao sat upright in his seat, his spine straight, his gaze calmly sweeping over the lamenting classmates, a hint of scholarly pride curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming's eyes darted and a scheme formed in his mind. Oh, Miss Tang is a scholar. Emotion points from Tang Miao 55. A muscle in Tang Miao's face twitched almost imperceptibly. He took a deep breath, maintaining an air of casual elegance, and even forced an arrogant smile. A mere theory exam, a perfect score, is nothing. His tone was flat, but exuded an effortless arrogance. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled, looking every bit like a fox that had spotted a plump prey. On the day of the monthly exam, the examination hall was silent, broken only by the rustle of pens across paper. Teacher Chen paced slowly through the room, his sharp eyes scanning. Answer carefully, no whispering or looking around. Lu Ming sat in his seat, the freshly printed test paper laid out before him. He picked up his pen, took a deep breath, looked at the paper, and fell into deep thought. Lu Ming silently put down his pen. This is all in Chinese. How is it that when strung together I can't understand a word? However, he had a trick up his sleeve. He would strengthen his theoretical studies later, but for now, to resolve the immediate crisis, he had to resort to some underhanded methods. Lu Ming pricked up his ears, and when he heard Tang Miao flipping his paper next to him, he focused his mind. Inside his pencil case, a circular spatial gate exactly 10 centimeters in diameter, with an almost imperceptible glow at its edge, silently opened. The other end of the gate quietly materialized under Tang Miao's desk, allowing Lu Ming a direct view of the back of Tang Miao's test paper. Perfect. Lu Ming mentally gave himself a thumbs up. In no time his pen flew across the paper, filling the blank spaces rapidly. The efficiency and confidence were as if he hadn't been staring blankly at the test just moments ago. As Tang Miao wrote, he suddenly felt something was off. A vague sensation of being watched crept over him, sending a chill down his spine. Strange. Tang Miao muttered under his breath. Why does it feel like I'm being haunted by a ghost? He shook his head, dismissing the inexplicable delusion, and continued answering the questions. It must be from overtraining lately, or maybe that bastard Lu Ming had driven him to hallucinations. On the other side, Lu Ming had already finished borrowing from the front of the test, and was waiting for Tang Miao to flip it over for another round of perusal. When the endofexum bell rang, Lu Ming put down his pen, looked at his densely filled test paper, and let out a long sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. He rejoiced inwardly. But then, stroking his chin, he pondered, getting a perfect score by copying seems a bit too obvious. He'll change 2 multiple-choice answers. He nodded in satisfaction and handed in his paper. The results came out swiftly with an unsettling efficiency. Early the next morning, teacher Chen Lisan walked into the classroom with a stack of graded papers, a spring in his step, and a smile on his face. Class, the results of this month's theory exam are out. Teacher Chen stood at the podium, his face beaming warmly. Overall, everyone did very well. I am delighted to announce that every student in this class has passed. No one needs to worry about being demoted. Yeah, awesome. Long live Teacher Chen. Phew. That scared me. The classroom erupted in cheers and sighs of relief, the tension of the past day dissipating. Even Xiao Wu visibly relaxed, his tight-lipped expression softening. Lu Ming also patted his chest and let out a long breath. Now we'll read out your scores. When I call your name, come up and get your paper. Teacher Chen opened the grade book. Chen Dali 227 points. Xiao Wu 180 points. Xiao Wu went up and retrieved his paper without changing his expression. Passing was enough. Any extra points were a waste, as he invested most of his energy in practical combat training. The scores were called out one by one, bringing joy to some and worry to others, but all were above the passing line. Tang Miao 298 points. TCH. Tang Miao clicked his tongue at the score, frowning slightly. 298 points, just too short of a perfect score. This time, that persistent feeling of being watched had prevented him from fully concentrating, and his restless mind during the final check had indeed led to a minor slip. He stood up, his face resuming the aloof expression of a genius, and walked slowly to the podium, muttering under his breath, I didn't perform well this time. The classmates below. Countless eyes instantly fixed on him, their gazes screaming, can you be any more pretentious? Tang Miao basked in the envious and jealous stares, retrieving his test paper. Finally, Teacher Chen closed the grade book and adjusted his glasses. Lu Ming. The class fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to Lu Ming. Everyone was curious, how would this newly transferred student, who had made a name for himself in battle, score on the cultural exam? Would he be at the bottom of the class? Teacher Chen took a deep breath and announced in a crystal-clear voice, Lu Ming, 300 points. Dead silence. The carefully maintained calm on Tang Miao's face instantly froze, then shattered into pieces. He whipped his head around, staring at Lu Ming with utter disbelief. Lu Ming was stunned himself. Sitting in his seat, his mind raced. 300 points. No way. I happened to correct the answers Tang Miao got wrong. What incredible luck. If only I had this luck when pulling cards. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ming quickly reconciled the situation. Luck was also part of strength. Thanks to years of his father Lu Bin's teachings, Lu Ming had cultivated a thick skin that remained unruffled even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. He stood up and walked calmly to the podium. As he passed the dumbfounded Tang Miao, Lu Ming paused slightly. He tilted his head, mimicking Tang Miao's pretentious tone and demeanor, and said solemnly, Ahem, I didn't perform well this time. Emotion points from Tang Miao 777. Tang Miao felt as if struck by lightning, gripping his test paper so hard his knuckles turned white. He was convinced that Lu Ming was a bane sent by heaven to torment him. Incompatible in fate. Clashing in the 5 elements. Nothing good ever happened when he encountered him. Lu Ming, ignoring the fiery glare from Tang Miao, cheerfully collected his perfect score test paper. On his way back, Lu Ming did not take the shortest route to his seat. Instead, holding his perfect score paper, he deliberately took a long detour. He strolled slowly along the classroom aisle, ensuring every classmate could clearly see the glaring 300 on his paper. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be unmatched. Returning to Tang Miao's side, he sighed and said in a Versailles tone, Alas, I scored 300 not, because my ability is only 300. He paused, his gaze falling on Tang Miao's nearly smoking head, and smiled slightly. But because the perfect score is only 300. Emotion points from Tang Miao 444 emotion points from Xiao Wu 111 emotion points from Chun Dali 66. The system notifications chimed like the most beautiful symphony playing joyfully in Lu Ming's mind. Ahem, for the sake of emotion points, I've really gone to great lengths. Am not that shameless, the system has misled me. If the system had feelings, it would undoubtedly sneer at Lu Ming with a contemptuous "Ooft." In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. During these 2 weeks, Lu Ming's daily routine had been exceptionally regular. By day, he diligently studied academic subjects and went to check in on his dear classmates, especially Tang Miao, thereby reaping a steady and continuous stream of emotional points. Evenings and weekends were immersed in the 2 great endeavors of cultivation and card drawing. Speaking of card drawing, Lu Ming's feelings were quite complicated. He was the epitome of Schrodinger's unlucky gambler. Over the past 2 weeks, through his relentless harassment of Tang Miao and others, he had once again accumulated a considerable amount of emotional points, allowing him to carry out over 300 draws. He had reaped a full 12 bottles of basic spiritual energy potion, greatly increasing his purple rarity drop rate. In contrast, he had only obtained 4 mini versions of the awakening fruit, each time hitting the 90 pull hard pity. However, these resources, if placed on the market, would be enough to drive an ordinary bronze level awakened insane with envy. According to the market rates Lu Ming had inquired about, a single bottle of basic spiritual energy potion was priced at a minimum of 500 yuan. For someone like Lu Ming, who could practically drink basic spiritual energy potion like water, consuming nearly 1 bottle a day, this was a luxury that would give pause not only to ordinary families, but even to some wealthy second-generation heirs. With these 12 bottles of spiritual energy potion and 4 awakening fruits, Lu Ming's strength experienced a period of rapid advancement. He opened his personal status panel, host Lu Ming current level bronze level 5 ability, name door E rank, current evolution progress 80 ability description, can open a miniature spatial door with a maximum diameter of 10 centimeters within a radius of 5 meters. Opening and maintaining it consumes a negligible amount of spiritual energy. Note: still quite short, comrade. The revolution has not yet succeeded. You must continue to strive. Phew. Lu Ming directly ignored the system's taunt, feeling the significantly expanded flow of spiritual energy within his body. His level had surged from bronze level 2 straight to bronze level 5. The casting range of his ability had expanded from 2 meters to 5 meters. Although the diameter remained unchanged at 10 centimeters, the 5-meter range already granted him far more tactical options in combat. Despite still being the lowest level in Class A, the gap was steadily narrowing. However, new troubles soon followed. As his level rose to bronze level 5, Lu Ming clearly felt the effects of the basic spiritual energy potion beginning to diminish significantly. Initially, 1 bottle had pushed him from bronze level 1 to level 2, but now, at this rate, to break through to bronze level 6, he'll probably need another 7 or 8 bottles. Lu Ming calculated, his brow furrowing. 7 or 8 bottles of basic spiritual energy potion meant at least 10,000 emotional points, or directly preparing a huge sum of 4 to 5 million yuan to purchase them on the market. The former relied on luck, the latter was a death sentence. Just as Lu Ming was lamenting his future leveling up endeavors, a crisp and pleasant system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching bronze level 5 and achieving a milestone objective. System shop function has been unlocked. Shop. Lu Ming's spirits lifted sharply, his eyes instantly brightening. A shop. This was a classic game feature. Cash on delivery, clear pricing, no deception. No more having to endure the ethereal probabilities of card drawing. System, you've finally done something human. No systemly. Lu Ming was so excited he nearly jumped off the bed, eagerly diving his consciousness into the system interface. With a pilgrimage-like reverence, he clicked on the unlocked shop icon. Then the smile on his face gradually froze. Shop level 1, very flashy egg. 1,000 emotional points, basic spiritual energy potion recipe blueprint. 100 emotional points, basic recovery potion recipe blueprint. 100 emotional points, basic healing potion recipe blueprint. 100 emotional points, basic alchemist fundamental skill book. 100 emotional points, SSS rank talent trial card. 1 minute. 100 emotional points. Lu Ming stared at the exorbitantly priced items, then glanced at his remaining balance of a mere 1,400 emotional points, feeling a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. Aside from that seemingly unreliable, very flashy egg, he couldn't afford anything. Damn, a ripoff. This is a total ripoff. Lu Ming couldn't help but roar in his mind. 1,000,000 emotional points. I couldn't save that up even if I harassed the entire school. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, on receiving a new journey gift pack. It has been delivered to your warehouse. Lu Ming. Just a second ago, he was furiously complaining, but the moment he heard the words gift pack, Lu Ming's expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile rivaling a Sichuan opera face change. System Daddy. I was too loud just now. I was wrong. Lu Ming's tone was sincere, filled with repentance. You are indeed the most conscientious system across the myriad heavens. Generous. Righteous. My admiration for you is like an endless torrent of water. He shamelessly flattered without any psychological burden, while quickly clicking open the system warehouse. Sure enough, a new gift box icon had appeared in the corner. Click open. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening the new journey gift pack. You have obtained the following items: very flashy egg X5 basic spiritual energy potion recipe blueprint X1 basic alchemist fundamental skill book X1 SSS rank talent trial card 1 minute X1. Looking at the items that had instantly appeared in his warehouse, Lu Ming's breathing quickened. He almost drooled ungracefully. Simply put, the system had given him far too much. The total value exceeded 1,000,000 emotional points. In the half-month since his transmigration, through hard work and every conceivable mischief, he had accumulated less than 50,000 emotional points in total. This one gift pack had saved him a year's worth of effort. Lu Ming was moved to tears, instantly discarding his previous accusations against the system's shop. After calming his excitement, Lu Ming first turned his attention to the basic alchemist fundamental skill book. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. In an instant, knowledge regarding the identification of various basic spiritual herbs, medicinal property analysis processing techniques, and other alchemical lore flooded into his mind. In just a few seconds, Lu Ming's brain was stuffed with the complete knowledge base of a beginning alchemist. Although he hadn't practiced yet, he was already initiated in theory. Awesome. Lu Ming shook his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Got the theory, got the recipe. He immediately looked at the basic spiritual energy potion recipe. Main ingredients: 1 bronze level beast core, 1 soul condensing herb, 100 milliliters of cold spring water. Lu Ming couldn't help but click his tongue. The cost was incredibly low compared to the finished product. A soul condensing herb cost about 1,000 to 1,500 yuan per plant. 100 milliliters of cold spring water cost a few dozen yuan. The only major expense was the bronze-level beast core, which had a very low drop rate from killing bronze-level beasts. But this thing costs about 5,000 yuan on the market. Lu Ming calculated in his mind the profit margin is nearly tenfold. Lu Ming's heart pounded uncontrollably, as if he saw mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him. My old man isn't rich enough for me to be a trust fund kid, but I can become the first generation of wealth myself. Lu Ming could already envision the extravagant scene of himself bathing in spiritual energy potion. Lu's pharmaceutical group starts today. First, a small goal: make 100 million. He excitedly planned for the future, as if a bright tomorrow lay just ahead. Achoo! In the next room, Lu Bin, who was reading the newspaper, let out an unexpected loud sneeze that even shook the paper. Strange. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "It's not even cold out. Why the sudden sneeze? Could that little rascal be bad-mouthing me behind my back again?" Beautiful dreams are always easily shattered by reality. The next day, the weekend. Staring at his empty wallet, the entrepreneurial fervor was doused by a bucket of ice water. My venture is half started, and I've already blown the budget. Lu Ming sighed to the heavens. That first pot of gold is indeed the hardest. As for counting on his dad, the recent conversation was still fresh in his mind. "Dear father, your son actually has a favor to ask. To be honest with you, your son is the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. My dragon body is currently ailing, and I need 5,000 yuan to restore my cultivation. When I reclaim the empire, I will surely appoint you as the co-king, and you shall enjoy boundless wealth and honor." Lu Bin didn't even look up, continuing to read his newspaper as he took a slow sip of tea. There, you've got the wrong person. I'm your uncle, Lu Ming. Well, that avenue was closed. It seems I'll have to earn that first pot of gold with my own hands. Lu Ming clenched his fist, his gaze turning resolute. He set his sights on the Adventurers Guild. This was an official organization responsible for publishing and managing various quests related to awakened aberrant beasts and spatial rifts. It was an important channel for many awakened to earn extra income and acquire cultivation resources. No time to waste. Lu Ming followed the navigation to the Rongqing Adventurers Guild. A modern-looking building stood before him, with the guild's emblem hanging by the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming pushed open the heavy glass door and walked inside. "Good morning, sir. I'm happy to serve you." A staff member, a young woman, immediately came forward to greet him. Lu Ming looked at her, adhering to his principle of never missing an opportunity to earn emotional points, and said, "Nice to meet you." The staff member Li Wenwen was taken aback. Was there a foreigner crossing borders to come to the Adventurers Guild these days? However, her years of dedicated service kicked in, and she quickly recovered. "Nice to meet you too. May I help you? Lu Ming shook his head. Sorry, I don't understand English. Emotional points from Li Wenwen 188. If you don't understand English, what the hell were you just saying? Li Wenwen felt she had encountered a lunatic, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and put on a smile again. I'm happy to serve you. Lu Ming teased again. How happy? Emotional points from Li Wenwen 168. The perfect smile on Li Wenwen's face instantly froze. Her prepared standard script stuck in her throat. She reacted quickly enough, trying to maintain her professional smile. I am very happy. Lu Ming pressed on. Then you're happy too early. Emotional points from Li Wenwen 255. The corners of Li Wenwen's mouth began to twitch slightly. The hand hidden behind her back quietly clenched into a fist as she silently chanted, the customer is God. Cursing gets your pay docked in her mind. Sir. She practically squeezed the words out through gritted teeth, but still maintained a stiff smile on her face. May I ask what specific needs you have? Lu Ming knew when to stop. He felt that if he kept teasing this young lady, might just snap and attack. He put away his joking expression and said seriously, I want to register as an adventurer and see what suitable quests are available. Li Wenwen, relieved, rattled off the instructions at lightning speed. Please scan the QR code on the screen, download the Adventurer's Assistant app, then follow the prompts to complete real name verification and register as a junior adventurer. Once registration is complete, you can browse and accept quests in the app's quest hall that match your level permissions. Lu Ming muttered as he scanned the code to download this process. How is it any different from signing up as a food delivery rider? The registration process went smoothly. Lu Ming waved his phone. All right, can I accept a quest now? Yes, sir. Li Wenwen nodded, adding an important reminder. However, please note that accepting most quests requires prepaying a quest deposit. This is to prevent maliciously accepting quests without completing them. Upon successful completion, the deposit is fully refunded along with the quest reward. If the quest fails or times out, the deposit is forfeited. The specific amount is stated in the quest details. Lu Ming clicked his tongue. Tisk, life is hard. Making money is really tough. He sighed as he opened the quest hall interface on the app. A dazzling array of quests refreshed on the list, sorted by difficulty from highest to lowest. Lu Ming directly filtered for bronze level difficulty. Quest name: hunt the black-tailed fox. Bronze level quest requirements: obtain a complete black-tailed fox corpse. The corpse must not have large areas of damage. Quest reward 1000, 20 yuan adventure points. Quest deposit 1000 yuan. Lu Ming shook his head. Bronze level aberrant beasts usually had considerable defense. Lacking offensive means Lu Ming reckoned that even if he stabbed it through a spatial door, his knife would probably break before he could breach its defense. He continued scrolling down. Quest name: hunt the azure-winged bird. Bronze level quest name: harvest curved deer. Wood. Bronze level quest name: clear out the thornbush boar's nest. Bronze level quest name: collect X3 armored rhinoceros horns. Bronze level. Most were combat or combat-related quests. For Lu Ming, who lacked offensive capabilities, the cost-effectiveness and success rate of these quests were too low. Just as he was concentrating on filtering quests, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, immersed in the frustration of earning his first pot of gold, didn't look up. Habitually using the tone he employed with Tang Miao and others in class, he replied offhandedly, which insolent commoner dares to speak this handsome man's name? Emotional points from Xiao Wu 123. Emotional points from Tang Miao 66. Only after speaking did Lu Ming find the voice familiar. He looked up. There stood Xiao Wu a few steps behind him, one hand raised as if to wave, now frozen midair, his expression quite colorful. And beside him was none other than Tang Miao. Xiao Wu was silent for 2 seconds, torn between putting his hand down or slapping it across Lu Ming's face. Tang Miao, meanwhile, looked at Lu Ming with a resentful gaze. It's a miracle of the world that you've survived to this day unharmed. A man who has lost all sense of shame is invincible. Tang Miao finally delivered this brilliant summary. It's a miracle of the world that you've managed to survive unscathed to this day. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming didn't get angry. Instead, he stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he made up his mind. He fished out a 1 yuan coin, then seemed to think better of it, stuffed the coin back, and pulled out a 5 yuan bill. Under the bewildered gazes of Xiao Wu and Tang Miao, he gently pressed the bill into Tang Miao's hand. Tang Miao, what are you doing? Tang Miao looked at the 5 yuan in his hand, his head full of question marks. Lu Ming patted Tang Miao on the shoulder and said earnestly, among all the ministers, officials, and people, those who dare to directly rebuke my faults in my presence shall receive the highest reward. Tang Miao felt his blood pressure reaching a historic high. He opened his mouth, countless elegant Chinese curses brewing in his throat. Your moth, hey, don't say it. Don't say it. As if anticipating his reaction, Lu Ming immediately interrupted his precasting. At the same time, he nimbly squeezed himself between Tang Miao and Xiao Wu, draping an arm over each of their shoulders, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Speaking of which, what are you two doing here together on the weekend? A date? Tang Miao felt that the aloof genius persona he had maintained for years was crumbling beyond repair at this moment. Date my SSM straight. After he yelled, his chest was still heaving violently, clearly furious. But Lu Ming shot a suspicious glance between Tang Miao and Xiao Wu. This is Chengdu, you know, the city of heaven's corruption. Tang Miao, Xiao Wu. The air seemed to freeze. Tang Miao felt his temples throbbing. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth, motherfucker. Xiao Wu couldn't help but hold his forehead, knowing that if they let Lu Ming lead them by the nose, they would end up with a myocardial infarction sooner or later. He took a deep breath, trying to steer the conversation back on track, interrupting the dialogue that was spiraling further and further out of control. We're here to take on a mission. A mission? Lu Ming's ears perked up instantly, quickly latching onto the keyword. What mission? Count me in. Impossible. Tang Miao refused categorically, without a second thought. You and I are fundamentally incompatible. Going on a mission with you would just drive me up the wall. If a mutant beast, and you stood before me at the same time, I honestly couldn't say which one I'd hit first. But Xiao Wu seemed thoughtful. Old Tang, don't be so hasty. Honestly, his spatial ability is perfect for our mission, isn't it? Tang Miao pouted, but didn't argue. Although he found Lu Ming irritating in every way, he was still receptive to reason. Having known Tang Miao for years, Xiao Wu knew that this expression meant silent acquiescence. He turned to Lu Ming, took out his phone, pulled up a mission page, and showed it to him. Mission name: Whack-a-Mole Bronze Level Mission Objective: A group of burrowing rats has invaded the experimental field area of the Longquan Rift Zone's outer perimeter. Please capture them as much as possible to control their numbers. Mission reward: 500 yuan, 1 adventure point per burrowing rat captured. Mission deposit: 10 alliance coins per person. $500 for just one. Lu Ming did a quick mental calculation, and his eyes immediately turned into the shape of money signs. If I catch 100 of them, that's 50,000. Lu Ming calculated in his head. The money to buy beast cores was right here. The seed capital for the Lu group was right here. Tang Miao, overhearing him, couldn't help but mock, humph, naive. If this mission were that easy to make money from, there would already be a long line outside the association. Would it be waiting for us? Burrowing rats might only be bronze level 1 with combat power close to 0, but they are small and incredibly fast. The ground under this experimental field has long been dug into a maze by them, making them hard to catch. Many teams that take this mission consider it efficient if they catch a dozen or so after a whole day's work. Xiao Wu nodded. Tang Miao is right. My dad actually picked this mission for me. The main goal isn't to make money, but to train our reaction speed, observation, and predictive abilities. Burrowing rats are fast and small, making them perfect moving targets. The bounty is just a bonus. After hearing this, Lu Ming looked at the high unit price on his phone, was silent for a long moment, and finally let out a deep sigh. It's impossible to explain this to rich folks like you who don't know the hardships of the common people. Half an hour later, the three of them passed through the isolation barrier and arrived at the experimental field on the outer perimeter of the Longquan Rift Zone. The area had been developed into a relatively safe buffer zone. Behind them, a towering energy barrier wall separated the city from the Rift Zone. Xiao Wu took out several specially made transparent glass cages and handed one to Lu Ming. Just put the burrowing rats you catch directly inside. The cages have simple restraints, they won't be able to escape. Lu Ming took the cage, weighed it curiously, and then looked out at the vast, boundless experimental field before him. Almost simultaneously, a few meters in front of them, a small mound of earth rose up, and a small grayish-brown creature no bigger than an adult's palm burrowed out from the ground. Immediately after, 2 burrowing rats popped their heads out almost simultaneously on the left. On the right, puff, 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 3 more appeared. From the side and behind. In just a few seconds, at least 20 to 30 fast-moving, grayish-brown figures sprouted up around them like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Looking at this scene of an overwhelming rat population, Lu Ming twitched the corner of his mouth and couldn't help muttering, "Isn't the population density of these burrowing rats a bit ridiculous?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face showed a helpless smile. Actually, it might not be that the burrowing rats invaded the experimental field. He paused, looking at the fertile land beneath their feet. Rather, when this experimental field was first sighted, it happened to be placed right on top of the burrowing rat colony's habitat. Tang Miao took over. The process of burrowing rats moving underground is equivalent to plowing the field. Their droppings also fertilize the soil. So that's why the experimental field was set up here. Lu Ming, so you're farming on top of someone else's house, and then you want to kick them out. Rat lovers strongly condemn this. Xiao Wu, Tang Miao. Just then, the 20 or 30 surrounding burrowing rats, which had only been watching and wary, suddenly moved in unison. As if realizing the 3 meant them harm, they all turned their rears toward the direction of the trio. Then, under the bewildered and ominous gazes of the 3, puffed several dozen streams of air carrying a peculiar odor converged into a force of undeniable fragrance, and sprayed precisely in their direction. Lu Ming Tang Miao Xiao Wu. The expressions on their faces instantly froze. Lu Ming immediately cast aside his earlier pro-rat rhetoric and started cracking his knuckles eagerly. Xiao Wu's face also darkened. Without a word, he instantly assumed the starting stance of Wing Chun, locking onto the burrowing rats nearest to him. Huh. He let out a low shout, his hands turning into a blur that was hard for the naked eye to follow, sweeping toward those few burrowing rats with a fierce gust of wind. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the rats' reactions and speed exceeded his expectations. Just as Xiao Wu's palms were about to touch them, the little creatures instantly scattered into several gray streaks. Xiao Wu's surefire strike missed completely. Launching water gun. Almost at the same time Xiao Wu made his move, Tang Miao also struck. A blue light flashed in his palm, and a water gun shot out, aimed at the fleeing burrowing rats. Splashed. Water sprayed everywhere, soaking a patch of soil and crop leaves. But when the spray dissipated aside from a few wet little pits on the ground, there was no trace of the burrowing rats. TCH, these rats are really fast. Tang Miao withdrew his hand, his expression sour. Xiao Wu also walked back, dusting off the dirt on his hands, frowning slightly. They are indeed tricky. They're too slippery. If one strike doesn't hit, they immediately burrow underground, giving no second chance. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, seeing the seriousness and a hint of competitive challenge in each other's eyes. It seemed they would have to pull out some real skills. Just then, on a ridge less than 3 meters away, a burrowing rat emerged grandiosely. Instead of fleeing immediately, it stood right at the entrance of its hole, then stuck out its rear and wiggled it at the three of them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Although they couldn't understand rat language, Lu Ming felt it was probably cursing them out quite creatively. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu. The expressions on their faces instantly became a spectacle. Damn it, even the usually composed Xiao Wu couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Tang Miao's forehead veins bulged as he squeezed out the words from between his teeth. This breed. How is it as infuriating as that bastard Lu Ming? Are they related? Lu Ming, who had been enjoying the show, was displeased. Hey. What kind of talk is that? Miss Tang, how can you slander a man's good name? He refuted verbally, but his eyes were fixed on that arrogant, burrowing rat, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Too bad, little one. You've met your natural enemy. With a thought, he opened a spatial gate at the location beneath the arrogant burrowing rat's burrow. The burrowing rat was still squeaking proudly, seemingly enjoying the thrill of dancing on the edge of danger. The next second, squeak, it only felt the ground disappear beneath its feet, and its body instantly fell into weightlessness. The familiar scent of earth and its burrow vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar feeling of suspension and a human hand suddenly appearing before its eyes. Snap! Lu Ming caught the burrowing rat firmly. The little creature struggled wildly in his hands, squeaking frantically. Lu Ming pinched the little thing, a victorious smile on his face. He then turned around, deliberately holding his trophy up in front of Tang Miao, and said amiably, "Oh my Miss Tang, look, I caught one just like that. You're not going to go home empty-handed, are you?" Tang Miao. He looked at the lively burrowing rat in Lu Ming's hand, and a surge of anger rushed straight to his head. Damn it! Tang Miao finally completely lost his composure, abandoning all pretense of dignity. The burrowing rats are annoying enough. How can there be a person even more annoying than them? If you've got the balls, let's compete. Let's see who catches more burrowing rats. Lu Ming didn't reply, just looked at Tang Miao with a provocative gaze, his eyes clearly saying. Burning with rage, Tang Miao slammed both hands against the ground, his supernatural energy surging violently. Launching prison. True to his reputation as a genius, Tang Miao manipulated his inherent skill with greater finesse. Instead of forming a large-scale water prison, he infused his spiritual energy more precisely into the earth beneath his feet, manipulating the groundwater. Boom, boom, boom. Several thick water jets burst forth from the ground at his designated spots, like geysers. Entangled within the jets were 7 or 8 burrowing rats, dizzy and disoriented from the current. The water jets shot up 2 or 3 meters high, lifting the rats off the ground. A hint of satisfaction at finally turning the tables appeared on Tang Miao's face as he prepared to collect his spoils. However, his smile soon froze on his face. Because he saw right next to those water jets a treacherous little hand suddenly and inexplicably emerge from the empty air. The hand moved like lightning, precise and steady. Whooshed! The hand snatched a dizzy burrowing rat from the first water jet. Whooshed! It grabbed 2 from the second jet. Whoosh whoosh! The third and fourth jets were not spared either. The hand moved like a phantom, each time appearing only for an instant, snatching a rat, before immediately retracting back into the air and vanishing, leaving only the empty water jets behind. By the time Tang Miao's skill ended, the water jets collapsed with a splash into ordinary streams, soaking a patch of the field. On the ground, besides the water and mud, only a single burrowing rat lay on its back, twitching slightly. Tang Miao looked over at Lu Ming. In his specially made glass cage, there were already 8 soaking wet burrowing rats huddled together in panic. Lu Ming picked up the cage, faced Tang Miao, whose face was ashen and looked like he was about to explode, and flashed an incredibly bright smile, saying sincerely, "Thanks, bro." Tang Miao stood there looking at Lu Ming's smiling face, then at the soul trophy on the ground, and then feeling the spiritual energy he had expended from using his skill. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Can't get angry, can't get angry. Getting angry won't solve anything. If I die from anger, who would be happy? Besides, it's exhausting and stressful. No, I'm still so angry. This Lu Ming. Damn. On the other side, Xiao Wu had just caught 2 burrowing rats and stuffed them into his cage. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. All right, let's each catch our own. Lu Ming, what good does it do you to make Tang Miao so angry? Lu Ming was taken aback. How did you know? Xiao Wu. The setting sun gradually sank and the sky darkened. As the light dimmed, the burrowing rats became even harder to catch, often vanishing in a flash. All right, that's enough for today. Xiao Wu gasped, shouting to Tang Miao and Lu Ming in the distance. At his feet, a glass cage held about 40 burrowing rats. After a day of pursuit, even for a silver-tier cultivator like him, the consumption of stamina and spiritual energy was considerable. Lu Ming stopped at the words, glanced at the heavy cage in his hand, which held over 110 gray-brown figures. Lu Ming simply opened a door inside the rat hole to scoop them up, his efficiency astonishingly high. He carried the cage over to Tang Miao, deliberately shaking it to make the rats squeak in panic. Oh dear, I only caught 113 this time. Not my best performance. Tang Miao was already fuming from chasing an exceptionally slippery burrowing rat. Hearing this, his body stiffened. He glanced down at his own cage, which held just over 60, then listened to Lu Ming's voice, and his anger flared. Xiao Wu's call came again. Old Tang, Lu Ming, it's getting dark and dangerous. Let's retreat. Tang Miao gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear, his gaze locked on the burrowing rat ahead. He pushed off the ground and resumed the chase. Xiao Wu watched Tang Miao's stance and helplessly rubbed his forehead. He knew his childhood friend too well. High talent, even higher pride. Forget it'll wait a bit longer. Xiao Wu shook his head, about to find a spot to sit and meditate to recover his spiritual energy. Just then, boom, a thunderous sound erupted. Immediately after, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. What's happening? Xiao Wu's expression shifted. He stood up and looked toward the source of the tremor. Not far from Tang Miao, the soil on a ridge suddenly burst upward. Amidst the dust, a figure emerged, a giant version of the burrowing rat. Its size was dozens of times that of an ordinary burrowing rat, standing nearly 2 meters tall when upright. Its eyes gleamed with a crimson light, its limbs were thick, and the claws at the front shimmered with a metallic, razor-sharp coldness. It's the burrowing rat king, a silver-tier beast. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. He had never imagined that such a formidable creature could be hiding beneath this experimental field. Judging by its size and aura, it was at least silver-tier level 5 or above. The burrowing rat king was clearly enraged by the large-scale rat-catching operation of Lu Ming and his group. Its crimson eyes instantly locked onto Tang Miao, who was closest. It raised its front limb, armed with sharp hooked claws, and brought it down toward Tang Miao's head. Tang Miao felt a suffocating pressure rush toward him, and the shadow of death enveloped him instantly. But as an S-rank genius, his reflexes were lightning fast. Almost instinctively, he channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy. A blue light flickered in his palm. Blue abyss water gun. However, the day's exhaustion was too great. A thin, dim water gun shot out, hastily colliding head-on with the descending giant claw. Uffed. The water gun struck the massive claw, merely deflecting its powerful strike by a fraction. The claw broke through the water spray and still slammed down fiercely toward Tang Miao. Tang Miao's face turned deathly pale. His spiritual energy nearly depleted, he could no longer mount an effective defense. At this critical moment, looming a few meters behind Tang Miao, had sensed the danger the moment the Rat King appeared. Without a second thought, he frantically willed his power. A spatial gate opened instantly beside Tang Miao. Lu Ming's hand shot out from the other end of the gate and pushed Tang Miao with all his might. Caught off guard, Tang Miao staggered and fell sideways, narrowly avoiding the deadly claw. Boom! The Rat King's claw grazed Tang Miao's clothes and struck the ground with force, sending dirt flying and leaving a crater the size of a wash basin. Tang Miao hit the ground, rolling in the dirt. Shaken, his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The burrowing Rat King, enraged by its missed strike, fixed its crimson eyes on Tang Miao again. Tang Miao lay sprawled on the ground, clearly unable to fight any longer. If another attack came, it would be over. What to do? At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the few very shiny flashbang eggs in the corner of his system warehouse. Last night at home, after obtaining the flashbang egg, he had naturally tested its power. However, even with precautions, he had worn sunglasses in advance. He still underestimated the flashbang's effect. When the flashbang egg exploded, it was like 1,000 suns rising simultaneously, a radiance that seemed to purify the entire world into pure white. Then, it took him a full half-hour to barely recover his vision. Lu Ming steeled himself. He raised the cage full of burrowing rats high above his head and roared at the massive burrowing rat king. "Hey, you fat rat. Look here. Your rat son's rat grandson's rat wife. They're all with me. You useless rat king." Emotion points from burrowing rat king Jerry 345. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Ming's mind. Jerry, the system can harvest emotions from beasts too. But now was clearly not the time to ponder that. Because the burrowing rat king's crimson eyes were now locked onto Lu Ming like branding irons. The fury and murderous intent in that gaze were almost tangible. Roar! The rat king let out a deafening roar, abandoning Tang Miao on the ground. Its massive body, with an agility that belied its size, turned and charged at Lu Ming. Xiao Wu was already sprinting with all his might, but he was too far away, watching helplessly as the burrowing rat king closed in on Lu Ming. Tang Miao struggled to get up, his eyes filled with anxiety and guilt. If he hadn't insisted on showing off, would Lu Ming have been put in such a dire situation? However, Lu Ming was not flustered at all. He took a pair of sunglasses from his warehouse and put them on, then slowly retrieved a flashbang egg. Behold the daylight. The moment the words fell, in front of the rat king's wide-open maw, less than half a meter from its eyes, a spatial gate silently opened. A hand shot out from the gate like lightning. In its grip was a spherical object. Without a moment's hesitation, the hand clenched its fingers. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a peculiar hum. Then, the sky lit up. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The burrowing rat king, being the closest, bore the brunt of it. Its crimson eyes were struck, heated by the sudden extreme brightness. Squeal! It felt only an endless, eternal, blinding white before its eyes. It completely lost all sense of direction and balance, like a maddened beast launching indiscriminate attacks on everything around it. Its giant claws swept across the ground, carving deep furrows and sending dirt flying. Emotion points from burrowing rat king Jerry 888. Tang Miao, a bit farther away though not directly hit due to his angle and distance, was still instantly enlightened by the peripheral glare and the white light that filled the heavens and earth. He sat dazedly on the ground, his head, which he had just struggled to lift, frozen in place. His mouth was slightly open, his pupils unfocused. "Is this heaven?" Tang Miao murmured, his voice ethereal. Emotion points from Tang Miao 666. Even Xiao Wu, who was farther away and sprinting at full speed, wasn't spared. He only saw an unbearable light flare up ahead, and then his vision was reduced to pure white. What the hell? Who threw the flash? Xiao Wu felt his vision go white, and then he couldn't see a thing. Emotion points from Xiao Wu 555. Lu Ming had turned his back and closed his eyes before the flashbang went off. Now he was the only one present with normal vision. Without a moment's hesitation, while the Rat King was still in chaos, he dashed forward, hoisted the still disoriented Tang Miao onto his shoulder like a sack, and sprinted away from the Rat King. At that moment, on the energy barrier wall at the edge of the experimental field. What the hell? It's daytime. A garrison soldier rubbed his eyes, pointing incredulously at the field. The squad leader next to him slapped him on the helmet. "Daytime, my ass. Get over there and check it out. Move." Soon a squad of city garrison soldiers arrived at the scene, baffled by what they saw. A silver-tear burrowing rat king with blood streaming from its eyes, blindly attacking everything, a dazed, disoriented youth, and beside him a figure carrying someone on his shoulder, waving frantically at them. The world-altering white light had already dissipated. "It's the burrowing rat king. Looks like it's blind." The soldiers experienced quickly assessed the situation. "Take it down. Don't let it hurt those 3 kids." The burrowing rat king, having lost its sight, posed no threat to the well-trained garrison. After a round of precise and powerful attacks, the unfortunate rat king let out a reluctant wail, crashed to the ground, and lost its life. In its dying consciousness, the accursed light seemed to linger. Emotion points from burrowing rat king Jerry 999. The crisis was over. Lu Ming set down the bewildered Tang Miao. Xiao Wu, assisted by the garrison soldiers, also walked over. Apart from being a bit disheveled, none of them were seriously injured. The squad leader debriefed them and expressed gratitude. The Adventurers Association was brightly lit. Li Wenwen, the receptionist, looked at Lu Ming, who had appeared at the counter again, and her professional smile was noticeably more genuine than last time. "Mr. Lu Ming, your mission reward has been settled." Li Wenwen's voice was sweet. "You captured a total of 113 burrowing rats at 500 alliance coins, each totaling 56500 alliance coins, and 113 adventure points." Lu Ming nodded. This was within his expectations. Additionally, Li Wenwen paused, her smile widening. Due to your assistance in eliminating the burrowing rat king, ensuring the safety of the experimental field, and the stability of the nearby area, the military has specially authorized an additional bonus. She turned the screen toward Lu Ming, displaying a number. Lu Ming stared, his eyes widening, his mouth falling open involuntarily. How much? His voice cracked, almost breaking. 100,000. Li Wenwen nodded. It's been transferred to your linked account along with your mission reward. Please check it. Tears of joy streamed from the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. 156,500. A fortune. A windfall. He could already see the initial grade spiritual energy potions beckoning to him, and the Lu's pharmaceutical sign shining brightly in the sunlight. Before leaving the association, Lu Ming rushed to a nearby material shop and generously bought 3 high-quality bronze-tier beast cores. The money he had just received was wiped out in an instant, making him wince with pain, but the thought of the upcoming returns immediately brought a smile back to his face. Just as he was about to head home and start making potions, a somewhat awkward voice came from behind him. Lu Ming. Wait. Lu Ming stopped and turned around. It was Tang Miao. The arrogance on his face had faded considerably. Xiao Wu stood a little farther away, smiled at Lu Ming, waved, and indicated he would leave first. Lu Ming looked at Tang Miao. What's up, Miss Tang? Here to admit defeat because you couldn't beat me. Tang Miao didn't respond to his taunt. He recalled the perilous scene in the experimental field hours earlier. Back then, Tang Miao's voice trembled slightly. Why did you save me? You could have run away on your own. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. In that situation, Lu Ming's choice had almost put himself in mortal danger, and they had only known each other for a little over 2 weeks, most of which had been spent in opposition. Lu Ming's mischievous expression softened a bit. There's no why to it. Lu Ming shrugged, his tone casual. I just saw that giant rat about to smack you, and you looked too drained to move. If I didn't help you out, you'd be done for, right? He paused, then continued. You only went deep into the rat catching because I got you riled up. I couldn't just stand by and let you get into trouble because of me, could I? With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. All right, don't be so melodramatic. Tang Miao stood there watching Lu Ming's retreating figure. His lips quivered a few times before he mumbled indistinctly, then. Thanks. However, the moment he spoke, Lu Ming, who had already taken a few steps, spun around, as if he had ears on his back. His grinning face was suddenly inches from Tang Miao's. What did you just say? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Did you thank me, Tang Miao was startled, instinctively stepping back. No way. I didn't say anything. Oh, really? Lu Ming's smile grew even brighter. He slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket, turned the volume to max, and then, thanks. It was Tang Miao's indistinct mumble. Tang Miao. He whipped his head around, eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. When had this bastard started recording? Had he anticipated that I would thank him? Lu Ming savored the expression of shock on Tang Miao's face, then spoke in a tone as benevolent as an old father. There's no need to thank me. With that, he burst into laughter, turned, and swaggered away with an arrogant gait. Tang Miao stood frozen, the night wind tousling his disheveled hair and petrified body. Screw you. Emotion points from Tang Miao 666. In the dead of night, when all was silent, a faint glimmer of light emanated from Lu Ming's kitchen. With a solemn expression, fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Damn it. Lu Ming slapped his forehead, a look of chagrin spreading across his face. Refining a potion requires a specialized alchemy furnace. That thing can supposedly control temperature precisely and heat evenly. He glanced at the induction cooker before him with a hint of uncertainty. An induction cooker should, probably, maybe, have the same effect, right? He stared at the small pot on the induction cooker, usually used for boiling instant noodles. Inside was an indescribable dark green liquid, like a potion brewed by a medieval witch. Lu Ming watched the pot nervously, his heart in turmoil. These materials were worth over 50,000. If he failed, he would be heartbroken. When the liquid reaches its boiling point, that's the optimal moment to add the activated beast core. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the bubbles and color changes in the pot. Now, taking a deep breath, he carefully and slowly placed the bronze beast core, already activated through a special technique, into the boiling liquid. Sizzle. The moment the core entered the water, the liquid's color shifted dramatically. It rapidly transitioned from dark green to deep brown, emitting an energy fluctuation several times more intense than before. Minutes ticked by. The only sounds in the kitchen were the bubbling of the liquid and Lu Ming's own heavy breathing. 10 minutes later, the liquid in the pot finally began to settle. Did it work? Holding his breath, Lu Ming slowly lifted the lid. A strange foul odor impossible to describe surged from the pot, assaulting his senses. Ugh! Caught off guard, Lu Ming gagged, tears welling up in his eyes. The smell was overwhelmingly pungent. But it was so familiar. Yes, that's the smell. Pinching his nose, his eyes lit up. It's exactly the same as the basic spiritual energy potion drawn from the system. Though, this scent is really off-putting, isn't it? Lu Ming stroked his chin, lost in thought, when a sudden inspiration struck. Or, his gaze swept across the kitchen spice rack and another idea flashed through his mind. Lu Ming scooped up a large spoonful of honey and poured it all into the still-warm potion. Perfect. He nodded with satisfaction, looking at the liquid whose color seemed unchanged. Time to bottle it. He carefully poured the liquid into a test tube. But halfway through, Lu Ming felt something was off. The fluidity of this liquid seemed to have deteriorated. Why was it sticky and thick? Like Indian curry. The liquid, which should have been clear and flowing, now had a viscous gel-like consistency, moving slowly in the tube and clinging heavily to the walls. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A doubt crept in. Could it be a failure? Holding the tube of thick curry-like potion, he fell into deep hesitation, uncertain whether he should drink it. Just as he was wavering, caught in an internal struggle, knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the kitchen door. Then Lu Bin's slightly puzzled voice filtered through the door. Son, what are you messing around with in the kitchen in the middle of the night? What's that smell? Are you cooking something foul in here? Startled, Lu Ming flinched, nearly dropping the test tube. Damn, Dad caught me. In a flash, Lu Ming made a difficult decision: to destroy the evidence. He shut his eyes, steeled his nerves, pinched his nose, and downed the thick potion in one gulp. Gulp? How the taste isn't so bad. Just then, with a click, the kitchen door swung open. Lu Bin stood at the doorstep, his brows furrowed. His gaze first fell on the faint dark brown trace at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth, then took in the strange odor in the air. Lu Bin's expression was a deep, complex mix of pain and understanding. Finally, he let out a long, profound sigh. His voice carried the tolerance of someone who had been through it all. He stepped forward and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, his tone grave. Son. He hesitated, his gaze shifting between the pot and Lu Ming's mouth, then shook his head. Never mind. Dad understands. Young people, under pressure, sometimes they develop certain habits. He paused as if making a great decision and continued in a gentler voice. Tomorrow, Dad will cook something nice for you. From now on, don't do this anymore. Don't be so hard on yourself. With that, he turned silently and closed the kitchen door. Lu Ming stood frozen, like a stone statue struck by lightning. Dad. Lu Ming yanked the door open and shouted at his father's retreating figure heading toward the bedroom, a cry of anguish in his voice. Let me explain. It's not what you think. It's medicine. Real medicine. But his only answer was the soft click of Lu Bin's bedroom door closing, followed by a heavier sigh from within. Lu Ming stood in the hallway, the night wind tousling his disheveled hair. He felt that the entire world was a misunderstanding. He strongly suspected that his father Lu Bin had done it on purpose. He must have guessed the general idea, but deliberately chose to think that way just to see him make a fool of himself. This mischievous old man. After the commotion subsided, Lu Ming began to carefully sense the energy within his body. My spiritual energy has indeed increased. Lu Ming frowned slightly. But it feels like the effect is a bit weaker than the basic spiritual energy potion drawn from the system. Only about 80% of the effect. Was it due to uneven heating from the induction cooker? Did the honey affect the potency? Or was the beast core not processed perfectly? He thought for a while, but quickly let it go. Oh well, I'm already using an induction cooker to refine potions. Why complain? 80% effect is still an effect. Over the next hour, Lu Ming followed the same procedure with the remaining 2 beast cores and materials, refining 2 more tubes of basic spiritual energy potion. Lu Ming carefully stored the 2 tubes of thick, uniquely fragrant potion into his system inventory. The first step to getting rich. Lu Ming clenched his fists, burning with fierce determination. Successfully sell these 2 bottles, recoup the capital, buy more materials, refine more potions. First, let's make a small fortune. However, ideals were one thing, and reality soon delivered a heavy blow. He didn't even have the qualifications to sell basic spiritual energy potions. As it turned out, China had strict drug control regulations. One needed to pass the official alchemist examination and obtain a practicing license before legally selling potions. Damn, no channels. Lu Ming collapsed into his chair like a deflated balloon. Is my great commercial empire doomed to fail before it even begins? Wait. He suddenly sat up straight, his eyes brightening as a figure emerged in his mind. That rich kid. Maybe he knows some way. No time like the present. Lu Ming immediately took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and finally settled on a contact saved as ATM No. 1. He pressed the dial button without hesitation. It was late at night, 4 in the morning. In a luxury villa district on the other side of the city, in a simply decorated bedroom. If I open my eyes in a nightmare facing the cruel world. The ringtone was rather fitting. In bed, Tang Miao was fast asleep, jolted awake by the sudden midnight call, nearly tumbling off the bed. Tang Miao picked up his phone, saw the caller's name, and felt the blood vessels in his temples throb wildly. He gritted his teeth. Lu, do you know what time it is? Lu Ming glanced at the time and said reproachfully, It's 4 in the morning, Tang Miao. How can you still be sleeping at your age? Have you ever seen Ronqing at 4 in the morning? Tang Miao resisted the urge to hang up and blocked the number, immediately forcing the words out through clenched teeth. You'd better have something important. Lu Ming, as if oblivious to the heavy threat, chuckled. It's like this. He stopped beating around the bush and briefly explained to Tang Miao that he had 2 bottles of basic spiritual energy potion to sell, but lacked a way to do so. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Tang Miao's anger seemed to subside slightly at the news. Selling basic spiritual energy potions. Lu Ming, this is a critical time for preparing for the college entrance exam. You're not at a high level either. Why sell a potion that boosts cultivation instead of keeping it for yourself? Shh. Lu Ming muttered softly on his end. I have more. Though quiet, it was enough for Tang Miao to hear. Tang Miao was speechless. More. This stuff costs about 500,000 a bottle. Who the hell is the real rich kid here? A faint sense of bitterness welled up in Tang Miao's heart, but he also knew that everyone had their own secrets and opportunities. He didn't bother to probe. All right. Tang Miao rubbed his throbbing temples, trying to get his brain to boot up. Since you insist on selling. Tomorrow morning. No, this morning at 9, let's meet at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. They'll help you figure something out. After hanging up, Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief, a heavy weight lifted from his mind. He wasn't worried that Tang Miao would swindle the 2 potions. First, Tang Miao didn't seem like the type to be short of $1 million or so. More importantly, in their confrontations over the past half-month, although Tang Miao had been furious enough to contribute tens of thousands of emotion points, he had never played dirty. He always competed with Lu Ming fair and square. At the end of the day, Tang Miao was just a somewhat proud but principled student. Besides, after their shared ordeal yesterday, they could be considered friends who had been through life and death together. Done. In high spirits, Lu Ming was about to catch some sleep. Just then, recalling the recent notification of emotion points, he slapped his thigh in frustration. Right? Why didn't I think of this earlier? What a perfect way to farm emotion points. No time like the present. Lu Ming immediately picked up his phone again, stared at the name, ATM No. 1, and pressed the dial button once more. The phone was answered almost instantly, followed by Tang Miao's voice, as if a volcano were about to erupt. What the hell is it now? I had just fallen asleep. Lu Ming said in the sincerest tone possible. I was just worried you couldn't sleep, so I called to remind you to take a sleeping pill. There was a 5-second dead silence on the other end. Then Tang Miao's voice came through gritted teeth, and all get lost. Sure thing. Lu Ming agreed cheerfully and decisively hung up. Hearing the pleasant notification of emotion points in his mind, Lu Ming stroked his chin, lost in thought. Can't keep shearing just one sheep, it needs to be sustainable. He immediately found a contact named ATM No. 2 in his phone book and dialed again. If I open my eyes in a nightmare facing the cruel world. The same ringtone sounded in Xiao Wu's home. After a few rings, the call was answered and Xiao Wu's voice came through, clearly tired and confused. Hello, Lu Ming. What's up? Lu Ming cleared his throat and said with utmost sincerity, nothing much, just wanted to catch up. On the other end, Xiao Wu seemed to fall silent for a long time. Click. Then the call was mercilessly ended. Lu Ming pouted and muttered to his phone. Tisk, Xiao Wu's composure is a bit better than Tang Miao's. But these two used the same ringtone. For the next few hours, until the sky began to lighten, the sound of dialing and notifications of emotion points echoed from Lu Ming's bedroom. He called everyone he could think of in his contacts one by one, even old Teacher Chun, whose hair was already gray. Hello, Teacher Chun. It's Lu Ming. Are you asleep? Teacher Chin's weary voice answered, obviously. The teacher regretted his bluntness. What if Lu Ming really had something important? He rubbed his temples, about to ask, when he heard Lu Ming's mischievous voice. Oh, you were asleep. Okay, then you go back to sleep. Hello, Chindali. I am Qin Shi Huang. I didn't actually die, though I've been sleeping all this time. Now I'm resurrected. To revive my 10,000 terracotta warriors and rule the world, I need a sum of money. Just send me $50 to help me reclaim my empire, and I'll grant you a province as a prince. Chindali was speechless. Lu Ming, hello? Is this Li Wenwen? Li Wenwen's lifeless voice answered, What is it? Lu Ming, sorry, wrong number. He stayed up all night. When the first rays of morning light truly streamed through the window, Lu Ming finally put down his hot phone, satisfied. Looking at the significantly increased balance of emotion points in the system interface, a joyful smile of a bountiful harvest spread across his face. Oh, what a fulfilling and wonderful day. The sky was pale. At the entrance of the Adventurers Association, Tang Miao stood, gripping his phone, his fingers pressing so hard they seemed about to shatter the screen, his face as dark as a burnt pot. Lu Ming. He growled into the phone, enunciating each word. 10 minutes ago you said you were on your way, didn't you? On the other end of the line at Lu Ming's home, Lu Ming, with one foot pressing down the heel of his shoe, was struggling to shove his foot in the phone wedged between his shoulder and ear. His voice was earnest. "Well, Comrade Tang, meow, hold your horses, I'm already on my way." "Almost there. There's a bit of a traffic jam." Just then Yi Ning's voice chimed in. "Son, aren't you going to have breakfast before you leave?" Tang meow. Emotion points from Tang meow 216. "You haven't even left the house yet, have you?" He felt his blood pressure spiking again. After taking several deep breaths, he barely suppressed the urge to smash his phone. "It'll give you 10 more minutes." Beep, beep, beep. The call was mercilessly cut off. Lu Ming listened to the dial tone, shrinking his neck, and quickened his pace. As he sprinted, he muttered, "Got carried away by emotion points last night." The system's notification sound was just too pleasant. 10 minutes later, the sunlight at the entrance of the Adventurers Association had grown somewhat glaring. Tang meow leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, his gaze icy fixed on the end of the street. Finally, a panting figure appeared in his field of vision, rushing over at 100-meter sprint speed. Tang meow said nothing, simply watching him silently. The murderous intent in those eyes had nearly materialized. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine, let out a dry chuckle, and quickly changed the subject to him. "Well, let's talk business." "Yes, business first." He pulled out a vial of Lu Ming's special low-grade spiritual energy potion, a thick viscous liquid, and handed it to Tang meow. Tang meow remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Then he looked up at Lu Ming and spoke in an extremely skeptical tone. "Lu Ming, be honest with me. This potion, is it ripe?" "Lu Ming." He scratched his head, a rare hint of guilt showing on his face. After all, it was his first time making the potion. Although the first bottle had worked when he drank it, he couldn't guarantee the success rate. After all, other junior alchemists had only about a 30% success rate in brewing low-grade spiritual energy potions. Probably, Lu Ming said, lacking confidence. Tang meow looked at Lu Ming's demeanor, couldn't help raising a hand to his forehead, feeling his temples start to throb. He sighed as if coming to some decision. "Forget it." Tang meow's tone carried a resigned helplessness. "Considering what you did yesterday." "Ahem, forget it." "All right, I'll buy one bottle." He pulled out his phone, tapping on it as he spoke. "Consider it me testing the potion for you. If it's useless or has side effects." He looked up, casting a cold glance at Lu Ming, the killing intent in his eyes nearly tangible. With that, he unscrewed the cap of one of the test tubes. Immediately, an indescribable scent burst forth from the tube's opening. "Tang meow." He jerked his head up, his voice panicked. "Lu Ming, what the hell is this? Are you trying to poison me?" Emotion points from Tang meow 338. Lu Ming shrank his neck from the outburst and quickly waved his hands in explanation. "Don't get worked up. Hear me out. Let me explain. This potion, it smells bad, but tastes good." Tang meow looked at Lu Ming's guilty face, then down at the vial of ominous viscous liquid in his hand, his expression a fierce struggle. Logic told him this stuff looked and smelled extremely unreliable. But Lu Ming had no reason to deceive him about something like this. Most importantly, Tang meow could faintly sense that the liquid indeed contained a not insignificant, relatively stable fluctuation of spiritual energy. "Damn it, here goes nothing." Tang meow gritted his teeth, his face assuming a tragic determination, like a warrior breaking his wrist. He hesitated no more, pinched his nose, closed his eyes, and downed the potion in one gulp. Gulp? Huh, doesn't seem poisonous. And a bit sweet. However, just as the extreme discomfort hadn't fully subsided, a surge of immense spiritual energy exploded within him. It then transformed into a torrent of heat, rushing swiftly to his limbs and bones, flushing through his meridians, nourishing his ability's origin. The quality of this spiritual energy was even slightly higher than the low-grade spiritual energy potions he had bought through official channels. Tang meow slowly straightened up and opened his eyes. "This?" His voice was filled with disbelief. "The effect. It's even better than the spiritual energy potions I've had before." "Where did you get this?" Lu Ming was also taken aback. When he had drunk it himself, the effect was only about 80% of the system's potions. Why was it more effective for Tang meow? System products are always top-notch. A secret recipe not for sharing. Lu Ming laughed it off vaguely, then rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Tang meow. "So, young Master Tang, are you satisfied with the potion? What about the money?" Tang meow rolled his eyes and said curtly, "Think I'd stiff you." He deftly pulled out his phone and transferred 500 Union coins to Lu Ming. Alipay transfer received 500,000 yuan. The notification sounded and Lu Ming stared at the surging balance on his phone, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Cost a little over 50,000, sold for 500,000. Such a profit margin. Lu's Pharmaceuticals, a bright future ahead. Next, I'll take you to Rongcheng's black market. Tang meow put away his phone, resuming his aloof demeanor. There, as long as the goods are fine, they generally don't ask about origins or credentials. Fuqin Street. Tang Miao led Lu Ming through a maze of twists and turns to the back door of an ordinary-looking courtyard. A middle-aged man in a security guard uniform was crouched by the door, engrossed in his phone screen from which came the crisp sound of digital mahjong, 3 bamboo. Pung. Lu Ming looked at this scene, then at the ordinary iron door before him, and the chaotic murmur of voices like a vegetable market faintly coming from behind it. He turned to Tang Miao, bewildered. The black market. This was nothing like the black market he had imagined. Hidden in dark corners, everyone wearing masks, trading in mystery with a tense and thrilling atmosphere. Tang Miao shrugged. What did you expect? Seen too many movies. A black market isn't some criminal organization. Besides, a real black market is at least tacitly approved by the authorities or even established by them. Rather than letting shady goods circulate completely underground, it's better to set up a relatively regulated trading venue. He spoke while leading Lu Ming inside. Still, even so, not just anyone can get into the black market. As his words fell, the two reached the entrance. Just then, the security guard, who had been fully absorbed in his mobile mahjong game, lifted his head almost instantly. His gaze, sharp and carrying a faint pressure, fell upon Lu Ming. However, when the security guard's eyes swept over Tang Miao beside Lu Ming, the piercing gaze softened instantly, and his expression shifted from stern to a fawning, respectful smile. He immediately stood up and bowed slightly. Third young master. You've arrived. Tang Miao merely nodded lightly. Bringing my friend around. Of course. The security guard immediately stepped aside to clear the path, bending over and extending his hand. Lu Ming. Lu Ming followed Tang Miao into the so-called black market somewhat stiffly. After a few steps, he couldn't help leaning in to whisper, "Holy crap. That guard just called you third young master. Is this night market owned by your family?" He had said it as a joke, but to his surprise, Tang Miao gave a slight nod. Lu Ming. His eyes flew wide open, his steps faltering as he stared at Tang Miao, as if seeing him for the first time. Seeing Lu Ming's shock, Tang Miao's lips finally curled into a hint of a smile. Finally, a chance to show off in front of him. What's so surprising? Tang Miao's tone remained calm, but the amusement in his eyes was unmistakable. Didn't I tell you before? Places like this mostly have official backing. My father is one of the councilors of Rongqing City Council, and my grandfather is an obsidian-level powerhouse. The Tang family is one of Rongqing's 3 great clans. I'm the third in my generation, so they call me third young master. Any problem with that? Lu Ming. He was silent for a full 5 seconds, digesting the explosive information. Counselor father. Obsidian-level grandfather. 3 great clans. He had always known Tang Miao was a rich second generation, but not this rich. So, Lu Ming swallowed hard. You're the Tang family's third young master. Emotion points from Tang Miao, 333. For some reason, Tang Miao felt like he had been insulted. He pulled a token about half the size of a palm engraved with the letters G8 from his pocket and tossed it to Lu Ming. Here, take this. It's a temporary permit for a stall in the night market. However, Tang Miao changed his tone. Since you don't have a formal alchemist certification, the price will be lower than the official channel. I suggest you price it around 4,000. Lu Ming fumbled to catch the token, then looked at Tang Miao's composed expression, his emotions a tangled mess. Damn, the golden thigh was right beside him. With Tang Miao's guidance, Lu Ming found an empty stall numbered G8. Looking at the dazzling array of stalls and the bustling crowd, Lu Ming took a deep breath, pulled out the remaining bottle of low-grade spiritual energy potion from his bag, found a piece of cardboard, and scrawled a few big characters with a marker, low-grade spiritual energy potion. Then he propped the cardboard beside the potion. Preparations complete. Lu Ming cleared his throat. Take a look. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Exclusive secret recipe, low-grade spiritual energy potion. 1 bottle is better than 6. 1 bottle refreshes the mind. 2 bottles never tire. 3 bottles eternal youth. The Tang family's third young master says it's good. Personally certified, quality guaranteed. Not 500,000. Not 400,000. Only 398,000. 398,000 you can't lose. 398,000 you can't be cheated. True value for money. Emotion points from Wang Jianlin, 247 at the stall. Next to Lu Ming, the owner, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, Wang Jianlin. On his stall, 5 or 6 bottles of low-grade spiritual energy potion were neatly arranged, the liquid clear and pure in color. He slightly opened his eyes, glanced at the seemingly unreliable young man at the neighboring stall, and let out a cold snort. Lu Ming's shouting quickly drew many people's attention. Many passers-by looked over curiously, but when they saw the unfamiliar young stall owner with only a single bottle of strangely textured potion, most shook their heads and turned toward the neighboring stall. Lu Ming was hoarse from shouting and grew anxious. Damn, they probably think I'm a con artist. He scratched his head. At this rate, I can't get any sales. The neighboring boss, Wang, seemed to overhear his muttering and spoke slowly. Young man, people buy potions to improve their strength, not to joke around. Both selling for 400. Why would anyone trust a new face like you over my decade-old shop? The words seemed like well-meaning advice, but carried obvious mockery and exclusion. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, knowing the man had a point. Damn it, you have to spend money to make money. He steeled himself, took a deep breath, and shouted even louder than before, clearance sale. Rock bottom price. Giveaway price. Last bottle. Selling at a loss. Only 300,000. Only 300,000. Take home a low-grade spiritual energy potion. 300,000. A full 100,000 less than the market price. This price hit like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up massive waves. Not everyone in the night market was a big spender. Many low-level ability users or cultivators from ordinary families had long desired potions to boost their cultivation, but the high prices often deterred them. 300,000, though still a huge sum, was much more accessible than 400,000. Emotion points from Wang Jianlin 250. Boss Wang's face darkened completely, his eyes glaring at Lu Ming. Damn, 300,000. You're not making any money. He cursed inwardly. Given a normal alchemist's success rate and costs, selling at 300,000 barely covered labor costs. Was this kid trying to disrupt the market? Soon a few young people who had been hesitating in front of old Wang's stall were drawn by Lu Ming's rock-bottom price. One of them, about Lu Ming's age, was the first to approach. He looked at the viscous potion, then at Lu Ming, his eyes full of suspicion and caution. Boss, the young man spoke, his voice a bit hoarse, but it sounded familiar to Lu Ming. 300,000. It's not fake, is it? This texture doesn't look right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, knowing a potential customer had arrived. He immediately put on his warmest smile. Bro. Relax. Honest business. If it's fake, I'll pay 10 times. On-site testing supported. Your voice sounds familiar. Let's be friends. I'll give you a 5 yuan coupon. The young man's mouth twitched visibly. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 132. Bai Yuntao. The name notification rang, and Lu Ming suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the guy who was in the toilet stall last time, whose toilet paper he had stolen using the system, and who had wailed, "Where's my paper?" What a small world. Running into him at the black market. Lu Ming's smile grew even wider. It's you. How did you manage without paper in the toilet last time? Bai Yuntao. His expression turned incredibly colorful. How do you know? Damn. So it was you. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 482. Bai Yuntao's face darkened instantly upon hearing the words toilet brother. Although there was no solid evidence, a voice inside him roared madly, it's him. It must be that bastard. The wretched thief who stole my toilet paper. Bai Yuntao's eyes reddened, pointing at Lu Ming, his voice trembling with agitation and grief. It was you, wasn't it? That night in the restroom. My paper. Did you steal it? He took a step forward, spittle nearly spraying onto Lu Ming's face. Do you know how I got through that day? I waited in that stall for a full half hour. Do you know the struggle and despair I felt in those 30 minutes? His voice suddenly rose in the end. I had to sacrifice the underwear that had accompanied me for 2.5 years. I used it as a substitute for toilet paper to complete that arduous task. Do you know what that underwear meant to me? It had been with me through countless days and nights. Bai Yuntao, stricken with grief, beat his chest and stamped his feet. Do you know the pain of having to use an underwear that had been with you for 2.5 years, when you had grown attached to wipe away that filthy thing, only to have it mercilessly discarded in the toilet? That feeling is like personally burying your own youth and comrade. Lu Ming. He silently stepped back half a pace. Is this guy an idiot? And why is he saying something like this in public? People are looking over here. Lu Ming forcibly steered the conversation back on track, his tone as calm as possible. Calm down, brother. Let's talk business. Are you still buying or not? Bai Yuntao's surging grief subsided slightly. He glanced at the suspicious-looking brown viscous liquid on the table, then felt his own cultivation level, which was just a step away from breaking through to the silver rank. His desire for strength ultimately outweighed his mourning for his underwear. He gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He'll buy it. He squeezed the word out from between his teeth. Just one step away from breaking through to silver rank. He'll take the gamble. He glared fiercely at Lu Ming as if trying to etch his image into his soul. But if you're selling fake medicine, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. There's no need for that. The deal was struck. Bai Yuntao took out his phone, his face etched with pain, and began the transfer. Alipay received 299995 yuan. Lu Ming. He slowly turned his head, looking at Bai Yuntao with an indescribable expression. A 5 yuan coupon. You actually used it. Bai Yuntao put away his phone, his tone matter of fact. What else? 5 yuan isn't money. Do you know what 5 yuan can buy? It can buy 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk. It can pay for 5 bus rides. After saying this, his face once again showed an undisguisable look of pain. His entire savings were just over 3,100. After buying this potion, he was instantly broke again. If it weren't for his urgent need to break through and his lack of funds, he wouldn't have chosen Lu Ming's stall, which looked extremely unreliable. He picked up the potion bottle and unscrewed the cap. The intensely pungent odor spread, making several curious onlookers frown and take a small step back. Bai Yuntao. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 245. This. Is it really not fake medicine? Lu Ming said with utmost sincerity, genuine, no substitutes. Bai Yuntao steeled himself, pinched his nose, and downed the potion. As the liquid went down, Bai Yuntao's expression changed instantly. The onlookers saw this and began to murmur, has he been poisoned? Quick, someone call the market manager. Don't let this turn into a real disaster. Amidst a sea of doubt and sympathy, Bai Yuntao's body suddenly stiffened. Then an overwhelming wave of pure spiritual energy surged forth from within him. Buzz! A visible light of spiritual energy burst outward from Bai Yuntao. His aura surged, and under the impact of that violent yet pure spiritual energy, his bottleneck emitted a cracking sound. The obstruction had vanished. Spiritual energy, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged powerfully into a new realm. I've broken through. Bai Yuntao's eyes snapped open, filled with an incredulous ecstasy. I've broken through. I've finally broken through to the silver rank. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face broke into a wide grin. A breakthrough in public. What could be a more direct and convincing advertisement than this? Sure enough, the surrounding murmurs did an instant 180. Holy crap. He really broke through. For real. Could he be a hired actor? Putting on a full show? I'm an alchemist too. Although that potion looked disgusting when the bottle was opened, I could feel the spiritual energy inside was very active and pure. It's not fake. Oh my god. A 30th Zanyuan beginner's spiritual energy potion with such an effect. Boss, do you have more? Give me one. The crowd instantly erupted. The previously deserted G8 stall was suddenly packed with people. Emotion points from Wang Jinlin 555. Boss Wang from the neighboring stall watched as his own place became deserted while Lu Ming's was bustling with noise. His face turned green with envy, his chest heaving violently, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Faced with this sudden surge of popularity, Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. Oh no. His heart sank. The promotional effect has been achieved, but I have no stock left. He had only brought 2 bottles. One was bought by Tang Miao for testing, and the other he had just sold to Bai Yuntao. Facing the enthusiastic customers, Lu Ming's mind raced. And then he declared confidently, this afternoon the price remains the same, still 300,000. First come first served while stocks last. Please come back this afternoon. Having said that, he nimbly squeezed out of the crowd and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a chorus of disappointed and anticipatory murmurs along with the nearly flaming glare of Boss Wang from next door. Lu Ming found Tang Miao, who was drinking at the night market management office. Hey there, third young master Tang. Busy? Lu Ming rubbed his hands together. Can I discuss something with you? Tang Miao raised an eyebrow, and seeing Lu Ming like this, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. What is it? Lu Ming grinned. This black market. Isn't it run by your family? So as your friend, can I get a discount when buying things here? Tang Miao looked at him expressionlessly and slowly uttered a few words. They'll give you a discount on a broken leg, believe it or not. Lu Ming shrank his neck. Don't be like that. Third young master Tang, I'm serious. I need to purchase raw materials urgently right now. What do you want to buy? Tang Miao finally became a bit more serious. Lu Ming pulled out his phone and looked at the balance of over 800,000 yuan, feeling a surge of nouveau riche pleasure. He waved his hand grandly, full of bravado. Give me 10 bronze-grade beast cores, a cartload of soul-condensing grass, a ton of cold spring water. Tang Miao. He paused the teacup in his hand and looked at Lu Ming as if he were an idiot. You made a bit of money, and now you're going on a revenge spending spree. Lu Ming realized he had gotten a bit too excited and let out a dry chuckle. Ahem, I was exaggerating. I mean, 10 beast cores and soul-condensing grass and cold spring water in proportion enough for 10 potions. Tang Miao was very efficient. With one phone call, in less than 20 minutes, the materials Lu Ming needed were prepared and delivered directly to a small warehouse in the night market management office. Of course, the money was also deducted. 10 decent quality bronze beast cores cost nearly 600,000, while the soul-condensing grass and cold spring water were Tang Miao's gift to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at his phone's suddenly shrinking balance, his heart aching with pain. But thinking that these materials were about to become 10 bottles of potions worth 300,000 each, his heart immediately burned with excitement. 10 bottles is 3 million. Getting rich is just around the corner. Lu Ming could already picture himself lying on a pile of potions, counting his money. With the materials in hand, the next problem arose. Where to concoct the potions? His gaze wandered aimlessly until it suddenly landed on an inconspicuous building in a corner of the night market, the public restroom. Lu Ming's eyes slowly lit up. Right? The restroom. Private stalls, good privacy, water and electricity available, and no one to bother you. It's the perfect temporary alchemy workshop. In the last stall of the public restroom, Lu Ming locked the door, placed the beast core's soul-condensing grass and cold spring water on the toilet lid, and began his alchemy endeavor. Gurgle, gurgle. Inside the stall, the liquid in the pot began to boil. The air filled with that indescribable odor which blended perfectly with the restroom's own scent. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 151. Holy crap, bro. What the hell did you eat for lunch? Why does your shit stink so bad? From outside the stall, a voice full of disgust suddenly rang out this smell. You. Lu Ming paused in his movements. No way. He carefully cracked the door open and peeked out. At the sink, a familiar figure was bent over dry, heaving into the basin. It was Bai Yuntao. Lu Ming. Fate truly wonderful. How did it end up being him again? Bai Yuntao dry heaved a few times, then looked up just in time to meet Lu Ming's subtly expressive gaze. Their eyes met. The air froze instantly. Bai Yuntao's gaze slowly traveled from Lu Ming's face to the test tube in his hand, which was just filled with a dark brown viscous liquid, and then he took in the thick, overwhelming odor in the air. His face turned pale in an instant. Your potion. Could it be? Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 777. Ugh. The moment he thought that the potion he had drunk that morning was this, Bai Yuntao's stomach churned violently. Unable to hold it in any longer, he clung to the sink and vomited heartily, as if trying to expel everything in his stomach, including the medicine he had swallowed that morning. Lu Ming. He quickly stepped out of the stall, trying to explain. Bro, hear me out. Let me explain. This potion just looks and smells a bit like that stuff, but it's clean and hygienic, okay? However, his explanation seemed utterly feeble in the face of Bai Yuntao's conviction. Ugh. Stop. Stop talking. Bai Yuntao waved his hand while vomiting. Compensation. You have to compensate me for the potion money and pay for emotional damages. Otherwise he'll definitely expose you. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Food safety issues. This was a major taboo. If Bai Yuntao really made a scene, his fledgling potion business might be stillborn. Lu Ming, brother, let's talk this over. No discussion. Bai Yuntao's gaze was resolute. Either pay up or I'll expose you. Choose one. Paying compensation was out of the question. Losing money was worse than death for Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Bai Yuntao's stubborn expression, his eyes darting around. If tough talk wouldn't work, then why not try a dirty trick? Since the misunderstanding had already been created, why not? He slowly leaned in close to Bai Yuntao, lowering his voice and speaking in a seductive tone. Brother, think about it. Do you really want to be the only one who bears the pain of knowing the truth? Don't you want to see the looks on other people's faces when they eagerly drink this potion, feel ecstatic, and then learn the truth just like you are now? Shared joy is double joy, brother. Bai Yuntao. His previously determined face began to waver violently under Lu Ming's words, as if two little people were locked in a fierce battle within him. Angel, Bai Yuntao, no. This is deception. It's immoral. Devil, Bai Yuntao, why should I be the only one to suffer this psychological shadow? The angel and devil battled for a full 0.1 second, and the devil, Bai Yuntao, revealed a victorious smile, overwhelming the angel, Bai Yuntao, by a landslide. The struggle on Bai Yuntao's face gradually subsided. He looked up at Lu Ming, a hint of expectation for complicity in his eyes. All right, fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Plan successful. With the potential crisis of Bai Yuntao neutralized, Lu Ming's afternoon medicine sales went exceptionally smoothly. When he returned to the G8 stall with 10 freshly made potions, quite a few people were already waiting eagerly. With Bai Yuntao's effective advertising, the 10 potions were snapped up in just half an hour. Some people almost came to blows over the purchase. Lu Ming pocketed another 3 million. Without hesitation, he immediately found Tang Miao again and placed another order for 20 bronze beast cores and the corresponding auxiliary materials, spending over 1 million. Now Lu Ming had 1 million in cash, 20 beast cores in the warehouse that would soon turn into rolling profits, and over 10,000 emotion points in the system. There's still a little over a month until the final exam. Lu Ming looked towards the school in the distance, his eyes bright and determined. With these resources, I can finally truly catch up in my cultivation progress. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, vanishing silently. Over the past month, Lu Ming's life had settled into an efficient, fixed routine. During the day, he immersed himself in Class A of Rongqing No. For high school, where academic courses still baffled him, but he could barely keep up. At night, he embarked on the grand endeavor of alchemy and card drawing. His skills had grown increasingly adept, though the viscous texture and eerie aura of the potions remained stubborn. As for card drawing, the mere thought made Lu Ming grind his teeth. Damn system, you've ruined me. I've pulled 10 times, and every time I don't get gold until after 85 draws. On weekends, the black market potion dealer made his glorious debut. Lu Ming's wallet swelled at a visible rate, with beast cores and cash piling up in his warehouse like mountains, inching closer to a small fortune. Amid this bustling rhythm, the final exams arrived as scheduled. On the morning of the exam day, at the largest training ground of No. 4 High School, the atmosphere was thick with barely contained tension and excitement. Teacher Chin stood before the Class A formation, his expression more stern than usual. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze slowly sweeping across each young face, his voice steady and forceful. Students, today we face the last and most crucial exam before the college entrance exams, the Rongqing Joint Final Exam. As his words fell, a slight stir rippled through the ranks. The citywide joint exam. This meant they would compete on the same stage as the prodigies from other top high schools in Rongqing. Our biggest rivals, Rongqing No. 7 and No. 9 high schools, have top students whose strength cannot be underestimated. Teacher Chen continued, his tone intensifying. You are students of Class A in Rongqing No. 4 High School, the elite the school has nurtured with all its effort, the face of this institution. This exam concerns not only your personal futures, but also the honor of our school. I hope each of you will give 120% effort, perform at your best, and not disgrace the school. He paused, seeing the fighting spirit ignited on the students' faces, and then dropped even more enticing information. In this joint exam, the top-ranked students will receive generous rewards from the Rongqing Education Bureau. He cleared his throat and began announcing citywide ranks 5th to 10th I reward, a self-selected silver-grade equipment piece. Silver-grade equipment. For most ordinary students, this was a treasure beyond reach. It could greatly enhance combat power. Citywide ranks 4th and 5th I reward, 3 self-selected silver-grade equipment pieces. 3 pieces. That was enough to arm oneself to the teeth. A suppressed gasp rose from the ranks. Citywide ranks 2nd and 3rd reward, a 3-day opportunity to cultivate in the school's Earth Vein. The Earth Vein Cultivation Chamber. This time, even the usually aloof Tang Miao couldn't help but show a flicker of emotion, and Xiao Wu's gaze turned exceptionally focused. The Earth Vein. That was a node where heaven and Earth's spiritual energy converged. The spiritual energy concentration inside the Earth Vein Cultivation Chamber was said to be over 10 times that of the outside world. A single day of cultivation there could match a month of hard training outside. Moreover, legend had it that cultivating in the Earth Vein might trigger an ancient inheritance deep within, a rare and invaluable opportunity. Teacher Chen finally announced with the utmost solemnity, and the city-wide. First place will receive the privilege of cultivating in the Earth Vein's core area for an entire week. Hiss! A unified intake of breath echoed across the grounds. A week of cultivation in the Earth Vein's core. The weight of this reward was unimaginably immense. It was enough to drive any student wild with desire. Standing in the back rows of the formation, Lu Ming's heart also raced uncontrollably as he heard these rewards. Earth Vein cultivation. What he lacked most right now was a means to rapidly level up. The effects of low-tier spiritual energy potions were waning as his level increased, and Earth Vein cultivation was undoubtedly the better choice. Set another small goal. Aim for the top 3. Lu Ming resolved inwardly. Teacher Chen, seeing the students' thoroughly ignited fighting spirit, nodded with satisfaction and began explaining the exam rules. Let me reiterate the format of the final exam. Hold onto your tokens. When the exam begins, you will be teleported into the illusionary space, the Forest of Trials. In the Forest of Trials, you must kill as many phantom beasts that spawn in the forest as possible. Different levels and types of phantom beasts yield different points. Your final ranking will be determined by the total points accumulated in your token at the end of the 8th hour exam. But note, Teacher Chen's expression grew more serious. Although it's an illusion, the damage you receive is real. If you die in the illusion, you die for real. Please act within your limits. If you encounter a crisis, you can crush your token to teleport out. Additionally, the final exam encourages healthy competition and mutual combat among classmates. Defeat an opponent and seize their token to transfer half of their current points to your own name. Understood. The students replied in unison, their voices loud and clear. Shortly after Teacher Chen's instructions, the large clock hanging high above the training ground precisely struck 8 o'clock in the morning. Ding! A crisp and prolonged bell signaling the start of the exam rang through the entire campus. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an irresistible pull from the token in his hand, and his vision spun wildly. After a few seconds, the sensation of weightlessness and dizziness abruptly vanished, and his sight cleared again. Lu Ming found himself standing in an exceptionally dense primeval forest, surrounded by an eerie silence, with only the rustle of wind through leaves. All his classmates had disappeared. So this is the Forest of Trials. Lu Ming looked around, alertly sensing his environment. He took a deep breath, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him. Bronze level 8. This was the realm he had barely broken into this morning after gritting his teeth and downing 3 self-made potions. In the beast taming class A, he had finally escaped the fate of being at the bottom and reached an above-average level. He delved his mind inward, calling up the system interface to check his current data. Host Lu Ming, current level bronze, level 8 ability, name door de rank, current evolution progress 70 ability description, can open a miniature spatial door within an 8-meter radius with a maximum diameter of 20 centimeters. Opening and maintaining it consumes minimal spiritual energy. Note it's getting bigger, dear. The system has high hopes for you. Keep growing and strengthening. Looking at his level, he felt a twinge of helplessness. To catch up, he had consumed large amounts of low-tier spiritual energy potions, but their effectiveness diminished as his level rose. From bronze level 7 to 8, he had downed nearly 20 bottles. The total cost approached 10 million alliance coins. As for his ability level, after eating a few more mini awakening fruits, he had successfully upgraded it to drank. But now each fruit only provided 10 progress. He estimated that by the time he reached C rank, these mini awakening fruits would be completely phased out. Take it one step at a time. Let's first nail this exam. Lu Ming shook his head, casting aside distractions. Just as he was about to move, a sudden urgency struck his bladder. Hiss. Lu Ming's expression shifted slightly. This morning I chugged 3 potions to break through to level 8, and now the aftereffects are kicking in. An intense urge to urinate surged like a tide. He quickly found a thick tree, slipped behind it, confirmed no one was around, and then, splash, splash, splash. Accompanied by the sound of water, Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. Suddenly recalling the system's frivolous comment, he muttered to himself with a hint of smug satisfaction, "Tisk, I really am vast and abundant, aren't I?" However, what Lu Ming didn't know was, outside in the central monitoring hall, a massive circular screen hung at the front of the hall, filled with seated figures. Besides the school leaders and homeroom teachers from No. 4 high school, heavyweight figures like the principals of No. 7 and No. 9 high schools, who were also participating in the joint exam, were prominently present. The hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere as leaders closely monitored the movements of the examinees on the screen. Zhang Baidu, the principal of No. 4 high school, a seemingly refined and amiable middle-aged man, chuckled at the principal of No. 7 high school. Rinxiu, principal Rinyer, No. 7 high school is truly teeming with talent this year. I heard that besides Miss Lu Muxian of the Lu family, another student has successfully broken through to silver level. Truly formidable, the younger generation. His gaze flicked to 2 screens showing students from No. 7 high school. In one frame, a girl of outstanding bearing was gracefully weaving through the forest. In another, a plainly dressed boy was searching for phantom beast traces in the woods. If Lu Ming were here, he would surely recognize this person as Bai Yuntao, with whom he had a peculiar fecal connection. Principal Rinxiu stroked his non-existent beard and replied with a smile, "Principal Zhang flatters me. Isn't your No. 4 high school also hiding dragons and crouching tigers? The young masters from the Tang and Xiao families have also broken through to silver level, haven't they? I suspect this year's top spot contest will be between our 2 schools." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the monitoring screens, showing Tang Miao and Xiao Wu both rapidly taking action to secure good rankings in this joint exam. The 2 principals exchanged pleasantries on the surface, but their words carried hidden barbs, neither willing to yield. Sitting nearby, Principal He Jian of No. 9 high school sighed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "Gentlemen, stop flattering each other. Our No. 9 high school is unlucky this year. Indeed, no student has broken through to silver level before the college entrance exams. In this joint exam, I fear we can only be spectators." His words were true. The top students at No. 9 high school were indeed slightly weaker this year. Rinxiu laughed heartily. "Principal, you don't sell yourself short. Even at bronze level, there are talents who can shine brilliantly. Look at No. 4 high school. Don't they have a rather unique student? I've heard even that Tang kid suffered a loss at his hands." As he spoke, he searched the screens, clearly aware of Lu Ming's deeds. The screen switched, revealing the back of a young boy, Lu Ming. He was skulking behind a towering tree, and then a faint sound of trickling water reached the ears of every leader present. While everyone else had just entered the forest and made no moves, these sounds were strikingly clear. The leaders, all drawn involuntarily by the untimely noise, turned their gazes in unison toward this screen. Then they saw the young man finish his business and mutter to himself, "Tisk, I really am vast and abundant, aren't I?" Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the entire solemn central monitoring hall. Every leader, whether from No. 7 or No. 9 high school, regardless of rank or age, wore an identical expression, dumbfounded, tinged with a bewilderment that slightly shook their worldview. The scene lasted less than 2 seconds before the quick-acting operator switched it away with lightning speed. It was replaced by a screen showing a student struggling against a vine phantom. But it was too late. That phrase, that scene, had been branded like a hot iron into the minds of every leader present, especially the resounding, "Vast and abundant, aren't I?" Emotion points from Rinxiu, 267 emotion points from He Jian, 285 emotion points from Zhang Baidu, 371. Emotion points from Chun Lisan, 444. Teacher Chen covered his face, a dark line on his forehead, feeling his reputation was ruined having taught a student like Lu Ming at the end of his career. A series of dense system notification sounds rang in Lu Ming's mind. The sudden surge of emotion points left him puzzled. The exam just started, who's thinking of me? And so many at once. Could it be that my potion making in the bathroom was exposed? In the hall, a full 10 seconds of silence passed. Rinxiu opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again, as if wanting to say something to ease the bizarre atmosphere. But finally, he turned with difficulty to Zhang Baidu, whose face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot, and said in the calmest tone possible, "Principal Zhang, the kids from your No. For high school are really quite interesting, huh? Very distinctive." Principal He Jian of No. 9 High School also looked away, unsure where to focus, and could only force a dry laugh. Heh. Young people, understandable. Slap. Zhang Baidu at that moment wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. They say family scandals shouldn't be aired, but this disgrace had spread across all of Rongqing. He looked expressionlessly at Chun Lisan, his eyes carrying an indescribable calm. Head teacher Chen's student education still needs to be a bit more comprehensive, you know. Chun Lisan was mortified, the veins on his forehead bulging. Lu Ming. That damn brat, who in their right mind enters an exam and first thing takes a piss. And even gives a self-review. Vast and abundant. I. Within the forest of trials, Lu Ming had been wandering like a headless fly for nearly 2 hours. For 2 long hours he strained to find any trace of the phantom beasts, yet found nothing. Lu Ming halted, leaning against a tree, his face etched with frustration. The current scoreboard displayed Lu Muxian 110, Tang Miao 91, Xiao Wu 69, Bai Yuntao 62. Lu Ming 0. The massive 0 stared back at him like a mocking eye. Lu Ming sighed deeply, his heart weary. 2 hours. I haven't even seen a single beast hair. How can my luck be so terrible? He glanced at the top scorer, Lu Muxian, with 110 points, and Tang Miao, in second with 91. The gap was enormous. If this keeps up, the point difference will only grow. Forget the top 3, I might not even make the top 10. Just then an extremely faint rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. Rustle, rustle. Lu Ming's ears twitched, his body instantly tensing, but an involuntary grin of wild elation spread across his face. He immediately held his breath, feigning ignorance, still facing away from the sound, yet all his senses and spiritual energy were heightened to their peak. Outside in the central monitoring hall, Zhang Baidu had been keeping part of his attention on the monitor showing the unconventional student Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming still wandering aimlessly in the forest after 2 hours with a big fat 0 in points, Zhang Baidu's face darkened. Just then the bushes behind Lu Ming on the monitor showed movement. Zhang Baidu perked up, sitting upright, his eyes locked on the screen. Finally, something's happening. Teacher Chen, how do you think you will handle this? Chun Lisan also breathed a sigh of relief. At last Lu Ming would get his first kill. As far as I know, he doesn't have any powerful offensive abilities. He might try some clever trick. Chun Lisan recalled Lu Ming's nickname Gigi Boom and felt a twinge of unease. Other leaders who noticed the commotion also turned their attention, curious about this vast territory and abundant resources guy. On the monitor, Lu Ming still had his back to the bushes, seemingly defenseless. But under the cover of dense leaves, a long, dark shadow was silently creeping forward, a bronze level 8 shadow cat phantom. It was pitch black with only its eyes glowing an eerie green. Its movements were as light as if it had no weight. It clearly saw Lu Ming as the perfect prey, approaching stealthily for a fatal ambush. A shadow cat, bronze level 8. High speed and concealment attacks with shadow corrosion. But the next second, every leader watching, including Zhang Baidu and Chun Lisan, wore strange expressions, because they clearly saw a spatial gate silently opening behind the shadow cat. The other end of the gate was obviously positioned at some angle in front of Lu Ming. In other words, though Lu Ming had his back to the cat, through the gate behind the cat, he could see every move the cat made perfectly. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth on the screen seemed to curl into a mischievous grin. It's a male cat. Let me neuter you. Take this, testicle party. Then, as all the leaders' eyes widened and their legs instinctively tightened from the spatial gate, just a few centimeters behind the shadow cats, certain unmentionable area, an ordinary-looking dagger shot out, like a viper striking with precision, aimed directly at the shadow cat's orbs. Rip. Then, meow. A shriek of agony that seemed to shake the very soul erupted from the screen. The shadow cat's entire body sprang upward, its eyes filled with disbelief. It couldn't understand how this human had attacked from behind. And why was the attack so insidious and vicious? But its pain and contemplation ended there. The moment it instinctively opened its mouth wide to scream in agony, another spatial gate opened instantly in front of it. The dagger shot out from the gate again, like lightning, plunging with deadly accuracy deep into its throat, then twisting upward. The screams ceased abruptly. The shadow cat's body froze midair, its eyes quickly losing their luster, and then its entire phantom form shattered like a burst bubble, dissolving into specks of light that faded into the air. On the ground, only a light orb representing points remained, flying into Lu Ming's token. Lu Ming ate. Lu Ming had never even turned around. He pulled a cloth from his system inventory, wiping the non-existent blood from his dagger, without even a glance behind him. In the monitoring hall, a brief silence fell. Every male leader who had witnessed the scene felt a sympathetic chill in a certain area, subtly adjusting their sitting posture. Principal Zhang Baidu's facial muscles twitched. He had, indeed, felt a sympathetic pang himself. After a few seconds, he slowly exhaled, breaking the silence with a complex tone. The method was a bit underhanded, but very effective. Clear thinking, decisive action, and a bit scandalous. Hearing those three words, Chen Lisan wasn't sure if the principal was praising Lu Ming or scolding him. Zhang Baidu, after all, was the principal with a sharp eye. He quickly saw the logic. For a spatial type who lacks direct attack skills, even if the cat isn't good at defense, its fur and muscles aren't something an ordinary dagger can easily pierce. But he accurately found the only weak point on the cat's body, not heavily covered by fur and muscle, and struck effectively with one blow. Then, taking advantage of its scream from the pain, he delivered the second fatal attack. Teacher Chen Lisan beside him also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like my teaching license is safe. Just then, in the forest of trials, Lu Ming, who had just broken his 0 score to 8, hadn't even had a few seconds to celebrate before he felt an intense crisis that made his hair stand on end. He jerked his head up. There, under the shadow of an ancient tree not far ahead, a shadow cat, a full size larger than the previous one, and radiating an obvious silver-level energy fluctuation, slowly emerged. Its icy cat eyes locked onto Lu Ming, filled with rage and murderous intent. Lu Ming. Bro. Was that your son just now? He was quite handsome, takes after you. The silver cat ignored Lu Ming. It lowered its body muscles, tensed, entering the most standard hunting posture, staring intently at Lu Ming. Lu Ming groaned inwardly. Damn, my luck is the absolute worst. As a bronze level 8, going head-to-head with a silver-level shadow cat was basically suicide. Speed, strength, defense, all completely outmatched. Can't wait for it to strike first. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Strike first. Watch my ultimate move, testicle party. With a quick mental command, a spatial gate opened instantly beneath the silver cat. The sharp dagger shot out again, aiming for the same target. Clang. A sound like metal striking metal rang out. The dagger couldn't penetrate. Lu Ming felt his wrist shake, his palm numb, nearly dropping the dagger. No way. Even a silver level has that much defense there. An ironball, atom boy. This exclamation, picked up by the audio receiver, also reached the monitoring hall. The leaders. The silver cat was clearly enraged by Lu Ming's attack. Roar. It let out a deafening roar, hesitated no more, and with a powerful push from its hind legs, turned into a black lightning bolt, lunging at Lu Ming. But instead of trying to flee or defend, Lu Ming suddenly turned around, presenting his back to the charging silver cat. Is he asking for death? Zhang Baidu couldn't help but stand up. Suddenly, a spatial gate opened directly in the path of the silver cat's charge. Then a small ball slowly emerged from within. The feline instinct of the silver cat immediately drew its attention to the ball. Then, the moment its teeth made contact with the ball, buzz. A hum resounded as if from the depths of the void, as though the sun had been yanked from the sky and pressed against the silver cat's face. A blazing white pillar of light, enough to change the very color of the world, erupted from the crushed ball. In that instant, every screen in the monitoring hall showing that scene was engulfed by an endless, all-consuming blaze of white. Holy shit. What the hell is that? The hall erupted in screams and cries of pain. Zhang Baidu, Renxiu, He Jian, and all the other leaders who had been staring at the screen were flashbanged by the sudden extreme light. Their vision was instantly reduced to a sea of white tears streaming uncontrollably. Emotion points from Zhang Baidu 480. Emotion points from Renxiu 299. Emotion points from He Jian 372. Emotion points from Chen Lisan 355. Far away, Tang Miao, who was pursuing a phantom beast, suddenly felt something and looked up sharply towards a certain direction in the forest. A dazzling white pillar of light shot into the sky, clearly visible even through the dense canopy and from a great distance. The calm expression on Tang Miao's face vanished instantly, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably as bad memories flooded back. That must be that bastard Lu Ming's doing right. Elsewhere in the forest, Xiao Wu had just shattered a bronze level 9 ironclad rhino phantom with a fierce Bejiquan strike, when he too was dumbfounded by the white pillar of light. He was silent for 2 seconds, then helplessly raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. That's basically a flare. Well, this is great. Now probably every capable examinee in the entire forest of trials will be drawn there. Deep in the forest, Lemutian was casually eliminating a vine phantom when the pillar of light rose. She too was drawn to the conspicuous light, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. What is that? She murmured to herself, her voice ethereal and pleasant. After a moment's thought, she gracefully drifted towards the source of the light. I don't know what it is, but a slight smile curved her lips, making such a big commotion. It should get lively, right? And less than 30 meters from Lu Ming's location, Bai Yuntao was rushing towards him at top speed. Suddenly, without warning, the blazing white light consumed his entire field of vision. What the hell? Bai Yuntao's soul shuddered from the unexpected point-blank flashbang. Only one thought filled his mind: where did that flash come from? Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 666. In the forest of trials, the intense light gradually faded. Lu Ming rubbed his eyes, a bit stunned by the sudden flood of emotion point notifications on his system interface. Huh. Where did all these emotion points come from? And how is that unlucky bastard Bai Yuntao involved? But he quickly pushed the confusion aside, as there were more pressing matters at hand. The silver-level shadow cat was now writhing in agony on the ground. It wildly thrashed, its claws attacking indiscriminately in all directions, having completely lost its sight and sense of direction, falling into a frenzy. Perfect opportunity. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With another thought, 2 spatial gates opened silently. One gate opened half a meter in front of the still flailing silver cat. The other gate opened beneath the silver cat at a certain vital area. The cat, still madly clawing at the air, swung its front paw towards the spatial gate in front of it. Then that sharp front paw passed, without any resistance, through the spatial gate in front of it, and from the spatial gate beneath it, the cat's claw, carrying its full strength and silver-level sharpness, stabbed out. Ryup. Meow. A shriek even more piercing than the bronze cat's soared into the sky. The silver cat's entire body arched up like a boiled shrimp. The intense pain robbed it of all mobility, leaving only instinctive twitching and faint whimpers. Lu Ming walked slowly up to it, looking into its pupils dilated from extreme agony, and silently raised his dagger. I said testicle party, and testicle party it is. Your orbs cannot stay. Lu Ming muttered to himself, I hear stray cats are a big problem for society if they aren't neutered. His hand fell. The dagger dropped. The silver cat's final whimper ceased abruptly. Its massive body dissolved into a stream of light much denser than the bronze cat's, which flowed into Lu Ming's token. Lu Ming 118. In an instant, Lu Ming's ranking skyrocketed. He shot straight to second place, just behind Lemutian, who had just reached 119 points. Not bad. Worth using one of my super flashy flash eggs. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. This wave was a huge profit. Then he turned his gaze to Bai Yuntao, who was not far away, still staring blankly, his senses lost. Lu Ming stroked his chin, a contemplative look on his face. What to do with this lucky shit-stained brat? Serendipity, a mystery beyond words. From Bai Yuntao's tearful accusations, Lu Ming pieced together the truth that the exams start their random spawn points were less than a kilometer apart, and their unconscious exploration through the forest followed an eerily identical path. This cursed Lu Ming for the first 2 hours, leaving him unable to spot even a single beast hair, all slain by Bai Yuntao ahead of him. With his silver-tier strength, Bai Yuntao mowed through enemies like chopping vegetables, his scores steadily climbing, while Lu Ming missed every point. Not long ago, Bai Yuntao had spotted a lurking bronze-tier shadow cat. He prepared to sneak up for a clean ambush. But before he could strike, the silver-tier cat ambushed him first. A silver-tier shadow cat sneak attack was no joke. Though Bai Yuntao reacted swiftly, dodging the fatal blow, a deep gash was carved into his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Time to bolt. Bai Yuntao made a snap decision, clutching his wound and fleeing at top speed. The silver cat refused to let him go its phantom-like pace, putting him in constant peril. Yet, just as Bai Yuntao considered crushing his token to forfeit and save his life, the suffocating pressure of the chase suddenly vanished. He turned back in shock, only to see the silver cat, instead of pursuing, racing back faster than before, its throat emitting urgent, furious growls. Bai Yuntao froze, then realized another examinee must have targeted the bronze cat. An opportunity. His eyes lit up, ignoring the shoulder wound, and schemed, mutual destruction, or a Pyrrhic victory. Could I pick up the scraps? If I can take down that silver cat, the points will skyrocket. Greed arose, and reason stepped aside. Enduring the pain, he cautiously doubled back, trailing the silver cat from afar, ready to play the opportunistic fisherman. The result? He became a trophy tied to a tree instead. Brother Lu, Master Ming. I've confessed everything. Truly, I was just passing by, hoping for a bargain, never meant to harm you. Bai Yuntao was bound tightly in a professional hogtie like a crab awaiting cooking, writhing futilely, his silver-tier spiritual energy useless. His face was etched with regret and a will to survive. Had he known, he would have fled without looking back. Lu Ming crouched before him, thoughtful. Say, a guy from Rongqing No. 7. Why were you at our Rongqing No? For that day. Bai Yuntao, too scared to hide anything spilled at all. I heard that Tang Miao and Xiao Wu from No. For were close to breaking through to silver. I wanted to scout them out for the final exam. Who knew besides those two there was a scourge like you? A hidden master. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 178. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, still got emotions. Anyway, you had ill intentions waiting for the snipe and clam to fight for the fisherman's gain, right? Lu Ming reasoned smugly. So this is self-defense. Clear conscience. He picked up Bai Yuntao's token and unceremoniously transferred half the points. 62 became 31, credited to himself. Lu Ming 149. While stealing points is way faster than grinding monsters. Lu Ming beamed at the surging number on his token. Then he placed Bai Yuntao's remaining 31-point token conspicuously on the ground near the bound man's feet. Next, he found a rag, balled it up, and stuffed it into Bai Yuntao's pleading mouth. MMPH. MMPH. Bai Yuntao's eyes widened in terror. Finally, Lu Ming hoisted the bound Bai Yuntao like a sack to a sturdy tree and tied him securely to the trunk. He thought for a moment, then carved crooked characters on the trunk above Bai Yuntao's head. Do good deeds, rob the rich to aid the poor, take points freely. Signed, Mr. Lu, kind citizen. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 250. Lu Ming patted his shoulders soothingly. Don't get worked up, just bear with it, I'll be over soon. Ignoring Bai Yuntao's murderous glare, he used his past life experience as a bush camper in the battlefield to quickly spot a dense light-proof thicket. He carefully laid down pulling vines and leaves over himself, making it look like an ordinary patch of grass from outside. Then, with a thought, a miniature spatial portal just a centimeter in diameter silently opened at an optimal observation point a few meters away. The other end was right before Lu Ming's eyes. Thus, he could comfortably lie in the grass using this surveillance camera to observe the outside with a 360-degree view, waiting for prey to take the bait. That flashy light show was too obvious, like a beacon. Lu Ming thought gleefully, soon plenty of folks will be drawn to check it out, and he'll be here, waiting for the pig. He glanced at the trussed up Bai Yuntao. Yep, that was the pig. Soon the first rabbit drawn by the beacon arrived. Zhang Wei, bronze level 9, a top fighter even at No. 9 high. He was stunned by the blazing white pillar of light visible even in daylight. What's going on? Zhang Wei felt a mix of worry and intense curiosity. In the end, curiosity won. He cautiously concealed his aura and crept toward where the light had dissipated. But when he reached the area, he was baffled. Under a big tree, someone was tied up in a humiliating pose, and on the ground lay a token shining brightly. What's happening? Zhang Wei stopped warily, hiding behind a tree, scanning the surroundings. Silence, only the rustle of leaves in the wind. A trap. Definitely a trick. Alarm bells rang in his mind. But the token was right there, seemingly within easy reach, and the bound man looked utterly defenseless. He observed for a full 5 minutes, still no movement. Maybe it's really some super strong big shot robbing the rich to help the poor. An absurd yet plausible thought emerged. Greed gradually overpowered caution. Fortune favors the bold. What if it's real? Taking these points, I could break into the top 20. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and finally stepped out from behind the tree. He remained cautious, looking back every few steps as he approached the token. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the token's cool surface, a spatial portal 20 centimeters in diameter opened silently half a step behind him. A hand shot out from the portal, like lightning, fingers together in a snapping pose aimed precisely at Zhang Wei's rear. Then the thumb and middle finger rubbed sharply. Crack. The crisp sound echoed through the woods. Oh. Emotion points from Zhang Wei 456. Zhang Wei felt an unbearable pain. His vision went black, and he collapsed limply. Lu Ming crawled out of the grass, swiftly bound the unconscious Zhang Wei in the same manner, stuffed his mouth with cloth, and dragged him to the same tree, tying him next to Bai Yuntao. Bai Yuntao watched as he gained another comrade in misery, his eyes growing more despairing. Soon the number tied to the tree grew from 1 to 2. Isn't that Bai Yuntao? The second to be drawn in was Lu Jiang, a Rongqing No. 7 student who naturally recognized the school's only silver-tier expert. Seeing Bai Yuntao, who had broken through to silver, tied up in such a humiliating position, Lu Jiang first was surprised, then warily scanned his surroundings. Something's off. Lu Jiang didn't approach immediately, but carefully inspected the area, his eyes sweeping every bush and shadow. After a few minutes, he found nothing. Could it be someone defeated them, took their points, and tied them here as a prank? Lu Jiang speculated, maybe that person's already gone. He looked at Bai Yuntao's anxious face and the tempting token on the ground. Brother Tao, don't worry. Collective honor overcame greed. Lu Jiang decided to rescue Bai Yuntao. He cautiously stepped forward, ignoring the token, and prepared to untie him. MMPH. Run. Don't mind me. Bai Yuntao was so frantic he nearly cried, shaking his head wildly, trying to stop this righteous comrade with his eyes and sounds. But his intense reaction seemed to Lu Jiang like the excitement and urgency of a captive finally seeing a rescuer. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 555. Don't be afraid, I'll save you now. Lu Jiang comforted him, reaching for the ropes. The moment his fingers touched the knot, a spatial portal opened behind him. The same hand, same motion, same target. Crack. A crisp sound, and Lu Jiang's rear was nearly uninstalled. Up. Lu Jiang screamed, falling without suspense by the same method. Emotion points from Lu Jiang 427. Lu Ming reappeared, repeating the process, tie, gag, bind to the tree. Soon the number tied to the tree grew from 2 to 3. Bai Yuntao looked at his new companion, his eyes numb with endless sorrow. In the monitoring room, Rinxiu looked at Zhang Baidu with displeasure. This student of yours, does he have any side gigs? Why is he so skilled at tying people up? Zhang Baidu. No comment. Time ticked by. The beacon's allure was immense. In the next hour, 7 or 8 more examinees were drawn to the area. Some more cautious, just observed from afar, saw the human ornaments on the tree and the eerie vibe, sensed trouble, and turned away, escaping unscathed. But there were always those driven by greed or a desire to help who got their rear uninstalled by the mysterious hand and joined the bondage performance art. When the 5th trophy hung on the tree, Lu Ming saw his token's points had soared to 189, grinning, so wide his mouth almost reached his ears. Now he firmly held first place on the leaderboard, far ahead of second place, Tang Miao's 131 points. And the former leader Lu Muxian, for some reason, hadn't been farming points, stuck at 119, falling to third. He stealing others' points really is the fastest, no cost at all. Lu Ming thought blissfully, at this rate first place is secured. A week of cultivation at the Earth Vein Core, here I come. Just as he was smugly ready to keep ambushing, hoping to break the 200-point mark, through the spatial portal surveillance, he spotted a different figure. It was a woman in a simple moon-white dress, skin like snow, features exquisite like a celestial being. A mere glimpse made Lu Ming's heart skip, not from attraction, but from a chill. Because the moment he saw her through the portal, her gaze seemed to flicker subtly toward its location. Lu Ming even had the illusion. She saw him. Through the door, she spotted him hiding in the grass, thinking he was concealed. A cold shiver shot from his tailbone to his crown. This person is dangerous. His instincts screamed warnings. This pressure was even stronger than the silver cat before, or even the burrowing rat king Jerry. And Lu Ming recalled the fleeting glimpse, muttering, she lacks that certain. My signature move won't work. Forget it, a gentleman doesn't fight women, he'll let her pass. He instantly chickened out, closing the surveillance portal, burying his head in the grass, holding his breath, thinking, can't see me, can't see me. But it was not to be. Swish! A sword light, cool as moonlight, precisely swept over the dense thicket where Lu Ming hid. Crack! Rustle! His carefully chosen bush was cleanly sliced in half. Warm sunlight poured down unobstructed, illuminating Lu Ming's raised rear and stiff back. Lu Ming, what the? He flinched, lifting his head abruptly. The fairy had somehow drifted to within 3 meters of him, floating 3 inches off the ground on invisible steps, immaculate. Who are you? Lu Ming's instincts told him this stunning woman was likely the most dangerous being head-faced since his awakening. He took a deep breath, forcing down his panic, striving for a calm expression. I am who I am, and I never change my name. I am Bai Yuntao of Rongqing No. 7 hot. Emotion points from Lu Muxian 99. Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 233. Lu Muxian listened, her expression unchanged, only her eyes shifting slightly. Her gaze slowly moved to the large tree beside her. 5 human ornaments bound tightly in hog ties were wiggling slightly. The highest one stared fixedly with a look of utter despair and social death. Lu Muxian's eyes lingered on the real Bai Yuntao's face for 2 seconds. Then her gaze returned to Lu Ming. She raised a delicate finger, first pointing at the true Bai Yuntao on the tree, then at Lu Ming, who claimed to be Bai Yuntao. Her red lips parted, her voice still ethereal, but now tinged with playful amusement. You are Bai Yuntao. Then who is that poor wretch tied to the tree? Lu Ming. He followed her finger to Bai Yuntao, who was glaring at him. The atmosphere was intensely awkward. Lu Ming lay crouched in the grass, feeling utterly uncomfortable under Lu Muxian's gaze, which seemed capable of piercing through his very soul. Well. Lu Ming forced a smile that was uglier than crying. You? No, Bai Yuntao. Lu Muxian's eyes clearly flickered with a look as if she were staring at a fool. Lu Ming's forehead beaded with sweat as he brazenly continued his fabrication. All right, it seems I can't fool you. Actually, I am Tang San, one of the three great families of Rongqing. Tang Miao. However, Lu Muxian's reaction once again plunged his heart into the abyss. She said nothing, but her slender fingers which held the sword hilt moved slightly. Then her long sword pointed directly at Lu Ming. Tang Miao. Little Tang. I know him too. Lu Ming. He opened his mouth only to find he couldn't continue his lie. Nevertheless, his plan to buy time had succeeded. In a tiny blind spot of Lu Muxian's vision, Lu Ming quietly pulled out a very flashy flashbang. Without a moment's hesitation, just as Lu Muxian's sword intent was about to peak, and she seemed on the verge of striking, Lu Ming gripped the flashbang in his palm and squeezed with all 5 fingers. Simultaneously, he leaned his body back sharply. Buzz. A familiar hum. A familiar recipe. A familiar scent. A searing, blinding white light erupted once again with Lu Ming at its center. This time it was practically a point-blank attack right in Lu Muxian's face. Lu Muxian's astonishing combat instincts and acute perception of danger saved her at that moment. The instant she sensed the abnormal fluctuation of energy, she knew something was wrong. Almost simultaneously with the burst of white light, her left hand shot up like lightning, and her sleeve quickly covered her eyes. However, the power of the very flashy flashbang was not something a mere sleeve could fully block. Lu Muxian felt a sudden intense brightness before her eyes, followed by boundless searing white, then a brief darkness, and a powerful dizziness. The intense light stimulation made her frown slightly and close her eyes tightly. Lu Ming seized this opportunity, opening a spatial gate behind Lu Muxian's neck. However, the moment his hand knife extended through the gate, a chill made him withdraw his hand instantly. A long sword followed through the spatial gate, nearly striking Lu Ming behind it. Lu Ming stared at the sword that had just brushed past him, cold sweat pouring down. Damn, she can react instantly even when blind. That's too insane. This woman is trouble. Time to run. As for the 5 miserable brothers, including Bai Yuntao tied to the tree nearby, they were even worse off. They were firmly bound to the tree with a hogtie, their hands completely immobile. They could only watch helplessly as the devastating white light exploded before them. MMPH. All 5 let out pained groans. They struggled desperately to close their eyes, but mere eyelids could not block the intense light one bit. The searing white light, like a red-hot iron rod, stabbed fiercely into their pupils. The instant pain and blindness made them feel as if their eyeballs were being burned through. When Lu Muxian forced her eyes open despite the discomfort, Lu Ming had already scrambled away, fleeing desperately into the depths of the dense forest. Lu Muxian did not immediately pursue. She stood still, blinking gently to adapt to her recovering vision, her gaze following the figure that was growing smaller in the distance. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Boss. Sister Lu. Save us. Just then the 5 human-shaped bundles, still struggling vainly on the tree, let out garbled whines. Lu Muxian tilted her head slightly, her cool gaze sweeping over the 5 tearful wretches on the tree, then looking at Lu Ming's figure about to disappear into the forest. She muttered a soft curse. Troublesome. As she spoke, she casually swung her long sword. Swish, 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 swish. 5 subtle, yet incredibly precise pale blue sword energies lightly swept across the ropes binding the 5. The ropes snapped instantly at the touch of the sword energy. Caught off guard, the 5 fell clumsily to the ground as the ropes broke, gasping for air. Bai Yuntao was the first to recover, pointing in the direction Lu Ming had disappeared, and bitterly complained, Wu. Sister Lu, you must get justice for me. That kid is too sinister. His methods are so insidious. Lu Muxian seemed uninterested in Bai Yuntao's wailing. Her attention was clearly more focused on the fleeing Lu Ming. She cast her gaze into the depths of the forest again and asked calmly, Who is he? Among the younger generation of Rongqing, I haven't heard of such a figure. Bai Yuntao quickly replied, His name is Lu Ming. He's a new genius who emerged this semester at No. For high school. He has a spatial ability not high in rank, but his methods are vicious. Even Tang Miao has suffered a defeat at his hands. Lu Ming. Lu Muxian's lips curled slightly. Although you're quite useless bullying my schoolmate like this, I want to see what he's made of. She paid no further attention to the 5 on the ground, and with a flicker of her form, she drifted away in the direction Lu Ming had fled. Only when Lu Muxian's figure had completely vanished did Zhang Wei, sprawled on the ground, dare to breathe heavily. He muttered to Bai Yuntao beside him, still shaken, Bro. I thought Big Boss Lu was some kind of ethereal fairy, but she feels kinda scary. Bai Yuntao rolled his eyes and said impatiently, Shoo, keep your voice down. What fairy? She's the big boss of our No. 7 high school. Back when she had just broken through to silver rank to test her strength, she single-handedly challenged our entire grade. She beat everyone black and blue. Zhang Wei and the others shivered in unison at these words, looking in the direction Lu Muxian had disappeared with awe in their eyes. At the other end of the trial forest, Lu Ming sprinted wildly, his heart pounding. He ran for what felt like an eternity until his legs went weak, then he dared to stop, leaning against a large tree, bending over to catch his breath. Huh, should be. Not following right. He panted while warily looking back. The forest was silent, with only the sound of wind rustling the leaves. However, before he could even catch his breath, a pale blue sword light streaked through the forest from the horizon, hurtling toward his location at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming. The expression on his face instantly froze, shifting from relief to despair. What the hell? Lu Ming felt like crying, but had no tears. Without a second thought, Lu Ming unleashed an astonishing will to survive once again, and with his already weakening legs, he continued his desperate flight. However, Lumaxian's speed was clearly more than a little faster than his. The distance between them was closing rapidly, visibly shrinking. Just as Lu Ming was in despair, a figure he knew all too well suddenly appeared around a bend in the forest ahead. It was a tall youth with a handsome face, wearing the uniform of No. 4 high school, with faint water vapors swirling around him. Tang Miao. Not long ago, Tang Miao had also seen the soaring flashbang. Based on his deep understanding of the disaster magnet that was Lu Ming, he decisively chose the opposite approach. Stay away from the light, cherish life, and avoid Lu Ming. That bastard Lu Ming is a jinx. Our stars don't align. I'd rather die than get mixed up with him. Tang Miao had thought at the time, and he resolutely followed through. But fate had other plans. Just as he thought he had safely distanced himself from the trouble and found a quiet spot to score points, he saw a figure frantically fleeing in his direction. Tang Miao. Lu Ming spotted Tang Miao, and his eyes lit up like a drowning man grasping at a last straw. Third young master. Help! Emergency! His voice was shrill and heartfelt. Tang Miao watched Lu Ming getting closer and sighed inwardly. Lu Ming had once saved his life from the claws of the Drill Rat King, so he might as well help him this once. After all, in this forest, as long as he didn't run into that woman, there was nothing to worry about. Tang Miao's eyes sharpened, a bright blue light flared in his palm, and dense water elements quickly gathered. Then, Lu Ming zipped past him like a gust of wind. Without even stopping, Tang Miao. Then he also saw the figure chasing Lu Ming. Damn, why her? Meeting Lu Ming never brings anything good. Without hesitation, Tang Miao also turned and joined the fleeing ranks. And he ran even faster than Lu Ming. A gentleman can bide his time for 10 years to get revenge. One day I will settle the score with her. Tang Miao forced himself a way out. Hey, surname Tang, why are you running too? Lu Ming turned back to see Tang Miao following right behind him, utterly dumbfounded. When you need me, it's third young master. When you don't, it's surname Tang. I see through you. Tang Miao cursed while running. Fight her. That's Lu the Demoness. I've been beaten by her since childhood. I've never won against her once in my life. Bringing up painful memories, Tang Miao couldn't help but shudder. This is called a strategic retreat. Don't you get it? Lu Ming gasped and taunted. Aren't you the most competitive one? Go fight her. Defend your genius dignity. Tang Miao. A gentleman can bide his time for 10 years to get revenge. He'll wait until I break through to gold rank. No platinum rank. Then he'll settle the score with her. Lu Ming, so much talk just means you can't beat her now, right? Tang Miao, you talk too much. If you can't say something nice, shut up, no one thinks you're mute. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp pale blue sword light shot precisely through the gap between the two, striking a large tree not far ahead, piercing a hole straight through it. Lu Ming and Tang Miao's backs were instantly drenched in cold sweat. If it had been off by just a little. They exchanged a glance, seeing utter terror in each other's eyes. Run! They shouted in unison. Both unleashed unprecedented speed, once more charging forward for their lives. Outside the field in the monitoring hall, Principal Rinxiu of No. 7 High School watched the screen where Lu Ming and Tang Miao were being chased into a panic by Lu Muxian and chuckled, little Lu is still so domineering. Principal Zhang Baidu of No. 4 High School was full of helplessness. He knew Tang Miao all too well, arrogant, looking down on everyone, rarely finding a match among his peers. But when it came to Lu Muxian, that was a fear etched into his bones. There was no helping it, he had been traumatized since childhood. Back then, when Lu Muxian chose to go to No. 7 High School, Tang Miao and Xiao Wu, those two lads, had cried and begged their way into No. 4 High School just to escape her clutches. Unexpectedly, they still couldn't avoid her in the exam. Principal He Jian of No. 9 High School had been mostly silent, but now he suddenly frowned, his expression turning serious. Wait, look at their path. There. About to reach the boundary of the Trial Forest beginner zone. The Trial Forest illusion was divided into different zones. The beginner zone was for bronze rank and most low-level silver rank examinees. Beyond the beginner zone was a trial secret realm for university students with stronger, denser beast phantoms, even gold rank or higher. Rinxiu wasn't too worried upon hearing this. Principal, he no need to be tense. There's a spatial barrier at the boundary. At worst, they'll bump their heads, they can't get through. Zhang Baidu nodded, agreeing with this. The strength of the spatial barrier was something they as principals knew very well. On the monitor screen, Lu Ming running in front slammed headfirst into what looked like empty air. Damn, where did this wall come from? Lu Ming saw stars from the impact, clutching his forehead and cursing. Tang Miao, close behind, also stopped staring at the invisible wall before him, then looking back at Lu Muxian, who was getting closer, a look of despair on his face. It's over. This is the spatial barrier, the boundary of the Trial Forest's beginner zone. Tang Miao's voice was dry. We have no way out. Ahead was the indestructible spatial barrier. Behind was the terrifying Lu the Demoness. An absolute dead end. Just as Tang Miao was in utter despair, he saw Lu Ming standing before the spatial barrier suddenly reach out his hand. An instinct told Lu Ming that this wall couldn't stop him. Then Tang Miao watched in shock as a small door materialized on the spatial barrier, which even gold rank attacks couldn't dent. Crack. A crisp sound like glass shattering suddenly rang out. Centered on the position of the small door, the once solid spatial barrier was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The cracks spread rapidly, covering an area of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Then, crash. An entire section of the spatial barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the darker, more dangerous forest beyond. An irregular gap leading to the dangerous zone appeared before the two. Lu Ming was also startled by the spectacle, but he reacted quickly, turning back to shout at the dazed Tang Miao. What are you waiting for? Run. He was the first to dart through the gap, fleeing headlong into the deeper, more perilous forest without looking back. Tang Miao stared at this scene, which defied his understanding, then looked at the approaching Lu Muxian. Screw it. I'll take my chances. No matter how dangerous it is out there, it's better than falling into Lu the Demoness' hands. The fear of Lu Muxian etched into his DNA overpowered his fear of the unknown danger. Tang Miao gritted his teeth and followed Lu Ming through the shattered spatial barrier. Their figures quickly vanished into the denser, darker woods. At the gap in the spatial barrier, Lu Muxian hovered silently, not immediately pursuing. She carefully examined the gap, where residual spatial disturbances still lingered at the edges. Then she stepped forward, passing through the unstable gap, and drifted out of the beginner zone as well. The monitoring hall was dead silent. After a brief pause, Principal He Jian suddenly slammed the table and stood up, pointing at the screen, his voice distorted. Not possible, man. How could he shatter the spatial barrier? Even if he's a spatial ability user, it's impossible. The smile on Principal Rinxio's face froze completely. That can only mean his spatial ability is close to the rules of space itself. The three principals exchanged glances, unable to suppress the shock in their eyes, and then by unspoken agreement, chose not to bring it up again. Beyond the novice area in the Trial Forest, the three individuals who moments ago were locked in a tense game of chase now found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Vine-like serpents coiled around them, binding them tightly in the air. Lu Ming was trussed up like an upright mummy with only his head exposed. Tang Miao was suspended horizontally from the vines, resembling a suckling pig awaiting roasting. Lu Muxian too had her wrists and ankles entangled by the vines, a rare flicker of astonishment crossing her face. Mere minutes ago, the three had been locked in a fierce pursuit. Lu Ming, leading the charge, couldn't resist a taunt. Damn it. Can we talk this out? Stop chasing. We've run past the novice village. Can't we just develop peacefully? However, his only reply was the biting edge of Lu Muxian's sword. As he ran, Lu Ming sensed something amiss in his surroundings. The light grew dimmer, and the air was thick with a damp, decaying scent. Lu Ming slowed his pace, casting a wary glance around him. Tang Miao also halted. The phantom beasts beyond the novice area are far stronger. Maybe we should head back. Lu Muxian landed a short distance behind them, her gaze sweeping over the seemingly tranquil forest floor and the thick, sprawling vines. Her brow furrowed slightly, but it was already too late. The moment Lu Ming's words faded, swish, 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 the seemingly ordinary vines at their feet erupted like venomous serpents. With astonishing speed and strength, they instantly coiled around the trio. These vines were not only exceptionally tough, but also seemed to carry a paralytic and spiritual energy-suppressing effect. The instant he was caught, Lu Ming felt his body stiffen, the flow of spiritual energy within him sluggish. The same happened to Tang Miao and Lu Muxian. Caught off guard, they were seized by the ambushing vines and swiftly dragged into the air. Tang Miao's face paled. I can't move. These vines seem to have a paralytic toxin. This is a silver-grade ghost vine. Lu Muxian was the first to identify their assailant, her cool voice laced with gravity. One of the most insidious plant-based predators, masters of camouflage and ambush. I was careless. Lu Ming attempted to struggle, only to find the vines tightening with every move. Their rough surface scraped against his skin, leaving a burning sting. Sigh. Every man must die. How about we stop struggling and just crush our tokens to teleport out? Tang Miao shot him a glare, equally uncomfortable, but refusing to yield. You crush yours first. You have the highest points. If we all forfeit, you're the one who benefits. Lu Muxian was speechless at their constant bickering. Can you two assess the situation first? The two paused, then noticed the vines binding them beginning to sprout countless sharp thorns. These spines easily pierced their clothes and skin, burrowing into their flesh. Damn, Tang Miao gasped in pain. It's draining our spiritual energy through these thorns, and our blood essence. If we don't get out of this, we'll be sucked dry. He struggled fiercely, but the vine's hold was too strong. He could barely move a finger, making even retrieving his token to escape a distant hope. During the ambush, Lu Muxian's longsword had been knocked from her hand, now lying embedded in the ground a few meters away. Without it, her innate talents were rendered useless. Lu Ming stared at the sword, so close, yet so far, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. Stay calm. Lu Ming, those two are useless. What can you do? In that critical moment, his gaze locked onto the embedded sword, his intent focused like never before. Directly beneath the sword on the ground, a circular spatial gate 20 centimeters in diameter silently opened. Its inner side faced the sky. Simultaneously, in the air about 3 meters above, directly above the lower gate, another identical spatial gate opened in perfect vertical alignment. Its inner side faced the ground. The two gates were perfectly aligned, one above the other. The next moment, the sword embedded in the ground dropped straight into the lower gate, flush with the earth. Then from the upper gate, 3 meters high, the sword fell straight down, tip first. Again, it fell into the lower gate, then from the upper gate. A cycle. Between the two vertically aligned spatial gates, the sword began an infinite freefall acceleration powered by gravity alone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within mere tens of seconds, over the 3-meter vertical distance between the gates, the sword reached a terrifying speed through countless accelerated descents. Tang Miao and Lu Muxian were stunned by the display. They instantly grasped Lu Ming's plan, their eyes brightening. Now, Lu Ming's temples bulged as he strained. With his spiritual energy numbed by the ghost vine, even this was a tremendous effort. The spatial gate's exit precisely shifted to the vine binding Lu Muxian. The sword now accelerated to lethal velocity, shot out from the gate, flush against the vine with terrifying momentum. SHHHH. With an utterly crisp cutting sound, the unyielding ghost vine snapped cleanly. Freed from the bind, Lu Muxian's eyes flashed with sharp light. With a soft cry, her suppressed spiritual energy erupted. Her moon-white figure light as a feather broke free and landed steadily. Without pause, she touched her toes and darted to her longsword, grasping it. Swish, swish. Two pale blue sword auras swept through, severing the vines binding Lu Ming and Tang Miao. Thud. Tang Miao, caught off guard, hit the ground hard. But as Lu Ming fell, he felt a gentle yet irresistible force catch his waist. It was Lu Muxian. After cutting the vines, she reached out and steadily caught the wobbly Lu Ming, setting him down gently. Lu Ming stood still, dazed, a faint, elusive fragrance lingering at his nose. Tang Miao scrambled up, rubbing his sore backside. Seeing Lu Ming rescued like a damsel in distress by Lu Muxian, he protested, "Hey, Sister Lu, that's favoritism." Lu Muxian released Lu Ming, shooting Tang Miao a fierce glare. "He saved us. If not for Lu Ming's quick thinking, they might have been done in by the ghost vine, unable even to crush their tokens." Tang Miao choked, but remained defiant, turning to Lu Ming. "And you, Lu Ming, why help her first, not me? Are you forgetting your friends for a pretty face?" Lu Ming, now recovered, rolled his eyes at the accusation. "You, with your water squirting ability, what good would freeing you do? Water the ghost vine to make it grow thicker." A surge of irritation from Tang Miao. Tang Miao was left speechless, fuming. Since meeting Lu Ming, he had never won an argument. His gaze fell on the longsword in Lu Muxian's hand, his voice tinged with envy. "Isn't that your family's heirloom, an obsidian-grade weapon? Your family is going all out, letting a high schooler run around with something like that." Lu Muxian glanced at him as if he were a noisy fool. "I'm an only child. Everything in the family is mine eventually." She paused, twisting the knife. "Third young master." Tang Miao opened his mouth to retort, but she struck again. "And when did you become such a gossip?" Tang Miao looked instinctively at Lu Ming. Who else could be the cause? He who touches pitch shall be defiled. Lu Muxian's attention had already shifted from the melodramatic Tang Miao to what lay ahead. The silver-grade ghost vine, enraged by its prey's escape, writhed its remaining tendrils like a frenzy of snakes. Now, Lu Muxian said, twirling her sword and pointing it at the vine, "It's time for retribution." Moments later, Lu Ming and Tang Miao stood side by side, staring at the clearing littered with severed vines, their expressions complex. The silver-grade ghost vine hadn't lasted a minute under her blade. Her sword light flowed like quicksilver, cutting down every attacking vine. The final strike pierced the vine's core deep underground, ending the insidious predator. Lu Ming nudged Tang Miao, "Both silver-grade, but you. Sigh. He shook his head, words unspoken, but his pity was almost palpable. Another surge of irritation from Tang Miao. Stung, he retorted, what do you know? My potential hasn't fully awakened. Once I complete our Tang family's sea god inheritance, my strength will soar. I won't be weaker than Lu Muxian. Lu Ming turned, saying nothing, but his eyes full of disbelief raked over Tang Miao. Another surge of irritation. Meanwhile, Lu Muxian, having easily dealt with the ghost vine, saw her score skyrocket to first place, earning 130 points from the silver grade beast. She floated back to the two, her expression calm, but the oppressive sword intent had faded. Only then did Lu Ming and Tang Miao belatedly remember. This formidable woman had been pursuing them. The atmosphere grew tense again. Tang Miao instinctively hid behind Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming who offended you. I'm out of here. Lu Ming. He turned to Tang Miao in disbelief. Where's your genius pride? Tang Miao's gaze wandered, pretending not to hear. Pride. Better him than me. Lu Muxian ignored Tang Miao's antics, her focus on Lu Ming. Seeing the flash bomb Lu Ming had stealthily gripped again, a ripple seemed to pass through her eyes and the corners of her mouth lifted gently. Her voice softened. We've been through danger together. I won't trouble you anymore. A surge of emotion from Lu Muxian, indeterminate. Lu Ming's internal alarms blared at maximum. His adrenaline surged. Something was wrong. Extremely wrong. This woman smiled so sweetly and spoke so kindly, yet her negative emotion system showed a question mark. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Honeyed words, hidden daggers. This is the calm before the storm. Lu Muxian is definitely plotting something big. She might draw her sword any second. Can't wait to be slaughtered. Lu Ming's brain went into overdrive again. He forced a stiff smile. I'm Lu Ming. In secret, his intent spread like a nimble thief, silent and pervasive. Tang Miao, witnessing Lu Muxian's rare smile, was utterly dumbfounded. He stared at her unprecedented gentleness, feeling his worldview shatter. Tang Miao blurted out, whoever you are, get off my sister La. Lu Muxian's smile froze instantly. She turned slowly to Tang Miao. Can't you read the room? Her voice turned volcanic. Looks like I need to remind you of your childhood. Tang Miao shuddered, his face turning pale. Damn, why did he have to be so rash? He glared at the culprit Lu Ming. He had caught his bad habit. Just as Tang Miao thought he was doomed, several powerful auras rushed and landing around them. The light faded to reveal several stern-faced, deep-haired, middle-aged men, Ren Qiu, Zhang Baidu, and He Jian. Principal Ren Qiu visibly relaxed, seeing them unharmed. Finally found you. Good to see you safe. Principal Zhang Baidu, however, scowled, his eyes locking onto Lu Ming. You three, come back with us immediately. The final exam is over early. Lu Ming blinked. Huh? There are still hours left. Why is it over? Zhang Baidu's face darkened. Do you need to ask? You tore a hole in the trial forest's spatial barrier. The entire illusion needs emergency repairs. We'll settle with you later. Lu Ming shrank back, silent. Tang Miao hurriedly asked Principal, how will our scores be ranked? He Jian replied, the scores recorded on your tokens at this moment will be the final standings. Tang Miao's face fell with regret. His score of 131 points placed him only third. First place surely belonged to Lu Muxian, whose score had just soared after killing the ghost vine. He glanced at her, then at the real-time leaderboard. Then he froze. Lu Ming 313. Tang Miao 131. Lu Muxian 125. Xiao Wu 122. Bai Yuntao 101. Huh. Tang Miao rubbed his eyes, doubting them. Lu Muxian's score had dropped. After killing the ghost vine, it should have been far higher than his. Why was she third? And Lu Ming's score was 313. Nearly 100 points more than before. When had he farmed points? Lu Muxian saw the ranking too, a rare shock on her cool face. She quickly looked down at her waist. The token that had hung there was now gone. Her token. Missing. She snapped her head up, staring at Lu Ming beside her. There in Lu Ming's hand, hanging naturally at his side, was an extra token. Lu Muxian was speechless. Lu Ming turned away sheepishly. It's called outsmarting beautiful. Lu Ming. Lu Muxian's eyes locked firmly onto Lu Ming. He'll remember you. Having said that, she turned away from Lu Ming without another glance and followed Principal Ren Qiu toward the No. 7 high school contingent. Yet Lu Ming felt a chill shoot from his tailbone straight to his crown. That look. It was clearly written with an unshakable certainty that this matter was far from over. Even as his own Principal Zhang Baidu dragged him away by the scruff of his neck, Lu Ming still felt a cold draft on his back, as if a pair of icy eyes were fixed upon him from behind, making him bristle with unease. However, having just escaped the wolf's den, he now walked straight into the tiger's lair. Bang! The door to the principal's office closed, its soundproofing excellent, completely sealing off the clamor from outside. Zhang Baidu sat in his office chair, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming. His voice was stern. Do you have any idea that the place you ran off to was outside the novice area of the trial forest? Blah blah blah, like a monk chanting sutras. Lu Ming grumbled inwardly, but on the surface he maintained a look of obedient attentiveness, as if earnestly absorbing the lecture. Seeing Lu Ming's silent, Zhang Baidu thought he had grasped the gravity of the situation, and his tone softened slightly. Do you know how dangerous it is out there? That ghost vine you encountered is nothing but the bottom of the food chain out there. Venture a little deeper, and you'll find packs of silver-tier phantom beasts, or even golden-tier behemoths. With the strength of you three little ones, if you're targeted, you might not even have the chance to crush your tokens. Zhang Baidu's throat went dry from talking. He picked up his thermos from the desk, took a large gulp, and then resumed his lengthy harangue. Lu Ming maintained his obedient posture, nodding his head slightly, as if diligently committing every golden maxim the principal uttered to memory. Seeing Lu Ming's receptive attitude and continuous nods, the severity on Zhang Baidu's face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of gratification. So it's good for young people to have drive, but you must learn to distinguish between adventure and recklessness. You need to understand reverence. Let this be a lesson. Got it. He looked at Lu Ming's earnest expression, feeling quite pleased. Not bad, not bad. Although this kid was usually unreliable, he could still listen to reason. It's truly commendable to acknowledge one's mistakes and correct them. Just then, a steady, even breathing sound clearly reached his ears. Who? Zzz. The hand holding the teacup froze midair, and the gratified expression on Zhang Baidu's face instantly solidified. He turned his head in disbelief, looking across the desk. There sat Lu Ming, still maintaining his attentive posture, nodding slightly, but his eyes were tightly shut, and a glistening thread of drool hung from the corner of his mouth. He had actually fallen asleep. Lu Ming, huh? Startled awake by the sudden lion's roar, Lu Ming jolted upright, springing from his chair and looking around in confusion. Earthquake. Then he focused on the principal's face across from him, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, with veins bulging on his forehead. Principal. Lu Ming rubbed his eyes, asking drowsily, are you done? Can I go back now? Zhang Baidu. He took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure challenging a new personal high. He kept reciting in his mind. He's a student, he's a child, he just came first, he's a hero, can't hit him. After barely suppressing the urge to string the kid up and give him a beating, Zhang Baidu waved his hand weakly. Forget it, he said, exhausted. Talking to you about this is like casting pearls before swine. Let's get down to business. He took something out of his desk drawer, a crystal clear purple orb. The moment Lu Ming's eyes landed on that crystal ball, the floodgates of memory burst open. 2.5 years ago that afternoon, shortly after starting high school, during the school-wide unified awakening ceremony, he had placed his hand on a crystal ball just like this one, and then the crystal ball had shown no reaction whatsoever. From that day on, he was branded as having an unawakened talent and became a student in an ordinary class. Zhang Baidu's voice pulled Lu Ming back from his memories. As I recall, you had no ability during the initial entrance test and later transferred to Class A within Frank's spatial ability. Is that correct? Lu Ming nodded. Yes, Principal. Your act of tearing through the spatial barrier in the trial forest was very special. Zhang Baidu stared intently at Lu Ming. This even surpasses the performance expected of an strength spatial ability user at the bronze level. So I'd like you to test your talent rank and specific details once more. Lu Ming looked at the familiar yet strange crystal ball, feeling little turmoil in his heart. Times were different now. He reached out and calmly placed his palm on the surface of the crystal ball. It was a stark contrast to the bewildered emptiness he had felt 2.5 years ago. The moment his hand made contact, Lu Ming could clearly feel a thread of power representing the origin of his ability deep within his dantian being drawn by the crystal ball. The crystal ball glowed faintly, and several clear luminous characters materialized within it. Ability attribute, spatial ability, name gate, current talent rank, D, potential assessment. Zhang Baidu stared intently at the characters, especially the last line. Drank, he murmured, then looked up sharply at Lu Ming. His eyes burned with intensity. Lu Ming, tell me honestly, why has your ability rank increased? Here it comes. He was definitely going to ask about this. Alarms blared in Lu Ming's mind. The system was the biggest secret that must never be exposed. His brain entered an overclocking state in a millisecond. Countless excuses and reasons flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Then Lu Ming's expression took on a hint of world-weary melancholy. He tilted his head back slightly, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and began slowly. Principal, things have come to this. I won't hide it from you anymore. The truth is, I am the reincarnation of the Space Emperor who mastered the laws of space 1,000 years ago, transcended the 3 realms, and existed beyond the 5 elements. It's just that my past life's power was too great, and my origin ability has been sealed by the heavenly Tao. Now that I am reincarnating and cultivating anew, this seal will gradually loosen according to the guidance of fate. The current drank is merely an illusion of the seal weakening. When I fully awaken and reclaim my authority over space, it will be a day within reach. He suddenly changed his tone, his eyes sincere. Principal, I see that your bone structure is extraordinary. You must be fated to meet me, the Space Emperor. Now that I am reincarnating and cultivating, I am short of resources and in dire need of a benefactor's help. Sponsor me with 50 million yuan to purchase cultivation resources and accelerate the unsealing. When I regain my throne and return to my peak in the future, I will surely reward you handsomely. After listening to this utter nonsense, the muscles on Zhang Baidu's face twitched wildly, feeling that his decades of life experience and intelligence had been insulted. He took a deep breath, struggling to swallow the words get lost back down his throat. He automatically filtered out the blatantly absurd parts of Lu Ming's speech, but the word seal stirred something in his mind. He pondered for a moment, then surprisingly nodded seriously, his tone calm, as he said, I see. A seal, is it? Now it was Lu Ming's turn to be dumbfounded. What? The principal actually believed it? No way. He didn't even believe it himself. This was obviously made up. Had the principal gone senile? Or had Lu Ming confused him so much he lost his mind? Seeing the stunned expression on Lu Ming's face, Zhang Baidu understood. He knew the kid was probably spinning a yarn, but he had his own judgment. Actually, that kid from the Tang family with his S-rank talent is currently in an unsealed state as well. Zhang Baidu slowly revealed a piece of information that surprised Lu Ming. So the ability he displays now has the form of an S-rank, but lacks its substance. He needs to complete his family's special inheritance ceremony to truly unseal it and unleash his full potential. Lu Ming was taken aback. Tang Miao's talent was unsealed. No wonder that guy kept talking about what he would do after completing his inheritance. So it wasn't entirely bragging. So, Zhang Baidu's gaze returned to Lu Ming. Your reason is ridiculous, but this possibility isn't entirely non-existent. At the very least, the performance of your ability far exceeds the scope of your current rank. He waved his hand. As for the specific reason, you might have your secrets. I want pry. Can you demonstrate your ability fully for me so I can see its specific effects? Seeing the principal drop the line of questioning, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, his gaze swept over a stray tuft of hair sticking up on Zhang Baidu's head. A spatial gate opened silently directly behind Zhang Baidu's head. Lu Ming reached out his target, clear those few strands of hair. But just as his fingers passed through the spatial gate and appeared behind Zhang Baidu's head, slap. A soft sound. A steady, powerful hand precisely grabbed Lu Ming's wrist, which had just emerged from the spatial gate. Startled, Lu Ming tried to pull his hand back, but found his wrist firmly clamped. He looked up and met Zhang Baidu's face, which was etched with shock. Holding Lu Ming's wrist, Zhang Baidu stared intently at the spatial gate behind him, his voice laced with obvious surprise. Before your hand came out, I didn't sense the slightest energy fluctuation from your spatial gate opening at all. Lu Ming was stunned too. He knew the energy fluctuation when his ability activated was extremely faint, making it hard for opponents to detect, which was key to his many successful ambushes. But he never imagined he could completely fool even a platinum-tier powerhouse like Zhang Baidu. After all, Zhang Baidu was a hardened soldier who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although he had retired to become a principal due to injury, his strength and experience were still formidable. Yet just now it wasn't until Lu Ming's hand had already emerged that he detected the anomaly behind him through his combat instincts. Thinking back to the trial forced Lu Ming's stealth that had fooled the silver-tier Shadow Cat and his uncanny ability to forcibly tear open spatial barriers, Zhang Baidu's gaze grew profound. He released Lu Ming's wrist, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, sinking into a long contemplation. Lu Ming dared not disturb him, standing quietly to the side, his own heart pounding a bit. The ability awakened by this system for him really did seem a bit special. Even the principal was this astonished. After a long while, Zhang Baidu finally looked up at Lu Ming. I see, he said softly, his tone somewhat ethereal, uncertain whether he was speaking to Lu Ming or to himself. In any case, your ability is very special, but he emphasized, your starting point is so much later than others. The opportunity to cultivate at the Earth Vein core is absolutely crucial for you. He glanced at the calendar on his desk. The Earth Vein will officially open in 3 days. That will be the gentlest and most stable period of the Earth Vein's cyclical energy fluctuations. I hope you make the most of this week to improve yourself as much as possible. All right, you can go now. Don't talk too much about today's events outside. Zhang Baidu waved his hand, signaling Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming felt as if he had received a pardon. He quickly bowed. Thank you, Principal. I will work hard. He turned on his heel and darted out faster than a rabbit. The office door closed, restoring silence. But Zhang Baidu didn't immediately start on other work. He just drummed his fingers unconsciously on the desk, his brow deeply furrowed. He hesitated for a long time, pacing back and forth in the spacious office, his steps somewhat heavy. Spatial attribute. he murmured to himself. Surname Lu. And that flippant personality. Several keywords swirled and collided in his mind. Finally, he stopped walking as if having made a certain decision. He walked back to his desk, his gaze falling on a student roster spread out on the surface. His gaze slowly slid across Lu Ming's entry, pausing for a moment on the Guardian information. He took a deep breath and his fingers slowly pressed down on the number. Beep. Beep. After a few rings, the call was connected. The person on the other end didn't speak immediately, only a faint sound of breathing could be heard. Zhang Baidu opened his mouth, feeling his throat go dry. Captain Lu. Is that you? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then a somewhat lazy male voice came through the receiver. No, you've got the wrong number. I am the Zhongtian Ziwei Beiji, Emperor Master of the Stars, Sovereign of all gods. Mortal, what business do you have disturbing this Emperor's cultivation? Zhang Baidu. The tension and anticipation on his face instantly froze, then dissolved into speechlessness as the veins on his forehead began to throb again. He ground his molars and spoke into the receiver with exasperation. So it really is you. All these years and your mouth hasn't changed one bit. A flippant snort came from the other end, but no reply. Zhang Baidu couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush any longer and cut straight to the chase. So that kid Lu Ming. Is he really your child? There was another silence on the line. Then that lazy voice sounded again. No. Zhang Baidu was taken aback. He's not. I'm his uncle. Zhang Baidu. He felt his blood pressure stirring again. Talking to this guy always left him feeling inexplicably exasperated. All right. Zhang Baidu cut off whatever nonsense the other party might continue with. I just wanted to confirm my suspicions. Both ends of the line fell into a brief silence. Only the faint hum of static came through the receiver. After a moment, Zhang Baidu's voice dropped lower, tinged with a hint of emotion. Are you doing well? The other party didn't respond for a long time. Zhang Baidu waited a few seconds, then asked with some confusion, hello. He took the phone away from his ear and looked at it. The receiver only had the dial tone of a disconnected call. The other party had hung up cleanly at some point. Zhang Baidu stood frozen, holding the receiver in a listening posture. Son of a... He slammed the receiver back onto the cradle, heavily sat back in his chair, and let out a long, turbid sigh. Sure enough, it was the same old recipe, the same old flavor, not a bit different. Still, Zhang Baidu's gaze gradually grew profound, since he was his child. Then all the anomalies Lu Ming displayed seemed to make sense. Zhang Baidu gritted his teeth. And that infuriating attitude. With the final examinations settled, the winter break officially began. 3 days remained before the earth vein cultivation, and Lu Ming decided to make full use of this interval to bolster his stockpile and strength. He first cast his gaze upon the system store, eyeing the still exorbitantly priced catalog and the emotion points he had accumulated through various schemes. Exactly 230 points. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Investing in oneself is the true path. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and made his decision. He reluctantly exchanged for the coveted basic recovery potion recipe and basic healing potion recipe, each costing 100 emotion points, instantly draining a significant chunk of his balance. Next, he stocked up on 3 highly luminous flash grenades. These were essential tools for survival and creating opportunities, so he needed plenty. After this spree, his once ample emotion point balance turned into a big fat zero, like a local specialty of Rongqing. Lu Ming stared at the zero, feeling his heart bleed and emptiness washing over him. Drained dry by the system. Not a single drop left. Lu Ming slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling, letting out a soulful sigh. Yet gazing at the 2 new recipes and 3 plump flash grenades resting quietly in the system warehouse, his mood eased somewhat. These 2 new potions, as their names suggested, one restored energy and the other healed wounds, truly indispensable for missions, battles, and travel. He immediately learned both recipes, and streams of information flooded his mind. Basic recovery potion recipe, main ingredients: Bailu flower, ginseng, angelica licorice. Basic healing potion recipe, main ingredients: Huichun grass, deer, antler, goji berries, red dates. Lu Ming's mouth twitched as he read the lists, setting aside the core ingredients like Bailu flower and Huichun grass, the rest. Ginseng, angelica licorice, deer, antler, goji berries, red dates. Lu Ming fell into deep self-doubt. Are you sure this isn't the tonic tea my dad steeps in his thermos? Despite the sarcasm, these potions were quite reasonable. Compared to the high cost of basic spiritual energy potions, the raw materials for these cost only about 5,000 yuan. But a problem soon arose. Bailu flower and Huichun grass are both controlled substances. Our regular herb shops don't sell them. This dilemma took Lu Ming only 0.1 seconds to resolve. When in doubt, call San Xiao. He pulled out his phone without hesitation, found the contact labeled ATM, and dialed. The familiar ringtone played. However, when the call connected, a steady middle-aged male voice answered. Hello, San Xiao is preparing for the upcoming earth vein cultivation and cannot take your call. I am the butler of the Tang family. How may I assist you? Hearing this, Lu Ming felt a twinge of regret. Not Tang Miao himself. A missed chance to earn emotion points. What a loss. He adjusted his tone, striving to sound proper and reliable. Hello, I'm a friend of Tang Miao, Lu Ming. I'd like to procure 20 stalks each of Bailu flower and Huichun grass. Does the Tang family have a channel? The butler replied respectfully, Young Master Lu, greetings. San Xiao instructed that your matters may be accommodated as needed. You may go directly to the Black Market Management Office and ask for the duty manager. I have already informed them. The cost will be charged to San Xiao's account. No need for you to worry. Charged to Tang Miao's account. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Such a deal. Maybe he should be nicer to Tang Miao next time. At the black market entrance. After weeks of regular visits to sell potions, Lu Ming had grown quite familiar with the security guard, who seemed perpetually idle. As Lu Ming approached, he saw the guard frowning at a mahjong game on his screen. Peeking at his tiles, Lu Ming couldn't resist advising, trust me, play the 4 bamboo. Yu Dagong hesitated, but I have 2 4 bamboos. Lu Ming with an air of strategy explained, after playing the 4 bamboo, you'll have 1 3 bamboo and 1 4 bamboo left, giving you the chance to win on 2 or 5 bamboo. That's better than just keeping 2 4 bamboos. Yu Dagong was baffled. Makes sense. No wonder you're San Xiao's friend. Such insight. Without further thought, he clicked on the 4 bamboo and discarded it. Then the next moment, win. The system notification chimed. Yu Dagong's screen went dark and the settlement screen popped up. He had triggered a hefty payout. Yu Dagong. Emotion points from Yu Dagong, 349. He slowly turned his head to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed twice, looking up at the overcast sky at him. The weather's nice today. Without daring to meet Yu Dagong's resentful gaze, he slipped through the black market gate. Following butler Fuss instructions, Lu Ming smoothly retrieved the packaged herbs from the management office. He also sold a few bottles of his self-made basic spiritual energy potions at rock-bottom prices. Emotion points from Wang Jianlin, 444. Lu Ming had grown accustomed to Wang Jianlin's negativity, as his own cost-effectiveness far surpassed the man's, severely impacting his business. Ignoring this, Lu Ming carried the herbs and headed familiarly toward the public restroom he knew so well. What he didn't notice was the neighboring stall owner Wang Jianlin glaring at his retreating back with envious, hate-filled eyes. Wang Jianlin discreetly waved his hand, and a man in black who had been lurking in the stall's shadows approached like a phantom. Lowering his voice, Wang Jianlin pointed in Lu Ming's direction. That kid. Find a chance to teach him a lesson. No killing, just put him in bed for a few months. There's plenty of money in it for you. The man in black nodded slightly, a hoarse, icy voice emerging from under his hood. Just a brat. Got it. With that, the man in black silently left the stall, trailing after Lu Ming. At the public restroom, the innermost stall. Unaware of the danger, Lu Ming locked the door, placed the bag of herbs on the toilet lid, and skillfully pulled out an induction cooker ready to begin his new potion brewing endeavor. Huichun grass. Deer antler. Goji berries. Lu Ming muttered as he processed the ingredients according to the recipe's proportions and methods. Compared to brewing spiritual energy potions, the healing potion was much easier. He tossed the prepared materials into the pot, like cooking porridge. Plugged it and set to medium heat and let it simmer. As the temperature rose, the liquid began to bubble and a rich, mellow herbal aroma filled the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Watching the fragrant potion, Lu Ming felt a surge of accomplishment. This is what a proper potion should be like. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Compared to the biochemical weapon-like basic spiritual energy potion, this healing potion was the perfect template. However, as the aroma grew more intense, Lu Ming sensed something amiss. The fragrance seemed overly invigorating. He inexplicably felt a surge of heat, his blood circulation quickening. Glancing down, he noticed a tent had pitched. Lu Ming. His smile froze instantly. Is this a healing potion? Or Viagra? Just as Lu Ming was spiraling into self-doubt over the dubious potion, emotion points from Li Ning, 671. Emotion points from Li Ning, 612. Emotion points from Li Ning, 652. A barrage of high-value emotion point notifications exploded in his mind. Lu Ming was jolted. Li Ning. Who? He didn't know the name, but the volume and frequency of emotion points indicated deep-seated resentment. A strong sense of crisis washed over him. He heightened his vigilance, muscles tensing. Meanwhile, in the adjacent stall, the man in black, having followed Lu Ming to the restroom, decided to relieve himself while there. But the moment Lu Ming lifted the pot lid, releasing the intense herbal aroma, Li Ning felt a scorching current rush straight to his lower abdomen. He looked down, utterly bewildered. His previously dormant member was now standing at attention. Damn! Li Ning cursed under his breath, his face turning green. What the hell was this? An untimely flag-raising ceremony. Can't hold it down. He wailed internally. The next moment, splash. Gurgle. The once steady stream of water became erratic, echoing loudly in the silent stall. He couldn't aim properly, splashing water onto his pants and shoes. He immediately realized it was that damned herbal aroma from next door. Which bastard was brewing aphrodisiacs in a public restroom? Had they no decency? Boom. Rage consumed Li Ning's reason. All he wanted was to drag out the aphrodisiac brewer and tear him apart. Who the hell brews aphrodisiacs in a toilet? Are you even human? Get the hell out here. Li Ning roared with fury, abandoning all pretense, and erupted with his gold-grade spiritual energy. He raised his fist plain and unadorned, wrapped in violent energy, and punched through the wooden partition separating them. Bang! The flimsy wooden board shattered like paper splinters, flying everywhere. Having already sensed danger, Lu Ming yanked open the door and bolted for the exit the moment Li Ning broke through. You little bastard. You're dead. Li Ning, seeing Lu Ming flee, was incandescent with rage. He stepped over the broken partition, charging out of the stall. Seeing Lu Ming at the restroom door, he didn't hesitate. He pushed off the ground with immense force, shooting forward like a cannonball. Lu Ming felt a deadly chill at his back. His mind raced, and two spatial gates opened in an instant. One gate opened deep in the filthy sewer beneath the restroom, the other right in front of the enraged Li Ning. Taste this, shit shower. Given prior precedent, I'll spare the description. Ugh! Li Ning's roar turned into a wretched gag. The indescribable sensation made his vision go black, nearly causing him to faint. He felt his senses and soul defiled. Emotion points from Li Ning 777. You little bastard. He'll kill you. Li Ning was now completely unhinged. He forgot the mission, his mind consumed by murderous intent. His gold-grade spiritual energy erupted without restraint, a storm of metallic energy sweeping outward from him. Boom! The entire public restroom collapsed under the terrifying energy impact, dust billowing. Though Lu Ming had fled some distance, the blast wave struck him hard, sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered, his organs churning. What the hell? An explosion? The toilet blew up. Look, isn't that the potion peddler from the toilet? Did he blow it up making potions? Are you blind? See that guy covered in filth? He did it. The sudden noise and collapse drew everyone's attention in the black market. People fled in panic, murmuring among themselves. Not far away, Wang Jinlin stood frozen, his face, pale mouth agape. He had only wanted the man in black to teach Lu Ming a lesson, not cause such a commotion. This changed everything. The black market authorities would never let this slide. It's over. All over. Wang Jinlin's legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair, ashen-faced. At the edge of the rubble, Lu Ming struggled to his feet, each breath tasting of blood. The power of gold grade was overwhelming. Even the aftermath had gravely wounded him. He stared at Li Ning, still covered in filth, but radiating even greater killing intent, and felt a chill in his heart. Li Ning, having lost all reason, fixed his gaze on Lu Ming and raised his fist again, golden energy gathering for a lethal strike. In that critical moment, a figure appeared before Lu Ming, shielding him. The newcomer extended a hand, casually catching Li Ning's fist with ease. The violent metallic energy exploded in his palm, but didn't even scratch his skin. My. Li Ning's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief at the middle-aged man in a loose security uniform. The guard picked his ear, his tone annoyed at being disturbed from his mahjong game. Oh, these days someone dares to cause trouble right under my nose. Are you disrespecting me, you doggone? With that, his gaze turned icy. He raised his hand, fingers spread, and slammed it down toward Li Ning's head like swatting a fly. Li Ning felt an unstoppable, terrifying force envelop him. He tried to dodge, but his body was frozen in place. Yu Dagon's hand landed squarely on Li Ning's head, then, boom. Li Ning didn't even have time to scream before being driven into the ground. Only half his body remained above, twitching uselessly with a large crater around his head. The entire black market fell into dead silence. Yu Dagong then shook his hand in disgust, but the indescribable smell and feel seemed to linger. Looking at the suspicious stains on his hand, he frowned. What the hell is this? He had arrived in a hurry and hadn't seen clearly. Lu Ming, catching his breath, spoke with feigned seriousness. This is probably the ultimate outcome of the cycle of grains, the kindest nourishment for crops, the fruit of the intestines, humanity's gift to the fields. Yu Dagong took a moment to connect these flowery words with the feel and smell on his hand. Seconds later, ugh, Yu Dagong's face twisted, his stomach churning, nearly vomiting. Isn't this just shit? He let out a mournful roar, staring at his now unclean hand, utterly distraught. Emotion points from Yu Dagong 457. After rinsing his hands under the faucet for dozens of times, Yu Dagong finally stopped scrubbing. He brought his hands to his nose, frowned, and sniffed them vigorously. Still smells a bit. Yu Dagong muttered, what the hell? Is this idiot's brain filled with mush? Fighting is one thing, but why would he shove his head into filth? Damn, how desperate can one be? Lu Ming stood beside him, not daring to breathe, let alone speak. He feared that if he opened his mouth, Yu Dagong would discover he was the culprit. After venting his resentment over the lingering stench on his hands, Yu Dagong finally turned his attention back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was still pale, his clothes tattered, stained with dust and blood. Trouble. Yu Dagong rubbed his temples with some melancholy. If the third young master finds out that his friend was so severely injured on his turf during my shift, that kid will definitely complain to the old man. He'll lose my performance bonus for sure, and I might even have to write a self-criticism. Damn, this is a huge loss. Thinking of his Sunto-B-depleted wallet, Yu Dagong glared even more fiercely at Li Ning, whose head was still stuck in the pit. Just then Yu Dagong caught a glimpse of Lu Ming pulling out a small glass bottle. Lu Ming unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down the entire liquid in one go. The next moment, a scene that left Yu Dagong and the onlookers utterly stunned unfolded. After drinking the potion, Lu Ming's previously pale complexion rapidly regained a rosy hue visible to the naked eye. The wounds exposed beneath his torn clothes began to quickly stop bleeding close up and scab over. Even more absurdly, Yu Dagong and a few sharp-eyed onlookers, as if by unspoken agreement, slowly lowered their gaze. A certain part of Lu Ming's body after drinking the potion seemed infused with vitality, perking up proudly, creating an undeniable bulge in his loose sweatpants. Lu Ming himself was startled for a moment. He glanced down, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face, but it was quickly replaced by ecstasy. It worked. It really worked. The effect is outstanding. He couldn't help but cheer softly. Despite a minor side effect, the healing power was genuine. Completely unfazed by the salute from a certain area, Lu Ming dashed to a slightly more open space, raised the now empty glass bottle high, and shouted with all his might, "Step right up, folks. Don't miss out. Personally tested. Newest development. Improved ancestral recipe. Basic healing potion. Effects visible to the naked eye. Instant results." He patted his arm, now only marked by faint red scars and scabs. "Just now I was beaten by a golden-level expert, coughing up blood and on the verge of death. After drinking this potion, my injuries eased, my chi and blood are abundant, and I feel reborn. Even my mental state is top-notch. Such a miraculous potion, not 998, not 888. Only 30,000 a bottle. 30,000 you can't lose, 30,000 you can't be cheated. So close, so beautiful. Buy potions this weekend. Look for stall G8, see you every weekend." The onlookers. Silence fell over the scene. Everyone was stunned by Lu Ming's antics. After a few seconds, someone finally murmured, "Holy crap." Acting as his own shill, advertising for himself. "I seriously suspect that golden-level assassin was a hired actor. All just to put on this show and sell your new potion. Stall G8, right. I want to place an order now. Give me 5 bottles. Wait. Isn't that line familiar? Hebei Tourism Lawyer's letter warning, bro. Copyright infringement." Yu Dagong stood to the side, completely dumbfounded, his mind a blank. He had never seen such a bizarre character with such an unconventional way of thinking. This mental fortitude, this business acumen, this shamelessness. Simply incredible. Just then Li Ning, who had been shoved into the ground by Yu Dagong, seemed to finally recover from his dizziness and suffocation. He struggled to push himself up with his hands, trying to pull his head out of the pit. His mind was still clear enough to know this was no place to stay. While the terrifying security guard was distracted by that despicable brat, he needed to make a run for it. However, a foot clad in an old security guard's leather shoe once again pressed down on his back, pushing him back into the pit. "Where do you think you're going?" Yu Dagong's voice came coldly, his face twisted with disgust, as if even stepping on him was dirty. "Tell me, why did you commit murder in the black market?" Lu Ming also curiously approached, squatting by the pit. "Yeah, we've never met before, right? No grudges." Li Ning glared at Lu Ming and Yu Dagong with fierce eyes, his voice hoarse and venomous. "Pa. Paid to do a job, it's only right. I have professional ethics. I'll never reveal my employer's info. Kill me or torture me, do as you please." Not far away, Wang Jinlin, who was trying to sneak away along the wall amidst the chaos, froze at Li Ning's words. His face grew even more panicked, and he cursed inwardly, "This idiot. Moron. Useless teammate. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. And professional ethics. That just screams that you were hired. It's all over now." Wang Jinlin wished he could rush over, and so Li Ning's mouth shut. He just wanted to leave this place of trouble, go home, pack up, and flee. Hearing Li Ning's reply, Yu Dagong didn't get angry, but instead smiled. He rolled his neck and wrists, producing cracking sounds, and put on a friendly grin. "Oh. Won't talk, huh? Then let's see just how hard your bones really are." With that, he lifted his foot from Li Ning's back, ready to stomp down mercilessly again. Li Ning squeezed his eyes shut, putting on a defiant, unyielding stance. "Uncle Gongzi, wait." Just then Lu Ming suddenly spoke, stopping Yu Dagong. A sinister smile spread across Lu Ming's face, one that even made Yu Dagong feel a chill. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Li Ning in the pit, as if admiring an interesting toy. Let me have a try. Yu Dagong looked even more puzzled. A greenhorn like you knows how to interrogate. Lu Ming chuckled, flashing a row of white teeth, his smile radiating innocence. Some things come naturally. With that, ignoring Yu Dagong, he crouched back by the pit, looking down at Li Ning, whose eyes were still tightly shut. Hey Li Ning, right? I'll give you one last chance. Are you sure? You really won't tell me who hired you? Li Ning didn't even twitch an eyelid, his resolve firm. I have professional ethics. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't get angry. Instead, his smile grew even brighter, almost eager. Good. Spirited. I admire principled people like you. Lu Ming praised. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yu Dagong and the surrounding onlookers, Lu Ming extended a finger, focusing his mind. A spatial portal 20 centimeters in diameter silently opened about half a meter directly above Li Ning's head, facing straight down. And on the other side of the portal, a faint, indescribable stench wafted through. It led to the main sewer beneath the public restroom, the repository of all manner of filth. Though his eyes were closed, Li Ning's golden-level perception remained sharp. He clearly detected the scent that had left him with a lifelong psychological scar just moments ago. He stared in terror at the spatial portal above him like the mouth of a demon. He recalled the recent horror, the cold, sticky sensation, the soul-piercing stench, the despair that filled his mouth. Holy crap. You. Wait. Li Ning's tough guy facade instantly shattered, his voice trembling with fear. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. But it was too late. Lu Ming had no intention of waiting for his repentance. He simply wanted to see Li Ning suffer. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Blurg. Cough, cough, cough. Blurg. Emotion points from Li Ning, 888. Lu Ming flamboyantly recited a poem, his voice rising and falling. Do you not see the yellow river's waters come from heaven? Emotion points from Yu Dagong, 183. Emotion points from Wang Jianlin, 233. Emotion points from Lu Renjia, 132. Emotion points from Lu Gua, 144. Every remaining onlooker without exception furrowed their brows and watched the scene with a complex mix of sympathy and fear. Holy crap, someone finally cursed. What kind of hellish interrogation is this? That's brutal. Worse than torture. Psychological damage maxed out. If I were him, I'd confess to everything, even crimes committed by my ancestors. Please stop reciting poetry. Li Bei's coffin is about to burst. Li Ning's mental defenses completely crumbled. Professional ethics, codes of conduct, all washed away by the endless filth and disgust into the sewer. With the last shred of strength and clarity, he pointed at the edge of the crowd, where Wang Jianlin was trying to slip away. He blurred. Li Ning retched as he screamed with all his might. He hired me. Stall G7. Wang Jianlin. Blurred. Wang Jianlin. What about professional ethics? What about never talking even under torture? Seeing Lu Ming approaching with a sinister smile, Wang Jianlin's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. I was wrong. Wang Jianlin's voice was tearful. I just lost my head. Seeing your stall doing so well, stealing my customers, I got jealous. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. He pointed at Li Ning, still retching on the ground, and quickly shifted the blame. I only told him to scare you, not to kill you. I didn't tell him to make such a scene. It was all him. He acted on his own. Blew everything out of proportion. It's not my fault. Emotion points from Wang Jianlin, 555. He rambled, incoherently, shifting all responsibility. Lu Ming and Yu Dagong watched his act coldly, the situation now clear. It was simply malicious competition among peers, hiring a thug to commit assault, but the thug went too far and botched the job. Lu Ming waved his hand and said to Yu Dagong, Uncle Gongzi, it's clear now. With witnesses and evidence, handle it according to the black market's rules. Yu Dagong nodded, his gaze icy as he looked at Wang Jianlin. The black market had its own rules. Maintaining basic order and security was the bottom line. Wang Jianlin's actions had severely violated those rules. Wang Jianlin, Yu Dagong's voice was devoid of emotion. Hiring a thug to commit assault in the black market, breaking the rules, disrupting market order. A serious offense. Penalty: 1 finger as a warning. You lose the right to use stall G7. Pack your things and get out of the black market immediately. With that, he wasted no more words. He raised his foot and stomped hard on the hand Wang Jianlin had used to point at Li Ning. Crack. A sickening sound of bone breaking rang out. Wang Jianlin let out a pig-like scream of agony. His entire hand twisted at a grotesque angle, 1 finger limp against the back of his hand, clearly ruined. Yu Dagong swiftly reached down and tore the token representing stall G7 from the writhing Wang Jianlin's belt, pocketing it. As for this guy, Yu Dagong glanced with disgust at the dazed Li Ning on the ground. He's already in a bad state, though any more, and he might die. Send him to the Rongqing security office. Let him rot in prison. He waved his hand and shouted at the lingering crowd, "All right, show's over. Get back to your business." When most of the crowd had dispersed, Yu Dagong turned to Lu Ming, his tone slightly softer. "What do you think of this handling?" Lu Ming's eyes darted and he put on a look of utter grievance. "Uncle Gongzi, that's not fair. I was fatally attacked in broad daylight on your turf. Look at my injuries." He pointed at the nearly healed wounds. "Just now I was coughing up blood, my organs displaced on the brink of death. One more inch, and there would have been a murder in your black market." Lu Ming clutched his chest, feigning terror. "And my psyche has been severely damaged. I've got serious psychological trauma." As Yu Dagong listened to Lu Ming's elaborate spiel, his eyes grew tense. Alarm bells rang in his head. The third young master's friend being attacked on their turf was no small matter. Just as his heart was in his throat, Lu Ming suddenly shifted tone, his feigned sorrow vanishing. "We need more compensation. Yu Dagong." Emotion points from Yu Dagong 110. After all that build-up just to extort more money, Yu Dagong felt like had been on a roller coaster, left only with speechlessness and a wry smile. This kid was a real character. Seeing Yu Dagong's expression, Lu Ming chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Relax, Uncle Gongzi, just kidding. We're old friends. Am I the type to nitpick and hold grudges? Black market safety depends on everyone. A little accident now, and then I understand." Yu Dagong breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. Good the kid knows his limits, wasn't really going to demand a fortune. Guess he was just joking. But before he could fully relax, Lu Ming's cheeky voice rang out again. "But I've been through quite a shock, and I wasted a precious basic healing potion. At least compensate me a bit, right? Just a token I'm not picky. For instance, how about letting me use Wang Jianlin's stall G7 temporarily?" Yu Dagong's smile froze once more. He slowly turned his head to look at Lu Ming's smug merchant-like grin. Emotion points from Yu Dagong 210. He felt his blood pressure rising again. At dawn on the day the earth vein opened, Lu Ming was still in bed, lost in a sweet dream where he soaked in a bath of spiritual energy at the earth vein's core, with Lu Muxian handing him fruit, and Tang Imo mopping the floor with a resentful expression. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone shattered his reverie. "Who's calling? So early?" Lu Ming fumbled for his phone, half asleep. A steady, capable male voice came through the line. "Mr. Lu, this is the Rongqing Public Security Bureau. Regarding the perpetrator Li Ning, whom you assisted in apprehending earlier, our identity verification confirms he is a fugitive class C wanted criminal. The bounty is 1 million yuan. This reward will be split equally with your main collaborator, Mr. Yu Dagong. 500,000 has already been transferred to your personal account. Please check it." 500,000. Lu Ming shot up from the bed, all drowsiness gone. "Yes, exactly 500,000, the other party confirmed. Thank you for your contribution to maintaining public order in Rongqing." Lu Ming grinned from ear to ear, wealth falling from the heavens while he stayed at home. After the initial ecstasy, Lu Ming instantly turned serious, his eyes blazing with righteousness. Assisting the police combating crime and upholding social order is the duty of every law-abiding citizen. "So," he paused, his voice growing more sincere, "may I ask, is there a list of other wanted criminals?" The other party was silent. Emotion points from Gao Jiangwo 80. Lu Ming quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. It's absolutely not for the bounty. Really, the money doesn't matter. I just want to punish evil and contribute to the peace and harmony of our great motherland." There was a long silence on the other end of the line, but surprisingly, they eventually sent Lu Ming a document. "I can share the list with you. These are wanted criminals who have been active in Rongqing recently." The voice turned stern, "But do not actively seek out these vicious fugitives. Idiots like Li Ning are rare. Most of these people are ruthless desperados. You're a student. If you encounter them, your only move is to get far away and call the police immediately. Apprehending fugitives is our duty as police." Lu Ming replied meekly, "Understood. Don't worry, officer. I value my life too much." After hanging up, Lu Ming focused on the document from the Public Security Bureau, his eyes scanning the text and images. Rongqing security is pretty good actually. Only one class A wanted criminal, the rest are small fry. His gaze stopped on a man wearing a mask, only his eyes visible. The name was Black Impermanence, rank Platinum. He had kidnapped an important Rift researcher in the mountain city and was now on the run in Rongqing. The bounty was 50 million yuan. Tisk, 50 million. Forget it, I want dream. If I ran into a wanted criminal of that level, I wouldn't even leave a complete corpse. With a windfall so early in the morning, Lu Ming was in high spirits. He checked the time. It was 8 a.m. Today was the day the earth vein opened. Assembly was at 10 a.m. at Rongqing No. 7 High School. Assembly at 10. They'll leave now. No way I'm late this time. Lu Ming was full of confidence. Having learned his lesson from the last time he made plans with Tang Mo, he decided to leave early and allow ample time. On the way to Rongqing No. 7 High School. Ouch! A feeble elderly groan suddenly echoed from the corner of an alley ahead. Lu Ming paused, checked the time. It was only 8:30. After a moment's thought, he decided to uphold the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation. He followed the sound into the alley and saw an old man slumped on the ground groaning, ouch, ouch, incessantly. When the old man spotted Lu Ming, his eyes lit up instantly. He reached out a hand toward Lu Ming, his voice growing even more pitiful, ouch. Emotion points from Mom might be 244. A clear prompt of emotion points popped up in Lu Ming's mind. He sneered inwardly. Just as he thought, this old bastard was up to no good. A scammer, he was now sure. He quietly started recording with his phone, keeping his face impassive, even feigning a hint of concern. Then he walked straight toward Mom might be. Mom might be rejoiced inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. He quickly extended his hand. Thank you, young man. But then his hand froze awkwardly in midair and his pained expression stiffened for a moment. Lu Ming had his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of helping. Emotion points from Mom might be 344. What was this kid doing? This wasn't how the script went. Mom might be cursed inwardly, but he had to keep up the act. Young man. Why aren't you moving? Lu Ming slowly pulled his hands out of his pockets, a simple smile on his face. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. As he spoke, he took a slow step forward, reaching out as if to pull Mom might be up. Mom might be's heart leaped. Finally, had taken the bait. He quickly extended his hand, ready to latch on the moment Lu Ming touched him. But just as Lu Ming's hand was about to make contact, it suddenly snapped back like lightning. Mom might be. His outstretched hand froze again, his expression barely holding. Emotion points from Mom might be 444. He felt toyed with. Enraged and humiliated, he dropped all pretense. Are you messing with me, old man? If you can't help, get lost. Seeing the old man lose his cool, Lu Ming's smile only widened. This time he didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and firmly grasped Mom might be's outstretched arm. Don't be angry, Grandpa. Let me help you up. Mom might be sneered inwardly. The moment Lu Ming grabbed him, he expertly wrapped his arms around Lu Ming's waist and began wailing, ouch. In broad daylight, a young man knocks down an old man and tries to run. But Lu Ming was unfazed, his voice calm. Grandpa, there are surveillance cameras everywhere now. Fraud is against the law. Mom might be grinned smugly. Surveillance. Do you think I'm stupid, old man? This alley has no cameras at all. Whatever I say goes. You're not leaving today without paying 200,000. Instead of being scared, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, a bizarre smile spreading across his face. He leisurely took a pair of gloves from his inventory and put them on. Mom might be was baffled. What are you doing? Lu Ming adjusted his gloves, flexed his fingers, and flashed a bright smile at Mom might be. I'm 17 years old. Mom might be was taken aback. What does that mean? Lu Ming's smile instantly turned menacing. No cameras and you're still this cocky. Go argue with my juvenile protection law. Thud. A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into Mom might be. No surveillance and you still dare to act so arrogantly. Go argue with my juvenile protection law. As his words fell, Lu Ming's fist clad in a plastic glove swung toward Mom might be. Ouch! Mom might be let out another miserable shriek, but this time it was genuinely heartfelt. Lu Ming's strikes were measured. Each punch landed squarely on flesh, yet the force was perfectly controlled. Only superficial bruises, not even enough to qualify as minor injuries. At most, it would leave large patches of bruising aching for 10 to 15 days. You try to stage a crash. You try to extort. Disrespectful to the elderly. Scum of society. Emotion points from Mom might be 666. After about 3 minutes of working out his frustrations, Lu Ming felt refreshed. He stopped, pulled out his phone, and deftly deleted the latter part, where he had lectured the old man, keeping only the section where Mom might be staged the crash, and sent it to the security office. Officer, this man is a crash scammer. Solid evidence. Having done all this, Lu Ming felt satisfied. He glanced at Mom might be, who was curled up on the ground, shook his head, and turned to leave. However, he didn't immediately exit the alley. Since it was still early, he walked to a large trash bin at the alley's entrance and crouched down behind it. On one hand, he was waiting for the police to come and take the old fraudster Mom might be away. On the other hand, he hadn't gone to provoke that old man for no reason. After all his hard work recently, he had already made 80 draws. He was just 110 pull away from hitting the pity system again. With the emotion points contributed by Mom might be, he could finally see his long-awaited awakening fruit mini again. Heaven's timing, earthly advantage, and human harmony. It's now. Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, a mix of excitement and anticipation bubbling within him. He sank his consciousness into the system and tapped the 10-pull button. Whoosh! The wheel spun, light flickering. Lu Ming held his breath. White light. White light. Another white light. Just as the 8th light flared, a dazzling golden radiance burst forth. It illuminated the entire space of his consciousness. Even though it's the big pity, at least I got something, Lu Ming sighed. But the surprises weren't over. The 9th light followed closely, also golden. Then after the ninth draw, another golden light appeared. Holy crap! Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide. 3 golds. This lousy system finally got lucky once. He quickly checked his rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained banana peel in the trash bin, quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained black boss mask, quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained awakening fruit mini, quality gold. 3 Lu Ming stared at the 3 tiny purplish fruits in his inventory, his heart pounding. This luck was off the charts. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming immediately took out the 3 awakening fruit minis and swallowed them all in one go. The familiar warmth surged again. The energy from the 3 fruits converged and flowed within his body, eventually rushing toward his ability core. He could clearly feel his ability origin becoming more solid and distinct, with the range and precision of his control rapidly improving. Ability evolving. Evolution complete. Current ability level Clevel. Ability description: within an 8-meter radius around oneself, a circular spatial gate with a maximum diameter of 50 centimeters can be opened. No, congratulations on breaking through to Clevel. The gate is getting bigger, and there's more room to stuff things in. Just thinking about it gets a little exciting. Well, finally Clevel. Lu Ming skillfully ignored the system's frivolous remarks, savoring the surging power within him and the more intuitive control over space, his heart filled with ecstasy. Now Lu Ming was at bronze level 8, a Clevel spatial talent. His strength had taken another giant leap compared to the final exams. Just as Lu Ming was basking in the joy of his power upgrade, deep in the alley, a tall, gaunt figure completely covered from head to toe, with only a pair of icy eyes visible, passed by silently. But just as he was about to walk past Mom Mipey, his body suddenly stiffened. He halted abruptly and raised a hand to touch his face. What he touched was bare. The mask on his face had vanished into thin air, revealing the slightly pale lower half of his face. His pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of incredulous shock in his eyes. When had his mask disappeared? He hadn't even noticed. Emotion points from Black Boss, 333. Just then Mom Mipey, roused by the footsteps, groggily opened his swollen eyes and caught sight of the man in black. As a seasoned crash scamming expert, Mom Mipey seized the opportunity instantly. His instinct to extort overrode everything else. He clutched tightly onto the man in black's leg, letting out a piercing wail. Ouch. In broad daylight, a young guy beats up an old man and tries to run. You're not leaving without paying up. The man in black slowly lowered his head, his eyes as cold and devoid of warmth, as if he were looking at a corpse staring at the still noisy Mom Mipey. His lips moved and a hoarse, dry voice emerged. You saw my face. Mom Mipey was taken aback. Before he could say anything, he realized with horror that his hands were no longer under his control, as if seized by an invisible force. On the ground beside the man in black, his shadow, stretched by the dim light, twisted eerily, like a living black viper, silently slithering around Mom Mipey. Mom Mipey felt his hands rise against his will, and then viciously clamp around his own neck. Heh. His eyes bulged, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. He struggled desperately, but his body completely refused to obey his mind, wielding a terrifying strength. In just a few seconds, Mom Mipey's body stiffened, then slumped limply to the ground, lifeless. Black Boss cast a cold glance at the corpse on the ground, then, without lingering, turned to leave this troublesome spot. But just as he turned, from behind the large trash bin at the alley's entrance, a young man happened to stand up. Their eyes met. The alley fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the distant hum of the city. Emotion points from Black Boss 111. Black Boss. Lu Ming. Black Boss cursed inwardly. The sudden disappearance of his mask had startled him so much that he hadn't even noticed someone hiding in the corner of the alley. Lu Ming was completely stunned. Although the name didn't match, those eyes were unmistakably the ones he had seen on the wanted list not long ago. The only A-level fugitive on that list, He Wuchang. Lu Ming's heart pounded violently in his chest. Run. His opponent was a platinum rank. Against such an absolute gap in speed and strength, the probability of successful escape was virtually zero. As for fighting, with no other choice, Lu Ming made a remarkably wise decision. What if the other guy is an idiot? He stiffly raised his hand and put on the sunglasses head taken from his inventory. Next, he pulled out the crutch of Granny Lee, which he had drawn on the first day he obtained the system, held it in his hand, and tapped it on the ground a few times, trying to look the part. He strained to put on an expression of vacant, sightless eyes, and then strolled nonchalantly in the opposite direction from the black-clad man. I'm blind. I can't see anything. Emotion points from Big Dark 144. Big Dark stood still, the corner of his mouth beneath the shadow of his hood twitching uncontrollably. Blind. Big Dark felt his intelligence was being insulted. Expressionless, he took a single step, appearing silently behind Lu Ming, and placed his hand on Lu Ming's stiff shoulder. You take me for a fool. Lu Ming. The moment that hand touched him, Lu Ming felt every hair on his body stand on end. It was like a sudden jolt of Peter's shiver, sensing extreme danger. Almost at the same instant Big Dark's words fell, a circular spatial gate, a full 50 centimeters in diameter, burst open on the ground beneath Lu Ming's feet. Half a meter in diameter. This was the largest size he could currently open, more than enough for his entire body to pass through. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming dove precisely into the spatial gate that had just opened. Big Dark felt his hand suddenly grasp nothing, that blind pretending brat slipping away like an eel. His eyes narrowed, staring at the spatial gate on the ground that was rapidly closing, a flicker of surprise in his cold gaze. Spatial system. Interesting. But that's all it amounts to. His gaze instantly locked onto the other end of the alley. The air about 8 meters away from him suddenly twisted, and Lu Ming's figure tumbled out of it, looking disheveled. The moment he landed, Lu Ming immediately tried to sprint again, but the gap in their ranks was like an insurmountable chasm. He couldn't even take a single step. Big Dark, without even moving, simply stood in place and casually waved his hand in the direction Lu Ming had fled. The shadow beneath his feet shot out like a living black viper, extending several meters in an instant to precisely touch Lu Ming's own shadow. Lu Ming suddenly felt his Buddhist control slip away. He could no longer move an inch. It's over. A chill ran through Lu Ming's heart. Was this the power of a platinum rank expert? What to do? Is there any other way? The shadow of death had never been so close, but Lu Ming grew calmer instead. His entire body was completely controlled by the shadow, his supernatural power unusable. What could he still move? Lu Ming's mind raced faster than ever before. Thought. I can still think. That means I can operate the system. Lu Ming seized onto this like his last lifeline. Just then Lu Ming watched in horror as his own hands began to move uncontrollably towards his own neck. Ugh! Lu Ming's hands clamped down on his throat like iron vices. The immense force made it instantly difficult to breathe, his face reddening visibly. In the final moment before his consciousness began to blur from lack of oxygen, Lu Ming's will frantically plunged into the system warehouse. A white sphere materialized in front of Lu Ming. Big Dark walked over slowly, coldly watching Lu Ming's gradual suffocation, like admiring the final twitches of a dying insect. He noticed the white orb that had suddenly appeared, but paid it no heed. No one would think an ant crushed in a hand could still harm a human. Big Dark was no exception. The moment the white orb hit the ground, a pure extreme blazing white light erupted. In an instant it engulfed the entire alley. Darkness was banished. Shadows were purified. The whole world was reduced to nothing but boundless, eternal, searing white. Emotion points from Big Dark 619. Big Dark's mind went blank along with his vision, leaving only one incredulous thought: what the hell was that? The intense light stabbed into his eyes like a red-hot poker. Even as he instinctively shut his eyes, the light seemed to possess a penetrating quality, instantly blinding him. More critically, light was the natural enemy of shadow. The shadows controlling Lu Ming also dissipated under the light's assault. Cough. Hack. Lu Ming felt the grip on his neck suddenly release. Although his eyes, even behind the sunglasses, were stinging and tearing from the intense flash, he paid it no mind. With a frantic exertion of his will, a spatial gate opened beneath him. After several teleports, Lu Ming finally emerged into the sunlight outside the alley, but he still dared not pause for a moment. He didn't know how long it would take Big Dark to recover, or how much time the flashbang had bought him. Just then a voice like heavenly music reached Lu Ming's ears. Comrade, don't panic. 2 officers from the Public Security Bureau steadied Lu Ming. They were the same police he had called to deal with the fraudster old man. What happened? An older officer asked in a deep voice. What was that intense light from over there? Lu Ming's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed, held up only by the officers. The alley. A class-wanted criminal. Big Dark. Black impermanence. Black impermanence. Both officers' faces changed dramatically, the name clearly striking terror into their hearts. He was a class felon. The older officer immediately pressed his communication device and reported in a low, urgent voice, calling headquarters. Suspected sighting of black impermanence. Request immediate backup. He gestured to the younger officer, and they worked in perfect coordination. One remained at the alley entrance on high alert, the other cautiously probed deeper into the alley. Inside the alley, the intense light had dissipated. On the ground, Ma Maipi's corpse lay in a twisted posture. The young officer quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for potential threats and clues. However, the alley was empty. Black impermanence was long gone. Not daring to be careless, the young officer meticulously checked every corner. Only after confirming there were no ambushes or dangers did he approach to conduct a preliminary examination of the body. Cause of death: severe compression of the neck, cervical spine dislocation. Died from being strangled by his own hands. The young officer frowned. It's Black Impermanence's signature method, using shadow manipulation to force the victim into suicide. Then, somewhat puzzled, he added, the deceased seems to have suffered some minor injuries before death. Strange. Just then backup arrived, and the older officer helped the slightly calmer Lu Ming walk in. Hearing the officer's question, a look of guilt crossed Lu Ming's face. Well, the minor injuries. I caused them. Lu Ming recounted the whole story, gave a detailed statement, and helped the police sketch Black Impermanence's likeness based on his memory. The young officer said a bit excitedly, "Comrade, you've done a great service this time." Lu Ming looked guiltily at Mom Mipey's body being carried away. And about the old man, I was teaching a lesson. Ahem. The older officer suddenly coughed softly. A high school student encounters a wanted criminal abusing an elderly man, bravely steps in, forces the villain to retreat, but unfortunately fails to save the old man. A flicker of shock crossed Lu Ming's face. Could it really be spun that way? The older officer patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Black Impermanence holds grudges. He might come after you for revenge. You're heading to Rongqing No. 7 High School, right? We'll give you a ride. As they drove away in the police car on the rooftop of a distant old residential building, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent stared fixedly at the retreating vehicle. My face has been exposed. Big Dark muttered to himself. That damn brat. And those bizarre flash and spatial abilities. He hadn't expected his face to be revealed. For a wanted criminal accustomed to hiding in the shadows, this was a fatal threat. Once the police had a clear portrait of him, his future operations would be severely restricted. It seems. The plan must be moved up. Big Dark's gaze grew even more profound. Then he merged into the shadows on the rooftop and vanished without a trace. At exactly 11 o'clock at the entrance of Rongqing No. 7 High School, Principal Zhang Baidu Rinqiu and He Jian, along with 2 students Tang Miao and Lu Muxian, who had qualified for terrestrial vein cultivation, had been waiting here for quite some time. However, everyone's expressions were rather grim. The agreed meeting time was 10 o'clock, and now it was already 11. Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. That wretched kid. He dares to be late on such an important day? Does he have any sense of punctuality? Zhang Baidu fumed with fury, his beard bristling, feeling utterly humiliated in front of the other 2 principals. Tang Miao also rubbed his forehead, looking helpless and disdainful. I should have known. Making an appointment with him, it would be a miracle if he showed up on time. Just as everyone grew restless with anxiety, a police car from the security bureau pulled up steadily at the school gate. The car door opened, and 2 stern-faced officers stepped out first, then helped the disheveled young man down. Everyone. Tang Miao's eyes widened. Lu Ming. You were brought here by the cops. What did you do? Lu Ming, seeing everyone, especially Zhang Baidu's face as dark as a pot bottom, quickly shook off the officer's support. What do you mean brought here? I was assisting the police in capturing a vicious fugitive. It was an act of bravery. That's right, young Lu here provided crucial clues. The officer chimed in, briefly explaining the situation. After hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted from displeasure to shock. A Class A wanted criminal Black Impermanence. That notoriously fearsome platinum-level assassin. Lu Ming had escaped from him and even provided key leads. Zhang Baidu furrowed his brow, looking at Lu Ming with a grave tone. That's a ruthless and vengeful man. You've seen his face and escaped him. He'll likely hold a grudge. You must be extra cautious these days. Lu Ming recalled the suffocating scene in the alley and nodded with lingering fear. I understand, Principal. Principal Rinqiu clapped his hands, breaking the heavy atmosphere. All right, since everyone's here, it was a false alarm, and Lu Ming even did a good deed. Let's set off quickly. The terrestrial vein cultivation begins at exactly noon. Oh, we mustn't miss the optimal moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a long, majestic dragon roar echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a dragon with azure scales and a wingspan over 10 meters slowly descending from the clouds. On its back stood an old man in a simple gray robe. The giant dragon landed, stirring up a gust of wind that made everyone's clothes flutter. It lowered its head docilely, allowing the old man to gently stroke its neck. The old man scanned the crowd. Everyone here. Principal Rinqiu quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Yes, guardian of the terrestrial vein, sorry to have kept you waiting. The old man nodded without further questions, simply saying, get on. Lu Ming, seeing this dragon he had only ever encountered in textbooks, was instantly thrilled and excited, his earlier fear and dread completely forgotten, replaced by pure wonder and exhilaration. Holy crap, I'm riding a dragon. This is so cool. Lu Ming was the first to scramble onto the dragon's back, carefully touching the cold, hard metallic sheen scales. Principal Rinqiu shook his head helplessly at Lu Ming's provincial behavior, then pointed at Tang Miao and Lu Muxian, saying to Lu Ming, you should thank them. The guardian had already arrived, and we could have left on time, but they insisted on waiting for you. Lu Ming was stunned. He looked at Tang Miao and Lu Muxian in surprise. Tang Miao, his usual rival, had actually been willing to wait for him at such a critical moment. And Lu Muxian. Lu Ming felt they weren't even close, with a bit of bad blood between them, yet she too had waited. He scratched his head and for once spoke earnestly to them. Thank you. Tang Miao immediately put on an arrogant expression as if to say he hadn't waited for him on purpose and snorted, "That's it? No real gesture." Lu Ming winced as if making a huge decision and tentatively said then, "How about I treat you to street food another day?" Tang Miao. Emotion points from Tang Miao 101. He was almost amused into anger. "Do I, the third young master of the Tang family, care about your street food?" Lu Ming slung an arm around Tang Miao's shoulders. "Should our bond be measured by money?" Tang Miao feigned disgust. "Get lost, don't gross me out." Lu Ming turned to Le Muxian, "And thank you too." Le Muxian shook her head indifferently. "You're better than Tang Miao, but your level is too low. I only want a worthy opponent." Lu Ming was momentarily speechless. This girl seemed ethereal, but turned out to be a pure combat enthusiast. The dragon flew at tremendous speed, soaring above the clouds. Within 10 minutes, everyone felt the dragon begin to descend, breaking through the clouds. Below, a magnificent mountain range came into view. The main peak coiled like a dragon with side peaks spreading like open wings. From above, it truly resembled an ancient divine dragon crouching on the earth. "This is the Imperial Dragon Mountain," the guardian's voice rang out. He pointed to a valley where faint multicolored light shimmered. "The entrance to the terrestrial vein lies in that valley below. When the time comes at the stroke of noon, when yang energy is strongest and the terrestrial vein's energy is most gentle and stable, you may enter and begin cultivation." The dragon began to circle downward, slowly descending toward the valley bathed in radiant light. Lu Ming leaned out excitedly, watching the picturesque scenery below, recalling the dream he had this morning where he was soaking in spiritual energy in the vein, with Lu Muxian handing him fruit and Tang Miao grudgingly mopping the floor beside him. "The hour has come to please enter." The Earth Vein Guardian swept his sleeve, and the valley before them instantly turned ethereal, revealing the Earth Vein region. "Advance." As Lu Ming and the other two stepped into the Earth Vein region, a refreshing warm aura enveloped them. Contrary to their expectations, this place was a pool shimmering with a milky white glow. However, before he could think further, he felt a sensation of floating bliss. The spiritual energy density in the air was terrifyingly high. Each breath sent thick spiritual energy rushing wildly through his nasal passages. As for the pool on the ground, it was nothing less than a lake of condensed spiritual energy. Lu Ming felt like a rat that had stumbled into a rice jar. His internal spiritual energy surged and swelled visibly, and even the bottleneck of bronze grade 8 showed a hint of loosening. He saw Tang Miao and Lu Muxian had already found their spots, closed their eyes, and swiftly entered deep cultivation. Can't fall behind. Lu Ming steadied his mind. The thick spiritual liquid flowed into his body like 100 rivers, merging into the sea, washing through his meridians, and finally converging into his Danshan's Qi Sea. Time lost its meaning within the Earth Vein's spiritual cave. 3 days passed in an instant. Lu Ming's spiritual energy was already surging and abundant. Under such intense spiritual energy erosion, the bottleneck had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Now, with a thought, Lu Ming guided the mighty spiritual energy within him to charge at the final barrier, and everything fell into place naturally. Buzz, a slight tremor echoed within him, the bottleneck shattered, and bronze grade 9 was achieved. That's bronze grade 9. Lu Ming clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, hardly believing it. This speed. No slower than my daily pill intake, terrifying indeed. His confidence swelled rapidly with the rise in his grade. He glanced at Tang Miao and Lu Muxian still cultivating in the distance, and the morning's daydream continued. At this rate, beating Tang Miao, kicking Xiao Wu, and suppressing Lu Muxian would be a piece of cake, right? He chuckled to himself, his lips curling uncontrollably as he indulged in the fantasy. Meanwhile, deep within the Earth Vein's spiritual pool, a group of peculiar spectators were scrutinizing them. How did a kid who hasn't even reached silver grade get in? A voice as deep as a bell rang out. Not just low grade, sense him carefully. His ability fluctuation is only clever, a crisp female voice questioned. Forget about that kid for now, a commanding voice declared. The other boy resonates with my Tang family bloodline. Just then, the spiritual liquid around Tang Miao's area suddenly churned violently, and his aura surged abruptly. Tang Miao smoothly broke through to silver grade 2. He broke through too. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Seems the gap is still considerable. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. After breaking through, Tang Miao did not immediately resume cultivation, but slowly stood up and performed an ancient salute with utmost reverence toward the void at the core of the spiritual pool. The next moment, a blue illusory figure somewhat resembling Tang Miao's features, but more imposing, materialized before him. Tang Miao seemed to have anticipated this, showing no surprise as he bowed. Tang Miao, descendant of the Tang family, pays homage to the ancestor. The blue phantom nodded slightly, his voice echoing like the ebb and flow of the sea within the pool space. Tang Miao, are you willing to receive my inheritance? I am willing, Tang Miao answered without hesitation. Good. The blue phantom raised his hand and pointed a finger at Tang Miao's brow. The power of the inheritance is vast. Bearing it all at once may harm your origin. I shall set 9 seals upon you corresponding to the 9 shackles deep within your ability. Each time you pass a trial, 1 seal will be released, granting you a portion of the inheritance and power. With that, the blue phantom dissolved into countless tiny blue specks of light that surged into Tang Miao's brow. His body trembled slightly, and a wave-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. Then a strange phenomenon erupted. Centered on Tang Miao, the spiritual pool within several zhang began to boil. Spiritual energy surged toward him wildly, forming a massive milky white vortex that enveloped him entirely. The realm he had just broken through began to climb rapidly again. Lu Ming's eyes nearly popped out and his jaw almost dropped into the spiritual pool. What the heck? Is this cheating? Playing favorites? Lu Ming grumbled internally, feeling that his own system seemed rather shabby compared to such ancestral connections. When Tang Miao opened his eyes again, his grade had astonishingly reached silver grade 3. Not only that, but his originally black hair had turned into a deep ocean blue and his pupils had become a profound shade of blue as well. Lu Ming muttered under his breath, this inheritance even comes with beauty enhancement and hair dye? Tisk, now he's almost half as handsome as any Peng Yuyan or Wu Yanzu. Tang Miao sensed the surging power within him and the partial inheritance knowledge now in his mind, realizing that consecutive breakthroughs required time to stabilize. Without lingering, he bowed once more toward the core direction, then turned and slowly left the most spiritually dense central area, heading toward the exit. Almost as soon as Tang Miao departed, on the other side of the pool, Lu Muxian, who had been sitting quietly, reached a critical point in her aura. The spiritual liquid before her silently parted, as if an invisible sword aura had swept through. Silver grade 3. Lu Muxian had also broken through. At the core of the earth vein, the old monster Tang's phantom, having just sent off his descendant, was drawn by Lu Muxian's breakthrough, and soon the other phantoms grew restless. This young lady. Such pure sword intent. Excellent, excellent. Her talent surpasses that Tang boy. This girl has the potential to become an emperor. She should receive my inheritance. Old rogue, don't even think about it. Let me go first. A group of ancient monster phantoms who had existed for eons now argued fiercely. Just as several phantoms were about to roll up their sleeves and come to blows, a figure holding a sword slowly emerged from deeper within the earth vein core. Old sword, why have you come out? The sword-wielding phantom ignored them, walked straight out of the core area, and stood above the spiritual pool, silently watching Lu Muxian as she consolidated her cultivation. After a long pause, the sword phantom's voice, as cold and indifferent as metal scraping, rang out clearly to every phantom and seemed to pierce through space to reach Lu Muxian's ears. This girl shall receive my inheritance. With that, he stepped forward and appeared before Lu Muxian. The phantoms. Old sword actually came out to claim a disciple. But his inheritance is too overbearing. Unlike old Tang, he can't seal it. Can this girl withstand it? It's over, it's over. Such a fine seedling will likely be destroyed by old sword's sword intent. In the pool, Lu Ming also saw the sword-wielding phantom suddenly appear before Lu Muxian. Even from a distance, he could feel the sharp, skin-prickling aura. Then he saw the phantom raise his hand, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, pointing at Lu Muxian. Lu Muxian opened her eyes at that moment. Facing the sword finger that seemed capable of piercing the soul, she unexpectedly raised her own long sword, slowly holding it horizontally, pointing directly at the phantom. Interesting. A glint of appreciation flashed in the sword phantom's eyes, and the next moment he dissolved into countless silver-white starlight that instantly vanished into Lu Muxian's brow. Boom! The spiritual pool erupted in a surging wave. Lu Muxian instantly shut her eyes tightly, her brows furrowed, as if enduring unimaginable pain. Puffed! Lu Muxian spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the milky white pool red in a small area. This seemed only the beginning. Blood beads began seeping from her pores, soon dyeing a larger part of the spiritual pool red. Lu Muxian seemed pierced by countless invisible swords, her body trembling uncontrollably, yet she gritted her teeth, not uttering a single groan of pain. Only her slightly quivering eyelashes and increasingly rapid breathing revealed that she was teetering on the edge of collapse. At the earth vein core, the phantoms watched in anguish. Old sword, have you lost your mind? Ruining such a good seedling. The sword phantom was silent for a moment, then a calm wave of thought emanated. Old Yin said that today a girl would come who could withstand my inheritance. Old Yan's divination. The other phantoms fell silent upon hearing this. They knew well that Old Yin, who could fathom the secrets of heaven, had accurate predictions. Since he had foretold this, Watching Lumutian bathed in blood, even the sword phantom showed a trace of barely perceptible worry. He knew better than anyone the peril of his own inheritance. However, Old Yan's prophecy proved correct. Before long, Lumutian truly managed to withstand the inheritance. But her body had finally reached its limit. Her consciousness began to fade. Her hand loosened its grip on the sword, and she slowly fell forward. Yet just as she was about to fall into the blood-stained pool, a spatial portal half a meter in diameter opened beneath her. Then a hand shot out from the portal, catching Lumutian's falling upper body and pulling her entirely through the doorway. On the other side of the portal was Lu Ming, who clumsily caught the now completely unconscious Lumutian. Holy crap! So badly injured. Lu Ming was startled. Lumutian's face was as pale as paper, her breath so faint it was barely perceptible, and her bloodstains were shocking. He quickly retrieved a bottle of basic healing potion from his system inventory. Drink this, it should stabilize the injury. Lu Ming uncorked the bottle, carefully lifted Lumutian's head with one hand, and brought the potion to her lips with the other. But the problem was that Lumutian was completely unconscious, her jaw clenched and lips pressed tightly together. The liquid trickled down the corner of her mouth. It couldn't be poured in. Hey, open your mouth, miss. This is life-saving medicine. Lu Ming grew anxious, gently shaking her to elicit a reaction, but to no avail. At the Earth Vein core, the phantoms who had been tensed due to Lumutian's critical condition now had their attention drawn to Lu Ming. Wait, that kid. Did he just use spatial power? How is that possible? The Earth Vein spiritual cave is a self-contained space with stable laws. How could he traverse space? All the phantoms focused their gaze on Lu Ming once more, this time with genuine scrutiny and inquiry. Unless his ability contains a spatial law of an extremely high level. High enough to ignore the spatial suppression of the Earth Vein. The phantoms realized this possibility, exchanged glances, and fell into a brief silence. After a long while, a voice tinged with a playful worldly tone broke the silence, becoming gossipy. Ahem, I say. Let's set aside the inheritance for now. I'm rather curious how this kid plans to feed the potion to the unconscious girl now. This is a critical moment for a hero, saving a beauty and advancing the plot. Another voice, equally mischievous, chimed in. Haha, based on my experience wandering the mortal world back in the day, this is the time for mouth-to-mouth feeding. It saves a life and steals a kiss. Perfect. Makes sense. I can tell this kid isn't exactly upright. While the group of old mischievous phantoms eagerly watched the show, Lu Ming, after a brief moment of thought, made his choice. With a determined expression that screamed, "This is for saving a life," Lu Ming took a deep breath and then precisely pinched Lumutian's pale, yet somehow poignant cheeks between his thumb and forefinger, applying force, and thus prying her mouth open into a gap. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly and roughly aimed the bottle at her slightly open mouth and shoved it in without hesitation. Then, supporting her head, he tilted it upward decisively. Gulp. The potion went down smoothly, and the gentle life energy slightly soothed Lumutian's injuries, stabilizing her declining life force. After feeding, Lu Ming released his grip, looked at the two faint red marks his fingers had left on her cheeks, sighed in relief, and casually returned the empty bottle to his inventory, muttering, "This basic healing potion seems to work okay. She probably won't die, right?" At the Earth Vein core, there was dead silence. All the phantoms waiting for a show seemed frozen in their life forms. So he just fed her like that, pinched her face, and forced it down. What else? This kid, the previously playful voice finally choked out after a long pause. Is he a block of wood? Or made of steel? The phantoms. Emotion points from Tang Sin, 341 emotion points from Jian Shinshin, 235 emotion points from Lu Rini, 311. Lu Ming was puzzled. Who were these people? When had he offended so many strangers? But more importantly, Lumutian was the priority. He looked down somewhat guiltily at her gradually steadying breath. Classmate Lu, I did this to save you. You won't mind, will you? Just don't come at me with your sword when you wake up. Just as Lu Ming was pondering how to explain the red mark on his cheek to the awakened Lumutian, an unexpected change occurred. An unnatural flush spread across Lumutian's cheeks. Her eyelashes, still beaded with water droplets, fluttered before slowly parting. Her eyes were now veiled in a hazy mist, her gaze unfocused. Lumutian tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling upon Lu Ming's face, which was right before her. A faint moan escaped her lips, soft and alluring so. Hot. Her hands instinctively tugged at her soaked, clinging clothes, pulling the collar apart, unconsciously revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of fair skin. Wet strands of hair clung to her neck, and water droplets slid down her throat, disappearing into the depths of her collar. Lu Ming felt his mind go blank, his CPU overheating instantly. A wave of heat surged to his nostrils, forcing him to tilt his head back, fearing some unseemly fluid would betray him. Holy crap! Lu Ming roared, inwardly feeling as if trampled by 10,000 stampeding beasts. System. Father system. Is that healing potion formula you gave me really an aphrodisiac? Can't you be more reliable? The scene before him was as devastating as a nuclear bomb, especially since the beauty in front of him was disoriented, defenseless, and even unusually forward. Sister Lo, Sister Mushin, please calm down. Lu Ming's voice cracked with a sob as he frantically tried to retreat, simultaneously pinching his thigh hard. The searing pain made him wince, but it successfully reeled in a shred of his runaway sanity. He couldn't take advantage of her. If he did anything once Lu Mushin came to her senses, she would probably physically castrate him. At the Earth Veins core, the onlookers' reactions were even more intense than Lu Ming's. Holy crap, this is so intense. The kid looks clueless, but he carries such good stuff. He came prepared. He a godsend opportunity. If he doesn't take it, is he even a man? A female voice chimed in. Get lost. Get lost. A bunch of shameless old geezers. Deeming the scene too indecent to witness, she raised her hand and a thick fog that blocked all perception quickly spread, enveloping the area in the spirit pool where Lu Ming and Lu Mushin were, shielding them from all prying eyes. That's more like it. However, the female apparition's form seemed to flicker slightly. She glanced at the fog-shrouded area, then listened to the old codger's regretful tsking sounds. Ahem. She seemed to clear her throat, muttering to herself, well, these two children are still young. If things really get out of hand, I need to keep an eye on it just in case, yes, just in case. As her words faded, the mist before her silently thinned by a layer, just enough for her to see through. Outside the fog, the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Lu Mushin was far faster than Lu Ming. As they drew closer, she reached out her arms, about to wrap them around his neck. Her peerlessly beautiful face was inches away, her dazed eyes seeming to suck in his soul. Lu Ming could even smell her faint body fragrance. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. A fair face is but a skeleton, flesh and bones. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to stay calm. Teleport. Take me away. A spatial portal opened instantly behind him. Without daring to glance back at Lu Mushin, Lu Ming scrambled on all fours and dove into the portal. With a flash of light, Lu Ming tumbled out of another portal about 7 or 8 meters away, splashing heavily into the spiritual liquid. He gasped for air, patting his chest in panic. Scared the hell out of me. When she wakes up and finds out I drugged her and went further, she'll probably chop me into mincemeat. Just as his nerves began to relax, a ding sounded in his mind. Emotion points from Lu Mushin 444, Lu Ming was stunned. He scratched his head, puzzled by the system's emotion judging mechanism. But before he could react at the spot he had teleported from, Lu Mushin stood there dazedly. Yet the next second she locked onto Lu Ming 7 or 8 meters away and lunged straight at him. Holy crap. Sis, how can you still chase me? This defies science. Before Lu Ming could react, Lu Mushin's delicate body slammed into him solidly. Splash. They both fell heavily into the spirit pool, sending up an even larger spray of water. Like an octopus, Lu Mushin clung to him tightly, her arms around his neck and chest, her legs entwined around him, her entire body pressed firmly against Lu Ming. I'm done. Only these two words echoed endlessly in Lu Ming's mind. The soft, incredibly elastic sensation pressed intimately against his chest. Her burning cheek was buried in the hollow of his neck, her scorching breath sprayed onto his skin. What was worse, since they were now in zero-distance contact, even if he tried to escape using another spatial portal, he would only teleport both of them together, making it utterly useless. Moreover, a certain unworthy junior brother under such intense sensory assault had uncontrollably begun to show its respect. Sis, Lo, ancestor, Granny, wake up. Lu Ming cried out with a sob, futilely trying to rouse her senses. But Lu Mushin only held on tighter, murmuring incoherently. At the core, the female apparition watched with great interest through the thinned mist, stroking her chin. If this continues, something will really happen. Seeing the plot sliding toward an unbroadcastable direction, the female apparition finally decided to intervene. Her form flickered and she appeared above the spirit pool, as if teleporting. She looked down at the two entangled figures in the spiritual liquid below, especially Lu Ming's tragic, life-weary expression, and barely suppressed a laugh. She extended her jade-like finger and pointed from afar. A stream of cooling spiritual energy precisely entered Lu Mushin's brow. As the energy entered her body, Lu Mushin's consciousness instantly cleared. Her unfocused pupils refocused, but quickly turned into shock. Lu Mushin blinked. First, she felt the fading, uncomfortable heat within her body. Then, a tight, warm sensation. She looked down. She saw herself tightly embracing a boy's neck and chest, saw her clothes pressed against his body. Lu Mushin's mind buzzed, going completely blank. She sprang away, instantly, frantically straightening her disheveled clothes, trying to cover the inadvertently exposed skin. You? She raised her longsword, the tip pointing directly at Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming raised his hands high on the verge of tears. Granny. By heaven and earth, as the sun and moon are my witness, I am innocent. Lu Muxian's chest heaved violently, clearly engaged in a fierce inner conflict. Reason told her that what Lu Ming said might be true, but right now she had no reason. Seeing the tense standoff, the female apparition hovering in midair finally spoke again. All right, little girl, sheath your sword. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on the boy. Only then did Lu Muxian notice the female apparition beside her. She quickly bowed respectfully. Junior Lu Muxian, thank you for your help earlier, Senior. The female apparition nodded slightly, explaining calmly. Earlier, when you were receiving the sword inheritance, your sea of consciousness was nearly overwhelmed by the domineering sword intent. This boy used a healing potion to save you when you were in danger only. She paused, seeming somewhat helpless. The formula for that potion of his might be a bit sinister. Hearing this explanation, Lu Muxian's tense body relaxed slightly, and her grip on the sword hilt loosened. She had mostly accepted this account. But believing was one thing. The scenes from moments ago kept replaying in her mind, making it impossible for her to face Lu Ming calmly. She slowly lowered her sword tip and turned her face away. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt his heart, which had been in his throat, fall back halfway. It felt like he had just walked through the gates of hell. This is 100 times more thrilling than being chased by the black impermanence. Lu Muxian took a few deep breaths and bowed again to the female apparition. Junior understands. Thank you, Senior, and thank you too, Lu Ming. My apologies for earlier. Having said that, she seemed unwilling to stay a moment longer. She gave a hasty bow to the apparition. Senior, this junior's goal for this vein cultivation has been achieved, and I have gained much. I need to leave quickly to consolidate my cultivation. I take my leave. Before her words faded, she turned and hurried toward the exit without looking back. Watching Lu Muxian's figure disappear, Lu Ming's legs gave way, and he collapsed into the spiritual liquid. Mom, she's finally gone. He lay on his back staring at the dome, feeling completely drained. Speaking of which, she's actually pretty nice, huh? After all that, she didn't even give me any negative emotion points. At that moment, the female apparition hovering in midair examined Lu Ming, who was sprawled out like a salted fish, a faint knowing smile on her face. Lu Ming quickly scrambled up and bowed respectfully to the apparition. Thank you, Senior, for your help earlier. The female apparition waved her hand casually. It was nothing. But boy, that potion of yours. Whether it's the healing effect or the other effects, it's a bit too extraordinary. Lu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. He had already cursed the unreliable system 10,000 times in his heart. Yes, I'll be careful with it in the future. Then Lu Ming rubbed his hands together and said, Senior, you see, everyone else gets an inheritance. I'm gifted pure of heart. Shouldn't I get some kind of opportunity too? The female apparition rolled her eyes at him. That requires a senior to recognize a junior's talent, heart, and potential, and for their paths to align before they might grant such a gift. Only those with exceptional talent might earn our favor. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately shamelessly said, Senior, I think I'm exceptionally talented. The female apparition was taken aback by his brazen self-praise. She was about to retort, but then remembered his ability to freely use spatial teleportation even under the vein suppression. Perhaps a bit special. She hesitated, her tone less certain. Seeing the senior seemed to waver, Lu Ming quickly pressed his advantage. Senior, why don't you take a closer look? Maybe in the 9 million prodigy. Driven by a hint of curiosity, the female apparition extended her finger and gently touched Lu Ming's forehead. A gentle stream of consciousness slowly seeped into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and body, carefully sensing the origin of his ability. This process lasted about a minute. She slowly withdrew her finger, was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Boy, her voice somewhat ethereal. Your situation is indeed special, but none of our inheritances are truly suitable for you. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Senior, please take another look. I'm easy to please. I'm not picky. I can try any inheritance. The female apparition shook her head. Your path may need to be forged by yourself. With that, she seemed unwilling to say more. Her form flickered and dissolved into specks of flowing light, vanishing into the thick spiritual mist, leaving Lu Ming standing alone in a daze. Lu Ming, Senior, leave something behind before you go. But only the gentle ripples of the spirit pool answered his call. At the earth vein's core, the female apparition returned, her expression still complex. A group of unruly old apparitions immediately surrounded her. You old woman, you wouldn't let us watch, but you went and peeped yourself. It's over. The girl has left. The female apparition waved her hand impatiently, pushing away the few glowing figures that had crowded in. What's so fast? Is that kid any good? The female apparition. Can't you old coots think about something normal for once? Time continued to pass. Over the next 4 days, Lu Ming devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Although he didn't receive an inheritance, the spiritual energy in the vein pool was genuine. By the end of the week-long cultivation period, he felt he was only a step away from breaking through to the silver rank. But it was that final barrier that no matter how he tried to breach it remained unmoved, stubbornly, and despairingly intact. It seems this final push isn't so easy. Lu Ming ceased his futile attempts, feeling the power within him several times more potent than before. He nodded in satisfaction. Although I didn't get an inheritance, the gains from this week have far exceeded my expectations. I'm only a hair's breadth away from silver. He no longer lingered, and following the guidance he received upon entering, walked toward the exit. In the deepest part of the earth vein, a figure that had been sitting cross-legged with eyes closed slowly opened them. Interesting. Sensing his awakening, the sword old man beside him asked in a deep voice, Elder Yin, when you say interesting, are you referring to that boy who's only at the bronze rank? Elder Yan's apparition slowly shook his head. His fate star flickers its trajectory, intertwining, pulling many threads. This boy carries too many variables. With that, he closed his eyes again. The sword old man's apparition looked thoughtfully in the direction Lu Ming had left, then fell silent, his form slowly dissipating. Lu Ming stepped out of the earth vein's exit, and the scene before him instantly shifted to the sprawling mountain ranges of Imperial Dragon Mountain. The 7-day cultivation session within the earth vein had come to an end. The hollow was empty and desolate. Tang Miao and Lu Muxian had evidently departed earlier. Only a solitary, somewhat slender figure remained waiting. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. It was Zhang Baidu, the principal of Rongqing No. 4 High School. Upon seeing Lu Ming emerge, a warm smile spread across Zhang Baidu's face. He gave Lu Ming a thorough once-over, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. How are you? Not bad. Your aura's much more solid. Bronze rank 9. You've already touched the bottleneck of the silver rank. Good. As expected of Lu Ming, the one who roars at injustice. Our school's future hope, the flower of our motherland. Lu Ming. He dug at his ear, wondering if soaking too long in the earth vein had messed with his hearing. Principal, Lu Ming said, utterly perplexed. Do you even hear what you just said? Roaring at injustice. What does that have to do with my cultivation level? The smile on Zhang Baidu's face froze for a moment. Then he cleared his throat twice, trying to cover up his awkward slip of the tongue. Ahemness. It means I'm praising your rapid progress, your great potential, your courage to stand up for what's right. Don't sweat the small stuff. Lu Ming shot his principal a suspicious glance, feeling that he had nearly blurted out something else, but had forcefully corrected himself. However, he had more pressing concerns now. By the way, principal, I was just about to ask you something. Lu Ming scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. I can definitely feel the silver rank bottleneck, but the strange thing is no matter how hard I try to break through it, just won't budge. Have I been training wrong? Shifting to serious cultivation matters, Zhang Baidu shed his earlier awkwardness, and his expression grew much more solemn. This is a very common situation, especially when breaking through a major rank like from bronze to silver. The bronze rank is mainly about accumulating spiritual energy, widening the meridians, and forging a solid physical foundation. The silver rank, however, involves a deeper qualitative transformation of energy and a more thorough understanding and control over your own innate abilities' origin. So what should I do? Lu Ming asked urgently. Generally speaking, you can try using some external force to give you a push. Zhang Baidu explained, for instance, consuming potions infused with pure spiritual energy, absorbing high-purity energy crystals, or seeking sudden enlightenment through high-pressure combat. All these can help breach the barrier. External force. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he immediately thought of that guy named Bai Yuntao. That kid had broken through to the silver rank using a bottle of low-grade spiritual energy potion had concocted himself. Low-grade spiritual energy potion. Can this stuff actually work? Lu Ming's heart was filled with doubt. In his eagerness to boost his strength and catch up with the prodigies, he had been gulping down potions like candy. He felt his resistance to low-grade spiritual energy potions had soared to ridiculous heights. Drinking them now was like chugging sugar water. At best, it would make him burp. Forget it, he'll try anything at this point. Soon after Principal Zhang led him back to the city, he bid the principal farewell and hurried home. Late at night, in Lu Ming's bedroom, clink, an empty glass potion vial was tossed with precision into the trash can in the corner. This was already the 5th one tonight. Lu Ming lay sprawled on the bed like a starfish, staring blankly at the ceiling. His stomach was bloated from the 5 low-grade spiritual energy potions, but aside from that there was no reaction. The silver rank barrier hadn't even trembled. Burp, a long belch escaped his throat. Lu Ming wiped his mouth with a look of utter despair. Useless as expected. The only use this stuff has for me now is as a drink. And it tastes like crap. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. My rank was basically built on these potions, and now the backlash is here. Maximum drug resistance, no hope of breakthrough. What do I do? Even as his mind fretted over the breakthrough, a traitorous hand had already with practiced ease reached for the phone on the nightstand, as if driven by some instinct etched into his DNA. He unlocked it with his fingerprint, opened the contacts, found the number labeled ATM, and dialed. If I open my eyes in a nightmare facing the cruel world. Emotion points from Tang Miao 135. The call was quickly answered, and Tang Miao's voice came through calm to the point of numbness. Speak or get lost. It seemed that after receiving too many of the same nuisance calls, he couldn't even be bothered to get angry anymore, having switched to power-saving mode. Lu Ming looked regretfully at the paltry emotion points that had popped up in his mind and pursed his lips. Tisk, seems like the old tricks are losing their effectiveness. He'll need to come up with some new business. Ahem. Lu Ming cleared his throat and switched to a tone of humble inquiry. Third young master, I'm calling about something serious this time. May I ask, how did you break through from bronze to silver? Tang Miao's voice remained as flat as ever. Nothing special. My family gave me a top-grade sapphire. I absorbed the pure water attribute energy within it, and the breakthrough came naturally. Sapphire. Energy crystals. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Right? Potions had drug resistance, but he had never absorbed high-purity energy crystals before. Sapphire. That's a great thing. Lu Ming's voice instantly brimmed with enthusiasm. How much does one cost? Where can I buy one? Give me one too. No, make it two. For backup. Tang Miao's reply was calm and unruffled, but each word cut like a knife. Market price, 20 million. Lu Ming. A 10-second silence fell over the call. Lu Ming could almost hear the sound of his own heart shattering and the desperate wail of his wallet. Young Master Tang. Lu Ming's voice turned incredibly sycophantic, considering our bond of having lived and died together, fought side by side, and shared a deep brotherhood. Couldn't you spare a brother one? Just one? From now on, I, Lu Ming, am your man. He'll be at your beck and call through fire and water without hesitation. Tang Miao. Our Tang family's top-grade sapphires are only supplied to direct descendants for auxiliary training or breakthroughs. Is your surname Tang? Lu Ming's quick mind raced, and he blurted out, Young Master Tang. Why don't you go home and ask your father if there were any circumstances back then like an accidentally lost bloodline? Think about it carefully. My features, my aura. Maybe I'm your long-lost brother. Emotion points from Tang Miao 311. The sound of a sharp intake of breath came from the other end of the line, as if Tang Miao was utterly stunned by Lu Ming's shameless train of thought. Lu Ming. Tang Miao's voice finally carried a hint of gritted teeth. Can you just go to hell? Even through the phone, Lu Ming could picture Tang Miao's dark, furious expression. After another few seconds of silence, Tang Miao seemed to calm down a bit. Perhaps feeling that they were classmates after all, he spoke again. If you're really desperate for a breakthrough and can't get high-quality resources, you can try your luck around the Rift Zone. Rift Zone. Lu Ming's heart tightened. With my puny body going to the Rift Zone, I wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of those mutated beasts. I'd just get taken out like a grunt. Tang Miao patiently explained, just the outer perimeter of the Rift Zone. The space there is relatively stable, and the mutated beasts are generally low-level. Plus, since the spatial rifts occasionally leak energy and matter from other worlds, strange plants and minerals often appear there, some of which can aid breakthroughs. The quality and probability aren't guaranteed, but it's still better than just staring at the ceiling. Lu Ming's heart was tempted, but also a bit daunted. The Rift Zone. It was always in the news reporting casualties among awakened. Tang Miao seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing. Our families have an expedition planned for the outer perimeter of the Dragon Spring Rift in a week. It's mainly to collect some specific materials and give the younger generation some training. If you, I'm in. Lu Ming cut him off loudly without letting him finish, his tone resolute. Please, by all means, take me along. Young Master Tang. Captain. Big brother. Count me in. Tang Miao seemed a bit speechless at his eagerness. After a 2-second silence, he said, Fine. But let me be clear beforehand, the Rift Zone isn't a playground. Even though some elders will be watching over us, covertly danger still exists. Think it over carefully. I have. Very clearly. Lu Ming thumped his chest in assurance. 1 week from now, 8 in the morning, gather at the Tang family's gate. Don't be late. Roger that. As if remembering something, Tang Miao said through gritted teeth, and don't be late again. Lu Ming felt a pang of guilt of course. Tang Miao. After hanging up, Lu Ming finally felt there was a glimmer of hope for his breakthrough. An uneventful week passed. Lu Ming tried every method he could think of to break through, but without exception they all failed. The silver rank barrier remained as firm as ever. Sigh, it seems I really have to take a gamble at the Rift Zone. Lu Ming resigned himself to his fate with a sigh. To avoid being late again, he took a DD car to the Tang residence early on the 7th day. When he arrived at the destination, according to the navigation, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. The DD driver dropped him off at the entrance of a quiet, tree-lined avenue. On both sides of the avenue stood towering trees, lush and green, stretching as far as the eye could see. Through the gaps in the trees, he could see the glint of a lake and the roofs of elegant classical-style buildings. "Driver, did you take me to the wrong place?" Lu Ming asked the driver, puzzled. "My friend lives nearby, but isn't this a park?" The driver glanced at the navigation and said confidently, "Young man, the navigation is correct. This is the place." Lu Ming. He got out of the car and stood before the imposing gate, feeling his worldview take a minor hit. Just then the gate opened, and Tang Miao walked out, his blue hair catching the morning light. Behind him followed a middle-aged butler with a standard polite smile. "You're here." Tang Miao nodded at Lu Ming in greeting. Lu Ming pointed at the seemingly endless park before him, his voice a bit shaky. "Tang Miao, are you telling me this is your home?" Tang Miao frowned slightly as if he found the question a bit redundant, but still answered yes. Lu Ming swallowed hard and asked with difficulty, "You mean this entire forest is all your home?" Tang Miao looked at him and slowly shook his head. Lu Ming had just let out a sigh of relief when Tang Miao's next words choked the breath right back in his throat, to be precise. Tang Miao said calmly, "The forest you see plus the artificial Swan Lake across from it, the Chinese-style garden complex behind the lake, and the training grounds and villas on the hill beyond. All of these fall within the Tang estate's boundaries. This part is mainly for living and receiving guests." Lu Ming. He felt his own poverty had become tangible in that moment, landing a solid punch on him. "They'll fight you rich people to the death." Lu Ming roared silently in his heart. What happened to common prosperity? What happened to the rich leading the poor? They got rich, sure, but where's the leading? This gap is even bigger than the bottleneck between me and the silver rank. Tang Miao seemed to see through the indignant expression on Lu Ming's face. The corner of his mouth twitched upward almost imperceptibly before returning to its usual calm. He said flatly, "Comrade, your ideological trends are very dangerous." Lu Ming waved his hand, weakly, feeling more devastated by this blow than by the bottleneck itself. "Forget it. Comparing yourself to others will only drive you mad. When do we set off?" "You're actually not late this time." Tang Miao checked the time. "We'll leave once everyone's here." "Who else?" "That battle maniac Xiao Wu is definitely coming, right?" Tang Miao nodded. Xiao Wu will be here. Also." Before he could finish, two cars of wildly different styles pulled onto the tree-lined avenue, almost simultaneously stopping at the estate's gate. The first to descend was a muscular black off-road vehicle with sharp, rugged lines. The door opened, and Xiao Wu jumped out first. His gaze swept over the scene, pausing briefly on Lu Ming before he gave a polite nod. Right behind Xiao Wu, another young man stepped out. He was dressed in a white casual suit, his hair slicked back with a generous amount of gel. His brows carried an undisguised air of arrogance, and his eyes held a condescending, appraising look as he regarded others. As he got out, he nonchalantly glanced toward Tang Miao and Lu Ming. When his gaze landed on Lu Ming, he didn't bother to hide a flicker of contempt. Lu Ming glanced at him and looked away. "This guy reeks of pretentiousness. He looks just like those second-rate villain types in stories." On the other side, a low-key sedan had pulled up. The rear door opened, and Lu Muxian's figure appeared in the morning light. As she got out, her gaze habitually swept over the assembled group. When her eyes met Lu Ming's, their gazes collided in midair. Time seemed to stand still for half a second. The expression on Lu Ming's face instantly froze. His neck moved like a rusty machine as he turned stiffly toward Tang Miao. "Tang Miao, is it too late for me to regret this and go home?" Tang Miao looked at Lu Ming with a mixture of confusion and bewilderment as his expression instantly stiffened and his voice dropped to an almost inaudible murmur. Frowning slightly, he asked, "What are you up to? Everyone's here and we're about to set off, and now you want to bail?" Lu Ming didn't answer. His gaze involuntarily drifted back toward Lu Muxian. She had already looked away, her face serene, as if that brief moment of eye contact had never happened. Her expression was utterly unreadable, her eyes as placid as a still pool, leaving no clue to her thoughts. But then, emotion points from Lu Muxian 520, the crisp notification sound from the system exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. A full 520 points. That was no small amount. Earlier, when Tang Miao was furious enough to send his blood pressure soaring, it only yielded 300 or 400 points. 520. Could Lu Muxian's resentment toward him be this intense beneath her calm exterior? Lu Ming's heart gave a violent lurch and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Oh no, oh no. It seemed that incident in the earth vein had left a deep impression on this goddess-like classmate, and not a good one. If he went into the rift zone with her, what if one day she drew her sword and gave him a literal castration? Lu Ming stammered an explanation. "Well, my cat just had triplets. I need to go back and help with the delivery." Emotion points from Tang Miao, 333. Tang Miao. His gaze toward Lu Ming shifted from confusion to the kind of pity you'd give a fool. "Oh, did you get her pregnant? All right, stop with the nonsense." Tang Miao thought this guy was acting particularly off today. "Everyone's here, the car's arranged, and now you say you're not going. Do you think that's possible?" Whatever it is, deal with it after we get back from the rift zone. Just as Lu Ming was racking his brain for another excuse, the flashy man, who had gotten out of the car with Xiao Wu, seemed to notice the exchange between Lu Ming and Lu Muxian. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face, and then walked purposefully toward them. He shot Lu Ming a vicious glare brimming with undisguised hostility and contempt. Then, with deliberate and practiced ease, he shifted his stance, positioning himself squarely between Lu Ming and Lu Muxian, using his slightly taller frame to block their line of sight. His expression instantly transformed into one of refined courtesy as he turned to Lu Muxian, extending his hand gallantly. "Miss Lu, it's been a while. Your radiance outshines even the past. I've missed you dearly." Lu Ming was taken aback by this smooth sequence of actions, but then his heart leaped with joy. "Well, it'll be. I misjudged him. This flashy brother is a true good guy," voluntarily stepping up as a human shield to block that awkward glance. "His motives might be impure, but the outcome is delightful. Thanks, bro, for the living barrier." However, Lu Muxian's reaction made the flashy man smile stiffen slightly. She acted as if she hadn't seen the hand extended before her at all, not even lifting her eyelids. Xiao's hand hung awkwardly in midair, neither advancing nor retreating, and the smile on his face began to falter. But as a scion of a noble family, his skin was thick and his adaptability well-honed. He smoothly withdrew his hand, casually straightening the immaculate cuff of his suit jacket, and let out a dry chuckle of self-deprecation. "Haha, it seems it has been quite a while. Miss Lu has grown a bit distant." No matter. We'll have plenty of time to converse on this trip." Lu Ming nearly burst out laughing, watching from the side, quickly covering his mouth as his shoulders shook suspiciously. He leaned in close to Tang Miao and whispered, "Little Tang Tang, who's this flashy guy dressed like he's walking a red carpet? Looks quite distinctive." Emotion points from Tang Miao, 298. A vein bulged on Tang Miao's forehead as he gritted his teeth and hissed, "What the hell are you calling me? Who's Little Tang Tang?" Lu Ming adapted, instantly changing his tune. "Don't like it. Then, Little Meow Meow. How about that? Sounds more intimate." Emotion points from Tang Miao, 444. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Bingo. Calling him Little Meow Meow earned even more points. It seemed this nickname struck a deeper chord with Tang Miao. Great, this was the one. A sustainable long-term nickname for milking emotion points. Tang Miao felt his temples throbbing. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to strangle Lu Ming on the spot to avoid internal injury from sheer rage. After a few seconds to compose himself, he introduced in as calm a tone as possible. "His name is Xiao Zhu, a member of the Xiao family. He's a year ahead of us, now a student at Tianfu University." "Tianfu? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. He knew the school, of course. Though not as prestigious as Jing University or Imo University, it was still a top-tier academy for awakened individuals in the southwestern region. Getting in required real talent. This Xiao Jiji isn't so simple." Tang Miao was puzzled. "Xiao what?" Lu Ming flashed a sly, meme-worthy grin, wiggling his eyebrows and letting his gaze drift meaningfully toward Xiao's lower half. Tang Miao was confused at first, then instantly caught the deep implication of Xiao Jiji. Even though he was usually reserved and composed, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, finally letting out a stifled snort of laughter. Xiao Wu, who had just walked over, happened to hear Tang Miao's laugh and asked in a straightforward manner, "Tang Miao, what are you two laughing about?" "Something fun." "Ahem." Both Tang Miao and Lu Ming coughed simultaneously. Tang Miao put on a serious face. "Nothing, just remembered a joke." Lu Ming chimed in mysteriously, "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Knowing too much is bad for you." "Xiao." He scratched his crew-cut head, utterly baffled, feeling that these two were acting weird, but unable to pinpoint why. Tang Miao quickly changed the subject, glancing at the assembled group and clapping his hands. "All right, everyone's here. Let's not waste time, we're ready to go." Since the distance wasn't far, the group walked to the Longquan Rift Zone. Along the way, Xiao Zhi tried several times to strike up a conversation with Lu Muxian, but her responses were always curt, "Oh, is that so?" or simply silence without even a glance in his direction, as if he were nothing but invisible air. Having his warm face pressed against the cold rear, Xiao Zhi was already seething with frustration. Then he recalled the eye contact between Lu Ming and Lu Muxian, and a surge of irrational anger flared up. He decided it was time to assert his authority as a senior and put that clueless brat who had wormed his way into the team in his place. He stopped, turned around, and looked down his nose at Lu Ming, his gaze dripping with undisguised contempt, as if even a second of looking at him would sully his eyes. "Tang Miao." Xiao Zhi's voice carried deliberate arrogance, completely ignoring Lu Ming as if he didn't exist. "Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Not from our circle, is he? How did some random riffraff get into our team?" Tang Miao's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. Xiao Zhi's words weren't just an insult to Lu Ming, they also questioned Tang Miao's judgment. Just as he was about to defend Lu Ming, he was surprised to find that the man in question showed no reaction at all. Lu Ming stood there, his gaze slightly vacant, a faint, dreamy smile playing on his lips, as if he hadn't heard a word of Xiao Zhe's insulting tirade. Tang Miao's heart stirred, and a wave of admiration washed over him. I never thought Lu Ming, who always seemed so carefree and unserious, could have such a strong mentality. Facing such blatant humiliation and provocation, he remained stone-faced and calm as still water. This level of composure is something even I can't match. It seems I've underestimated him. Little did he know that Lu Ming, though mechanically moving his feet, had his soul drifting in the clouds, specifically into his system's gacha interface. Just as Xiao Zhe started his rant, Lu Ming was staring at the glittering golden wheel in his mind, performing his daily ritual of pulling for rewards. Damn it, system. Did you secretly tweak the rates again? 3 temples, 30 draws, not a single colored light, all white trash. Do you know how hard I work to save these emotion points? Lu Ming raged internally at the system. One last temple. Bless me, old man. Bless me, Jade Emperor. System Daddy, have mercy. Give me something good, please. With devout fervor, he mentally slammed the 10-pull button. The wheel spun wildly, light and shadow dazzling. Then, ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained roadside weed quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained roadside flower quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Xiao Zhe's 8 centimeters height insole left quality common. Lu Ming. He stared at the newly acquired insole in his inventory, lost in deep thought. This system was getting more and more absurd. What kind of nonsense was pulling someone else's height insole? And why only the left one? He gloomily exited the gacha interface, feeling that his emotion points had gone down the drain once again, and the hope of breaking through his bottleneck remained slim. Just as his consciousness returned to reality, outside, Xiao Zhe, having been ignored by Lu Ming for over 10 seconds, felt he had suffered an unprecedented insult. He, a proud son of the Xiao family and a top student at Tianfu University, had deigned to speak, and this brat dared to play deaf and dumb. Rage instantly clouded his mind. He dropped all pretense of gentlemanly grace, striding arrogantly toward Lu Ming, his finger nearly poking Lu Ming's nose, his voice rising with undisguised malice. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Can't understand human speech? Why don't you take a piss and see what you're worth? What makes you think you're fit to be in the same team as me? If you know what's good for you, get lost now, or you might not even know how you die once we enter the rift zone. As he spoke, his emotions running high, he stomped his foot hard without thinking. Then, an accident happened. Perhaps that last 10-pull had triggered some cosmic karma. Or maybe Xiao Zhe had failed to check the almanac that morning and crossed paths with Lu Ming, his personal jinx. A dull thud rang out. It wasn't the sound of a stomp, but more like a knee hitting the ground. Just as Lu Ming was about to look up and face Xiao Zhe's provocation, his consciousness fully returned and his vision focused. He saw the once arrogant Xiao Zhe now kneeling before him in a full prostration. The anger on his face hadn't completely faded, but it was now overlaid with embarrassment. Xiao Zhe himself was stunned. He had felt his left foot suddenly sink as if stepping into a hole, his center of gravity instantly lost, and his body uncontrollably pitched forward, his left knee smacking hard against the concrete pavement. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Lu Ming blinked, looked at the kneeling Xiao Zhe, then pulled out his phone to check the calendar, his face a mask of utter confusion. What's this? Brother Xiao, it's still months until the new year. No need for such a grand gesture. How embarrassing. Even if you're paying respects, I didn't prepare any red envelopes. Emotion points from Xiao Zhe 471. What the hell? What's going on? Xiao Zhe, a mix of pain, shame, and fury, turned beet red. He scrambled to get up, but the pain in his knee and the sudden humiliation made his movements clumsy. Lu Ming watched with amusement as he struggled to his feet, and during the process his gaze naturally drifted downward, then fixed on Xiao Zhe's head. Something seemed off. When Xiao Zhe walked over earlier, he had felt a good half-head taller, exuding an oppressive, condescending air. But now that he was standing straight, Lu Ming's eye level seemed slightly downward. Xiao Zhe's crown whorl appeared, closer than before. Lu Ming instinctively glanced at Xiao Zhe's feet, recalling the just drawn Xiao Zhe's 8 centimeters height insole left, and noticing Xiao Zhe's slightly awkward stance, especially how his left foot seemed reluctant to bear full weight. A smile began to creep uncontrollably across Lu Ming's face, a mischievous grin slowly unfurling. He lowered his head slightly, looking at Xiao Zhe, who was now a bit shorter than him, with a gaze full of loving concern, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Brother Xiao, you're so dedicated. Always working at high altitude, huh? Lu Ming's shoulders shook with laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. Your height insoles are top quality. Guo Jingming could wear them and debut as a star. Even a baby could buy a full ticket if they had those. Make them taller and spare me a pair. I'd wear them to heaven and chat with my great-grandma. Why don't you fly up and walk shoulder to shoulder with the sun? His words came like rapid fire, each one a dagger piercing Xiao Zhe's most sensitive wound. Xiao Zhe. He froze completely, his face flushing an even deeper shade of shame and fury. He opened his mouth to retort, to curse, but Lu Ming's words were too cutting, too direct, stripping bare his carefully disguised height issue and mocking it publicly. A tidal wave of humiliation and rage erupted like a volcano in his chest. Emotion points from Xiao Zhe 589. You seek death. Xiao Zhe gritted out these 3 words, his voice twisted by extreme fury. The aura around him suddenly became unstable, a surge of energy at the peak of silver grade beginning to emanate. His eyes glinted with a terrifying ferocity, fixed on Lu Ming as if he would pounce and tear him apart at any moment. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point on the brink of explosion. Silver grade 9. Sensing the sudden burst of oppressive aura from Xiao Zhe, Lu Ming's pupils contracted slightly. This fellow, though lacking in moral character, possessed genuine strength, merely a step away from gold grade, far beyond what Lu Ming could currently confront Hedon. However, Lu Ming showed no trace of fear. Instead, a sly, mischievous curl tugged at the corner of his lips. Annoyed. Why should he be? When faced with a mad dog's bark, did one have to bark back? No, a true hunter often chose a more direct and effective method. Just as Xiao Zhe's furious roar peaked and his aura reached its zenith, Lu Ming's will, like the most precise machinery, completed the operation in an instant. A barely perceptible spatial gate silently opened at a spot no one noticed, less than 10 centimeters beneath Xiao Zhe's crotch. The other end of the portal opened beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming's right hand, already poised and ready, used no weapon. He simply pressed his 5 fingers together, positioned his palm sideways, and then with lightning speed that defied belief struck fiercely into the spatial gate. The next second, a profoundly muffled sound mixed with the crack of a shell breaking echoed, along with a sharp, pained intake of breath, SSS. And why did it sound like a woman's voice? Don't ask. Ask, and it was that arrogant Xiao who in that instant experienced an unbearable pain of life, as if his very essence had been uninstalled. The sinful dark hand hit its mark and withdrew. The entire process was swift as lightning, occurring in the blink of an eye. SSS. Xiao Zhe's body instantly curled into a shrimp, his once straight spine now bent almost in half. He clutched his groin with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he nearly stumbled to his knees again, barely managing to support himself in an awkward posture. From Xiao Zhe, emotion points 555. I must say, Lu Ming silently remarked, eyeing the system notification, silver grade 9's physique is quite impressive. Even that area has some defense. Xiao Jiji can still stand, merely cosplaying Michael Jackson's classic crotch grab. Tang Miao, witnessing this familiar scene, felt a flood of unbearable memories surge back. He sympathetically sucked in a cold breath, his legs involuntarily tightening slightly. SSS. Tang Miao's expression grew incredibly complex, his gaze toward Lu Ming carrying an indescribable flavor. This guy indeed was still that underhanded. Oh no, tactically flexible Lu Ming. Xiao Wu, seeing his cousin's pitiful state, couldn't help but cover his forehead, feeling it was too painful to watch. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to support the shivering Xiao Zhe, and said gravely, Xiao Zhe, don't be impulsive. This student Lu Ming is my classmate and the top scorer in our school's Indoftrem practical exam. He's no weakling and won't hold us back. Xiao Wu paused, glancing at his still suffering cousin, and added his strength. You should have deeply experienced it just now. Xiao Zhe, dizzy with pain, ears ringing and lungs nearly bursting with rage, wanted nothing more than to unleash his powers recklessly and blast this insidious brat to smithereens. Just then the corner of his eye caught sight of Lu Muxian, who had seemed aloof, now apparently turning her gaze toward them. He couldn't let Miss Lu see him in an even more humiliating state. This thought, like ice water dousing his head, forced a moment of calm. Gritting his molars, he used all his strength to maintain an elegant demeanor before Lu Muxian. Thighs. I see. Xiao Zhe squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his voice fragmented and trembling. He has some skill, able to trade a blow with me. He suddenly raised his head, his fierce eyes locked onto Lu Ming, baring his teeth. Please take good care of me on the journey ahead. From Xiao Zhe, emotion points 611. Every word seemed squeezed from hell, filled with venomous resentment and threat. Lu Ming, however, pretended not to catch the murderous intent. Instead, he thoughtfully gazed at his own palm, replaying the nut-cracking process in his mind. Tisk, with my current attack power, even hitting a vital spot, I can't directly incapacitate a silver peak like Xiao Zhe. Indeed, strength is fundamental. A breaking through to silver grade is urgent. Otherwise, I won't be able to crack harder walnuts later. As he was engrossed in his summary, he thought he heard a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle. Was I hallucinating? Lu Ming blinked in confusion, instinctively glancing toward Lu Muxian. She stood there quietly as if nothing had happened. Yet Tang Miao's ears were sharper. A doubtful expression crossed his face, and he stepped forward tentatively asking, "Sister Lu, what were you laughing at just now?" Lu Muxian gave no reaction, not even blinking. Tang Miao scratched his head, muttering to himself, "Come to think of it, you seem a bit off today. You're not talking much, for you in a bad mood." Before he could finish, Lu Muxian abruptly turned, her eyes locking onto Tang Miao, instantly chilling him to the bone, and the rest of his words died in his throat. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Tang Miao shuddered, immediately cowering, waving his hands as he backed away. I was wrong. I must have been hearing things." He quickly retreated to Lu Ming's side, patting his chest in relief, and whispered, "Oh my God. Sister Lu ate gunpowder today. Why is she so touchy?" Lu Ming looked up at the sky, wearing an expression of "what beautiful clouds today," and absent-mindedly agreed, "Huh? Really? Uh-huh. Yeah, nice weather, haha." Soon the group arrived at a heavily guarded checkpoint. The large door slowly opened, revealing a scene entirely different from the city. The air grew fresher, the vegetation lusher and more primitive, with rolling mountains in the distance, and an aura of danger seemed to permeate the air. Tang Miao's expression turned serious. He looked around and said solemnly, "From now on, we officially enter the outer perimeter of the Rift Zone. Although this area is regularly cleared by the military and the Awakened Association and is relatively safe, it remains a dangerous zone. Beasts are everywhere, with no shortage of silver-grade ones. If we're unlucky, we might even encounter gold-grade or even platinum-grade beasts wandering from deeper areas." He paused, his gaze sweeping significantly between Lu Ming and Xiaozhe, his tone hardening. "I don't want any personal grudges to affect the entire team's safety. I hope everyone can temporarily set aside personal differences, cooperate well, and look out for each other." "Understood." The implication was unmistakable. Lu Ming immediately raised his hand. "Of course. Rest assured, third young master, I always prioritize the big picture and won't start trouble." Xiaozhe had barely recovered his composure, though his eyes still held a viperous coldness toward Lu Ming. He twisted his lips into an extremely fake smile. "Naturally, I know my limits. The big picture matters." Tang Miao sighed helplessly. He could tell these two were just paying lip service, each with their own agenda. But having said his piece, he couldn't say more. "This trip to the Rift Zone is primarily for training." Tang Miao continued explaining the rules. "Spoils will be distributed according to need or by mutual agreement. Any issues?" "Of course not." Xiaozhe again offered a hypocritical smile, feigning magnanimity. However, from Xiaozhe emotion points 444, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Well, his mouth says no problem, but his emotion points honestly spike to 444. This little show-off is full of tricks. A classic case of saying one thing and meaning another. Lu Ming made a mental note to be wary of this guy's schemes. Once inside the Rift Zone's outer perimeter, the environment was indeed vastly different. Amid the dense vegetation, massive claw prints could be seen, and the air carried faint traces of beastly auras. Yet one could also feel that the free spiritual energy here was far more active than in the city. Xiao Wu took the lead, scouting ahead. He pushed aside an unusually thick tangle of vines, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he whispered excitedly, "Look! Under that rock up ahead." Following his direction, everyone saw about 10 meters ahead, beneath the shadow of a weathered rock, a plant about half a foot tall grew quietly. It was entirely emerald green with an upright stem, and at its top bloomed a vibrant, peculiar flower. Strength flower. Xiao Wu could barely contain his excitement. Taken directly, it can significantly enhance physical strength for a short time, lasting about half an hour, with the side effect of some weakness afterward. If refined into a strength potion by an alchemist, the effect is milder and longer lasting, with a market price of at least 100,000. 100,000. Lu Ming's eyes instantly turned into dollar signs. Though he was now a bit of a nouveau riche, who could ever have too much money? Especially money that was practically free for the taking. He instinctively moved forward to pick it. "Wait." Tang Miao grabbed him, frowning as he warily scanned the surroundings. "Something's off. Even in the Rift Zone, resources aren't this easy to come by. Logically, high-value spiritual plants like this are often guarded by beasts. It's too quiet here." Xiaozhe sneered, glancing sideways at Lu Ming with mockery. "Country bumpkin, absolutely no field experience. See something good, and you're ready to pounce. You wouldn't even know how you died." This time Lu Ming didn't take offense. His mind was entirely on that little flower, symbolizing 100,000. Money was waving at him. In that case, Lu Ming's eyes darted, a plan forming. Fight beasts or unknown risks hidden. How uneconomical. As a spatial awakener, he should use the most efficient and safest method. He focused his mind, locking onto the soil beneath the strength flower. A spatial gate opened directly in front of the strength flower. Effortlessly, Lu Ming plucked it. Just then, from Wang Lao, emotion points 311, From Lu Wei emotion points 341. From Zhang Daping emotion points 319. A string of unfamiliar names and emotion point notifications made Lu Ming pause. Almost simultaneously from the dense grass beside where the strength flower had been came furious curses and rustling sounds. Damn it! Where's my flower? What happened? How did the flower disappear? Shit! Is this some kind of ghost? With a crash, the nearest patch of serrated leaf vines was roughly shoved aside, and a bald-headed man in ghillie suit burst out glaring furiously at the now empty space beneath the rock. Immediately after, two more men emerged from the sides and behind, a lanky man with sinister eyes and a stocky, brutish-faced fellow. All three exuded a murderous aura, clearly not good people. The bald man quickly fixed his gaze on Lu Ming's group. His eyes flashed with malice and he pointed his machete at them, snarling, "A bunch of brats. You didn't fall for the trap. You dare touch our bait. Then don't blame us for being rude." The lanky man added coldly, "Hand over all your valuables. Your money or your life. Choose." Clearly the strength flower was nothing but bait specifically for inexperienced explorers like them. But Lu Ming's remote retrieval had foiled their ambush. Xiao Wu, far from scared, gleefully cracked his knuckles, battle intent rising. "So baiting robbers, huh? Perfect, I was getting itchy." Lu Muxian said nothing, merely resting her right hand lightly on her sword. Lu Ming quickly stashed the strength flower into his storage, then swept his gaze over the three robbers' lower body vitals, a dagger appearing in his hand ready to root out the problem. Tang Miao sighed, helplessly rubbing his temples. Who would have thought our first enemies in the rift zone wouldn't be beasts but humans? As he spoke, he flipped his hand, and a trident covered in mottled rust materialized in his grasp. Lu Ming's attention was instantly drawn to the weapon. Staring at the rusty trident, and then at Tang Miao's flowing hair, a familiar and distant classic image suddenly struck him. He blurted out, "Whoa, Yuanhua." From Tang Miao emotion points 213. Tang Miao's hand, holding the trident, trembled, nearly dropping the weapon. A vein pulsed on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and growled. "Who the hell is Yuanhua? This isn't a fish spear. It's the trident of the sea god." Tang Miao's face turned as black as a pot bottom, the trident in his hand trembling slightly. "This is my sea god trident. A family heirloom. A divine artifact. Do you even know what a divine artifact means? What's wrong with a few marks left by history? That's the sediment of time. The symbol of power." Lu Ming tilted his head, scrutinizing the mottled fork. "A divine artifact? This thing looks like a little merman's fork. You..." Tang Miao was so furious he nearly spat blood, feeling that both his divine artifact and his ancestors' dignity had been gravely insulted. Just then Xiao Wu, unable to bear it any longer, interjected helplessly. "Hey, you two, can you stop fooling around? Look ahead. Lu Jia has already charged into battle. If we don't catch up, she'll finish off those three by herself." Lu Ming and Tang Miao snapped back to reality and turned to look at the battlefield ahead. Their Lu Muxian moved like a butterfly through flowers, weaving nimbly among the three bandits. Her longsword remained sheathed, yet with the scabbard she swung, sending out sword energy. Even so, the three ferocious-looking bandits were already flustered and battered. "Hiss!" Tang Mui gasped, his voice trembling slightly. "Lu Jia today is really fierce. What's gotten into her? Who pissed her off?" Lu Ming guiltily averted his gaze, looking up at the sky, trying to change the subject. "Ahem, that. You talk too much. Hurry up and help. Don't you see Lu Tongxue struggling alone against three? Tang Miao, which eye of yours sees her struggling?" Lu Ming's gaze locked onto the stocky man Zhang Daping, who wielded a wolf-tooth club and tried to attack Lu Muxian from the side. A spatial gate about half a meter in diameter instantly opened in the trajectory of Zhang Daping's swinging club, while the other end of the portal opened directly in front of the descending broadsword of the bald man Wang Laowu. "Hey!" Zhang Daping struck with full force. "Die for me!" Wang Laowu slashed down simultaneously. Then, clang! The wolf-tooth club and the broadsword collided across the spatial gate. The immense recoil vibrated through the weapons, numbing both their hands and softening their arms. They cried out in pain, nearly dropping their weapons. The battle quickly turned one-sided. The three highwaymen, facing the geniuses of noble families and one cunning fellow, seemed utterly helpless. The lanky man Lu Wei was the first to falter. Xiao Wu landed a heavy straight punch to his chest, sending him flying backward. He broke a small tree, coughed up blood, and struggled to get up. The bald Wang Laowu was also forced back step by Tang Miao's trident. Seeing the tide turn, the stocky Zhang Daping's eyes darted around. A cruel expression flashed across his face, and he suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, turning tail and fleeing. "Goodbye, folks. Lao Wu Wei. Sorry, brothers." Zhang Daping didn't spare a thought for his trapped teammates, running headlong in the opposite direction. The bald Wang Laowu and the prone Lu Wei were so enraged they nearly fainted. Zhang Daping, "Go screw yourself. Just as Zhang Dapeng was about to plunge into the dense underbrush and escape using the terrain, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, focusing his mind. A spatial gate a full 50 centimeters in diameter materialized precisely beneath the foot of the sprinting Zhang Dapeng as it was about to land. The other end of the gate opened right in the center of the encirclement where the group had just been fighting. Whoa! He felt nothing under his foot, as if he had stepped into a bottomless pit. Losing his balance, he fell straight down with a cry of surprise. A flash of light. Thud! Zhang Dapeng landed squarely on his backside in front of the group, dazed and seeing stars. He looked up in bewilderment to see the hostile faces of the others. Zhang Dapeng froze, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. He forced a smile uglier than tears, his voice trembling fear. Big brothers, big sisters. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. This little brother failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Oh crap. Before he could finish, Lu Muxian gave a slight flick of her wrist. Swish. With a soft sound, the long sword, like a viper striking, thrust forward an inch at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The sword tip, with pinpoint precision, brushed the fabric of Zhang Dapeng's crotch and plunged deep into the soil between his legs. The blade was a hair's breadth away from his vital parts. He could even feel the bone-chilling cold of the sword blade penetrating the thin fabric and causing that part of him to shrivel. In that instant, every male present felt a piercing chill in their groin, as if a Siberian gale had precisely swept across their most vulnerable spots. Everyone involuntarily clamped their legs together and sucked in a cold breath. Tang Miao's face turned pale, his voice quivering as he muttered, "Thighs is the legendary Sichuan Chongqing dragon. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Too terrifying." Lu Ming, equally empathetic, nodded in deep agreement and added in a low voice, as the old saying goes, "Marrying a Sichuan Chongqing woman brings a lifetime of regret." The ancients did not deceive me. However, they clearly hadn't controlled the volume of their whispers. Lu Muxian's gaze, cold enough to freeze a person, locked precisely onto the whispering Lu Ming and Tang Miao. Lu Ming and Tang Miao instantly felt as if two tangible sword energies had slashed across their crotches. The chill that had just subsided surged back. Both shuddered simultaneously, immediately standing at attention, putting on a stern expression that said, "I said nothing just now." Lu Muxian cast them a cold glance, said nothing more, and with a twist of her wrist, pulled the long sword from the ground in front of Zhang Dapeng's crotch. Zhang Dapeng, having cheated death, collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. The ground beneath him was slightly damp, whether from cold sweat or something else. After dealing with the three hapless bandits, confiscating their valuables and weapons, tying them to a tree, and notifying the security office to pick them up, the team continued their exploration of the outer fissure zone. However, as the sky gradually darkened, Lu Ming's expression shifted from anticipation to bewilderment, and then to deep confusion. Wait, is this right? This isn't the script. Lu Ming scratched his head, looking at the surroundings that were nothing but trees and grass, all day long. Aside from those three unlucky idiots who volunteered themselves this morning, why haven't we encountered anything? Weren't we promised treasures everywhere? Weren't we promised monstrous beasts roaming freely? We haven't even seen a single monster hair. Is this really the fissure zone? Tang Miao also stopped, frowning deeply. Indeed. It's too abnormal. Even the outer perimeter shouldn't be this quiet. He crouched down, carefully examining the ground and surrounding vegetation. Could a powerful being far surpassing ordinary monstrous beasts have passed through this area recently, its residual aura and pressure driving away most low and mid-level beasts? Xiao Wu scratched his crew cut, offering another possibility. Or has the military just swept through this area? But I haven't heard any news about that. Even Lu Muxian, who usually showed little expression, was now slightly furrowing her brow. Xiao Zhe, eager to show off in front of Lu Muxian, finally found his opportunity. He folded his arms, a disdainful sneer of superiority returning to his face. "Humph, a bunch of inexperienced brats. Can't figure this out." Xiao Zhe's tone dripped with condescension. "Let me tell you, this situation isn't uncommon in the fissure zone. Most of the time it means that deeper in the area there's some kind of celestial treasure capable of attracting all the monstrous beasts for dozens of miles around. They've all been drawn there, so the outer area is naturally empty." He paused, continuing in that lecturing tone, "So we shouldn't cling to this barren outer perimeter. Let's explore deeper. Opportunity often comes hand in hand with risk. Staying here any longer is just a waste of time." Tang Miao immediately objected without hesitation. "No. The deeper area isn't a place we can venture into yet. Don't forget, our purpose this time is just training to get familiar with the environment, not to risk our lives. Safety first." Xiao Zhe let out a derisive laugh, taunting. "What can you train in this outer area where you can't even see a monster hair? Tang Miao, I think you're regressing. Are you that cowardly? You're such a wimp." Tang Miao's hand gripping the trident bulged with veins, but his mentality, tempered by Lu Ming, was ultimately more resilient than most. He kept chanting in his mind, "Safety first, don't bother with idiots." However, Lu Ming wasn't so well-mannered. Seeing Tang Miao being attacked, his sharp tongue immediately started firing like a poisoned crossbow. "Hello, son. I'm your dad, not your mom." Xiaozhe. He paused for a moment before realizing Lu Ming was taking advantage of him and instantly flew into a rage. "Your mother." Emotion points from Xiaozhe 444. Lu Ming didn't give him a chance to retort, a turtle on stilts, showing off. "If you're so adventurous, quit the team. Go solo the depths of the Fisher Zone. Go be a meal for the monstrous beasts and contribute to ecological balance." Xiaozhe was burning with rage, nearly losing his mind. "I'm talking to Tang Miao. What the hell does it have to do with you? What are you barking about here?" Lu Ming was completely immune to Xiaozhe's verbal attacks. "Dog. No wonder I got excited when I saw this pile of shit." In the skill of verbal sparring, Xiaozhe, raised under the strict discipline of a noble family and lacking experience in street brawls, was no match for Lu Ming, a seasoned veteran of online gaming with skin as thick as a city wall. He was quickly rendered speechless by Lu Ming's rapid-fire retorts, left only with pure humiliation and rage. His face turned ashen, his fists cracking as spiritual energy began to gather uncontrollably. "Do I need to teach you a lesson?" Even at this point, while secretly preparing a spatial gate for a quick escape, Lu Ming's mouth kept running. "No need, thanks. Keep your face for yourself. I find it ugly." Emotion points from Xiaozhe 777. "I'll kill you." Xiaozhe could no longer contain himself. The last thread of his reason snapped. With a roar, he threw a punch laden with wild spiritual energy straight at Lu Ming's face. This punch, delivered in a fit of rage, was devastatingly powerful, clearly driven by murderous intent. However, just as Xiaozhe's fist was about to strike Lu Ming, three different auras erupted simultaneously. A dazzling sword light, a fist also covered in spiritual energy, and a trident wreathed in blue water ripples, all intercepted horizontally in front of Lu Ming. Boom, bang, clang. A violent collision of energies exploded. The shockwave rolled, knocking surrounding plants askew and filling the air with dust. The dust slowly cleared. Lu Muxian stood with her sword, the tip pointing diagonally, her gaze icy. Xiao Wu remained in his punching stance, a bit of dust on his crew cut his eyes sharp. Tang Miao held his trident horizontally in front, the weapon faintly glowing from the spiritual energy turbulence, his expression serious. The three of them formed a triangular formation, firmly shielding Lu Ming behind them, together blocking Xiaozhe's furious strike. Xiaozhe was forced back half a step by the recoil, his face alternating between red and pale, extremely ugly. He glared at the three who had acted simultaneously, especially Lu Muxian, his eyes filled with disbelief and jealousy. Tang Miao lowered his trident, his gaze sharp as he looked at Xiaozhe. "Xiaozhe, have you forgotten the rules set before we set out?" Xiaozhe's chest heaved violently, his fists clenching and unclenching. He knew that if he continued to cause trouble, he would only end up worse off. His face ashen, he forced out a few words through gritted teeth. "Fine. You're all fine." His venomous gaze swept over Lu Ming, then settled on Tang Miao. "Then wait until tomorrow." Tang Miao looked at him and sighed helplessly, also knowing that staying in the outer perimeter was indeed pointless. "Even if we're going to explore deeper, let's wait until dawn. The Fisher Zone is too dangerous at night. Let's set up camp here and rest for the night to recharge." The immediate crisis was averted. Lu Ming looked at the three who had simultaneously stepped in to protect him, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. However moved as he was, his habit of running his mouth hadn't fully subsided, and the words that slipped out took a different turn. "Ahem, my dear ministers, your timely rescue to protect your emperor has deeply comforted my heart. Upon returning to the palace, there will be generous rewards." The air suddenly fell silent. Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, Lu Muxian. In an instant, three huge, almost tangible question marks seemed to float above their heads. Emotion points from Tang Miao 211, emotion points from Xiao Wu 142, emotion points from Lu Muxian 99. Tang Miao's temple veins bulged again. He gritted his teeth, looking at Lu Ming, forcing out the words, "Can you be any more annoying?" Xiao Wu also shook his head, holding his forehead in speechlessness, wearing an expression that said this guy was hopeless. Even Lu Muxian cast a displeased look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly coughed twice, trying to salvage the situation. Cough, cough, cough. Slip of the tongue. Pure slip of the tongue. "I was too into arguing with Xiaozhe, and my language system hasn't updated yet." Seeing the three's hostile looks, Lu Ming quickly backed down. Sorry. I mean, thank you all very much for stepping in. I'm extremely grateful. Really." After being subjected to a loving education discipline from the three, Lu Ming finally quieted down for the time, being, his arsenic-laced tongue entering a temporary cooling-off period. Tang Miao looked at Lu Ming and said with exasperation, "I think you've just got too much energy. I'll give you a task. You take the first watch tonight, and I'll take the second." Lu Ming's face was filled with resistance upon hearing this. "No way. I'm still a child. In the critical period of growth and development, I need sufficient sleep to secrete growth hormone. Teenagers must get at least 8 hours of high-quality sleep every day, otherwise it will affect height, intellectual development, and may even lead to hair loss, kidney deficiency, and endocrine disorders. Tang Miao watched his performance expressionlessly, and only after he finished did he slowly utter 4 words, "He'll transfer you money." Lu Ming's righteous expression instantly froze. Then he said with a dignified air, "Classmate, Tang Miao, please be serious. Am I the kind of person who would sell himself out for mere money? This is an insult to my character." Tang Miao couldn't be bothered to argue directly, pulling out his phone and swiping his fingers across the screen a few times. Almost simultaneously, a pleasant notification sound came from the phone in Lu Ming's pocket. Alipay received 50,000 yuan. Lu Ming. The air was silent for 2 seconds. The resolute expression on Lu Ming's face, as if he could not be corrupted by wealth or swayed by poverty, melted like snow under the sun. Young Master Tang has a sharp eye. Tang Miao's mouth twitched, too lazy to bother with this guy's face-changing act. All right, stop the nonsense. Stay alert. If anything happens, wake us up immediately. Not far away, the flap of Xiao's tent was quietly lifted, a crack, a pair of eyes fixed intently on the direction where Lu Ming and Tang Miao had just been talking. Seeing that Lu Ming had been assigned to keep watch, a cruel and icy smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Keeping watch, huh? Dare to mess with me. You won't have it easy either. Night deepened. Silence reigned. Lu Ming wrapped his coat tighter, sitting outside the camp, boredly counting the stars. The night breeze brought a chill, making his nose run. Damn place that's really cold at night. He muttered, scanning the dark jungle around him, but aside from the wind, there was no other sound. Something's off, really off. Lu Ming spat out the grass stem, his brow furrowed. Too quiet. Not even a beast, let alone an insect. There should be plenty of beasts on the outskirts. His gaze couldn't help but drift deeper into the rift zone, a question forming in his mind. What the hell is going on deeper inside? Just as he was racking his brains and considering whether to secretly use the system to draw a couple of prizes to kill time. Emotion points from Xiaozhi 777, the sudden system notification in his mind made Lu Ming freeze. Xiaozhi. Lu Ming instinctively looked toward Xiaozhi's tent. What the hell is that bastard up to now? Staying up late to give me such a generous amount of emotion points. Based on his rich experience, such a large amount of emotion points meant either the other party was furious enough to die or they harbored an intense murderous intent toward him, wishing him dead. Recalling Xiaozhi's venomous gaze from earlier that day, Lu Ming instantly became alert, all sleepiness gone. Trying to ambush me. Lu Ming stood up, cautiously scanning his surroundings, his senses heightened to the maximum. Yet as far as his eyes could see, everything was still and dark. The wind rustled through the grass, but there was no sign of any beast approaching, nor any indication of Xiaozhi leaving his tent. The system prompt can't be wrong. Lu Ming was puzzled. It can't be that Xiaozhi is dreaming about hating me and contributing emotion points in his sleep, can it? That would be way too generous of him. Feeling uneasy, Lu Ming pondered, should I take advantage of him sleeping to give him a little stab? Just then a bone-chilling coldness surged from behind him, instantly spreading through his entire body. Every hair on Lu Ming's body stood on end. Without even time to think, his body reacted purely on instinct. Teleport. A spatial gate 1/2 meter in diameter opened instantly beneath his feet, and he fell straight into it. A flash of light. Lu Ming, still shaken, rolled out from another spatial gate a few meters behind him. He immediately looked back at where he had been sitting, empty. The wild grass swayed gently in the wind, not even a footprint on the ground, as if the deadly chill had just been a hallucination born of his extreme tension. What's going on? Lu Ming's pupils contracted. That icy, murderous intent, like a clinging curse, appeared again. He was certain this feeling was absolutely real. It was the most direct warning of death. Again, Lu Ming's scalp tingled as he activated teleportation, once more clumsily dodging to 9 meters away. Still nothing. No trace of an attack, no enemy figure. Only the ever-present deadly chill. What the hell? Am I seeing ghosts? Lu Ming was starting to panic. He didn't know where the enemy was, didn't know when it would strike. He could only passively feel the threat of death looming at any moment. When in doubt, call for backup. Lu Ming made a snap decision. While teleporting again to create distance, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Little Tang. Little Wu. Little Lu. Help. Enemy attack." As he shouted, he mentally locked onto Tang Miao's tent. Teleport. Lu Ming's figure vanished from its spot in an instant, and the next moment he appeared inside Tang Miao's tent. Tang Miao was half asleep when he suddenly felt a weight on him, as if something heavy had fallen. He opened his eyes groggily to see Lu Ming sitting squarely on his stomach. Emotion points from Tang Miao 333. Tang Miao was jolted from his drowsy state, instantly wide awake. Your moth. A surge of anger mixed with the irritability of being woken up rushed to Tang Miao's head. He was about to swear, but before the curse could leave his lips, something unexpected happened. Rip! The zipper of his tent was violently pulled open from the outside by an invisible force. The tent flap was roughly thrown aside. Though there was nothing visible outside the tent, both of them instantly sensed a bone-chilling murderous intent. Tang Miao's expression changed drastically, his combat instincts instantly activated. His right hand clenched as if grabbing something, and a trident appeared in his hand. He then drove the trident fiercely into the ground. Azure Prison full coverage. Water-type energy surged from the ground like a fountain, rapidly forming a hemispherical water shield tightly enveloping and protecting both him and Lu Ming. However, rip! A sound like a blade cutting through thin paper rang out. Under the stunned gazes of Tang Miao and Lu Ming, the seemingly resilient azure water shield was effortlessly slashed open with a huge gash. Tang Miao was also dumbfounded, his hand holding the trident trembling slightly. A ghost. What the hell is this? Lu Ming, while frantically opening another spatial gate, still found time to mock. Are you any good, little Tang? Is your water shield a condom? It's thinner than ultra thin. Breaks with one poke. Emotion points from Tang Miao 233. Enough chatter. Run. The two teleported outside the tent, nervously scanning the surrounding darkness, yet still unable to sense any enemy presence. Only the suffocating murderous intent lingered like a viper slithering in the dark, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. The unknown was the most terrifying. By then Xiao Wu and Lu Muxian had also been awakened by Lu Ming's pig-like screams and rushed out of their respective tents. Seeing the two on high alert, Xiao Wu quickly shouted, "What's going on?" Lu Ming, while nervously sensing the movement of the murderous intent, shouted back in the briefest terms, "Enemy attack. It can turn invisible. Extremely high attack power." As soon as he finished speaking, the ever-silent Lu Muxian moved. She leaped into the air, drew her longsword, and slashed it through the air toward the area where Lu Ming and Tang Miao stood. Holy shit! Lu Ming and Tang Miao both let out terrified cries, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, those fierce sword auras were not aimed directly at them, but at the grass around them. Swish, swish, swish. The sword aura swept through, sending grass blades flying and soil churning. Clang! A loud, crisp sound exploded less than a meter behind Lu Ming and Tang Miao. A blurry, illusory figure briefly appeared. Its outline was vaguely humanoid, holding an equally ethereal blade, which clashed with Lu Muxian's sword aura. Though it was only a flash, Xiao Wu still accurately caught sight of it. It's a ghost assassin, a gold-grade beast. Xiao Wu's face changed drastically as he exclaimed in recognition. It has the ability to turn invisible. In its stealth state, physical attacks are completely ineffective against it. It only becomes visible when attacking or being attacked. Lu Ming, while preparing to flee at any moment, shouted anxiously, "Get to the point. How do we deal with it? What's its weakness?" Xiao Wu was stumped for a moment, then used an analogy that Lu Ming might understand more easily. Think of it as a Lanling king that's immune to physical attacks while invisible. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Great analogy. Simple and clear. I know Lanling king well. But then his face fell. What good was knowing the mechanics? He was now the squishy Xiao Qiao being targeted by Lanling king. The huge gap in level and stats couldn't be bridged just by knowing the mechanics. Damn it. Why is this thing only chasing me? Lu Ming looked at Tang Miao, who hadn't been attacked since they separated, his face dark as a bottomless pot. He suddenly turned his gaze toward Xiao's tent, which had remained utterly silent throughout. It must be that bastard's doing. Old and new grievances surged together, a ruthless glint flashing in Lu Ming's eyes. You want me dead? Let's see who dies first. Teleport. Lu Ming's figure vanished from its spot instantly. The next moment he appeared inside Xiao's tent. Xiao was indeed awake, ears pricked to listen to the commotion outside, a sinister smirk of a successful scheme on his face. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly appear in his tent, the smile on his face froze instantly. Emotion points from Xiao 411U. Before he could finish, Lu Ming pounced on him like an octopus. 7-day lock of unbreakable bond. Lu Ming wrapped his arms and legs around Xiao, clinging to him like a piece of sticky candy, firmly stuck to Xiao. Xiao was caught off guard by this sudden embrace. Damn it. Get off me. Are you crazy? He tried to use his spiritual energy to shake Lu Ming off, but just then, rip. Xiao's tent was also slashed open by the invisible force. The bone-chilling murderous intent instantly flooded in. Panic flashed in Xiao's eyes. Although he could attract the ghost assassin to attack a specific target, he had no control over this gold-grade beast. He too could be harmed by the ghost assassin. Seeing the tent breached, a murderous gleam flashed in Xiao's eyes. You asked for this. He roared, spinning his body abruptly, turning the Lu Ming clinging to him around, so that Lu Ming's back was fully exposed to the opening in the tent. He wanted Lu Ming to be a meat shield to take the first strike from the ghost assassin. Lu Ming's back instantly felt the piercing cold that seemed to freeze his very marrow. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Fuck it. Go all out. At the brink of life and death, Lu Ming's mind became exceptionally clear. He could attack the invisible ghost assassin, but... Spatial gate. Open. A spatial gate unfolded at lightning speed behind his back. The other end of the gate was opened precisely at the invisible head of the ghost assassin. He tried to make the ghost assassin's attack pass through the spatial gate and strike itself. However, the expected self-injury of the ghost assassin did not happen. The blade passed through its invisible head without any pause. Damn. Even its own attack is immune while invisible. Lu Ming's heart turned to ice. At that moment, Xiaozhi seized the opportunity, his silver deer, level 9 spiritual energy, erupting violently finally, throwing Lu Ming hard to the ground. After breaking free, Xiaozhi looked down at the disheveled Lu Ming on the ground, his eyes filled with vicious glee. Wouldn't it be better to just die obediently? Only you will die. Just as the invisible blade was about to pierce Lu Ming's body at the critical moment of life and death, the stubborn silver tier bottleneck that had been stuck for so long finally shattered under the ultimate threat of death. A surge of pure and powerful energy erupted from the depths of Lu Ming's dantian, instantly breaking through the stubborn barrier. Silver tier, level 1. Breakthrough. Though it was only the beginning of the silver tier, with limited power increased the sense of life-level transcendence, and the new abilities gained from breaking through to silver revitalized Lu Ming's spirit. Almost simultaneously, the invisible fatal strike descended. Rip. The sound of a blade cutting into flesh echoed clearly in the tent. However, the sneer on Xiaozhi's face instantly froze. He slowly lowered his head, staring incredulously at his own chest. A section of a semi-transparent blade glinting with a cold, eerie light pierced out from his chest. The excruciating pain and the fear of life rapidly ebbing away instantly overwhelmed him. How can this be? Xiaozhi's eyes bulged, looking from Lu Ming on the ground to the blade protruding from his chest, his face filled with utter terror. Outside the tent, Lu Muxian, Tang Miao, and Xiao Wu had already arrived. Because the attacking ghost assassin's blade had pierced a solid body, its form was forced to materialize. It was a misty humanoid creature with no discernible features except for two eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames. In its hand, a blade was passing through the spatial gate deeply embedded in Xiaozhi's chest. Seeming somewhat surprised that it had struck the wrong target, it tried to withdraw the blade from Xiaozhi's body. Now, attack, Tang Miao shouted. Close the gate. Lu Ming reacted as well, the spatial gate around the ghost assassin's arm contracting sharply. Emotion points from Yu Mao being 319, the spatial gate precisely clamped down on the ghost assassin's wrist, locking its retracting movement. Though it couldn't hold for long, this brief pause was enough. Tang Miao's trident, glowing with dazzling blue light, slammed down toward the ghost assassin's head. Xiao Wu's fist also crashed into its chest like a sledgehammer. Lu Muxian's long sword swung out, its sharp edge slicing directly toward its neck. 3 full-powered attacks from silver tier prodigies landed almost simultaneously on the materialized ghost assassin. Boom! Emotion points from Yu Mao being 999, the violent energy explosion tore the entire tent to shreds, and the gold-grade ghost assassin's form completely dissipated, vanishing into a wisp of black smoke in the air. Only a peculiar golden crystal core fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A gold-grade beast core. Lu Ming's attention was instantly captivated by the crystal core on the ground, radiating an alluring golden glow. Having concocted countless pills, he was no stranger to such an item. It was well known that while every part of a mutant beast was valuable, the core was the most essential. It concentrated most of the beast's energy essence, serving as a precious material for refining pills and forging weapons. However, the drop rate of beast cores was notoriously dismal. One might not obtain a single core even after slaying 100 beasts. Even the most common bronze-grade core cost at least 50,000 on the market. As for a gold-grade core, Lu Ming's breathing became involuntarily rapid, his eyes seeming to reflect countless zeros. At least 5 million to start. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes turning into symbols of money. He yearned to pounce on the glittering treasure and hold it in his arms. Just then a figure flashed into the camp from outside at an incredible speed, appearing before everyone in an instant, a hint of somewhat forced anxiety and concern on his face. Tang Miao's expression, which had eased after defeating the formidable enemy, instantly darkened at the sight of this person. Old Li, Tang Miao's voice was icy, carrying clear accusation. Where were you when the ghost assassin attacked the camp just now? If we hadn't reacted quickly, there might be more than one person lying here now. You've been quite negligent. The middle-aged man called Uncle Li's face changed slightly, a flicker of panic and embarrassment flashing deep in his eyes. He was the covert guard assigned for this trial. Yet, just before nightfall, Xiaozhi had privately approached him, handing over a check with a substantial amount and a request that during his watch tonight, regardless of any minor incidents, he should not intervene. The price Xiaozhou offered was too tempting. He only needed to pretend to be drawn away by some distant anomaly and leave for a moment. Seduced by greed, he agreed. Who could have imagined that the story would not follow the script at all? The bronze-grade kid didn't die, but Xiaozhou, a silver-grade 9, ended up getting himself into trouble. By the time Uncle Li sensed something wrong and rushed back, the battle was over. The ghost assassin had been killed, and Xiaozhou was barely breathing. Facing Tang Miao's accusation, cold sweat broke out on Uncle Li's forehead. He hurriedly changed the subject, pointing at Xiaozhou on the ground, whose chest was still faintly heaving, and said urgently, "Young Master Tang, please calm down. It was my momentary negligence. Now is not the time for this. Young Master Xiaozhou is severely injured, but he still has a breath left. We must save him immediately. We can't delay." Only then did everyone's gaze return to the instigator on the ground, who had been overlooked. Xiaozhou lay on the cold ground, the shadow blade on his chest slowly dissipating with the ghost assassin's demise, leaving behind a gruesome wound. His face was ashen, his gaze unfocused, but he was indeed hanging on by a thread. Everyone looked at Xiaozhou with cold eyes devoid of any sympathy. Everyone was sharp-witted, combined with Xiaozhou's earlier unusual behavior. The truth of the matter was clear as day. Tang Miao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger at Uncle Li's dereliction of duty. Now was not the time to dwell on it. He turned to look at Lu Ming. As the direct victim of this incident, Tang Miao felt that Lu Ming should decide how to handle Xiaozhou. "Lu Ming," Tang Miao asked solemnly, "what do you plan to do?" Lu Ming was also caught in a dilemma at this moment. Staring at Xiaozhou, who was barely alive on the ground, he felt no pity in his heart. This guy genuinely wanted him dead. If he hadn't broken through at the critical moment, he would be the one lying on the ground now. But kill Xiaozhou. After all, Xiaozhou was a member of the Xiao family. Killing him would inevitably invite the wrath of that colossal clan. Could an ordinary person with no background withstand the fury of a noble house? But if he let him live? Given Xiaozhou's vengeful nature, once he recovered, he would definitely retaliate even more fiercely. Then there would only be more trouble. Lu Ming frowned deeply, his mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. Just then Xiao Wu, who had been silently standing by, quietly turned his back to everyone. "I saw nothing. I'm sleeping." A look of determination flashed in Lu Muxian's eyes. She seemed impatient with Lu Ming's prolonged inner struggle and uninterested in weighing the pros and cons of noble families. Slowly she raised the long sword in her hand. "We've already offended him thoroughly," Lu Muxian said decisively. "Don't leave any loose ends." Xiaozhou on the ground seemed to sense something, a surge of extreme fear erupting in his unfocused eyes. Lu Muxian looked down at him from above. "Ambushing your teammate and disturbing my sleep. I was already in a bad mood. Do you think I'm someone to mess with?" As her words fell, her wrist moved slightly, and several swift sword lights flashed across Xiaozhou's vital neck points. The sword light faded. The fear, pleading, and unwillingness in Xiaozhou's eyes froze completely, then rapidly dimmed. His body twitched a couple of times before going utterly still. Lu Ming was stunned, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. He hadn't expected Lu Muxian's style to be so fierce, her decisiveness in killing shocking to the core. Lu Ming felt his mental processor was about to overload again. What unsettled him even more was that after sheathing her sword, Lu Muxian seemed to cast a faint, meaningful glance his way. Lu Ming couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill at the back of his neck. If she ever got in a bad mood, would she come at him with those sword strikes too? Physical castration might be the least of his worries. Tang Miao was also startled by Lu Muxian's sudden move, but he quickly recovered, his face turning stern as he looked at the ashen-faced Uncle Li. "Old Li," Tang Miao said with authority, "Xiaozhou unfortunately encountered a siege of mutant beasts in the Dragon Spring Fisher area. Despite our desperate efforts to rescue him, he tragically died. Do you understand?" Uncle Li nodded repeatedly, his voice hoarse. I understand. Young Master Xiaozhou died in battle. We failed to rescue him and deeply mourn." "Good." Tang Miao nodded and stopped looking at him. He understood the dirty dealings and unspoken rules of noble families far better than Lu Ming did. The Xiao family had many descendants, losing one who wasn't exceptionally talented, as long as it was handled properly, would not cause much of a stir. On the contrary, letting Xiaozhou live would be the real trouble. Xiao Wu turned around, then seeing that Lu Ming still seemed shaken, he stepped forward, patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, and whispered comfortingly, "Don't overthink it. They'll vouch for you with the Xiao family. There won't be any major issues. Don't let it weigh on you." Lu Ming snapped back to reality and muttered quietly, "It's not a burden. I'm just a bit surprised." He paused, lowering his voice even more. "I thought Lu Muxian was this quiet, aloof goddess. I never expected. She's so fierce." Emotion points from Lu Muxian 200. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, and he wisely chose to shut up, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. He dared not touch that topic. However, Tang Miao, standing nearby, lacked such awareness. Hearing Lu Ming's mutter, he instinctively chimed in, "Where did you get that illusion?" "Sister Lu is Before he could finish Tang, Miao suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold at his back, even more frigid than the ghost assassin from before. He turned his head stiffly and met Lu Muxian's fierce, glaring eyes. Tang Miao broke out in a cold sweat instantly. The words on his tongue took a sharp turn, and he added hastily with utmost sincerity, "Sister Lu is the gentlest person in Rongqing, the best sister in the world." Lu Ming's view was blocked by Tang Miao's body, so he didn't see the instantaneous change in Lu Muxian's expression. When he curiously craned his neck to look over Tang Miao's shoulder at Lu Muxian, her face had already returned to normal, as if that murderous look had never existed. "Is something off?" Lu Ming muttered to himself. Next, everyone quickly dealt with the scene. They found a relatively hidden spot for Xiao's corpse, hastily dug a shallow grave, and buried him, without even a tombstone. The gold-grade beast core was temporarily kept by Lu Ming. After all this was done, it was time for the shift change for the night watch. Originally, Tang Miao was to take the second half of the night, but after this incident no one felt like sleeping. Lu Ming returned to his tent, which was still intact, and lay in his sleeping bag, but he was wide awake. He decided not to sleep sitting cross-legged, and beginning to carefully sense the changes that came with the silver grade. New silver grade skill. Closed door. With a flick of Lu Ming's intent, a spatial door instantly opened in the air before him, then quickly shut. It didn't vanish into nothingness like before, but closed with a certain force, snapping shut instantly. This process created an effect of spatial compression. Lu Ming recalled how he had used the spatial door to trap the ghost assassin's arm during the fight. What if I increased the force and speed of the door closing? Could I create a spatial slash effect? His gaze fell on a tenacious little blade of grass growing in the corner of the tent. With a thought, a slender spatial door opened at the midpoint of the grass stem, and then closed. Crack. The grass stem snapped cleanly in two. A look of ecstasy spread across Lu Ming's face. It works. It really has an attack effect. And my spatial door has a very low presence, perfect for cutting grass and pulling out roots. He quickly shook his head hard, banishing that morbid thought. Ahem, I Lu Ming am a righteous and upright youth of socialist values. How could I have such dark thoughts? I must have been corrupted by some unreliable system. If the system had self-awareness, it would probably be displaying a huge question mark in his mind right now. After the excitement, Lu Ming began more detailed tests. He tried using the spatial slash on other objects. The results were a mix of joy and concern. The joy was that the technique was indeed effective, and as he poured in more mental energy and spiritual power, the force and speed of the door closing could increase, enhancing the slash's power. The attack method was very subtle and hard to defend against. The concern was, the current power was rather underwhelming. It struggled against slightly thicker branches and required multiple slashes. Attacking a stone, it only left shallow white marks. Overall, its cutting power was roughly comparable to a nail clipper. Lu Ming's mouth twitched, but he quickly consoled himself. At least it's an attack method. Going from nothing to something is a qualitative leap. The power will definitely grow as my level increases and my proficiency improves. Lu Ming then turned his attention back to the system. Having broken through to silver grade, the system should have some changes too, right? He immersed his consciousness in his mind and opened the familiar system interface. Host Lu Ming, current level silver, grade 1 ability, name door C grade, current evolution progress 0 ability description, can open a miniature spatial door with a maximum diameter of 50 centimeters within a 20-meter range of oneself. Opening and maintaining it consumes minimal spiritual energy. Note the length and size have improved greatly, but it's still a bit soft and weak. Keep it up. The muscles on Lu Ming's face twitched uncontrollably. What the hell? Just then, a line of small text scrolled into view at the top of the system interface, detected that the host has reached silver grade. The system meets the conditions for an upgrade. Do you wish to begin the upgrade? Note the upgrade process will consume a certain amount of energy. Lu Ming was stunned. Before he could react, the system interface flickered again, and another line of text popped up, quickly detected a high-purity energy source in the system warehouse meeting the upgrade energy requirements. The system will automatically begin the upgrade procedure. Energy source locked, gold grade, beast core system upgrading. Please wait. Lu Ming's eyes shot wide open. A large amount of energy source in the warehouse. High purity energy source. Gold grade beast core. Wait. System. Wait right there. That's my 5 million. Lu Ming let out a mournful wail in his mind, trying to stop it, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as the gold grade beast core in the system warehouse, which he hadn't even had time to savor, rapidly dissolved into a stream of pure energy that was swallowed whole by the spinning wheel at the center of the system interface. The whole process was so fast he couldn't react in time. Gotcha wheel upgrade successful. Lu Ming collapsed in his tent, his eyes vacant, feeling completely drained. Damn system. Give me back my beast core. Give me back my 5 million. He wanted to cry but had no tears, feeling his heart bleed. What was done was done. The beast core was gone, and the system had upgraded. Lu Ming could only suppress his grief and look at the updated system interface. Current card pool level 2 single draw cost 500 emotion points. Pity system after every 90 draws a gold grade prize is guaranteed. The original gold grade item mini version of Awakening Fruit has been removed from the card pool and 3 new gold grade items have been added. Current pity counter 090. Lu Ming stared at these lines, question marks popping up one after another in his mind. What the hell? He almost jumped out of his sleeping bag. What about the over 40 draws I painstakingly saved up? You update the card pool and just reset it. Swallowing my pity progress. And the single draw price went from 160 to 500. This markup is outrageous. This is robbery. Barefaced robbery. Give me back my 5 million. Lu Ming felt like he was about to have a heart attack. With a dark face, he fumed as he looked at his emotion point balance, which was only a little over 8,000. Let me see what's so special about this optimized level 2 card pool. Draw. Let's start with a 10 pull to test the waters. He mentally slammed the 10 pull button. The wheel spun wildly again, and then 9 white lights interspersed with 1 golden light flashed by in sequence. Seeing that single golden light, Lu Ming's resentment instantly subsided. The draw results quickly appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained half a weed from the Fisher Area Quality Common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a weed from the Fisher Area Quality Common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Xiao's leftover height increasing insole right quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Tang Miao's belt quality bronze. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained gold grade cultivation experience card, 1 minute quality, gold. Lu Ming. He was stunned for a second, wondering if he had misread. What the hell? Tang Miao's belt. And it's a bronze grade item. That's so extravagant. No wait, system, are you even serious? However, the sudden gold grade cultivation experience card made Lu Ming's eyes light up instantly. System, I spoke too harshly just now. Lu Ming's face changed faster than flipping a book, instantly breaking into a smile. You are my god. Just then outside the tent, Tang Miao's pants slipped down and the biting cold wind made him shiver. What the hell? Where did my belt go? Emotion points from Tang Miao 666. Lu Ming. He looked down at the belt in the system warehouse. What am I supposed to do with this thing? At daybreak, the crowd filed out of their tents one by one, and then they saw Tang Miao standing in an exceptionally awkward posture, his hand constantly hitching at his waistband, his face slightly pale. As the instigator, Lu Ming showed not a hint of guilt, asking with a face full of concern, Yo, third young master, that pose of yours. Quite unique, isn't it? What's the matter, cold womb? The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Tang Miao slowly turned his head to look at Lu Ming's innocent face, and the veins on his forehead began to throb again. Emotion points from Tang Miao 245. Lu Ming. Tang Miao squeezed out his name through gritted teeth. Was it you who pulled a fast one? How could my belt just vanish out of the blue? If you've got the guts, let's duel. Lu Ming, watching the furious Tang Miao, rubbed his chin and began to ponder seriously. A duel? That wasn't out of the question. Having just broken through to Silver Grade 1, he did need some real combat to familiarize himself with his new power and test his results. Xiao Wu and Tang Miao were old acquaintances who knew each other inside out. While combat with them was beneficial, it lacked novelty and challenge. As for Lu Muxian, the gap had been too vast before. He had always been crushed. Now that he was also a silver grade, could it be? In Lu Ming's eyes, gender didn't matter. Everyone was just an emotion point ATM in his book. He couldn't beat her before, but now with his power greatly increased, he was determined to make Lu Muxian live under his shadow too. With this thought, Lu Ming's eyes grew eager. He looked at Tang Miao, his face breaking into an extremely smug expression. Forget it, you're no match. Emotion points from Tang Miao 333. Tang Miao nearly choked, his face turning red. I'm no match. You. Before he could finish, he was utterly silenced by Lu Ming's next move. Lu Ming directly turned his head, his gaze shifting to Lu Muxian standing nearby. Lu Ming raised his hand, extended his index finger, and crooked it at Lu Muxian, lifting his chin slightly. You come here. Xiao Wu. His pupils dilated instantly, his mouth slightly agape, his face full of disbelief. Is he this bold? Xiao Wu muttered to himself. Xiao Wu murmured. Tang Miao was also shocked by Lu Ming's sudden suicidal move, temporarily forgetting the belt grievance. Obviously, this kid broke through to silver grade and thinks he's all that. His wings have hardened, and he reckons he can go toe-to-toe with Sister Lo. In short, he's gotten cocky. After hearing Tang Miao's explanation, Xiao Wu had a sudden epiphany, and then his gaze toward Lu Ming filled with profound sympathy. Lu Muxian's eyebrows lifted slightly. She slowly flexed her wrists and neck, then looked seriously at Lu Ming. Fine. Somehow Lu Ming felt that this fine seemed to contain a hint of anticipation. or rather a kind of satisfaction that someone had finally volunteered to walk into the lion's den. Have I made a wrong decision? Lu Ming's heart pounded and a chill ran down his back. But the arrow was already on the string and it had to fly. The path he chose, he would walk to the end even on his knees. Besides, his breakthrough to silver grade was no fluke. He had already devised a strategy to deal with Lu Muxian. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu, those two who loved to watch the world burn, immediately retreated to a safe distance and quickly slipped into their roles. Tang Miao cleared his throat. Contestants, please take your positions. The match is about to begin. 3. Tang Miao raised his right hand high. 2. 1. Match, begin. The moment the word begin left his lips, Lu Muxian's figure moved. There was no flashy opening stance. She merely stood still, raised her long sword, and slashed it through the air in Lu Ming's direction. Xing. A highly condensed sword qi tore through the air and instantly shot toward Lu Ming. Wherever the sword qi passed, the grass blades on the ground were instantly severed. Lu Ming was not flustered. His spiritual energy surged toward his feet. Portal open. A half-meter diameter spatial gate instantly formed beneath his feet, and he fell straight through, dodging the sword qi. The qi grazed the top of his head and blasted into a bole-thick tree over 10 meters behind him. Boom. The tree trunk was directly severed by the sword qi, the upper half of the crown crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Ming rolled out from another spatial gate 5 meters away, staring at the tree's wreckage. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? You use attacks of this power as basic moves? However, Lu Muxian gave him no chance to catch his breath or complain. Xing, Xing, Xing. 3 more consecutive sword qi strikes sealed off Lu Ming's escape routes to the left, right, and front, hurtling toward him like lightning. Mora. Lu Ming's scalp tingled. He could only activate his teleportation again, leaping between several portals to evade the sword qi's onslaught, leaving several deep furrows on the ground. I can't stay on the defensive. I need to seize the initiative. Lu Ming's mind raced as he dodged. Lu Muxian had long range and immense power. Trying to exchange blows with her would be suicide. He spotted an extremely brief post-attack delay after Lu Muxian released her sword qi and locked his mind onto a spot half a meter behind her. A portal silently opened behind Lu Muxian, and a small dagger with a distinguished track record appeared in Lu Ming's hand. His arm shot out from the portal in front of him, and the tip of the dagger stealthily emerged from the portal behind Lu Muxian. Yet just as the dagger's tip was about to touch Lu Muxian's clothes, Lu Muxian, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, didn't turn around, but simply flicked her wrist, sending her longsword backward. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing. The dagger's sneak attack was precisely blocked by the sword's blade, and the rebound force numbed Lu Ming's arm, nearly causing him to drop the weapon. Lu Ming instantly retracted his arm and dagger, his face full of question marks. I've wanted to ask this since before. How does she detect it? Is she cheating? The fieldside commentator Tang Miao immediately provided a professional explanation. Contestant Lu Ming employed the classic backstabbing tactic. Unfortunately, he clearly doesn't understand Sister Less silver grade awakened skill, sword heart clarity. Tang Miao's voice was full of commentary passion. Sword heart clarity not only greatly enhances the comprehension and execution of the sword path, but also forms a perception field akin to a domain. Within this range, even killing intent or a gaze can hardly escape Sister Less perception. Lu Ming. Well, so she really did have a cheat. But he refused to admit defeat verbally. While opening another portal to evade the pursuing sword qi, he shot back at Tang Miao. At least for dealing with someone like you whose mind isn't so clear, this trick is more than enough. Emotion points from Tang Miao. 344. Tang Miao was choked up and snorted sulkily, stubborn mouth. Just wait till Sister Lu takes care of you. Lu Ming, however, ignored the outside interference. Since sneak attacks won't work, he'll go for control. He locked onto Lu Muxian again, this time targeting her longsword. Spatial gate close. A thin, elongated spatial gate instantly opened at the midpoint of Lu Muxian's sword blade and slammed shut with the utmost speed. Clang! An even sharper clashing sound than before rang out. The air around the middle of Lu Muxian's gleaming longsword twisted violently, whose spatial energy, like a solid pair of pliers, clamped down on the blade. Lu Muxian frowned slightly, trying to pull the sword back, only to find it trapped by a powerful spatial binding force. Though she could break free with her strength, it would take time. Success! Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy. He had known all along that Lu Muxian's swordsmanship was superb. If he could temporarily disable her sword, he would have a chance. He didn't hesitate. While Lu Muxian's sword was restrained, he charged straight at her. Without your sword, what can you do now, eh? Lu Ming could already see the light of victory. Watching this from the sidelines, Tang Miao opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only made an extremely strange expression and remained silent. As for Lu Muxian, seeing Lu Ming rushing at her with the dagger, there was no panic on her face. She released the sword hilt, and then likewise stepped forward to meet him. Then under Lu Ming's stunned gaze, Lu Muxian lifted her leg and delivered a solid side kick squarely into his chest. Bam! Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit heat-in by a 100-ton truck, flying backward, tracing an ungraceful arc through the air. Ugh! Holy crap! Lu Ming clutched his aching chest, nearly unable to catch his breath. He felt that the last time he had experienced such pure force was when he awakened his system and had that close encounter with the 100-ton truck. Lu Muxian looked at Lu Ming curled up on the ground, her cool voice ringing out, "You think I can't handle you without my sword?" Tang Miao finally spoke up, lazily addressing Lu Ming on the ground with a tone full of sympathy. "Lu Ming, oh Lu Ming, where did you get the illusion that sister-less talent only awakened in high school? But she's been educating us since we were kids. In terms of physical fitness, how does a mage beat a warrior? Why did you think you could take her on without her sword?" Lu Ming clutched his chest, utterly dejected. Is this woman some kind of humanoid beast? How is she so strong? Emotion points from Lu Muxian 345 Sierra Leonean. Leon's Muxian's eyebrows twitched again. I finally understand how Tang Miao's mouth got so sharp. Lu Ming immediately started playing dumb. Exactly. Classmate Li, you've seen the truth. It's all Tang Miao. He was born with a sharp tongue and am just tainted by proximity. He infected me. Emotion points from Tang Miao 233 Tang Miao. Blame falling from the sky while standing on the sidelines. Hey, if you two are fighting, fight. If you're messing around, mess around. But don't use my character as a joke. My mouth isn't as sharp as yours. Lu Muxian looked at these two clowns and sighed softly. It seems I've won. However, Lu Ming on the ground suddenly raised his head. That's not necessarily. Before he finished speaking, Lu Ming suddenly curled up, completely hugging his knees and tucking his head down. Then a sudden change occurred. Centered on the curled Lu Ming, dozens of spatial gate lights flickered in the air. These portals fit together seamlessly, above, below, front, back, left, right. 6 full faces forming a cube that completely enclosed Lu Ming. Though Lu Ming's face inside the cube was invisible, his annoyingly smug voice came clearly through the gaps of this spatial turtle shell. You come here now. The drawn-out tone was full of that go ahead and kill me if you can insolence. Lu Muxian. For the first time, her eyes showed obvious bewilderment and confusion. What kind of move was this? She tentatively stepped forward, raised her hand, and punched a spatial gate on the front face. The moment her fist made contact, it felt like striking air. Then the spatial gate in front of her twisted slightly, and her fist emerged from another portal on the side of the shell. Lu Muxian withdrew her fist, frowning slightly. She tried a few more times, and the result was as expected. All attacks upon contacting the surface of the spatial shell leaked out through other portals, unable to affect Lu Ming at all. Emotion points from Lu Muxian 319. This is possible. Lu Muxian's cool voice carried a hint of disbelief. Such a cheap tactic was something she had never heard of or seen. Lu Ming's triumphant voice drifted out from the shell again, dripping with mockery. If you suck, practice more. If you can't take a loss, don't play. Emotion points from Lu Muxian 345 Sierra Leonean. Leon's Muxian. She felt her blood pressure rising. This guy hiding inside still dared to be so cocky. You are like the peach blossoms of 3 lives and 3 worlds. Lu Ming's voice rang out again, seemingly out of nowhere. Lu Muxian was taken aback and reflexively asked, what? Lu Ming, not even 10 miles. Emotion points from Lu Muxian 444 Sierra Leonean. Leon's Muxian. She clenched her fist. This bastard not only fought dirty, but also had such a sharp tongue. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu also curiously gathered around the spatial cube, circling it and marveling. Xiao Wu rubbed his chin, full of awe. Isn't this too cheap? How do you even hit him? You can't touch him at all. Doesn't that make him invincible? Tang Miao, also rubbing his chin, analyzed. Spatial barriers have their limits too. At his current level, the spatial stability of this shell he built can't be that strong. Sister Li, use your sword to chop it. Hearing this, Lu Muxian immediately turned to look at her longsword still stuck in midair by the spatial gate. Yet the moment her gaze landed, the longsword vanished with a whoosh. Then Lu Ming's infuriating voice came from the shell. Hee, looking for your sword. It's right here with me. Mad, aren't you? Clearly Lu Ming had anticipated this move and used another spatial gate to stow Lu Muxian's sword inside his own shell. Lu Muxian, listening to the endless stream of taunts from inside, felt an unprecedented headache. She couldn't break the barrier, and the guy was spamming trash talk. Lu Muxian gritted her teeth and squeezed out 3 words, so cheap. Emotion points from Lu Muxian 441. She finally deeply understood the helplessness and soaring blood pressure that Tang Miao and Xiao Zhe felt when facing Lu Ming. Deep within the rift zone, a rift over 10 meters high, its edges constantly twisting and flickering, lay like a scar on the earth. Before the rift stood 2 people. One dressed in black with a cold and sinister face was none other than the A-class-wanted criminal who had failed to hunt Lu Ming in Rongqing, Black Impermanence. He looked at the spatial rift ahead and murmured in awe, truly a miracle of power that connects two worlds. He paused, his tone tinged with regret. Pity this rift is too small to allow the passage of overly powerful individuals. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on the other person beside him. That was a young man who appeared to be about 25 or 26, wearing a white research coat. He was the rift research expert previously abducted by Black Impermanence. A cold smile curled at the corner of Black Impermanence's mouth. Dr. Lin, as a genius researcher in this country. You can do it, can't you? Dr. Lin spat at Black Impermanence. Pa, don't even think about it. Give up that hope. Oh, is that so? Black Impermanence's face showed no anger. That's not for you to decide. As his words fell, the shadow under his feet, as if alive, began to writhe violently, and in an instant coiled around Dr. Lin's feet. Ugh, Dr. Lin let out a pained groan, feeling his body completely out of his control. Step by step, he walked toward a strange machine nearby and began to operate it. No, don't, Dr. Lin's eyes were filled with despair, but his body remained out of his control. As the machine hummed to life, ripples of energy projected onto the spatial rift ahead. Buzz. As if a boulder had been thrown into a lake, the spatial rift suddenly rippled violently, dark red light, interweaving madly, and the rift began to expand. Black Impermanence watched this horrifying scene, a satisfied and cruel smile spreading across his face. Yes, just like that. Welcome, my lord. What's happening? A violent spatial tremor, like an invisible yet ferocious tide, surged from the deepest part of the rift zone, instantly sweeping through the peripheral area where Lu Ming and the others were located. The ground seemed to tremble slightly, the spiritual energy in the air instantly turned turbulent, and a terrifying oppressive force weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Even though they had not yet truly ventured into the dangerous zone, this sudden celestial anomaly was enough to make everyone's expression change in an instant. Lu Ming immediately deactivated his spatial barrier, murmuring to himself, such intense spatial fluctuations. As a spatial-type awakener, he was more sensitive to abnormal spatial changes. What is happening deep inside? Just as he was in doubt, the system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding. Main quest triggered. Host must proceed immediately to the depths of Longquan Rift Zone. Ding. Main quest triggered. Host must proceed immediately to the depths of Longquan Rift Zone. Lu Ming was stunned. Main quest. He blinked, wondering if the spatial tremor had caused auditory hallucinations. Ever since acquiring this troublesome emotion system, he had always been the one to actively stir up trouble for emotion points. This was the first time the system issued a main quest. Lu Ming felt a bit lost. System. What exactly are you? He subconsciously inquired in his mind, but the system remained silent, as always, leaving only those 3 glaring red quest prompts. Go, or not go? Lu Ming's mind churned fiercely. Even a fool knew that the depths of the rift were a den of danger. What was the difference between him, a mere silver-deer rookie who had just barely broken through, and walking to his death? Curiosity killed the cat. He had some self-awareness. As if sensing the host's hesitation, the system, after a brief silence, chimed again. Ding. Completing the main quest grants a reward: super artifact fragment. Any door X1. Lu Ming. His pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. Super artifact fragment. Lu Ming felt his breath quicken. This damn system is tempting me. In the known equipment hierarchy of this world, an artifact was already a legendary supreme existence. A super artifact was unheard of, but just the name suggested it surpassed even an artifact. Even a single fragment would be of immeasurable value. Am I the kind of person who is so greedy for treasure that I'd risk my life? Lu Ming bitterly criticized himself within, despising such base material temptation. Then the next second, alright, I am. He couldn't help it, the system was offering too much. That was a super artifact fragment. If he missed this chance, would there ever be another? Moreover, any door. It seemed perfectly suited to his ability. Faced with such immense gain, a little risk, well, enormous risk, seemed somehow acceptable. Fortune favors the bold. Bet on it, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Gamble, and a villa rises by the sea. Lu Ming encouraged himself. The quest only asks me to go to the depths of Longquan Rift, nothing specific. They'll just sneak over, take a distant look, confirm the situation, grab the fragment reward, and then bolt. As he calculated how to complete the quest safely, he glanced at Tang Miao and the other 2 who were arguing heatedly. Xiao's face was filled with unease. Something big is happening deep in the rift. The commotion is too huge. Even we can feel it here. Should we retreat first and report to the military? Lu Muxian, however, seemed intrigued by the dramatic change. Let's investigate. Longquan Rift isn't the highest level, the strongest beings there are only platinum tier. We can protect ourselves well enough. Tang Miao's expression was very serious. No? Sister Lu, this situation is clearly abnormal. Beasts disappearing en masse, such terrifying spatial fluctuations and pressure suddenly erupting. We can't take risks. We must evacuate immediately and report. The three were divided. Just then Lu Ming, having made his decision, approached with an apologetic tone. Sorry everyone. You can leave now. I must go to the depths of the rift for a look. The three turned their gazes to him simultaneously. Tang Miao frowned deeply, his voice laced with disbelief. Lu Ming, are you crazy? Even normally the depths are full of silver high and even gold tier beasts. In this eerie situation, aren't you just asking for deaths? Lu Ming shook his head. I promise I won't venture too deep. Just a quick look to confirm the situation, then he'll pull back immediately. Lu Muxian looked at Lu Ming, then at the rift depths, and suddenly spoke. Since we can't agree, let's split up. Tang Miao, you and Xiao will escort Uncle Li back and report to the military. Lu Ming and I will probe a bit deeper for first-hand intelligence. Tang Miao's head throbbed. Sister Lu, don't be reckless either. He looked at these two stubborn souls, feeling utterly exasperated. After a moment of inner conflict, he finally stomped his foot with a look of resignation. Fine, fine. You win. If we're going well, all go together. At least we'll have each other's backs. Xiao Wu, what do you think? Xiao Wu shrugged. In with you. Consensus was reached. As for the negligent guard, old Li, under their icy stares, he could only grit his teeth and agree to follow closely and do his best to protect them. The group began to advance swiftly toward the rift depths. Along the way, the eerie atmosphere grew thicker. It was too quiet. Still a deathly silence. Not a single beast, not even a bird or insect chirp. The air was thick with that heavy pressure. Something's definitely wrong. Tang Miao's face darkened, gripping his trident tightly. How can there be not a single beast? The answer came soon as they neared the core area. Xiao Wu, leading the way, suddenly halted, his body freezing. His eyes widened, pupils contracting as he stared at the valley entrance ahead. Why? You all. Look, what's that? Following his pointed finger, they cautiously peered down and collectively gasped. Below, in the vast valley basin, a dense mass of various beasts crowded together, including natural enemies and highly territorial species. But now these beasts, which would normally fight each other, were all quietly prostrate on the ground. Heads bowed in a posture of utmost submission, as if worshipping something. And the direction of their worship was the spatial rift at the valley's center, now expanded to a jaw-dropping size. Tang Miao's face turned pale as he stared at the rift, his voice trembling. I remember the main rift of Longquan was only a dozen meters. But now, it's at least 80 meters, right? And it's still expanding. The rift, now like a hideous wound on the earth, twisted violently, flickering with black-purple light, as if something terrifying was trying to force its way into this world from the other side. Just as the group was struck speechless by the horrifying sight, Lu Ming's system notification rang in his mind again. Ding. Detected host has arrived at the core area of Longquan Rift. Main quest: proceed to the depths of Longquan Rift zone completed. Congratulations, host. Rewards: super artifact fragment. Any door fragment X1. Any door fragment, a fragment of a legendary door that can connect any location containing supreme spatial laws. Collect all fragments to restore mythic power. Current fragments 1. A faint multicolored fragment silhouette appeared in Lu Ming's system inventory. The quest was done. A wave of relief washed over him, but was quickly replaced by deeper anxiety. The reward was in hand, but the crisis before them was more imminent than ever. This rift and these worshipping beasts seemed to be welcoming some terrifying entity's arrival. We need to go back now. Lu Ming decided without hesitation, lowering his voice urgently. Report everything here to the military and the association. This rift and these beasts. The world is about to change. They had to evacuate immediately and get the intelligence out. As for the super artifact fragment, he could study it once safe. However, the moment his words fell, Lu Muxian's warning cry rang out, watch out. Lu Ming's instinct for danger, honed through countless life-and-death situations, kicked in instantly. Almost as Lu Muxian spoke, he activated his teleportation. At the spot where he had stood, several pitch-black shadows like venomous snakes striking burst from the ground's darkness and mist. But Tang Miao and Xiao Wu weren't so lucky. Though they reacted in time, the shadows were too fast, wrapping around their ankles like clinging parasites. Both felt their control over their bodies rapidly slip away. They struggled in fury and shock, but to no avail. Damn it! Tang Miao growled, his trident flashing with blue light as he tried to shatter the shadow bindings, but with little effect. See, can't move. Xiao Wu's spiritual energy surged, yet he was stuck as if in thick mud, unable to budge. So it's you little brat. What a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha. A voice filled with venomous laughter came from the shadows on one side of the valley. Lu Ming landed from his teleportation following the sound. When he saw the dark-clad figure slowly emerging from the shadows, his heart instantly sank like a stone. A herd of alpacas thundered past, and he couldn't help but curse damn. "Hey Wuchang, why you again?" At this moment, Hey Wuchang's face bore a cruel and excited grin. "Never thought I'd meet you here." Hey Wuchang sneered, the shadows beneath his feet surging once more as countless pitch-black silhouettes rushed toward Lu Ming and Lu Muxian like a tide. "Avoid his shadows. Don't let them catch you." Lu Ming shouted to Lu Muxian while activating his teleportation again, narrowly dodging the assault of two shadow tendrils. Lu Muxian exerted her full agility, slashing at the approaching shadows, but the tendrils seemed endless, regenerating swiftly from the darkness even after being severed. As they struggled to evade He Wuchang's shadow attacks, a low roar imbued with supreme authority suddenly echoed from the rift in the valley's center. Roar! Lu Ming and Lu Muxian felt their blood freeze, their hearts seized by an invisible giant hand, and their legs uncontrollably gave way, both collapsing to their knees. Even He Wuchang, manipulating shadows in the distance, shuddered violently, a mix of pain and awe flashing across his face as he too knelt, but his eyes burned with even greater fervor. "Well, what is this?" Lu Ming struggled to lift his head and gaze toward the rift. From the terrifying rift, now expanded to nearly 100 meters, an unimaginably enormous pitch-black dragon claw slowly emerged from the chaotic energy currents. Even just a fraction of that claw was tens of meters long. The mere sight of it made Lu Ming feel his very soul trembling. This aura was far beyond the platinum rank. Perhaps it even surpassed diamond and obsidian. Though kneeling under the pressure, He Wuchang couldn't help but laugh uproariously, his voice filled with fanatic reverence. "Welcome, my lord, to descend." Lu Ming's heart turned icy as if falling into an abyss. He Wuchang calls it master. What level of being could command such awe from a platinum-ranked fugitive? A divine level. The thought filled Lu Ming with despair. If a divine beast truly descended, not just them, but the entire Rongqing city, even the whole southwest region, would face annihilation. He Wuchang's shadow tendrils surged again. This time weighed down by the pressure, Lu Ming and Lu Muxian could no longer evade, and several icy tendrils instantly coiled around them. But He Wuchang at this moment had no mind for these mere insects. He stared fervently at the massive claw growing clearer in the rift and laughed. "Ha! Dr. Lin is truly a genius. To actually expand and stabilize the rift to such a degree. Give him a few more decades of research and he might have found a way to seal it completely. Too bad he won't get the chance. Now it's the era of my lord's descent. The old world order will be shattered and a new epoch shall be ruled by my lord." Lu Ming's intense will to survive blazed within. What to do? Am I really going to die here? The system randomly issued a main quest. It couldn't be just to send me to my death, right? He struggled to focus his mind on the system storage, looking at the newly acquired fragment of the any door. What use could this thing be now? Yet the moment his consciousness touched the fragment, a change occurred once more. A system prompt sounded without warning, not a quest or reward notification. Detected, host facing a fatal crisis beyond current limits. Special item SS grade talent experience card has been auto-activated. Before Lu Ming could grasp the situation, the any door fragment in the system storage, as if summoned by a supreme call, burst forth with unprecedented, dazzling, multicolored divine light. In Lu Ming's incredulous gaze, the fragment rapidly expanded within the prismatic light, transforming into a complete door. Creak, a soft sound, and the door, untouched, slowly opened a crack. Beyond the world, before the river of history, a portal was gently pushed ajar. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, looking at his hands, quite nostalgic. He Wuchang, ready to witness his master's descent, froze, his fervent expression replaced by utter terror. In that instant, he clearly sensed that the brat before him, whom he had deemed an ant, had undergone a earth-shattering transformation in aura. It was a terrifying aura he dared not gaze upon, even more unfathomable than the master he served. "Thighs is impossible." He Wuchang screamed in disbelief, unable to accept what was happening. In his shock, he reacted swiftly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Whatever this was, it must be snuffed out immediately. "Stop your tricks. Die." He furiously channeled his shadow control ability, manipulating Lu Ming's hand to choke his own throat. He wanted the boy to strangle himself. Yet Lu Ming didn't even lift an eyelid. SSSHH. A faint, nearly invisible silver thread flashed through the air. Instantly, He Wuchang felt his connection to the shadow tendrils severed. A spatial slash. What level of spatial mastery is this? His pupils contracted, fear reaching its peak. Lu Ming slowly turned his head and said casually, "Stop fooling around. I have serious business to attend to." He Wuchang's hair stood on end. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over him. He dared not gamble any longer, retracting all shadows to form a thick pitch-black shield wall before him while retreating rapidly to create distance. But Lu Ming merely extended a hand, fingers slightly spread, and gently clenched it toward He Wuchang's direction. No earth-shattering energy burst, no dazzling light effects. He Wuchang only felt the space around him instantly solidify. As if frozen in amber, his thoughts slowed, and then a terrifying force erupted from within his own body. Terrified, he looked at Lu Ming, who now held a still-beating, vivid red heart in his hand. Lu Ming gazed at the fresh heart with a hint of surprise. "I thought a beast like you would have a black heart. Turns out it's still red." As his words fell, Lu Ming gently closed his fingers. Puffed. A soft, muffled sound. The vivid red heart was crushed into a pulpy mess in his palm. Emotion points from He Dashui 999. He Wuchang's pupils lost all focus, his face frozen in extreme terror and disbelief as his body slumped limply to the ground. Having done this, Lu Ming casually flicked the blood off his hand and turned his gaze to the utterly stunned trio, Lu Muxian, Tang Miao, and Xiao Wu. A familiar roguish grin curled at the corner of his mouth. "Yo Young, Miao Miao, Wu Wu, and Lulu. Sorry, but what's about to happen and how I just looked, it's not good for you to know too much at this stage. So, forgive me, but I'll need to temporarily seal this memory." Lu Muxian was the first to react. "You. Show." Lu Ming raised a finger to his lips, making a silencing gesture. Before the three could react, they felt their consciousness slowly drift into slumber, a sound like a door closing echoing deep within their minds. In their memory timelines, the doors before and after encountering this Lu Ming firmly shut. The three bodies went limp, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Done. Lu Ming clapped his hands and glanced at his phone. Only 40 seconds had passed since the any door opened. As expected of me, so efficient. He nodded, then turned his gaze back to the terrifying rift in the valley center, now expanded to hundreds of meters with parts of the dragon's body struggling to squeeze out. "Close the door, see out the guest." Lu Ming reached out toward the rift again, fingers pressed together. The next moment, the entire valley seemed to shudder violently. The massive spatial rift, which had been expanding with difficulty, began to close. Emotion points from Dragon Lord 555 roar. From within the rift, the Dragon Lord let out a furious roar. Its colossal body was forcibly pushed back. The part that had just emerged was instantly crushed back inside. The rift shrank at a visible speed. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. Emotion points from Dragon Lord 666. It seemed the rift was about to be completely sealed. Done. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. But just as the rift was about to fully close, roar. An even more frenzied roar came from the depths of the nearly sealed rift. Then two dragon claws wreathed in pitch-black, destructive energy fiercely stabbed out from the remaining gap. They desperately gripped the edges of the rift, trying to tear it open again. The smile on Lu Ming's face froze slightly, then his brow furrowed. "So disrespectful to me. I said see out the guest." He said with displeasure. "Are you deaf?" As his words fell, his pressed fingers suddenly clenched inward. Crack! With the crisp sound of breaking bones, the terrifying dragon claws gripping the rift's edges snapped clean off, and the rift sealed completely. The severed claws fell powerlessly. Lu Ming casually beckoned, and the two claws turned into black light, vanishing into his system storage. Emotion points from Dragon Lord 888. Wasting my time. Having done all this, Lu Ming checked his phone again. Tisk thought I could play a bit longer. What a shame. His body swayed, his vision went dark, and his consciousness, like a power cut, instantly plunged into deep darkness as he collapsed softly to the ground. A week later, at the intensive care unit of Rongqing Military General Hospital, Lu Ming's eyelids fluttered a few times before slowly opening. What greeted his eyes was a ceiling so white it was almost blinding. He blinked, his consciousness still clouded. Fragments of memory flashed chaotically in his mind, a crack so vast it was despairing, a terrifying dragon claw that blotted out the sky, fragments of a seven-colored portal. Where the hell did this bring me? He struggled to recall, only remembering that before the crack, the fragment of the any door in his system storage suddenly blazed with light, then seemed to transform into a complete door. After that, his memory became very hazy. But deep in his subconscious, he vaguely felt that during that blank period of unconsciousness, he might have done something incredible. Something's off. Very off. Alarm bells rang in Lu Ming's heart. He abruptly sank his consciousness into his mind, confronting the familiar system interface with a hostile tone. "System, was it you're doing? You didn't use some little immortal art to pass on your lifelong cultivation and memories, did you, Are you after my body? You're despicable." As if annoyed by his pestering, a row of ellipses suddenly appeared in the center of the system interface, with striking human-like quality. Lu Ming. His eyes flew wide open, as if had seen a ghost, nearly springing up from the hospital bed. "Holy crap, you're really conscious. Or is it like the ring, old man? Did I feed you with my cultivation?" That row of ellipses slowly faded, then a simple symbol gradually emerged. Lu Ming fell into thought. "So does that make me your bread and butter? How about calling me Dad?" The system interface was silent for an even longer time. Then, Lu Ming stared at the string of asterisks, froze for a moment, then his mouth twitched. I have a feeling. You're cursing pretty nastily. Even though he was being scolded, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief. From this human-like reaction, it seemed his fears of being possessed were probably just his imagination. So it's not possession. Then did you cheat and play for me? Lu Ming shifted his line of thought and probed. At the crack, did you take over my body, use some super powerful power, take down black impermanence, and seal the crack? This time the system responded quickly. Lu Ming was excited. Brother system. No dad system. You're my god. So awesome. Surviving even against a divine level being. I'm sticking with you from now on. The system interface remained calm, displaying a single arrow. Lu Ming followed the system's arrow to the system storage. Any door fragment energy depleted, a fragment of a legendary door that can connect to any location containing the supreme laws of space. Energy depleted, currently unusable. Energy depleted. Lu Ming scratched his head. Little system, your earlier cheat was related to this any door fragment. Holy crap, what's this? Lu Ming saw the pair of claws emanating an ominous aura in the storage and was completely dumbfounded. Weren't these the terrifying dragon claws that blotted out the sky from his memory? Dragon Lord's twin claws, divine level. Just those two simple words made Lu Ming even more certain of their origin. Lu Ming stammered, did I chop these off when my account was hijacked? System, Lu Ming mused, to actually chop off the claws of a divine being. Such a divine cheat tool, and it gets banned after one use. How do I recharge it? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a new line of small text beneath the item description. For any door fragment recharge required 1 emotion points. Lu Ming. He blinked, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 1 billion. He counted 3 times, carefully confirming he hadn't misread. A full 1 billion emotion points. He hadn't even seen that many zeros in Rongqing. Lu Ming felt the color that had just returned to his face drain away instantly. 1 billion. His voice cracked. System, are you kidding me? How long would it take to save up that much? I couldn't squeeze that out even if I bled Tang Miao's ancestors dry for 18 generations. The system interface was silent for a moment, then slowly displayed a very human-like expression. Lu Ming. You're pretty smart, huh? Then, as if tired of dealing with this unambitious host, the system interface fell calm, offering no further response. After pestering the system for a while with no reply, Lu Ming decided to stop dwelling on it, and instead checked his personal status panel. Focusing his mind, a simple, translucent panel unfolded in his consciousness. Host, Lu Ming, current level silver, level 1 ability, name door. Level current, evolution progress. Ability description, can freely open a portal with a 50 centimeters diameter within a 20-meter radius of oneself. Lu Ming stared at the panel, stunned. Level. He rubbed his eyes. What kind of rating is that? A system glitch. The ability description has changed too. What happened to my ability? What does it mean to freely open portals? Isn't it a spatial gate? Lu Ming stroked his chin, lost in thought. Those 3 question marks might be annoying, but perhaps they were a good sign. It means potential unknown. Extremely high upper limit. Just as he was daydreaming, over the panel the hospital door creaked open. A familiar figure strode in, quickly, a trace of worry on his face. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes open, his face instantly lit up with surprise. He hurried to the bedside, his voice a bit choked. Son, you're awake. Still preoccupied with the system interface, Lu Ming didn't notice the newcomer. Hearing the word son, his mouth moved faster than his brain, blurting out reflexively, you're the son. I'm the father. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Ming realized his mistake. 281 emotion points from Lu Bin. The system panel instantly flashed with the emotion point notification. Seeing the name Lu Bin, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Ah, damn, a slip of the tongue. This is the real dad. His eyes darted around as he stammered, hello there, uncle. 345 emotion points from Lu Bin. Lu Bin. Lu Bin took a deep breath, then made the highly practiced motion of pulling out a leather belt. Looks like you're pretty much recovered. Feeling energetic, huh? Lu Ming instinctively used his ability to try and hinder Lu Bin. However, after a slight expenditure of energy, without any warning, the zipper on Lu Bin's pants inexplicably opened. Lu Ming was taken aback. That counts as a door. Freely opening any portal means this. Before he could figure it out, seeing Lu Bin slowly approaching with the intent to hit him, he immediately begged for mercy. Dad. Father. Dearest Dad. I was wrong. I just woke up, my mind's not clear. Just nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Lu Bin seemed not to notice his open gate, and just snorted, lowering his raised hand. Any more discomfort? The doctor said you had severe mental and physical exhaustion, but no major physical injuries. Lu Bin sighed again. You on your break, why did you go to such a dangerous place as the Fisher Zone? Even if you wanted to train, you should have told us. Your mother and I have been worried sick for a week. A wave of warmth surged in Lu Ming's heart. I understand, Dad. I won't make you worry like this again. Lu Bin gently stroked Lu Ming's hair. Even though your dad doesn't have any cultivation, no matter what difficulties you face, you must always tell us. Even if the sky falls your mother, and I will hold it up for you. Lu Ming felt a sting in his nose and nodded firmly. Thanks, Dad. Just then the hospital door was knocked again, and Zhang Baidu entered. Having heard the latter half of the father-son conversation, a peculiar smile played on his lips. Lu Ming noticed the suspicious twitch at the corner of Zhang Baidu's mouth. Hey, Principal Zhang, are you laughing? Something good happened. Zhang Baidu quickly put on a straight face, denying it with a serious tone. No. I just suddenly thought of something happy. Lu Bin's unfriendly gaze immediately swept over. Zhang Baidu quickly covered his mouth, took a few deep breaths, and forcibly suppressed his laughter. Only then did Lu Bin withdraw his gaze and look at Zhang Baidu, his tone not overly warm. What are you here for? Zhang Baidu cleared his throat. Student Lu Ming, I heard you were awake, so I came specifically to check on you. Also to inform you that the military places great importance on the incident at the Longquan Fisher Zone. Once you're feeling a bit better, they'll send someone to the hospital to ask you about the situation then. Just tell them what you remember truthfully, and don't worry. Lu Bin instructed. Hear what the principal said. Cooperate well, but also take care of yourself. Don't push it. The doctor said you need to stay in the hospital for another week of observation before you can be discharged. Lu Ming calculated a week. That'll be just in time for the new year. Lu Bin rolled his eyes at him. Today is New Year's Eve. You've been asleep for a week, just like a pig. I wasn't wrong when I called you a New Year's pig before. Lu Ming's eyes widened. A week. I slept for a week. He finally realized how long had been unconscious, then protested. And how can you call your own son that? If I'm a New Year's pig, then you're an old pig, father. 421 emotion points from Lu Bin. Lu Bin made, as if to raise his hand again. Stop being cheeky. You just woke up, get some more rest. I'm going to pick up your mother. She'll be overjoyed. Got it, Dad. Go ahead, be careful on the road. Lu Ming obediently replied. Lu Bin nodded, glanced at Zhang Baidu again, and the two turned and walked out of the ward. Lu Ming watched their retreating figures, his gaze naturally falling on a certain area behind them. An extremely bizarre thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. That thing counts as a kind of door, right? The moment this thought appeared, Lu Ming himself was startled. He frantically shook his head, trying to shake this dirty thought out of his mind. Sin. I, Lu Ming, am a righteous socialist new youth. How could I have such a vile idea? He took a few deep breaths, forcing his attention elsewhere. No. This kind of ability that goes against socialist core values, I will absolutely never use. Well, try not to use it. Use it as little as possible. Once the thought was there, it was unstoppable. He'll practice on Tang Miao first. He's an old hand in Rongqing. He should be more open-minded. Outside the ward in the corridor, Lu Bin and Zhang Baidu both shivered simultaneously. Both felt inexplicably targeted by something unclean. Zhang Baidu muttered, strange, the hospital heating is pretty good, but why do I suddenly feel a chill down my back? Lu Bin frowned too, probably just an illusion. Hospitals are places with heavy energy. Zhang Baidu nodded, temporarily suppressing the strange feeling. Captain Lu, back in the ward, you really had the nerve to say you have no cultivation. Lying to your own son, have you no shame? Lu Bin waved his hand. Old Zhang, don't bring it up. You know my situation. Zhang Baidu's face showed a hint of pity upon hearing this, unsure what to say. The two fell silent, walking along the corridor. Just then a young nurse came tripping lightly around the corner. As she passed Lu Bin, her gaze inadvertently swept over his lower body. The next second the nurse sped up to flee. Pervert. Lu Bin, confused, he had no idea what had just happened. He followed the direction of the nurse's earlier gaze and looked down in bewilderment. A draft blew through and Lu Bin felt a chill in his crotch. Lu Bin's face instantly turned as black as a pot. I am going to. He quickly zipped up. What's going on? I'm sure I zipped it up before I left. Was it you? Lu Bin glared at Zhang Baidu with murderous intent, his desire to kill written all over his face. Zhang Baidu's mouth was already twitching with barely concealed glee. I don't have that kind of skill. If you ask me, such a wicked talent must be a traditional virtue of the Lu family. At these words, Lu Bin whipped his head around, staring at the door to Lu Ming's ward behind him. My son, his ability. Isn't it a spatial type door? What the hell does a pants zipper have to do with a door? Is a wicked door also a door? 333 emotion points from Lu Bin. Beside him, Zhang Baidu, watching Lu Bin gnash his teeth, could no longer contain his amusement. Uffed. A suppressed laugh finally escaped from Zhang Baidu's tightly covered mouth. Lu Bin's murderous gaze immediately locked onto Zhang Baidu. Zhang Baidu quickly released his hand, forcibly straightened his face, puffed out his chest, and put on a serious, professionally trained expression. Captain Lu, rest assured, I am professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, I will not laugh. He paused, taking a deep breath to suppress the irrepressible urge to laugh. Unless I can't help it. Huh. Lu Ming, you're awake. No sooner had Lu Bin and Zhang Beidu left than the ward door swung open again, revealing Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Lu Muxian as they stepped inside. Tang Miao's face showed concern. How are you feeling? Oh, by the way, we ran into a creepy old pervert outside your ward just now. His zipper wasn't even done up, hanging wide open as he wandered around the hospital corridor. Tisk tisk, the world is going downhill. You better be careful he doesn't bother you. Lu Ming. His expression instantly turned incredibly awkward. Ahem. That might probably perhaps be my dad. Tang Miao fell silent, wisely shutting his mouth and staring at the ceiling, pretending to study the material and pattern of the hospital ward ceiling. People always act like this. They go quiet when faced with a difficult answer. Xiao Wu quickly stepped in to smooth things over, changing the subject. Lu Ming, how are you feeling physically? Any lingering discomfort? How did you sleep so long? You were out for a whole week. Lu Ming went along with it. I'm fine, just feel a bit weak, need to recuperate. What about you guys? Lu Muxian nodded. We came to one by one that afternoon, and we're basically fine. When we woke up, military personnel were already waiting outside the ward and conducted a preliminary interview with us. She paused, her eyes fixed on Lu Ming, but, strangely enough, regarding what happened deep in the rift from when we saw the massive crack and the black impermanence appeared until we lost consciousness. The three of us all have total blank spots, as if that period was deliberately cut out of our memories. She looked at him with a hint of doubt. You were unconscious the longest, which makes your case special. The military might conduct a more detailed interview with you later. Do you know what actually happened afterward? What became of the rift and the black impermanence? How did he die? Tang Miao and Xiao Wu also dropped their casual expressions, their gazes fixed on Lu Ming. This matter was too bizarre. A platinum-level fugitive dying mysteriously, a rift that had expanded to terrifying proportions, vanishing without a trace, and the collective amnesia of the group. Lu Ming's face suddenly took on a solemn look. Alas. This matter, I was reluctant to speak of it. It involves too much touches on divine mysteries. But since we are sworn friends who have faced life and death together. He sighed. Very well, it won't hurt to tell you. But you must never speak of it to outsiders, or you risk heavenly retribution. Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Lu Muxian grew even more serious, instinctively holding their breath as they listened intently. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Actually, I am the reincarnation of the great and merciful Jade Emperor, the supreme deity of the high heavens. To protect the mortal world and safeguard the common people, I had no choice but to use a fraction of my past life power to resolve the rift incident. Yet this mortal body is too weak to withstand the backlash of such might, which is why I have remained unconscious until now. In the ward, there was a deathly silence. Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, Lu Muxian. Tang Miao was the first to react, vigorously rubbing his temples as he looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of self-doubt and deep helplessness. I am such a colossal fool. Tang Miao gritted his teeth. And I actually expected anything decent to come out of that dog mouth of yours. I even listened seriously. I really fell for your nonsense. Lu Ming looked at Tang Miao with a gratified expression and said earnestly, Good little Tang Miao, you finally realized you're a fool and you dare to face and admit it. Acknowledging your mistake and correcting it is a great virtue. I am pleased. Tang Miao. He felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, barely restraining himself from pouncing and unleashing a combo punch on this rascal. He took a few deep breaths, silently reciting in his mind, It's the new year, don't get angry with an idiot. He forced himself to calm down and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Looks like we worried about you for nothing. With that spirit, you're perfectly fine. Lu Ming for once didn't keep provoking Tang Miao. Thank you for your concern. This sudden sincerity and gratitude caught Tang Miao off guard, and he awkwardly turned his head away. Lu Muxian also withdrew her gaze, which had been looking at Lu Ming as if he were an idiot, and got down to business. Regarding this incident, that guard surnamed Li has been confirmed to have secretly taken bribes from Xiao Zhe and fled at the critical moment. With the combined pressure from the Tang Xiao and Lu families along with the military's opinion, he's been sent to the most dangerous reconnaissance unit on the front lines, likely a death sentence. It's a fitting punishment. Xiao Wu added, As for the military, they should send someone to question you today. After all, you were the last to wake up, so you might know something. You might have secrets, but you can still trust the nation. He paused and warned in an extremely serious tone. Listen, Lu Ming, the military people aren't like Tang Miao. Don't get carried away and talk back to them the way you do to Tang Miao. Lu Ming immediately put on a righteous expression. Classmate Xiao Wu, what are you saying? Am I the kind of person who speaks nonsense without considering the occasion? Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Lu Muxian exchanged glances, then unanimously nodded. Lu Ming. After seeing off Tang Miao and the others, the ward fell quiet once more. Lu Ming lay there listlessly, his mind still racing with how to handle the military's arrival. Just as he was lost in thought, the ward door opened again. A middle-aged man with sinister eyes slipped into the room, quietly closing the door behind him. He approached Lu Ming's bed without any greeting or introduction, simply looking down at him from a height. "You're Lu Ming, right? I have a few questions. You'd better answer honestly." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Here they come. The military works this fast. But why does this guy seem to have an agenda? He remained inwardly wary but put on an innocent look. "Are you the one sent by the military to ask questions? You must be working hard. Don't you get holidays for New Year's Eve? Having to work overtime?" Xiao Jibo's brow furrowed deeply, a flash of impatience and anger crossing his face. His voice grew colder. "Cut the crap. I ask you answer." "Got it." Lu Ming acted as if he didn't notice the other's anger, continuing on his own. "Why aren't you home for New Year's Eve? Don't you miss your family?" Xiao Jibo felt his temples throbbing. He was Xiao's father, grieving and suspicious after his son's unexplained death in the Rift Zone. Based on scattered clues, he suspected that his son's death was connected to this kid named Lu Ming. Already simmering with anger and hatred, Lu Ming's irrelevant chatter only agitated him further, making his fury spike. His emotions were nearing the breaking point. He barely restrained himself from striking. "You just..." But Lu Ming, as if oblivious to the murderous glare, delivered the final blow. "Or do you not have a family? Your mother?" Xiao Jibo finally snapped. He lunged forward, snarling, "Stop your nonsense. Tell me, how exactly did Xiaozhi die?" Just as I suspected. Lu Ming's heart tightened. "Not military. Someone from the Xiao family and hostile." Facing the man's raging fury and interrogation, Lu Ming delivered an Oscar-worthy performance. At that time, Xiaozhi was ambushed by a mutated beast and tragically fell. "We did our best." "Bullshit." Xiao Jibo didn't believe a word. "Xiaozhi was at Silver Grade 9. The highest among you. Even a waste like you who just broke through to Silver survived. How could he die?" Lu Ming sighed. "Maybe it's because I usually do good deeds like helping old ladies cross the street, so my karma is better." "What the hell is helping old ladies cross the street?" Xiao Jibo's mind struggled to keep up, and seeing Lu Ming's smug face, his last shred of reason snapped. "You little bastard. Looks like you need a lesson before you'll tell the truth." Xiao Jibo's eyes turned vicious, and without another word, his right hand shot out like an eagle's claw toward Lu Ming's shoulder. "You're coming with me." But Lu Ming had been on high alert, and the moment Xiao Jibo moved, he focused his mental energy. A 50-centimeter spatial gate instantly opened beneath him. He curled up, intending to teleport to the corridor outside the ward. However, he underestimated the speed of a platinum-level awakener, especially one from the Xiao family renowned for their ancient martial arts. Just as half his body had entered the spatial gate, Xiao Jibo's hand moved like a ghost, grabbing Lu Ming's ankle before he could fully retract it. "A mere Silver Grade 1, and you think you can escape me? Wishful think." Xiao Jibo's face twisted into a cruel, triumphant grin as he prepared to drag Lu Ming out of the gate. But then something unexpected happened. The moment he was caught, Lu Ming knew brute force was futile. In that critical instant, a flash of inspiration struck. He instantly activated a gold grade experience card, and at the same time his intent locked onto Xiao Jibo's rear entrance. "Open!" he roared in his mind. A strange, subtle ripple emanated from Lu Ming. The next second, just as Xiao Jibo was about to pull Lu Ming out, his sinister grin froze, and a bizarre sensation jolted his brain. "What the? Oh!" Xiao Jibo's grip on Lu Ming's ankle instantly released, and he leaped backward. He clamped his legs together, arched his back, and clamped his hands tightly over his rear. His face flushed crimson, and sweat immediately beaded on his forehead. "What? What kind of sorcery? What did you do to me?" Xiao Jibo's voice trembled. He felt as if the mysterious back garden gate had been forcibly pried open a crack. Though his platinum-grade physique prevented a full breach, the terrifying sensation of nearly losing control left him deeply unsettled. Lu Ming's heart was also in turmoil. Holy crap! It actually works, and it's devastatingly effective. Seeing Xiao Jibo's pathetic state, his malice surged, and he decided to strike while the iron was hot. "My gate can open up to 50 centimeters. Open wide." He pushed his ability to the limit. "Arg!" Xiao Jibo let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt the invisible force intensify. The physical resilience of a platinum-level powerhouse was indeed extraordinary, even in that area, far surpassing ordinary people. Lu Ming's spatial gate couldn't truly open 50 centimeters there. But the defense there was still relatively weak. He curled up helplessly like a maiden experiencing her first encounter. Xiao Jibo gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling against the invisible force while glaring at Lu Ming. "You little bastard. You're dead meat. Once I adapt, it'll tear you apart." Just then a man in white appeared in the ward, as if by teleportation, standing beside Xiao Jibo. The moment he appeared, Lu Ming felt the gravity in the room multiply. The air grew thick and heavy, making breathing difficult. Xiao Jibwa collapsed on the floor, groaned, and was pressed flat by the invisible gravitational field. The man in white frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by the scene before him, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. This platinum level seems to be on the losing end. The man murmured to himself, having sensed the energy fluctuation nearby, and rushed over. But what he saw was the platinum level attacker in agony, while the silver level youth on the bed remained unscathed. Lu Ming was also thrilled, his heart pounding. Holy crap. This crooked trick. No, this is a divine skill. Just then hurried footsteps sounded outside the ward. Several military personnel arrived at the door, and seeing the scene, especially the man in white, they froze, then immediately stood at attention and saluted sharply. Sir. The man in white waved casually. All right, it's under control. Take this attempted assailant away. Yes, sir. Several soldiers stepped forward and swiftly hoisted up the dazed Xiao Jibwa, dragging him out of the ward. Xiao Jibwa seemed to have lost his soul, offering no resistance as he was led away. Soon only Lu Ming and the mysterious man in white remained in the ward. The man in white walked to the bedside, looking at Lu Ming with a gentle gaze. Don't be nervous. I'm the one sent by the military to inquire about the Longquan Rift incident. Lu Ming looked at him, and somehow his venomous tongue started itching again. Hello, big shot. They'll tell you everything I know. By the way, don't you get holidays for the new year? Don't you miss your family? As his words fell, the ward fell into a deathly silence. Gu Yanning was momentarily stunned by Lu Ming's unexpected concern, his mind stalling as the rhythm of his prepared inquiries was disrupted. You little rascal. Gu Yanning gently rubbed his forehead. You remind me of someone I once knew. Lu Ming perked up immediately, a look of anticipation spreading across his face. Oh, really? Does he also care about others suffering like I do? The corner of Gu Yanning's mouth twitched slightly as he recalled that joker's demeanor, blurting out involuntarily. No, he was just as cheeky. To him. He stopped himself just in time, clearing his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. However, unlike Xiao Jibwa before him, he didn't lose his composure. A soldier has no holidays. Gu Yanning adjusted his expression, his tone calm and earnest. The nation is also my home. Lu Ming was taken aback. He had yet to truly grasp such a profound spirit of altruism. He was more focused on his own well-being, yet he couldn't help but feel a surge of genuine respect for someone like Gu Yanning. I understand. Lu Ming dropped his playful demeanor. What do you wish to ask? He'll cooperate fully. Gu Yanning's tone softened. No need to be nervous, just a few simple questions. Regarding the incident deep within the Longquan Rift, from your encounter with the Black Reaper to your eventual unconsciousness, what do you personally remember? Respect was one thing, but lies were another. Lu Ming had already rehearsed his story. I don't know. After the Black Reaper controlled me, everything went black and I lost all consciousness. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital. Gu Yanning's gaze was deep and penetrating as he stared at Lu Ming, continuing his questioning. Your other 3 companions regained consciousness one by one that same afternoon, but you alone remained comatose for an entire week. Do you have any theories about that? Lu Ming's heart tightened. He had known this question was unavoidable, having anticipated the military's curiosity on this matter. He hesitated before speaking. Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Maybe it's because I'm a spatial ability user, more sensitive to the spatial fluctuations of the rift's anomalies, so the mental impact was greater. Gu Yanning listened and nodded, his face unreadable as to whether he believed it or not. He said calmly, all right, I understand. Lu Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief, feeling that he had gotten past this hurdle. Yet just as his guard dropped for a moment, Gu Yanning casually remarked, as if making small talk, your spatial ability can directly affect the human body. That's quite impressive. Lu Ming blurted out almost instinctively, how is that possible? I don't have that kind of skill. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly freezing in shock. Indeed. The old him could never have done such a thing. As Gu Yanning had said, all awakened individuals have a basic protection formed by the automatic circulation of spiritual energy within them, sufficient to block external energy intrusion when strengths are comparable. But now, could he actually do it? Lu Ming thought to himself, damn, is this even possible? Then I could just reach into someone's chest and grab their heart. Gu Yanning took in Lu Ming's reaction fully and spoke slowly. The Black Reaper's body had no obvious external injuries, but his heart was missing, forcibly ripped out, yet his chest showed no wounds. He paused, his gaze falling on Lu Ming again. The only explanation I can think of is spatial power, extracting the heart from a distance. And you were the only spatial awakened present. Lu Ming's heart pounded fiercely, but he forced himself to stay calm. I'm just a lowly silver rank 1. How could I possibly have the skill to rip out his heart? Gu Yanning stared at him silently for a few seconds, then didn't press further on the details of the Black Reaper's death. Instead, he stood up. All right. Thank you for your cooperation, Lu Ming. I've noted down everything you've said. Gu Yanning's tone returned to its initial gentleness. Get some rest and recover soon. If you recall any new details, feel free to contact the military. With a slight nod, he turned and walked out of the ward, gently closing the door behind him. Ming stared at the closed door and let out a long sigh, feeling a dampness on his back. Did he believe me or not? I really don't look like someone capable of that, do I? Ming thought uneasily, trying to console himself. Outside the ward in the corridor. After leaving the ward, Gu Yanning's warm smile gradually faded, replaced by a faint trace of worry. He couldn't help but raise a hand to rub his brow. There are too many mysteries surrounding the Longquan Rift incident. Will that vanished rift reappear? And the bizarre death of the Black Reaper, the collective amnesia of the 4 children. This kid named Ming is definitely hiding some crucial information. His week-long coma can't be simply attributed to mental trauma. But he's right. On the surface, with his silver rank 1 strength, he couldn't possibly have done these things. What really happened back then? Who resolved the crisis? And why erase the children's memories? What was the purpose? Just as Gu Yanning felt lost in thought, he looked up and saw a familiar figure approaching. It was Lu Bin. Gu Yanning's previously troubled expression instantly turned peculiar as he scanned Lu Bin up and down, as if seeing him for the first time. The two drew closer. Gu Yanning. He paused for 2 seconds before asking in a low, tentative, almost incredulous tone, I think I understand. Can you still act? Lu Bin was taken aback at first, then his face darkened. Who are you? I don't know you. Gu Yanning shook his head, his gaze sharp. I believe there's no mistake. I can't think of any other reasonable explanation. After all, you are Lu Bin. He emphasized the name with a special weight in his tone. Lu Bin sighed, offering no further explanation. Just consider it my doing then. Don't ask about the rest. The matter is over and the Longquan Rift is completely gone. Gu Yanning gave Lu Bin a long, deep look, knowing he wouldn't get more information from him. He nodded and stopped pressing. Very well. It's almost New Year's Eve. Lu Bin glanced at the night outside the hospital corridor window. We haven't seen each other in years. How about celebrating the new year together? Gu Yanning shook his head. No duty calls. I need to return to my post. Lu Bin clicked his tongue, wearing an I knew it expression, and waved his hand dismissively. Tisk, I shouldn't have asked. Working overtime during the holidays. Don't you miss your family? Gu Yanning. He felt like had heard that question a bit too often today. He looked at Lu Bin helplessly. Indeed. Like father, like son. Your son asked me the same thing just now. You two are cut from the same cloth. Lu Bin's eyes lit up. Oh, you just met my son. How is it? Is he as handsome and dashing as I was in my youth? Gu Yanning replied flatly, 3 words, just as cheeky. Lu Bin. He widened his eyes, pretending to slap Gu Yanning's head. Hey, is that how you talk to a senior? No respect. Gu Yanning sidestepped, lightly avoiding Lu Bin's hand, and said indifferently, You only joined the army 1 day before me. Lu Bin argued confidently. 1 day earlier is still a senior. That's the rule. Gu Yanning. He shook his head in exasperation, not wanting to dwell on the matter. He checked the time. He really did need to go. All right, I'll stop joking with you. Happy New Year's Eve. Gu Yanning straightened his expression. Lu Bin also dropped his playful look and nodded. Same to you. Stay safe. Now get lost. Don't keep me from picking up my wife to see my son. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Gu Yanning's mouth. He turned, his figure seeming to merge into the air, and vanished at the end of the corridor in a few flickering steps. Lu Bin watched him leave, his smile slowly fading. His gaze shifted toward the direction of Lu Ming's ward, his expression growing complex and profound. He stood silently for a while, lost in thought, until a gentle female voice interrupted his reverie. Old Lu, what are you standing there for? Daydreaming? Aren't you going in to see your son? Lu Bin instantly switched expressions, turned around, and smiled warmly at his wife Yining. He quickly stepped forward to take the lunchbox from her, chuckling. No, I just ran into an old acquaintance and chatted for a bit. Come on, let's go see our son. Tonight our family of 3 will ring in the new year at the hospital. It's quite special. Inside the ward, it was soon filled with a warm, festive atmosphere. Yining had brought a lavish New Year's Eve dinner. Lu Bin had somehow procured a small tablet, and the family of 3 crowded around the hospital bed, eagerly turning on the Spring Festival Gala. However, half an hour later, Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a huge yawn. This Spring Festival Gala is getting more boring by the year. How about a game of mahjong? Lu Bin's eyes lit up, but then his face fell. Mahjong? There's only 3 of us. We're 1 short. How do we play? Yining thought for a moment and suggested, how about do diju? 3 is just right. Lu Ming and Lu Bin exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Good point. Let's do it. Do diju. Soon the sound of shuffling cards and the laughter of the family of 3 filled the ward. In between rounds, their eyes would occasionally drift to the Spring Festival Gala playing on the TV. Lu Bin happened to glance over and frowned. Don't you think those young guys all look alike? Can't tell them apart. Yining was pondering her next move, glanced over, and said casually, That guy in the red coat is pretty handsome. I think his name is Ding Qingxin. Lu Bin immediately retorted, "You fake fan. That's obviously Song Yashuan." Lu Ming also turned his head to look at the screen. "Isn't that Ma Jiechi?" However, while Lu Ming was distracted watching the TV, a glint flashed in Lu Bin's eyes. He quietly slipped several useless cards from his hand into the pile of already played cards on the table. A3. 2 cards left. Lu Ming snapped his head back, a giant question mark practically appearing over his head. "Dad? Wait a second." Lu Ming pointed at Lu Bin, his face full of disbelief. "Didn't you just have a handful of cards? How did playing a 3 leave you with only 2? I want to check the cards." Lu Bin didn't even flinch. "You don't trust your own dad. Just play, don't stall." Lu Ming was so angry his teeth itched. He decided to fight fire with fire. He quickly flipped over several useless cards in his hand and tossed them onto the pile along with a visible, for his movements smooth and fluid, a true inheritance from Lu Bin. A4. 1 card left. Lu Bin felt the breeze on his face that clearly came from more than 1 card, and his face darkened. Emotion points from Lu Bin 123. "You little brat." Lu Bin pointed at the pile. "Are you telling me that breeze came from a single card?" Lu Ming stuck out his neck, mimicking Lu Bin's earlier tone. "You don't trust your own son. Just play, don't stall." Yining finally couldn't take it anymore, watching the father and son cheat each other with straight faces. "They'll count to 3. Can we play this game or not?" Time slipped away amidst the scheming card game, and the midnight bell chimed melodiously. The new year had arrived. Lu Ming picked up his phone. Messages of blessing popped up on the screen. "Tang Miao, Happy New Year. Don't be such a jerk in the new year." Lu Ming glanced at it, his fingers flying as he typed a single word reply K. Emotion points from Tang Miao 123. Tang Miao replied almost instantly, so dismissive. "Can't you put some heart into it during the new year?" Lu Ming curled his lips into a mischievous grin and copied a ridiculously long blessing from the internet. "All right then, may you have harmony and prosperity, love and happiness, joy and good fortune, wealth and a blessed new year, luck and spring blessings and happiness, glory and prosperity, great ambitions and dragon steps, family happiness and spring light, a boundless future and surpassing past, a bright future and renewal, 5 blessings at the door and purple swallows in the sky, warm earth and spring breeze, peace and all seasons, harmony in 6 directions, everything as you wish, happiness in the new year." Emotion points from Tang Miao 233. Tang Miao on the other end stared at the screen, flooded with blessings, silent for a full 10 seconds before sending a message full of speechlessness and frustration. "Where the hell did you copy that ridiculously long thing from?" Xiao Wu's message also came simple and unadorned. "Lu Ming, Happy New Year." Lu Ming's eyes darted around as he replied, "Why only wish me a happy new year? Not wish me happiness." Emotion points from Xiao Wu 111. Finally, there was a message from Lu Muxian, "Happy New Year." Lu Ming looked at this message. It was their first conversation since adding each other as friends. Oh, a rare guest. At the turn of the year, even the Nian beast shows up. Emotion points from Lu Muxian 188. Lu Ming looked at the emotion points steadily flowing into his system and put down his phone with satisfaction. "Nice, another 10 pull. Time to draw." As expected, 10 beams of white light flashed by. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a playing card quality common." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Li Ganma's oxygen tube quality common." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Li Ganma's oxygen tank quality common." Lu Ming was stunned. "Who is Li Ganma?" Lu Bin said offhandedly, "Old man Li. I think he's in the next ward." Lu Ming looked at the 2 new items in his inventory and finally realized, damn, save him. The old man next door is about to stop breathing. Emotion points from Li Ganma 666. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the day of his discharge from the hospital, Tang Miao personally came to pick him up and brought with him a piece of bad news. Lu Ming looked at Tang Miao in despair, his voice trembling. "Are you saying school starts tomorrow? I have to report to school today. I just got out of the hospital. My body hasn't recovered yet. My mind is still fragile. My vacation, I haven't even enjoyed a single day of it." Tang Miao crossed his arms, his face expressionless as he watched Lu Ming's performance. "Nonsense, you're already a senior in high school. How many more days off do you want?" "No. 4 High School is already one of the most considerate schools in Rongqing. Over at No. 7 High School, they started classes on the 7th day of the new year." Lu Ming lamented with heartfelt pain. "An inch of time is an inch of gold, but losing my vacation makes me feel cold." Tang Miao couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and dragged him towards the school. All right, stop putting on a show here. The doctor said you're as lively and robust as a young calf." Lu Ming put up a token struggle before giving up. Tang Miao seemed to remember something, and a mischievous grin spread across his face as he lowered his voice. "By the way, a heads up, brace yourself. There's a surprise waiting for you at school today." Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately straightened his back and declared, "How a surprise. I am the reincarnation of the great sacred benevolent Jade Emperor, the Supreme Lord of Heaven. Nothing can disturb my peace of mind. Tang Miao looked at him with a what-the-hell expression. If you can't use that mouth of yours properly, why not just throw it away? Stepping through the gates of Rongqing No. 4 high school after being away for over half a month, Lu Ming felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The air was thick with an inexplicable heaviness, and even the sunlight seemed dimmer. My vacation. That wonderful vacation that should have been filled with chips, soda, all-night gaming sessions, and sleeping in. I haven't enjoyed a single day of it. How is it already the start of school? Lu Ming sighed to the heavens, his voice brimming with sorrow and indignation. If I could hear the backward clock 1,000 times, could it take me back to the first day of vacation? I would cherish it dearly. What are you mumbling about? A cool voice came from behind him. Lu Ming's body stiffened, and he spun around abruptly. There stood his homeroom teacher Chen Lisin, who had appeared behind him, without a sound, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Lu Ming. "Si Chen Laosher." Lu Ming instantly switched to an obedient expression. I mean, if I could go back to the first day of vacation, I would redouble my efforts, train hard, and make a comeback from the curve. Chen Lisin looked at him suspiciously, his eyes clearly saying, "I don't believe a word you say. All right, get back to the classroom. New semester, time to focus." "Yes, Laosher." Lu Ming, feeling as if he had received a pardon, dashed off towards the teaching building. Chen Lisin stepped onto the podium, tapped the desk, and the classroom gradually fell silent. "Classmates, the vacation is over." Teacher Chen's voice was stern. "This is your final semester in high school, and the most critical one. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. I hope you all can refocus quickly and devote all your energy to cultivation." Chen Lisin paused, his gaze shifting to the classroom door. "Furthermore, at the start of this new semester, our class is welcoming a transfer student." A transfer student? In the second half of senior year. The students' curiosity was piqued, and they craned their necks to look at the door. Chen Lisin nodded towards the door, signaling for the student to enter. A tall, graceful figure walked into the classroom and stood beside the podium. "Hello everyone, I am Lemuxian." A wave of murmurs erupted. The classroom instantly exploded into chaos. "Holy crap, she's gorgeous. An absolute stunner. Wait, isn't she the one who came in second place in the citywide final exams last semester? Lemuxian from No. 7 high school. Wasn't she the ace over at No. 7? Why is she transferring to our No. 4? The students buzzed with discussion, but Lu Ming, sitting in the back row, had his eyes wide as saucers and his mouth hanging open in disbelief the moment he saw Lemuxian walk in. Lemuxian? Why is she at No. 4 high school? A torrent of thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Did she come here to kill me? Could it be that she's still holding a grudge from when I roasted her online during the new year? Or is it about what happened at the Earth Fang? He whipped his head around to look at Tang Miao, who was grinning mischievously beside him. "So, this is the surprise you were talking about." Tang Miao finally couldn't hold back any longer and let out a low chuckle. "So, Your Excellency, the reincarnation of the great sacred benevolent Jade Emperor, is it a surprise? Unexpected, isn't it?" Lu Ming stared at Tang Miao's infuriating face, grinding his teeth. "This isn't a surprise, it's a shock." Tang Miao shrugged, gloating. According to Miss Lu herself, No. 7 was too weak. Apart from Bai Yuntao, who could take a few more hits, she found it boring. So, she transferred to our No. 4. Lu Ming's vision went dark. "So, she transferred here to beat us up." Tang Miao patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Xiao Wu and I are used to it. You need to learn to adapt." Lu Ming, "Thanks a lot." On the podium, Chen Lisin clapped his hands to quiet the classroom. "All right, everyone settle down. Lemuxian, please go take that empty seat over there." Teacher Chen's gaze swept across the classroom. To test everyone's cultivation progress over the vacation, as per tradition, he adjusted his glasses. "First period, gather on the sports field. Practical combat test." The first lesson's practical combat test was a tradition for the seniors at No. 4 high school. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous feeling washed over him. In the past, due to the odd number of students, he, Tang Miao, and Xiao Wu were usually singled out to spar among themselves or in two-known matches. But now, on the sports field, Chen Lisin's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others. Teacher Chen pointed at Lu Ming and then pointed at Lemuxian. "Lu Ming, you'll be sparring with Lemuxian." Lu Ming pressed his hand to his forehead, just as he expected. However, a bold idea surfaced in his mind, and he shook his head at Chen Lisin. Tang Miao immediately started gloating. "Oh, Lu Ming, what's wrong? Getting cold feet." Lu Ming remained silent, recalling his breakthrough to the silver rank over the vacation, his ability mutation, and his vastly increased strength. It was time to pull off something big. Test his own power. Having power and not showing off was like wearing fine clothes in the dark. A slow smile crept across his face. "No, it's not that I don't dare to fight classmate Lemuxian." He paused, and under the confused gazes of everyone, he raised his hand, first pointing at Lemuxian, then sweeping it past Tang Miao, and finally landing on Xiao Wu. "What I mean is, I won't fight Lemuxian alone." His gaze swept over the three of them, his chin lifted slightly. "All three of you come at me together." Silence. A deathly stillness. Then, the notifications for emotional points came pouring in. Lu Muxian, Tang Miao, and Xiao Wu were all stunned by his unbelievably arrogant statement, and the emotional points rolled in like crazy. Lu Muxian's eyes were filled with shock. You're really something, aren't you? Tang Miao was so angry he laughed. Lu Ming, have you lost your mind? Last time you fought Miss Lu Unianon, you were too scared to come out of your turtle shell. How long has it been? Did sleeping for a week swell your head? You dare to take on all three of us at once. Xiao Wu was also stunned. Where did you get the guts to challenge three? Did Liang Jingru give them to you? Lu Ming was very pleased with their reactions and continued to drop bombshells. What I mean is, he deliberately drew out his words, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire sports field. Every single one of you here is trash. This statement was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake. A rapid succession of emotional point notifications flooded Lu Ming's mind, and he felt his system account balance swelling at an incredible speed. His face was on the verge of splitting from grinning too hard. Showing off was truly satisfying. The more you show off, the more enjoyable it gets. However, he was so engrossed in the thrill of receiving emotional points that he completely failed to notice that his declaration of every single one of you here might have included teacher Chen Lisan, who was standing nearby. Chen Lisan's mouth twitched. In all his years of teaching, he had seen arrogant students, but never one this arrogant. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to drag Lu Ming over and give him a beating, and said gruffly, "That's enough. Since you're so confident, well, do as you say." He looked at Lu Muxian, Tang Miao, and Xiao Wu. All three of you go together. Give classmate Lu Ming a thorough test of his vacation cultivation results. Yes, Laosher. Tang Miao was the first to respond, cracking his knuckles with a gleam of long-awaited revenge in his eyes. Tang Miao knew that although Lu Ming was sharp-tongued, he wouldn't court death without a plan. He probably had some dirty trick up his sleeve. Hold on. Tang Miao suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the impending battle. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Tang Miao fumbled for a moment, then pulled out an iron pair of underwear. Lu Ming squinted at it, a strange expression on his face. Little Tang, why are you pulling out a diaper? Afraid it'll beat the crap out of you. Tang Miao's face darkened, and he nearly threw the object at Lu Ming. Shut your mouth. This is a groin guard, specially designed to defend against lowlifes like you who target the family jewels. Xiao Wu's face stiffened as he watched a look of struggle on his face. Tang Miao, do you have an extra one? I think I might need one too. Tang Miao was busy stuffing the guard into his waistband, not bothering to look up. Nope. Only one. Just protect yourself with spiritual energy for now. They'll bring you one next time for sure. Xiao Wu silently channeled more spiritual energy to his lower body, paying special attention to the critical areas which stood out rather conspicuously. Little Tang, you came well prepared. But a mysterious smile spread across Lu Ming's face. Do you really think that will make a difference? Chen Lisan was tired of watching them bicker. He walked to the center of the field. Both sides prepare. 3. Chen Lisan began the countdown. 2. 1. Fight begin. The moment the word begin left his lips, Lu Muxian, Tang Miao, and Xiao Wu launched a fierce coordinated assault, as if they had rehearsed it. With a flick of Lu Muxian's wrist, her long sword seemed to transform into dozens of elusive sharp sword shadows raining down like a storm upon Lu Ming's vital points. Sword intent rainstorm. Xiao Wu let out a low shout, planting his feet firmly like a rock, his fists drawn back to his waist as spiritual energy converged madly. 8 extremes collapse. Reverse technique. Extreme collapse. Tang Miao was even more direct. He charged at Lu Ming with his trident, the tip swirling with rotating water currents. Take this. The combined attack instantly sealed off all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Yet facing this overwhelming assault, Lu Ming kept his hands in his pockets, his face betraying no panic. He merely moved his lips, uttering 2 soft words, "Open door." The sound was not loud, yet it carried a strange magical power. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The countless sword shadows that filled the sky vanished instantly. Lu Muxian's body jerked to a halt, her face cycling through a vivid array of emotions as she trembled slightly, as if struggling against some invisible force. On the other side, Xiao Wu, who had been gathering his power, felt a mysterious penetrating force. His pent-up spiritual energy instantly dispersed, his legs gave way, and he plopped down on the ground. As for the aggressively charging Tang Miao, he felt a peculiar sensation the moment he rushed towards Lu Ming. A sharp cry of pain escaped his lips. The hard metal groin guard was utterly useless. His forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, but inertia carried him forward. His legs went weak, unable to support his weight, and he slid all the way to Lu Ming's feet, ending up in a kneeling position. Lu Ming looked down at Tang Miao, who had slid into a kneel before him. Little Tang, the new year is over. No need for such a grand gesture of respect. Tang Miao was trembling all over, half from the pain and half from anger. He struggled to get up, trying to launch a final counterattack, making garbled sounds from his throat. Oh, He attempted to channel his spiritual energy, and the water element spiritual energy around him began to gather again. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, his smile growing even brighter, still trying to fight back. Looks like the lesson wasn't thorough enough. Next up, Tang Miao could no longer hold on. He collapsed completely, curling into a ball, his body shaking violently, tears welling up in his eyes. A pained groan escaped him. His gaze was unfocused, and he let out a weak, resentful moan, so underhanded. Not far behind him, Xiao Wu was still sitting on the ground, pale-faced, unable to stand, let alone attack. Lu Muxian was in slightly better shape. Her level was a bit higher, and her body was stronger, allowing her to barely resist the penetrating force. But she felt that if she made even the slightest move, she might lose control. The sports field was dead silent. All the watching students were dumbfounded, their mouths agape, their eyes wide, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Wah! What the hell just happened? Did they throw the match? How did Tang Miao end up kneeling before they even touched Lu Ming? Xiao Wu is sitting on the ground, and Lu Muxian can't move either. They all look so strange. Like they're in pain, but also holding something back. Even teacher Chen Lisan was stunned. He hadn't even been able to detect how Lu Ming had done it. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the equally bewildered teacher Chen, a harmless smile on his face. Teacher Chen, can you announce my victory now? Chen Lisan took a deep breath, suppressing the strange feeling in his chest, and announced in a somewhat dry voice, no. No problem. The winner of this match is Lu Ming. Holy crap, he took on 3 at once. GG Bao is amazing. I have no idea what happened, but it looked impressive. Lu Ming's grin was wider than an AK-47. First lesson of the new semester, 1 versus 3, a complete victory. I really am the protagonist. This is absolutely a divine skill. In the VIP ward of Rongqing Anorectal Hospital, a middle-aged doctor with a round face and a bushy beard shook his head unceasingly. TSK. The youth of today, their hobbies are truly becoming more and more diverse, more and more profound. He paced back and forth between the beds of Tang Miao and Xiao Wu. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu lay side by side on 2 hospital beds, their faces pale, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had dissipated, leaving only 2 vessels bearing pain and shame. The doctor walked to Tang Miao's bedside, glanced at the monitor's data, and said, both of you take it easy. Your condition isn't serious. Just some local soft tissue contusions and minor lacerations. Our Rongqing Anorectal Hospital is world-renowned. We specialize in all sorts of difficult cases, especially sports injuries like yours. Reputation guaranteed, honest and fair. Hearing this, Tang Miao's lips twisted into a grimace uglier than a cry. He said nothing, staring blankly at the ceiling. Beside him, Xiao Wu's face was etched with sorrow. 2 clear tears slid from the corners of his eyes. His voice choked with sobs as he murmured to himself, I am not clean anymore. My body, my soul, have left indelible scars. The doctor walked over to Xiao Wu's bedside and patted his shoulder. It's fine. I've seen countless young folks like you, at least 800, if not 1,000. It's nothing unusual. Just be careful in the future and choose healthier ways to exercise. Hearing these words, Tang Miao also sank into sorrow. As their emotions peaked, tears fell simultaneously. Ignoring their wounds, they climbed off their beds and embraced, weeping together. San Xiao, Xiao Wu, Wah. But they clearly underestimated the power of movement. A slight shift triggered pain throughout their bodies, and the agony from their injuries spread instantly, leaving the 2 prodigies utterly disheveled. The doctor shook his head helplessly and headed for the door. They'll go get your medicine. Don't move around, or you'll aggravate your wounds. After the doctor left, Tang Miao let out a deep sigh. I slid on my knees all the way, right up to him, in front of the whole class. My dignity and my innocence, all gone, all taken by that treacherous, despicable, shameless, filthy scoundrel. His voice trembled as he grew more agitated. Xiao Wu turned his head, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at Tang Miao, and added sympathetically, Lu Jia had it worse. She's a girl after all. Oh right. Lu Jia is a girl. Tang Miao paused, blinking as if just realizing this. That bastard Lu Ming. He doesn't even spare girls. What a monster. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, echoing beast. Tang Miao added scum. United in their indignation, they lay in their beds, launching a verbal assault on Lu Ming, as if it might ease their physical pain and psychological trauma. With a loud bang, the wall of the adjacent ward was struck heavily, producing a dull thud. Then a female voice, barely containing its fury, came through clearly. Can you 2 shut up? I can hear you yelling through the wall. Aren't you embarrassed? Tang Miao and Xiao Wu instantly fell silent like ducks with their necks wrung. Tang Miao shrank his neck nervously and called out tentatively toward the wall, Lu Jia, is that you? Are you okay? Xiao Wu also listened intently, his eyes full of concern. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Muxian's trembling voice came from next door. What do you think? Tang Miao and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both imagining the murderous look in Lu Muxian's eyes. Tang Miao sighed and said toward the wall, "Lu Jie, don't be too upset. We'll definitely win next time. Get our revenge." However, Xiao Wu looked terrified at this. No, no, no. If you want to fight, go ahead yourself. I am out. This kind of battle isn't a spar anymore, it's spiritual pollution. It's a personal attack. It's inhumane. I'm done. Tang Miao was stunned, glaring at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, how can you be such a coward? Are you going to just submit to that despicable scoundrel's tyranny? Where's your martial artist's heart? Where's your will to grow stronger? How can you be intimidated by such low-down tricks? Xiao Wu turned his head and looked at Tang Miao as if he were an idiot. If you want to go, go yourself. Just as Tang Miao was about to continue persuading him, Lu Muxian's ethereal voice came through. I am out too. Tang Miao's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the wall. Even you, Lu Jie. Are you afraid of that bastard Lu Ming? Lu Muxian gritted her teeth and said, I'm not afraid. I want an evenly matched, honorable opponent, not this kind. Fighting him, even if you win, it hurts. If you lose, it's even more draining. Tang Miao opened his mouth to retort, but upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. Fighting Lu Ming, even if he barely won, would leave him severely injured. Losing would be even worse, with both physical and mental blows leaving indelible shadows on one's life. Tang Miao's proud prodigy spirit began to waver and crumble. After a long silence, he finally sighed deeply. Makes sense. I guess. That's true. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity and turned his own words against him. How can you be such a coward? Are you going to just submit to the sinister forces? Where's your prodigy pride? Where's the dignity of the Tang family's third young master? Tang Miao was dumbfounded. He glared at Xiao Wu in disbelief. You've changed. Xiao Wu, you used to be such an upright, simple-minded martial arts fanatic who only thought about cultivation and getting stronger. When did you learn to talk back? Xiao Wu blinked innocently. One takes on the color of one's company. After hanging out with you for so long, I've inevitably picked up a few things. Tang Miao retorted angrily. What does that have to do with me? I was infected too. They fell silent again, the room filled only with the soft beeping of the instruments. Unconsciously, the same ancient saying surfaced in both their minds: one takes on the color of one's company. And that big blot of ink was undoubtedly that scoundrel Lu Ming. Sigh. Tang Miao let out a long sigh. Last semester, even though he won through underhanded, means he was far weaker than me. Now has he become so strong that I dare not even think of challenging him. His family is ordinary with no resources to back him up. Yet he's managed to reach this level. I can't fall behind either. Xiao Wu nodded as well. No seat, he'll work hard too. Tang Miao fell silent. Where did you learn all these lame jokes, Wu? You've truly fallen. At Rongqing No. 4 high school, in the senior class, a classroom, Lu Ming was immersed in the incessant system notifications echoing in his mind. Emotion points from Tang Miao, 66 emotion points from Xiao Wu, 111 emotion points from Lu Muxian, 99 emotion points from Tang Miao, 55 emotion points from Xiao Wu, 88 emotion points from Lu Muxian, 77. Although the individual amounts weren't high, they were steady and continuous. Lu Ming couldn't help but smirk, his heart blooming with joy. Tisk, such deep resentment. It's already afternoon, and they're still spamming. Looks like that move this morning left quite an impression on them. Indeed, a high-quality male like me, full of charm, is bound to be unforgettable. Although he had lowered his voice, Chen Lisan's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Even from the back of the classroom, the narcissistic fragments drifted clearly into his ears. Chen Lisan's hand writing on the blackboard paused slightly. A barely noticeable twitch appeared on his forehead. He took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to accurately toss a piece of chalk at the back of that narcissist's head. Emotion points from Chen Lisan, 144. All right. Everyone quiet down. Chen Lisan put down the chalk, turned around, and let his gaze linger on Lu Ming. The morning's practical test ends here. In the new semester, cultural classes are equally important. For the rest of the afternoon, we'll have a Startofterm diagnostic test, a comprehensive cultural exam. The classroom erupted in groans. For many awakened students, cultural classes were a nightmare worse than mutant beasts. Especially a surprise exam right after the holidays. The smile on Lu Ming's face froze instantly, his eyes wide as if struck by a thunderbolt. Oh no, oh no, oh no. His heart sank. A Startofterm exam. Why didn't anyone tell me earlier? Tang Miao's in the hospital. I can't trust the other students' answers. In the past semester, since his transmigration, his main focus had been on cultivating his supernatural abilities. Cultural classes. What were those? His cultural course performance could roughly be compared to that of a trained adult border collie. While objectively speaking, he was on the same level as Xiao Wu, both teetering on the edge of passing. Watching teacher Chen Lisan start distributing the exam papers, Lu Ming grew as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. System, help. He frantically called out in his mind, "Do you have any magical item that can make me understand knowledge?" The system interface floated silently, showing no response. Ming continued to plead, "Bro system, dad system, I know you're the most capable. Look at me, so handsome and talented. If I fail a cultural exam, wouldn't that embarrass you? Help me out." The system remained silent. After waiting for a long time with no response, Ming's heart turned cold. "System, can't you do it? Useless." The system finally responded with a huge question mark floating before Ming's eyes, and Ming was utterly devastated. Ming gave up. The system was unreliable, and Tang Miao wasn't around. He could only wait for other classmates to finish and then gather wisdom from the masses. He glanced at the corner of his system interface where the 5000 plus emotion points had accumulated from the morning's windfall were sitting. While they're still writing, maybe you'll do a card pull. Ming mentally slammed the 10 pull button. The wheel spun wildly, creating a dazzling blur of light. Then, 10 unadorned white flashes streaked by Ming. He felt his heart turn icy cold. "System." Ming let out a silent roar of anguish in his mind. "You're definitely getting back at me. 2 consecutive 10 pulls with all whites. Are you jealous of me skimming my pull resources?" When the system puts a question mark, it's not that it doesn't understand. It's that it thinks you're the problem. Ming was so furious he nearly passed out, but he was helpless. However, as his gaze swept over the system warehouse to see what junk the 10 whites had given him, he froze. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Chen Lisan's start-off term exam answers quality common." Ming. He quickly put on his most fawning expression in his mind. "System. Bro system. Dad system. Just now. That was all nonsense. Kids talk. You're magnanimous, please don't take it to heart. I knew it. You're the most all-powerful, #1 super invincible good system in the universe. A true gentleman. The greatest fortune of my life, Ming." "System, oh," Ming raised an eyebrow. "Oh, this system is a bit sundera." He looked up at teacher Chen Lisan, who was proctoring the exam with a stern expression, and then at the exam paper that had just been handed to him. A familiar sly grin spread across Ming's face. "This round is in the bag." Ming stealthily retrieved the answer sheet from the warehouse and slipped it into his backpack. A subtle spatial gate opened inside the backpack. Perfect. He picked up his pen, took a deep breath, and began the act of copying the writing, transporting the culture, and transferring the knowledge. Chen Lisan paced at the front of the classroom, his sharp gaze scanning the students. When he saw that Ming in the back row wasn't lying down, but instead was bent over his desk writing furiously, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He knew that in the past Ming would always wait for Tang Miao to finish before starting his copying spree, so had spent the first half of the exam pretending to sleep in a cool pose. But this time Ming had started writing right away. He moved silently to Ming's side, pretending to patrol, and glanced at Ming's paper. Chen Lisan's pupils contracted slightly. All correct. Not only were the answers right, but the problem-solving steps were clear and logical. Some of the approaches were exactly the same as his, down to the punctuation marks. Chen Lisan was a bit baffled. Could it be that this kid only puts on a show for Tang Miao? With Tang Miao gone, he doesn't even bother to pretend. Tisk, these youngsters. Ming, of course, was unaware of the teacher's thoughts. He felt teacher Chen's gaze linger on him, and his heart pounded a little, but he kept writing. He believed in the concealment of his spatial gate. Even the teacher wouldn't discover it. "System, I love you." Ming cheered in his heart. "A week without Tang Miao. My emotion points are growing so much slower." Ming lay slumped on his desk, letting out a long, weary sigh. He never imagined had worn out those 3 premium cash cows, Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Yu Muxian. Though their physical injuries healed within a day, the hospital reported that all 3 were suffering from psychological trauma and advised against them seeing the culprit again anytime soon to avoid worsening their mental scars. Thus, the 3 victims were forced to remain hospitalized for psychological counseling and rest. For Ming, this week felt like an eternity. Too slow. Ming lamented bitterly. Before I could casually rack up thousands of points a day from friendly interactions. Now a week's almost gone and I can barely scrape together 110 pull. He glanced around. The other students in the classroom were busy with their own affairs, but every time his gaze swept over someone, they instinctively averted their eyes. Some even unconsciously clamped their legs together and shot him wary looks when he drew near. Ming touched his face and sighed. "Ah, the view from the top is lonely. Is this the fate of a king? Truly, a solitude as vast as snow." Just then a sudden commotion erupted from outside the classroom. "Brothers of Class A. Someone's challenging us on the field. They're boasting they'll beat everyone at Rongqing No. For high school." The classroom instantly exploded. "Holy crap, that arrogant. We've got the top 4 of the Rongqing joint exam, including the transferred goddess Lo. Except 3 are in the hospital. But isn't the joint exam champion still here? Deploying the explosive ball kid. Wouldn't that be a bit unfriendly? Friendship my ass. They're practically spitting in our faces and you talk about friendship. Kick his ass. They were all hot-blooded youths faced with such provocation, not even a ninja turtle could stand by. Instantly a swarm of figures dashed toward the field downstairs. Lu Ming, who had been listless moments before, perked up at the noise, his eyes sparkling. Fun. A big free show coming right to me. By the time Lu Ming followed the crowd to the field, it was packed with students, leaving an empty space in the center. In the middle stood a dark-skinned youth, his arms crossed, a blatant sneer plastered on his face. The young man's arms were covered in black scales and sharp claws extended from his fingertips. A few paces away, a student from No. 4 High was clutching his chest, pale-faced with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly the worse for wear. The dark-skinned youth taunted the surrounding students in broken Chinese, losers one and all. Is this all you've got? The injured student, though grimacing, retorted defiantly, don't get cocky. The experts from our class, they haven't shown up yet. When they get here, they'll wipe that smirk off your face. The dark youth scoffed, come one, come all. Under my dragon might, you're all just trash. These arrogant words only stoked the fury of the crowd, but seeing the youth's aura, clearly at the silver rank, no one dared step forward. Just then a figure pushed through the crowd and strode up to the dark youth. Chindali, his face calm, met the youth's gaze and said in a low voice, "I'll fight you." The dark youth looked Chindali up and down, his sneer deepening. You haven't even reached silver. Don't waste my time. Chindali's face reddened with embarrassment. Like most of his classmates, had been stuck at the bottleneck between bronze and silver for ages, unable to find that final breakthrough. Seeing Chindali's discomfort, the dark youth grinned, flashing a set of pearly white teeth, and enunciated slowly, "Sick man of East Asia." Those 4 words were like a splash of cold water into boiling oil. Boom! The entire field erupted. What the hell did you say? Kill this black bastard. Where does this stray dog come from to bark like that? Shut your mouth. Go back to your tribe. But our top fighters Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Yu Muxian are all in the hospital. Isn't Lu Ming still here? Burst his balls. The crowd's fury turned into a sea of eyes, all locking onto Lu Ming, who stood at the edge watching the show. Yet Lu Ming's attention wasn't on the arrogant dark youth at all. His gaze was fixed thoughtfully on Chindali, whose body trembled with rage. Lu Ming keenly sensed that under the surge of emotion, the bottleneck that had been just a step away for Chindali seemed to have loosened a crack. But that was it. The silver rank bottleneck was still stubborn. That final step remained elusive. A bottleneck. Is it a kind of door? That final step is still a door, right? A daring idea flashed through Lu Ming's mind. If he could open that door. No hesitation, Lu Ming was never one to second guess. He focused on Chindali, who was struggling against the bottleneck with all his might, but failing, and slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, his will intensely concentrated. In an instant he felt as if he had touched the stubborn door within Chindali. Creak. A sound like an old rusty door being pushed open echoed, and then a clear silver rank spiritual energy wave exploded outward from Chindali. The silver rank bottleneck that had plagued Chindali for so long shattered. Chindali's eyes snapped open, pupils blazing with disbelief, ecstasy, and shock. He could feel it clearly. A force had pushed him through that stubborn barrier a moment ago. He immediately turned his head, his gaze cutting through the crowd to land on Lu Ming. As the one directly involved, he was certain that external force came from Lu Ming. But Lu Ming wasn't looking so good. He felt utterly drained. That single act of opening the door had consumed far more spiritual energy than had imagined. His reserves bottomed out instantly, his face paling and his legs felt weak. Cough. Damn. Lu Ming leaned on his knees, panting, equally shocked. Amazing. I really can open that kind of door. But with his energy spent, Lu Ming was in no shape to deal with the dark brat. He waved weakly at the still stunned Chindali and said hoarsely, "Go, Chindali. Leave this dark punk to you. Show him the might of a Chinese man. I need a breather. I'm a bit spent." Emotion points from Chindali 233. What do you mean, go, Chindali? You make me sound like a summoned beast. Chindali muttered under his breath, but then his gaze turned steely, shooting like a blade at the dark youth, unleashing his full silver rank aura. But they'll show him what I'm made of. The dark youth's face showed a flicker of surprise at Chindali's breakthrough to silver. He grinned, baring his white teeth. Silver rank. Not bad, but you still have a long way to go. Chindali glared back. With no referee and no rules, as both their auras peaked, they charged at each other simultaneously. Shadow clawed. The dark youth roared, his black dragon claws tearing through the air with a sharp screech, aiming straight for Chindali's face. Chindali's eyes turned grim, and he poured spiritual energy into his right arm without hesitation. Kylan arm. With a shout, his right arm bulged massively. The arm swelled to nearly half his body size. Boom! The dragon claw and Kylan arm collided, heated. A dull, heavy explosion rang out. The shockwave blasted outward, whipping the hair of the nearby students. Unfortunately, the first clash revealed the winner instantly. Chun Dali grunted, stumbling back 3 steps, his Kylan arm now marked with several deep bloody gashes. The dark youth, however, only swayed slightly, his feet planted firmly. He shook his hand, his mocking sneer returning. "You're no match for me." Chun Dali gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his arm, his heart sinking. The exchange had made it clear. His opponent was stronger, even in the area Chun Dali prided himself on most: raw power. Seizing the advantage, the dark youth pressed forward, lunging again with his dragon claws. A fierce glint flashed in Chun Dali's eyes. He thought of Lu Ming, of that crude but devastatingly effective tactic. To hell with it. Instead of retreating or blocking, Chun Dali lunged forward and grabbed the dark youth's incoming claw. Sizzle. The black energy on the claw instantly seared his palm, sending excruciating pain through him. But Chun Dali clenched his jaw, his fingers like iron pincers locking onto the youth, letting the claws carve more wounds deep to the bone into his arm, refusing to let go. He had to immobilize his opponent's movement and attacks. The dark youth, caught off guard by this self-mutilating hold, froze for a split second. In that lightning-fast moment of hesitation, Chun Dali's right leg shot out like a bolt. He poured every ounce of his strength into that kick, targeting the dark youth's crotch. Nutcracker kick. Fast. Precise. Ruthless. It struck with the force of a storm from an impossibly tricky angle. Boom. Fuck. OWWW. The dark youth let out a distorted, agonized scream, his once arrogant and contemptuous face twisting into a grimace. His entire body curled up like a shrimp. At the last critical moment, his left claw had barely managed to block downward. Most of the force from Chun Dali's powerful kick was absorbed by the claw, but even so, a residual impact still struck home. Hiss. The dark youth's face darkened, his legs clamped together, knees turned inward, and he stumbled backward awkwardly. After a moment of dead silence, the field erupted into deafening cheers and applause. Awesome. Chun Dali. Well done. Ha. The Nutcracker kick lives up to its name. See that? Even the dark guy's face turned black. Dude, he's already black. The Ball Buster's move is genius. Hail Lord Ming. The students danced with excitement as if they themselves had landed that kick, reveling in the triumph. Lu Ming nodded approvingly and murmured softly, "The student is teachable. My path is not lonely after all." In the center, the dark youth, having taken a severe hit, grimaced in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The contempt in his eyes was gone, replaced by a barely contained fury. Hiss. "Oh, you've made me angry." The youth forced out the words in broken Chinese, his voice trembling with agony. He straightened up with effort, took a deep breath, and suppressed the waves of soul-wrenching pain. He knew he couldn't let this treacherous opponent get close again. He opened his mouth wide, a low growl rumbling from his throat. A terrifyingly hot energy began to coalesce rapidly in his mouth. Black abyss dragon breath. He roared, unleashing a condensed jet of pitch-black flame at Chun Dali, who was trying to press the attack. The breath scorched the air, causing it to warp and crackle. It was too fast and covered too wide an area. Chun Dali had no time to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of him, bracing for impact. Boom! The black dragon breath slammed into his arms. Ugh! Chun Dali let out a pained grunt, sent flying backward 7 or 8 meters by the violent force, crashing heavily to the ground. His crossed arms were now charred black flesh and blood mangled, hanging limply at his sides, unable to lift. His face was deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, clearly severely injured. The dark youth wiped the residual black smoke from his mouth, looking down at the fallen Chun Dali, his face twisting back into that infuriating sneer. "You're done," he declared, his voice hoarse. The surrounding students fell silent, staring at the badly wounded Chun Dali, then at the dark youth, who, despite his awkward posture, clearly still had fight left in him. Their hearts sank. Chun Dali had lost. Had given it his all, even using the Lord Ming's legendary Nutcracker kick, but still lost. The gap in their strength was simply too vast. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise, watching the dark youth, who, despite wincing in pain, could still unleash such a powerful dragon breath. He couldn't help muttering, "Damn. That crotch is seriously tough. He's got some skills." The dark-skinned man struggled to straighten his back. Though his posture remained awkward, he regained a hint of an air of superiority. He glanced around at the students of No. For middle school, who dared not speak out despite their anger, and a grin spread across his face as he shouted in his broken Chinese, "Your big bro's brothers. All are rubbish." This sweeping insult was incredibly arrogant, yet at that moment the only one who could fight Chun Dali had already fallen. The other students were at most bronze level 9, and facing this silver-level dark-skinned man, none dared to step forward rashly. Lu Ming rubbed his temples in frustration. A miscalculation. In a moment of impulse, he had opened the door for Chundali to break through, unaware that opening this bottleneck would consume even more energy than opening a backdoor for a platinum-level powerhouse like Xiao Jibua. Now his body was empty, his spiritual energy depleted. He couldn't fight, and even running a few steps left him breathless. The school's only silver level left is me, and I'm a blue zero loser. But watching the dark-skinned man's infuriating demeanor, he let out a faint sigh. If he let this guy walk out of Chengdu now, for middle school intact, where would his reputation go? Lu Ming gritted his teeth, sank his consciousness into the system warehouse, and dug out a dusty item from a corner, a low-grade recovery potion. Lu Ming stared at the potion bottle, falling into a brief silence. His mind flashed back to the scene of the low-grade healing potion causing such passionate effects on Lu Muxian in the earth vein. Lu Ming's heart pounded. In theory, this potion restores mana, and it's not the same formula as the healing potion. But is it really okay? None of the system's recipes are normal. Yet reality left no room for hesitation. The dark-skinned man was already launching another round of taunts in the center, spittle flying, enraging the students so much that they wanted to ignore international friendship and attack en masse. Lu Ming steeled himself, closed his eyes, pulled out the stopper, and downed the potion in one gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat with no strange taste, but instead a crisp hint of mint. Then a cool energy slowly rose from his stomach, soaking into his parched meridians, flowing toward his empty dantian. Spiritual energy began to recover slowly. But what shocked Lu Ming even more was that along with the recovery came an indescribable peace of mind. He felt his thoughts clearer than ever, his emotions calmer than ever, and even a sort of desireless Buddhist-like detachment. It was as if he had entered a sage mode. Lu Ming touched his forehead, his expression complex. So, the side effect of this low-grade recovery potion is to quit lust. No, to calm down, putting the user into a post-coital trance instantly. He couldn't help but recall the scene in the earth vein, feeling a belated trace of regret. Damn, if I'd known this blue potion had the effect of purifying desires, I should have given Lu Muxian a bottle too. After adjusting his state, Lu Ming took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the center of the playground, facing the arrogant dark-skinned man. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Here he comes. It's the exploding ball kid. GG Bao, Lu Ming. Explode his balls. Win glory for the nation. Smash his Dragon Balls. Show him the power of Chinese men. The dark-skinned man watched this thin Chinese youth step onto the stage, showing no tension, but instead grinning even more brightly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He sized Lu Ming up with interest. They seem to value you a lot. Your fame is big. Lu Ming stood still, hands in his pockets, his gaze calm as he looked at the other. Instead of answering the question, he suddenly asked out of the blue, "Do you know which part of you is the whitest?" Jip Zihan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an opening. His mind, thrown off by Lu Ming's unpredictable train of thought, churned for a few seconds before he tentatively replied, "Tooth. Teeth." Lu Ming shook his head expressionlessly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It's your master." Emotion points from Jip Zihan 555. Lu Ming was stunned by the name in the system, prompt shocked by this bizarre mixed-style name. Jip Zihan's face darkened further. He realized that this seemingly harmless Chinese youth was uttering venomous words with every sentence. But before he could counter, Lu Ming's second strike followed, his tone still calm. "Do you know the difference between you and a bicycle?" Jip Zihan was now wary and didn't answer immediately, but curiosity got the better of him. What? Lu Ming, a bicycle needs a chain to move. He paused, his gaze sincere and pitying. "So do you." Emotion points from Jip Zihan 555. Haha. White plantation owners have liked this. God of Roast is on a killing spree. Critical hits every time. Jip Zihan's already dark face grew even darker. He finally confirmed that this Chinese youth was here to mock him. Furious and flustered, he struggled for a long time, exhausting his Chinese vocabulary, and squeezed out what he thought was a devastating retort. You are as bad as my grandma's apple pie." At these words, Lu Ming was taken aback. He blinked, looking at Jip Zihan's proud face, as if he had finally managed to land a comeback, and his brain's CPU briefly stuttered. Huh. What kind of insult was that? The attack power. Lu Ming could have cursed someone's great-grandmother in kindergarten, but this dark-skinned guy's level might still be at the fertilized egg stage. Lu Ming was momentarily at a loss on how to respond to such innocent trash talk and instinctively replied, "What nonsense, bro, it'll turn your grandma into apple pie." Emotion points from Jip Zihan 666, motherfucker. Jip Zihan finally broke down, unleashing classic Chinese profanity in perfect Mandarin. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Hey, so you can curse, huh? I gotta say, you dark-skinned guy, the rest of your words are awkward, but you say the national curse pretty fluently." Jip Zihan's chest heaved violently, his whole body trembling. I am a Sino-African hybrid." Lu Ming. He looked Jip Zihan up and down at his dark, glossy skin. No wonder he has such a unique name, Jip Zihan. His mother, a Chinese woman, could actually accept a dark-skinned guy. Lu Ming shook his head, showing his incomprehension. Jip Zihan didn't want to continue the verbal sparring with Lu Ming. He felt that if he went on, he'd get a stroke. He took a deep breath, deciding to steer the conversation back to his forte, brute force. He raised his chin, looking down from above. What's all this blah blah? You Chinese natives are truly weak. He paused, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. I went to Chengdu No. 7 middle school earlier. That so-called strongest didn't last 10 minutes under me. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Chengdu No. 7 middle school. The strongest. Lu Muxian had transferred to No. For so who was the strongest at No. 7 now? A figure of an unlucky kid came to Lu Ming's mind, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Bai Yuntao again. This poor kid, beaten by Lu Muxian at No. 7, beaten by him during exams, and now beaten by this dark-skinned guy this semester. Why did all the beatings fall on him? As a silver level, there were only a few in the entire Chengdu younger generation stronger than him, and he happened to run into all of them. Jip Zihan didn't notice Lu Ming's subtle look of sympathy and continued with fervor, and China still calls itself the descendants of the dragon. Coming back to this country, I'm going to show you all what a real dragon is. Lu Ming couldn't hold back any longer and spat. Don't be disgusting. You awakened a reptile talent not even fully scaled, and you dare call yourself a dragon. Jip Zihan, as if his tail had been stepped on, raised his voice sharply. I have 12 Chinese blood. A black dragon is still a dragon. The air froze for half a second, and then the playground was flooded with a torrent of angry shouts. Just now you were calling us the sick man of East Asia, and now you're shamelessly claiming to be Chinese. Your racial identification is pretty flexible, huh? WTF, black dragon. You mean the Ender Dragon? This is the worst insult to the Ender Dragon ever. Hybrid. That's a hybrid. The onlookers completely erupted. The veins on Lu Ming's forehead bulged too. Even after taking the low-grade recovery potion, he could tolerate arrogance, a challenge, and even kindergarten-level insults, but he couldn't tolerate this. In China, a thing like you is called a mongrel, a bastard. Lu Ming said each word slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly cutting through the noise. Dragon my ass, you little dark-skinned punk, you're trying to cosplay a 10-year spirit ring and polish your face. He paused, too lazy to waste more words. Forget it, the language of black guys is incomprehensible. It's useless to say more. Lu Ming raised his hand, fingers slightly spread, his gaze turning dangerous and calm. Open the door. Without any warning or sign, Jip Zihan's body, which had just straightened up moments ago, was instantly struck as if by lightning. Holy SHD, whoa. He let out a miserable scream. His legs suddenly clamped together, knees turned inward, and his entire body twisted into an extremely contorted position as he thudded onto his knees before Lu Ming. Emotion points from Jip Zihan's 666 veins bulged on Jip Zihan's dark face, his eyes reddened, cold sweat dripped down his cheeks, and his hands trembled as they covered his rear, his former bravado completely gone. The entire scene fell silent for a second. Then, holy crap, it's that move again. That move. The God of Roar's ultimate technique. The dark-skinned guy is kneeling. He's really kneeling. Lu Ming looked down at the kneeling Jip Zihan, his tone flat. Tanks don't have rear-view mirrors, guns. I'll spit, dark-skinned guys have no eyes, but your Ming Gu is kind-hearted and can't stand you being blind. He paused, a smile slowly curling up. So bro, I'm here to open your eyes for you. No need to thank me. He withdrew his hand, put it back in his pocket, and added the final line. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. I'm a racial knight. I can't stand dark-skinned guys. Below, the cheers were deafening. God of Roars is awesome. I'm coming clean too. I'm also racist. Ha ha ha. He really opened the dark guy's eyes. Too vicious. Too shady. But too satisfying. This is the hospitality of Chengdu No. For middle school. Like a dark guy. Jip Zihan knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. That brutal pioneering force made his very soul quake. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Lu Ming as if he were a demon in human skin. You are a demon. Sob. His voice even carried a crying tone, and on his dark face tear streaks were faintly visible. Lu Ming was about to press on, exploiting the advantage to shatter the dark-skinned man's will to fight, when he saw that the guy had actually been beaten to tears. Seriously, your dark-skinned mental defenses are that fragile. However, as he stood there dumbfounded, a sudden change occurred. Roar. From deep within the kneeling Jip Zihan's throat came a wild growl. Pitch-black dragon scales rapidly emerged on his skin, instantly covering his entire body. Jip Zihan was now encased in a suit of dragon scale armor. His already imposing figure swelled, further muscles bulging. He stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. He suddenly opened his fanged mouth, and dark flame energy converged wildly. That power, even more terrifying than the dragon's breath that had severely wounded Chun Dali moments ago, compressed continuously. Jip Zihan, enduring intense pain, forced himself to launch a sneak attack. Black Abyss Dragon. Oh, unfortunately his plan failed. The dragon's breath was still gathering in Jip Zihan's mouth, yet to spew out when Lu Ming's next move arrived. Close the door? Good luck. Lu Ming's voice rang out calmly. He didn't look at Jip Zihan's gaping maw, but precisely locked his intent on the space in front of Jip Zihan. A barely perceptible spatial door silently opened at the front of Nibelungen. Then, it snapped shut instantly. With both hands still desperately protecting his rear, Jip Zihan had no way to guard his front. Swoosh. An extremely faint sound, even drowned out by the roar of flame in Jip Zihan's own throat, was barely noticeable, yet the effect it produced was remarkable. A woo. The imminent dragon's breath was abruptly cut off midstream. Jip Zihan let out a scream, even more agonizing than before. His hands could no longer cover his rear, but instead shot forward in a twisted, frantic motion to protect his front. He felt his entire body numb with pain, the only sensation being the excruciating ache from Nibelungen. Jip Zihan fell to his knees again, curling into a ball, his body convulsing violently, 2 streams of murky tears rolling down his eyes, as pitiful as a kitten that had just attended an egg's laughter party. Lu Ming looked down, saw a few streaks of blood seeping from the gaps in Jip Zihan's dragon scales, and shook his head with slight regret. TSK. The power of the spatial slash is still not great. With a full force strike, I only gave you a minimally invasive circumcision. He paused, his tone sincere with regret. I originally planned to give you a sex change operation. Emotion points from Jip Zihan 777. Below the stage, an eerie silence descended, as if some mysterious shared pain had been activated, enveloping everyone present in a subtle hush. This silence was not born of tension nor of fear. It was a resonance far more ineffable. Every student watching felt almost involuntarily a chill in their nether regions, as though a cold wind had swept across their most vulnerable parts. A cross-gender empathy that transcended physical form. Hiss. A boy drew in a sharp breath. To feel like I kind of. Feel it too. Don't say it. Another boy, pale-faced, spoke with a tearful voice. I'm definitely having nightmares tonight, dreaming of Mingshan opening my gates wide. A girl cautiously glanced at Jipu Zihan, whose eyes brimmed with tears in the arena. But in the end, it's that black bro. Oh no, should we call her Black Sis now? She brought it upon herself. Who told him to be so arrogant and call us the sick men of East Asia? Yet soon a sharp female voice shattered the uncanny atmosphere. Zihan. A middle-aged woman dripping with jewelry and finery scrambled through the crowd from the periphery. She tumbled into the center of the arena, falling to her knees with a thud beside the curled and twitching Jipu Zihan, then embraced him, his eyes still glistening with tears, and let out a screech like a pig being slaughtered. Zihan. What happened to you? My son, are you all right? Who bullied you? Mom will get revenge for you. Lu Ming frowned as he watched this Chinese woman who had burst onto the scene. Who's this old lady? He muttered under his breath. Why is she so devoted to that black devil? And calling him Zihan so affectionately. He glanced at Jipu Zihan's jet-black, gleaming skin, then recalled the black devil's claim of being mixed race. TSK. Lu Ming clicked his tongue in disgust, so the little black devil wasn't lying. He really is a mongrel. He took another look at the middle-aged woman, her face greasy with stark white powder caked on, dressed in an air of opulence that reeked of nouveau riche, her body spreading horizontally. If tossed into a pigpen, she might not be distinguishable at first glance. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh from the depths of his soul. Tisk, that old black devil of hers. Sure isn't picky. What a man. Ji Huifei whipped her head around, her face twisted with rage. You little mongrel. Was it you who hurt my son? He'll kill you. She roared, swinging her arm, fat and layered like lotus root, with ferocious force. The next second, pale scales emerged on that snowy mound of flesh, and sharp claws slashed straight toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his heart. This fat pig is actually a gold rank. But he showed no fear. Hell, even a platinum rank like Xiao Jibua had nearly been driven to mental collapse by him. What was there to fear from a mere gold rank, enraged old woman? He had already prepared to give this fat dragon a taste of his power, yet just as he raised his hand, a figure instantly inserted itself between Lu Ming and Ji Huifei. Boom! It was Zhang Baidu who casually raised his hand and firmly caught Ji Huifei's powerful claw. Then with a mere twist of his palm, he sent Ji Huifei staggering back several steps. Ms. Ji, in my school you dare to lay a hand on my student. You've got some nerve. Ji Huifei steadied herself, looked at the newcomer, and a flash of disbelief crossed her face, quickly replaced by even fiercer rage. She shrieked in a piercing voice, Zhang Baidu, you dare to stop even me? Who do you think you are? Zhang Baidu's tone remained calm, dripping with an air of superiority, merely a collateral branch of the Ji family, not even worthy of being in the genealogy. He paused, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Even if I killed you right here on the spot, the Ji family might not bat an eye. Lu Ming, standing behind Zhang Baidu, heard this, and his eyes lit up, letting out a heartfelt exclamation. Yo, Principal Zhang, you're quite the showman, huh? Never would have guessed. A visible twitch appeared on Zhang Baidu's forehead. He maintained his stoic master facade, but inside, he was already cursing. Couldn't this kid read the room? Wasn't he clearly backing him up? But he had no time to turn and deal with Lu Ming because Ji Huifei had been provoked into a complete meltdown. That was over a decade ago. Ji Huifei roared. Do you think I'm still the abandoned daughter the Ji family cast out back then? I've gone abroad over the years, and am a completely different person now. Yet just as her words faded, went abroad to find a golden husband, huh? Lu Ming's ghostly voice drifted out again from behind Zhang Baidu, and popped out a little black bug. So this completely different person means going African. Ji Huifei's emotional control was clearly lacking. Her face instantly flushed a liver-like purple, her chest heaving violently. You. How dare you speak like that, you brat? She screamed, raising her claw covered in pale dragon scales, lunging at Lu Ming again. He'll tear that filthy mouth of yours apart. Yet she had barely taken a step. An irresistible pressure erupted from Zhang Baidu, crashing down entirely upon Ji Huifei. The pale dragon scales that had just emerged on Ji Huifei instantly retracted beneath her fat under the impact of that pressure. Her forward momentum abruptly halted, her legs gave way, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Zhang Baidu adjusted his glasses, still wearing that gentle expression, his voice equally calm. Miss Ji, let me repeat myself. In my school you dare to touch my student. He paused, looking down at Ji Huifei kneeling on the ground. You have some nerve. Lu Ming muttered again under his breath. Principal Zhang's really pulling off this cool act, huh? Ji Huifei, crushed by the pressure, couldn't lift her head, only lying prostrate, but her mouth still refused to yield. Zhang Baidu. How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who my husband is, eh? Zhang Baidu straightened up, his tone flat. Do you know who's behind me? Ji Huifei was utterly enraged. My husband is Jipu George. Jipu George, huh? Lu Ming's voice drifted again. I thought your husband was Jipu Peppa. Peppa Pig tattooed on the body. Applause for the socialite. But Zhang Baidu's stern face twitched almost imperceptibly at the mention of Jipu Peppa. He quickly tightened his expression to maintain the principal's dignity. However, the name Jipu George did make him frown slightly. He blurted out instinctively, that international stud. Lu Ming's ears perked up, full of curiosity. International stud? That nickname sounds pretty badass. Principal Zhang spilled the details. Zhang Baidu glanced back at him, his expression complex, but he explained nonetheless. Jipu George is indeed quite famous internationally. His personal strength is at diamond rank, enough to be a top-tier powerhouse anywhere. But what made him world-renowned isn't his combat ability, but... He paused as if searching for the right words. His reproductive capacity. Lu Ming. Huh? Zhang Baidu adjusted his glasses, striving to maintain an objective academic tone. His awakened ability is called gene editing, but people prefer to call it. He took a deep breath. Supernatural fertility. Lu Ming. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his brain CPU was clearly overloaded. Huh? Zhang Baidu continued his lecture. His talent allows his offspring to have a high probability of inheriting and enhancing the mother's ability traits. So his greatest hobby in life is to travel the world. He paused, finding a relatively refined word. Collecting women with powerful or special abilities. Lu Ming's CPU finally began to reboot. He pointed at Ji Huifei, who was sprawled nearby. So, he married that. He gestured at the woman kneeling on the ground, still struggling to maintain a proud expression. Zhang Baidu nodded. Although Ji Huifei's talent is mediocre, she does carry the bloodline of the capital's premier family, the Ji family. And the Ji family's ability inheritance is the five-clawed golden dragon. He glanced at the dejected Jipu Zihan beside him. What Jipu George values isn't Ji Huifei herself, but that faint trace of the five-clawed golden dragon bloodline within her. Lu Ming was silent for a few seconds. Then his gaze slowly shifted to Ji Huifei's layered chin, her earth-shattering appearance, and her horizontally spreading figure. A trace of respect gradually rose on his face. Tis, for the sake of powerful offspring, not being picky at all. This Jipu George is indeed a man. Zhang Baidu rubbed his forehead. According to incomplete statistics, Jipu George has over 1,000 sons. His strongest, the 91st son, is even a war god-level powerhouse. He's also extremely protective, so these 1,000-plus offspring are quite united. Ji Huifei trembled with rage, but pinned by Zhang Baidu's pressure, she couldn't stand, only lying on the ground, screeching in her shrill voice. You know that then? Let me go now. Yet Zhang Baidu still looked at her calmly. Ji Huifei, you should know how much the Ji family values bloodline. Ji Huifei snarled, all bluster. Even the Ji family. They wouldn't dare provoke George easily. Zihan is George's 1,234th son. The number's auspicious. He's quite favored. She grew more agitated, her voice rising again. I came back to China this time to take revenge on that bitch from the Ji family. Her eyes blazed with obsessive light, glaring at Zhang Baidu, as if to say, dare to stop me, and you'll be at war with the entire Jipu family. Zhang Baidu looked at her in silence. In his eyes there was no fear, not even anger. Only a sigh tinged with pity. At this moment Lu Ming's gaze darkened. He was admittedly a staunch racial purist, unable to tolerate a black-skinned person legitimately, holding a Chinese ID card, claiming to be Chinese at every turn. You fat pig. Ji Huifei jerked her head around, glaring at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes, as if she wanted to devour this utterly foul-mouthed youth alive. But she was pinned firmly by Zhang Baidu's pressure, unable to move, let alone stand. Meanwhile, her precious son Jipu Zihan was curled up at her feet, alternating hands covering his front and back. His demeanor was a far cry from the arrogance had shown when he came to challenge the school. Zhang Baidu felt a headache coming on. If it was Jipu Zihan, it was indeed troublesome. He wasn't sure what to do. Let them go and await future retaliation. But even if he dealt with them on the spot, the enmity was already set, and Jipu George's revenge would come sooner or later. Lu Ming also fell silent. He found this fat woman utterly repulsive, his obsession with bloodline purity reaching its peak. Open. Lu Ming slowly raised his hand, a fierce look in his eyes. Zhang Baidu saw Lu Ming like this and initially moved to stop him, but then slowly lowered his hand. Do as you see fit. The school will always have your back. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I actually have quite a bit of backing. Lu Ming nodded, lightly, a hint of emotion in his eyes. He hadn't expected the principal, who usually provided him with emotional points so frequently, to have such a side. Thank you, principal. Someone once taught me a lesson. If you've already offended someone thoroughly, don't even think about letting the tiger return to the mountain. But these two aren't worth worrying about. A useless little black and a black-loving fat pig. Sometimes living can be more painful. He opened his hand toward Ji Huifei, completing the skill he had started earlier. Open. Within Ji Huifei's body, a spatial gate slowly materialized. Terror was written all over Ji Huifei's face as she struggled desperately, but she could barely move under Zhang Baidu's pressure. What are you going to do? Lu Ming pulled a dagger from his system inventory, his voice icy, to prevent you from polluting the Chinese bloodline any further. He raised the dagger and struck at Jipu Zihan's production workshop. Let me perform a hysterectomy for you. Ah! Ji Huifei let out a blood-curdling scream. Ignoring her screams, Lu Ming took a clean piece of toilet paper from his inventory, wiped the blood-stained dagger, and cast a sidelong glance at Jipu Zihan. Almost forgot about you, little black bro. You can join your production factory too. A dog that barks like that calms down after being neutered. A spatial gate opened in front of Jipu Zihan. Then with a swift hand the blade fell. Lu Ming struck at the parts supplier for Jipu Zihan's future offspring. Eggs were broken and he slowly ceased to be a boy. Emotion points from Jipu Zihan 998. Lu Ming glanced at the string of numbers flashing on the system panel and silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. 998. At this moment, Brother Black's emotions had nearly reached the pinnacle of human sentiment. Apart from the terror caused by direct killing, this was the zenith of human emotional extremes. Opportunity knocks but once. Jipu Zihan had lost his chance, literally. There was no heart-wrenching scream, no earth-shattering cry of agony. After Lu Ming's precise, door-closing maneuver, Jipu Zihan merely widened his eyes, then rolled them back, completely unconscious from the pain, collapsing stiffly to the ground, his body twitching faintly and involuntarily. Zhang Baidu stood by, watching the once arrogant black dragon, now curled up like a dead earthworm, clicking his tongue in amazement. Tisk. He smacked his lips, his tone complex. That's ruthless, cutting off the roots entirely. Consort Ji, ignoring her own pain, knelt beside her son, staring at the horrifying bloodstains and listening to his faint breaths trembling all over. Her voice was hoarse and shrill. You're so cruel. You'll regret this. Just wait. My husband won't let you off. The Jipu family won't let you off. Zhang Baidu looked at her, his gaze calm and unruffled. Your son came to our school to provoke and gravely injured our students. His voice carried a hint of coldness. After your son was defeated, you, disregarding your status, attacked a junior. He paused, then said flatly, you reap what you sow. Consort Ji was choked, speechless, glaring at Zhang Baidu with undisguised venom. But Zhang Baidu turned away from her, facing Lu Ming. Don't worry, you'll have your back. A non-allied black man has no right to run amok on Chinese soil. This is China, not a place for him to throw his weight around. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. He looked into Zhang Baidu's calm, yet resolute eyes feeling a surge of being protected. Yet despite the inner warmth, Lu Ming's mouth was merciless. Tisk, Principal Zhang, having a late-life spring looking for a partner. Why are you so flashy today like a peacock showing off? Emotion points from Zhang Baidu 333. Zhang Baidu's small head bore a big question mark. This kid Lu Ming truly took after his father. Lu Ming retracted his brief sentiment, his face donning that infuriating grin again as he waved his hand. Principal Zhang, thanks, but I'm not really afraid of those two's revenge. He glanced at the motionless Jipu Zihan on the ground, then at Consort Ji, who dared not move an inch, a mocking curve on his lips. Besides, if this little blackie were truly favored, why would he come back to China to develop his future? Could it be out of love for Chinese culture? He clicked his tongue, his tone even more disdainful. With their behavior today, spouting sick man of East Asia, give me a break. A flicker of exposed embarrassment crossed Consort Ji's face. Because Lu Ming was right. Among Jipu George's 1,000-plus offspring, Jipu Zihan was indeed not particularly favored. No matter how auspicious the number, it was just a number. The truly favored were the gifted children. Zihan was decent, but far from enough. The reason Jipu Zihan came to China was simply because he couldn't compete with his siblings seeking an alternative path through Chinese resources. Consort Ji knew all this, but refused to admit it. She looked at her son, now a pool of blood, and felt the unbearable pain within her own body. She knew that staying any longer would only bring more humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand and hoisted her son onto her back. Just you wait. She stumbled toward the exit, turning back to hurl threats. He'll make you pay. I swear. Lu Ming stood with hands in his pockets watching her struggle. Take your time, no need to see you off. His voice was filled with genuine concern. Although proctology is well developed here in Rongqing, it doesn't quite match your situation. The specialty is off. Your son has a frontal issue and the back. Well, that's problematic too. He paused, then suggested with even more sincerity, I suggest you go abroad again to Siam. They've got the right specialty there, guaranteed satisfaction. Emotion points from Consort G589. Consort Ji's body jolted violently, nearly dropping both her son and herself to the ground. She felt a surge of blood in her chest, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Physical pain hadn't subsided, and psychological blows followed one after another. She dared not look back or linger, fearing that one more word might truly kill her on the spot at Rongqing No. For middle school's playground. Clenching her teeth fiercely, she staggered toward the school gate. Just as she was about to disappear into the distance, Lu Ming lightly raised his hand, moving with a thought. A spatial gate silently opened, its other end precisely in front of Consort Ji. Plop. A bloody object passed through the spatial gate and landed steadily before Consort Ji. Hey. Lu Ming's voice came from behind. Your son dropped something. Emotion points from Consort G888. Consort Ji abruptly stopped, staring down at the gruesome piece of flesh on the ground. That was a part of her son. Something that once belonged to him. Pick it up. Or not. If she picked it up, it was just too repulsive. Besides, with current medical technology, could it be reattached? If she didn't pick it up, it was still her son's possession, a part of his body. She hesitated. In those few seconds of hesitation, Lu Ming's faint voice drifted over again. TSK. Seems like you don't really love your son that much. Lu Ming's words were sharp. You can't even handle a little disgust. That's your son's flesh and blood. Hurry up, maybe it can still be reattached. He paused, his tone growing even more disappointed. In the end, you just see him as a tool. A tool to take revenge on the Ji family, a tool to please your black husband, a tool to prove your own worth. He shook his head, raising both middle fingers toward Consort Ji. I despise you. Emotion points from Consort G777. Consort Ji's body trembled violently, but she couldn't refute him because what Lu Ming said seemed true. She dared not hesitate any longer. Striding forward, she bypassed the piece of flesh on the ground and rushed out of the playground gate without looking back. That piece of flesh, once Jipu Zihan's chance, lay lonely on the rubber track unclaimed. Until Consort Ji completely disappeared from sight, thunderous cheers instantly flooded the entire playground. Our social brother Lu. Tough as nails and full of savage lines. Nice one, ballbuster. Ming God is awesome. Long live Ming God. Zhang Baidu stood aside watching the roaring cheers, then glanced at the usually unreliable yet dependable young man beside him, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Seems like you've truly won the people's hearts. Lu Ming tilted his head slightly. Zhang Baidu continued. You got first place in last semester's final exams, but honestly the students didn't really recognize you. In their eyes, that first place was achieved through shady means. A week ago you took down Tang Miao and his crew 3-0, but the students still thought your methods were rather underhanded. He looked at the still cheering students, his tone softening. Ultimately, it's because your personality is too flamboyant, your mouth too sharp, not the temperament of a traditional strongman. Zhang Baidu patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, but today, facing the arrogance of an outsider, you stepped up. You knocked down that cocky black man, you drove off that bullying shrew, and you defended no. For middle school's dignity. Now they truly accept you. Lu Ming listened, his infuriating grin fading slightly. He was silent for a few seconds, then turned to the still cheering students, raising both hands in a downward pressing gesture. The cheers on the playground gradually died down, everyone looking at him, expectantly waiting for a victory speech. Lu Ming cleared his throat. My beloved subjects, rise. This is but this emperor's duty, no need for thanks. The playground fell into dead silence. Emotion points from Zhang Baidu, 188 emotion points from Chun Dali, 125 emotion points from Lu Rini, 154. And then, screw you. Give you a compliment, and you get cocky. I shouldn't have expected anything from Ballbuster's dogmouth. Get down. Stop showing off. A torrent of playful curses drowned the playground, Lu Ming's single sentence shattering the stirring atmosphere completely. Zhang Baidu stood by watching the chaotic scene, feeling a throbbing pain in his temples. He instinctively raised a hand to rub his forehead, noting that his forehead-touching frequency had increased lately. He'd soon rub his hair off. This kid. He looked at Lu Ming, his tone complex. Who did he take after? Lu Ming didn't hear Zhang Baidu's mutter. He was immersed in the endless notifications of emotion points arriving, his face nearly splitting with joy. Recognition or not. All illusions. Only emotion points were real. He surveyed the playground full of classmates like an emperor overlooking his subjects. All of them are my emotion point suppliers. Meanwhile, at Rongqing Proctology Hospital, Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Lu Muxian finally completed their discharge procedures, slowly walking out of the ward area into the hospital lobby. Tang Miao took a deep breath and sighed, finally out. A whole week's worth of progress missed. Xiao Wu stood beside him, his expression complex hiss. To be honest, I'm kind of tired of school. Tang Miao shot him a sidelong glance full of disdain. Coward. Xiao Wu retorted, you're not scared. Tang Miao immediately puffed out his chest. Righteous, of course not. That kid Lu Ming. He's my beloved kin, my sworn brother, my blood brother. He paused, his tone even more righteous. Tang Miao will never be his enemy again. Xiao Wu stared at him for 2 seconds. Coward. Tang Miao. Just as they were about to start another round of bickering, Lu Muxian, who had been walking quietly ahead, suddenly raised a hand in a shushing gesture. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the direction of the hospital lobby's front desk. You two stop arguing. Her voice was cool but carried a hint of curiosity. Look over there and enjoy the drama quietly. The two followed her gaze. At the hospital entrance, a plump figure stumbled in. On her back was a dark-skinned young man, motionless, his pants stained dark red. It was Consort Ji and Jipu Zihan. Consort Ji rushed to the front desk, grabbing the nurse's hand. Doctor, save my child. The startled nurse quickly pressed the call button for a doctor. Soon a bearded male doctor hurried out. He took one look at Jipu Zihan's horrifying lower body, his expression turning grim. Massive lower body hemorrhage. Severe infection in the posterior wound. This is serious. Quick. Send him to the emergency room immediately. Prepare for surgery. As he directed the nurses, he casually asked Consort Ji, how did your daughter get this injury? How could it be so severe? Consort Ji was taken aback. Are you blind? This is my son. The doctor was also startled. This is preposterous. He looked at Consort Ji, his tone certain. I've been a doctor for 30 years. I can tell male from female with a single touch. From my preliminary exam, this child is clearly a girl. Consort Ji was speechless. She opened her mouth to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. Stop the nonsense. Daughter or son, just save them. Already severely injured internally, the rage caused her to spit out a mouthful of old blood. The doctor looked at her state, startled, and blurted out, maybe you should get treated too. The vet next door is free right now. In the distance, the trio in the corner of the lobby was thoroughly enjoying the drama. Xiao Wu looked at his phone. Latest news. These two were the international friends who came to cause trouble at No. For middle school, and they just had a friendly exchange with Lu Ming. Tang Miao raised an eyebrow. Oh, even Lu Ming dares to provoke them. That doctor's a character too. Preposterous, my foot. Xiao Wu struggled to keep a straight face, but the corners of his mouth were twitching upward. Feels like my sense of humor and morals are fighting. Tang Miao barely suppressed his laughter and sighed. But seriously, seeing someone else get wrecked by Lu Ming, I suddenly feel a lot more balanced. Xiao Wu nodded in deep agreement. Same here. Lu Muxian softly uttered a few words. Me too. The moment the words left her mouth, the air froze. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu spun around, their 4 eyes like searchlights locking onto Lu Muxian's face. Did they just hear that? Had Lu Muxian joined in on the joke? Lu Muxian's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Though only for a split second, both Tang Miao and Xiao Wu were certain they hadn't misheard. Lu Muxian. Just, he who touches pitch shall be defiled. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both reading the same thought. Was Lu Ming some kind of pathogen? How had even Lu Muxian been contaminated by that bastard Lu Ming? I miscalculated. These emotion points are getting harder and harder to earn. Lu Ming lay sprawled on his desk like a fish drained of all ambition, rubbing his temples in frustration as he felt his life had hit a bottleneck. Ever since he resolved the situation with Jepuzihan and her mother on the playground that day, things had changed. The way his classmates looked at him no longer carried the wary vigilance of "here comes that jerk again" or the guarded distance of "stay away from him," but instead a hint of recognition, and even a touch of admiration. This was utterly absurd. As a result, the amount of negative emotion points had plummeted like a cliff. Before, a simple remark could harvest 300 to 500 points from classmates. Now he was lucky to get a paltry few dozen here and there, barely enough to fill a crack. I'm just 1/10 pull away from the guaranteed reward. Lu Ming stared at the balance on his system panel, on the verge of tears. These emotion points now are too small. They can't satisfy me at all. I need bigger ones. What irritated him even more was that today, for some reason, the air was laced with a faint sour-sweet odor. Just then a rustling sound came from the desk behind him. Lu Ming's ears perked up. Pretending to be engrossed in his book, he switched to eavesdropping mode. "Dolly." A girl's voice stammered, laced with obvious nervousness and shyness. Later, wait for me at the equipment storage room. I have something to tell you." Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. That voice belonged to Qianyu from his class, quiet, reserved, usually keeping a low profile. Chen Dali, upon hearing Qianyu's words, also began to stammer. "Oh, okay, Xiaoya. I'll wait for you." Lu Ming's eyebrows shot up instantly. The storage room. A private meeting. Something to say. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Could it be? Could Qianyu have discovered some secret about Chen Dali? Was she going to cause trouble for him? In Lu Ming's mental theater, Qianyu, in a stark contrast to her usual self, grabbed Dolly by the collar. "Dolly, you wouldn't want your secret to get out, would you?" "No." Lu Ming clenched his fist in his heart. "I absolutely cannot let this happen." He silently resolved. "I have to follow them and secretly protect Dolly from harm." Lu Ming, bursting with a sense of righteousness, completely failed to notice the flaw in his logic. Just then, a faint voice came. Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked up. Lu Muxian had somehow appeared and was standing by his desk. She spoke again. "Are you free tonight? Let's grab a meal together. That food stall you mentioned before. It's been put off for quite a while." Lu Ming blinked. Food stall? Oh right. He did owe her a meal. He remembered promising to treat her and Tang Miao to that food stall back when they were at the Earth Vein, but they never got around to it. Just as he was about to make an excuse to decline, Tang Miao's annoyingly cheeky voice chimed in from the side. "Exactly. How long has it been delayed?" "I'm coming too. You said we'd all go together last time. How can you leave me out?" Before he could finish, a large hand suddenly reached over from the side, covered his mouth, while another hand grabbed his shoulder and yanked him backward. It was Xiao Wu. As he dragged Tang Miao backward, Xiao Wu shot Lu Muxian and Lu Ming an awkward smile and said apologetically, "Sorry, Tang Miao already has plans with me. You two go ahead and eat today. Don't worry about us. We're busy. Very busy." With that, he hauled the struggling, muffled Tang Miao away, and they vanished through the classroom door in an instant. Lu Ming, Tang Miao, dragged to a corner in the hallway, finally broke free from Xiao Wu's grip, looking utterly bewildered. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? I want to go eat at the food stall too. That kid Lu Ming is treating. It's free food." Xiao Wu looked at him like he was an idiot and sighed. "Can't you read the room?" "Tang Miao, what room?" "Xiao Wu, what day is it today?" Tang Miao thought for a moment. "February 14th. So what?" Xiao Wu looked up at the sky in despair, feeling exhausted just talking to him. He lowered his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear. "Today is Valentine's Day." "Valentine's Day? Sister Lu took the initiative to invite Lu Ming to dinner, and you want to tag along?" Tang Miao blinked, still looking confused. "So what?" Xiao Wu patted Tang Miao on the shoulder, his eyes filled with the helplessness of dealing with a fool. "Forget it. Let's just go eat by ourselves." Back in the classroom, Lu Ming's attention was completely off Lu Muxian. His mind was still occupied with Chen Dali and Qianyu's matter. The storage room. Something to say. After school. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. "No, I need to hurry and check it out, or it'll be too late." He looked up and saw Lu Muxian still standing nearby, seemingly waiting for an answer. Lu Ming quickly calculated in his mind. "I can eat at the food stall anytime, but Chen Dali might be in trouble. That's an emergency." So he waved his hand dismissively at Lu Muxian. Next time. Something came up today. Well, do it another day." With that, he dashed out of the classroom and ran toward the storage room near the back gate of the school. At the storage room by the school's back gate, Chen Dali nervously pushed open the slightly ajar iron door and walked in. A slender figure was already standing in the center of the room, facing away from the door. It was Qianyu. Her hands were clasped behind her back, her body slightly tense. Hearing the door open, she turned around, a faint blush spreading across her face. Her voice was very soft, tinged with a tremor. Dolly, you're here. Seeing this scene, Chen Dallas' heart skipped a beat, and his face burned as red as fire all the way to his ears. I am here. He was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. Xiaoya, what is this? Qianyu took a deep breath as if summoning all her courage and said, Dolly, actually, I've had my eye on you since the first day of high school. Chen Dolly was stunned. Qianyu continued, her voice trembling slightly. You're upright, brave, and warm-hearted. On the playground the other day, even though you knew you couldn't beat that black guy, you were still the first to step up. At that moment I was completely smitten. She slowly brought out something from behind her back, a bouquet of flowers. Dolly, I like you. Those 4 words fell softly, yet they exploded like thunder in Chen Dallas' heart. Chen Dallas' voice trembling but filled with excitement and joy replied, Xiaoya, I actually have liked you for a long time too. It's just, I never dared to say it. Seeing that the one he loved had already confessed her feelings, Chen Dolly finally overcame his youthful shyness. He took a sudden step forward, his gaze burning as he looked at Qianyu and shouted with all his might, Xiaoya, will you be my girlfriend? Qianyu lowered her head, her face so red it seemed ready to drip blood, and nodded gently. Okay. In that instant, the air in the storage room seemed to turn sweet and cloying. The two drew closer and closer. The air was thick with the sour, sweet smell of young love. Qianyu tilted her face up slightly and closed her eyes. Chen Dolly leaned down, his heart pounding so fast it felt like it might burst from his chest, just as their lips were about to meet. Ahem. A deliberate, jarring cough rang out from behind a pile of equipment nearby. In the silent storage room, it sounded like a thunderclap. Who's there? Chen Dolly was so startled, he jumped 2 meters back, nearly landing on the floor. Qianyu's eyes snapped open too, the blush on her face instantly replaced by fright as she subconsciously stumbled back several steps. Lu Ming sauntered out from behind the door, a look of innocent sincerity plastered on his face. Oh, what a coincidence. He looked left and right as if just noticing they were there. You guys come here for a stroll too? Chen Dallas' face went from bright red to ashen. Stroll. His voice trembled. Lu Ming, this is a storage room. It's in the opposite direction from the school gate. And you're telling me you're taking a stroll here? Qianyu finally snapped out of it too, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, but mostly awkwardness. She didn't dare look at Lu Ming, just kept her head down, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Lu Ming completely ignored Chen Dallas' accusations. He looked at Chen Dolly with a pained expression as if gazing upon a misguided youth. Dolly, how could you betray the cause? We agreed to stay single until graduation, to focus on the college entrance exams together, to grow stronger together. And you're secretly dating. Chen Dolly was on the verge of tears, feeling his blood pressure spike. Brother Lu, dear brother. He clasped his hands together, almost kneeling to Lu Ming. Let me off today, please. Today is Valentine's Day. Can't you do me a solid? Lu Ming paused. Valentine's Day. He pulled out his phone and checked the date. February 14th. So it was. Oh, he drawled, realization dawning. Chen Dolly thought he finally understood and was about to leave, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. However, Lu Ming just sighed and shook his head regretfully. Well, it looks like you chose a woman over your bros. I wish you happiness. With that, he turned and walked out. Chen Dolly and Qianyu exchanged a glance, both breathing a sigh of relief. But just as he reached the door, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He turned back, a thoughtful expression on his face, his gaze sweeping over Chen Dolly and Qianyu's lips. That look sent a chill of foreboding through both of them. By the way, Lu Ming spoke, his tone sincere, a question just popped into my head. According to human anatomy, the mouth connects to the esophagus, which leads to the digestive system. So when you kiss, isn't it like sucking on a straw that's connected to, the other end? He blinked, his eyes pure and innocent. Chen Dolly. Qianyu. The storage room seemed to hit a pause button. The air froze for 3 seconds. The blush on Qianyu's face faded at a visible rate, replaced by an indescribably complex expression. She slowly turned her head to look at Chen Dallas' mouth. It was supposed to be the kiss of her beloved, but now no matter how she looked at it, something felt off. Her mind was filled with Lu Ming's words. Qianyu's face was a picture of turmoil. She took a deep breath, then said in a trembling voice to Chen Dolly, sorry. Dolly, I am kind of not okay with that image right now. Wed better. Not kiss for now. With that, she shoved the flowers into Chen Dallas' hands, covered her face, and dashed out of the storage room. Chen Dolly. He stood there dumbfounded, clutching the bouquet, staring at Qianyu's retreating figure, his heart feeling like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through it. He whirled around to face the innocent-looking guy at the door. That guy even waved at him, flashing a smile that seemed to say, wish you happiness. A glint of tears shimmered in Chen Dallas' eyes. Damn you, Lu Ming. He cried out in anguish, roaring to the heavens. If only I could beat him up. Sob. Lu Ming whistled, hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely away from the storage area. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, and a gentle breeze ruffled his hair. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He took a deep breath. The sour, sweet smell in the air is gone. So refreshing. Saving a misguided youth, preserving the pure friendship before the college entrance exams, and reaping a bountiful harvest of emotion points. Today was truly a day of boundless merit. As he cheerfully calculated the balance in his system, a thought suddenly struck him. Today is Valentine's Day. So when Lu Muxian invited me to dinner earlier, Lu Ming's steps faltered slightly. He scratched his head, lost in brief contemplation. Lu Muxian inviting him to dinner on Valentine's Day. So, why did she want to have dinner with me? He thought about it for 3 seconds. Forget it, I can't figure it out. I won't bother. Then another thing came to mind. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu said they were going to eat alone. On Valentine's Day. Alone. Lu Ming's brow slowly furrowed. Hiss. He drew in a sharp breath, a glint of gossipy curiosity flashing in his eyes. Tang Miao and Xiao Wu are going to eat alone together. I knew there was something going on with them. They're always so close, training together, eating together, and their families are a perfect match. In his mind, images of Tang Miao and Xiao Wu from daily life surfaced, followed by the scene of Xiao Wu dragging Tang Miao away earlier. As expected of Rong City, Lu Ming nodded with a sigh, his eyes full of tolerance and understanding for this city, so open-minded, so inclusive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Miao and Xiao Wu were sitting in a hot pot restaurant eating with great gusto. Tang Miao picked up a slice of tripe, swished it in the spicy broth, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled indistinctly, "Why do you think Sister Lu wanted to have dinner with Lu Ming? Could she be planning to get revenge by slipping him a laxative?" Xiao Wu shook his head and sighed. "Just drop it and focus on your food." Thinking about Lu Ming's emotional intelligence, he couldn't help but sigh again. I wonder if things will work out for Lu Ming. His EQ is probably about as bad as Tang Miao's. Lu Ming sneezed at the school gate. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who's talking about me? It's definitely that kid Chindali still holding a grudge." He looked up at the sunset glow in the sky, feeling exceptionally lighthearted. Though he missed a meal and hurt a couple, had gotten the emotion points. What could be more important than that? Nothing. No one would be spending Valentine's Day without their partner still reading a novel, right? Doghead for protection. After toying with the young couple Chundali and Xin Yu to gather enough emotional points, Lu Ming set off for home with great satisfaction. Back home, he eagerly opened the system. Staring at the balance that had just reached the 5,000-point mark, he rubbed his hands excitedly, a reverent expression spreading across his face. Heaven and earth, spirits above, system Lord, show me your favor. He took a deep breath and mentally slammed the 10-pull button. The wheel spun wildly, 9 streaks of white light and 1 beam of gold flashing across his expectant gaze in succession. Hit the pity timer again. Let me see what the gold is. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Since the banner updated, I haven't seen a second gold besides that golden cultivation experience card last time. This time it better give me something good. He looked at the pull details with eager anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You obtained flower from the trash, quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host. You obtained used little blue pill, quality common. Lu Ming stared at these 9 notifications, a curse stuck in his throat. Little blue pill. Wasn't that a euphemism for a condom? Truly fitting for Valentine's Day. Then he turned his attention to the last one, that beam of gold. According to probability, a gold was guaranteed within 90 pulls and the chance of not getting one by the 89th pull. Lu Ming silently calculated and his face darkened. 1 in 904,000. Why don't I just buy a lottery ticket? He took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and opened the final notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You obtained all healing great nourishment pill, quality platinum. Lu Ming froze. He blinked, then blinked again, confirming he hadn't misread. Platinum. He recalled that after breaking through to the silver rank, the system had upgraded to version 2.0, adding 3 new items to the gold pool. Last time he got a gold, it was the golden cultivation experience card of golden quality. But this time, it was platinum. Even gold items have tiers. Lu Ming scratched his head. Or, a terrifying possibility struck him, and his face instantly darkened. Could it be that this damn system copied the 50/50 and guarantee system from that gacha game? The previous golden cultivation experience card was the failed 5,050, and this one is the guaranteed winner. He asked tremblingly in his mind, "System, is that what you mean?" The system interface was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly displayed a checkmark. Lu Ming. He felt a sharp stab pierce his heart. Twice. He had hit the pity timer twice in a row, and failed the 50/50 once. System have a heart. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, taking a full 3 minutes to suppress the urge to fight the system. Then he sat back up to inspect this hard-won guaranteed item, the all-healing great nourishment pill. All healing great nourishment pill quality platinum description. 1 pill invigorates the mind. 2 pills grant eternal vitality. 3 pills bestow immortality. For those below platinum rank, consumption directly elevates the current realm by 1 level. If refined together with dragon's blood and phoenix feather, it can additionally raise the ability level by 1. Lu Ming's eyes flew wide open. Holy shit, a direct realm upgrade. He knew that ever since breaking through to silver rank, the low-grade spiritual potions had become nearly ineffective for him. It had been a month since he reached silver, and despite daily cultivation his rank remained stagnant, still a sliver away from breaking through to silver tier 2. The difficulty of silver rank cultivation was starkly evident, and this single pill saved him an entire month of arduous training. Even more absurd, if he could get dragon's blood and phoenix feather, he could gain an extra ability level. Ability level? That was even more fundamental than realm. His current ability level was already E. Would raising it further even have any effect? Or rather, how was this supposed to be improved? And where could he find dragon's blood and phoenix feather, items that sounded like legendary celestial treasures? As he fretted, he suddenly paused. In his inventory, he probed his system storage and looked at the few items radiating terrifying energy fluctuations in the corner. Dragon Lord's Claws. Lu Ming stared at the system interface, his gaze meaningful. System, did you already know I had dragon's blood, so you gave me this pill? The system interface remained silent. Lu Ming chuckled, slyly disregarding whether the system admitted it or not. He now had the dragon's blood, and everything was ready. All he lacked was the phoenix feather. Phoenix feather? Where do I get that? Lu Ming rubbed his chin, lost in thought. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the phone on his nightstand. It was midnight. Lu Ming sighed regretfully. Tisk, such a shame. Tang Miao should still be awake this time, so I can't milk him for emotion points. He picked up his phone, deftly scrolled to the familiar number, and dialed. Tang Miao's voice came through, tinged with surprise. Oh, you're actually calling during human hours. I thought you only called me at 4 in the morning. Lu Ming, what nonsense. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Tang Miao paused for a moment. Why ask such a humiliating question? Lu Ming. Under his guidance, Tang Miao's mental fortitude had grown remarkably, even daring to fire back now. The old Tang Miao, who would get furious at his every word, bristling with irritation at the slightest provocation, was gone forever. A trace of nostalgia welled up in Lu Ming's heart. Ah, he sighed, his tone laden with weariness. I still miss the old, easy debate, easily enraged little Meow Meow. Emotion points from Tang Miao. 111. Tang Miao rolled his eyes on the other end, too lazy to argue. Spit it out. What's the matter now? Lu Ming set aside his reminiscence and said seriously, does your family sell phoenixes? Tang Miao. 3 seconds of silence on the line, followed by Tang Miao's incredulous voice. Are you kidding me? A phoenix? Even a hybrid with a trace of phoenix bloodline is a diamond-level being. A true phoenix is a terrifying existence at obsidian level or even divine level. Lu Ming shrank back, speaking sheepishly then. Just 1 feather. Tang Miao's exasperated voice replied. No, I don't have that either. My family doesn't run a zoo. Just as Lu Ming was about to feel disappointed, Tang Miao suddenly changed the subject. However, we do have a hybrid Yuan phoenix feather at home. Lu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Yuan phoenix. Even if it was a crossbreed, it was still a distant relative of the phoenix. It was better than nothing. Having it is good. Having it is good. By now Lu Ming was something of a nouveau riche. A semester of black market trading had swelled his little treasury to a staggering 80 million. His voice rose an octave with excitement. Give me 2 first. Tang Miao paused for a second, then slowly uttered a number, 200 million. Lu Ming. How much? He thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Tang Miao, 200 million. 1 feather costs 100 million, so 2 feathers cost 200 million. Fair price, no bargaining. Lu Ming felt like the sky had fallen. He thought he was a tycoon able to strut around and spend freely, but he couldn't even afford a single hybrid feather. Black marketeer. Lu Ming wailed in indignation. Tang Miao, you're not just making up a price, are you? Tang Miao explained slowly and deliberately. This is an obsidian-level Yuan phoenix, priceless and unavailable on the open market. My offer of 100 million is absolutely a fair price. Go to an auction house. A single Yuan phoenix feather starts at 100 million, and the final bid can soar to over 200 million. Lu Ming fell silent, knowing Tang Miao was telling the truth. An obsidian-level creature was equivalent to the pinnacle of human awakened. Selling a feather for 100 million wasn't unreasonable. But I simply can't afford it. Lu Ming was on the verge of tears. He asked cautiously, can I pay an 80 million down payment and the remaining 20 million in installments? Tang Miao, get lost. Lu Ming on it. After hanging up, Lu Ming lay on his bed, his mind already scheming how to earn that small fortune of 100 million. Suddenly recalling how he had helped Chun Dali break through, inspiration struck. The next day during a break between classes, Lu Ming found Chun Dali and Qianyu. The two were sitting in a corner of the classroom holding hands and whispering softly. When they saw Lu Ming approaching, their expressions instantly shifted from sweetness to wariness. Chun Dali instinctively shielded Qianyu behind him, his eyes guarded as he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what do you want? Lu Ming flashed an innocent smile. Don't be so tense. I'm not some monster. Chun Dali, you're scarier than a monster. Lu Ming scratched his head. Look, you still ended up with the girl, didn't you? The outcome was good. Chun Dali's face darkened instantly, but Xiaoyu has psychological trauma from kissing. He lamented with grief and indignation. After we got back yesterday, she had nightmares half the night. All about straws. Emotion points from Chun Dali, 333 emotion points from Qian, you 333 Lu Ming. He coughed twice, quickly changing the subject. Ahem. Let's not dwell on the past. This time I'm genuinely here to offer a benefit to you guys. Chun Dali looked at him with suspicion. What benefit? Lu Ming said seriously. Do you remember how I helped you break through to silver rank on the playground that day? Chun Dali's expression softened slightly. He nodded, a glimmer of gratitude and curiosity in his eyes. Of course I remember. Lu Ming, how exactly did you do it? Lu Ming put on an enigmatic look. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Chun Dali. Qianyue. Lu Ming dropped his smug expression and said earnestly, but I can tell you this. I can help people break through to silver rank in batches. Chun Dali's eyes widened slightly. Lu Ming turned to Qianyue, who was still watching him warily, and offered a sincere smile. I recall you've been stuck at bronze tier 9 for a while now, haven't you? Qianyu was taken aback and nodded instinctively. She had indeed been stuck at bronze tier 9 for quite some time, having tried various potions and arduous cultivation, but the bottleneck remained immovable. Lu Ming continued, speaking quickly with a persuasive tone. This is the final semester. The college entrance exam is right around the corner. The chance to break through a bottleneck is a rare opportunity. And silver rank is the basic requirement for getting into a key academy. Qian Yu's resolve began to waver. Seeing this, Lu Ming gestured with his hands. Not 2 million. Not even 1 million. Just 998,000. 998,000 takes silver rank home. You're not just buying a mere silver rank. You're buying a ticket to a key academy. It's the turning point of your life. Your infinite future possibilities. Emotion points from Chun Dali, 233 emotion points from Qian, Yu 233. Chun Dali looked at Lu Ming with utter speechlessness. Why did a good deed like this have to come off with the vibe of a pyramid scheme leader? But he still turned to Qianyue, his eyes carrying encouragement and a hint of worry. He whispered to her, what Lu Ming says is probably true. He's a bit annoying, a bit sly, a bit unreliable. With each word, another line of black marks appeared on Lu Ming's face. But occasionally when it comes to serious matters, he's kind of dependable, right? Lu Ming, is that really how you see me yet? Qianyu looked from Chun Dali to Lu Ming, still hesitant in her eyes. Chun Dali understood her hesitation, gritted his teeth, and said firmly, Xiaoyue, if you're short on money, I can help with 300,000. I've been saving that for a long time. I was planning to buy that famous low-grade spiritual potion on the black market. I heard it might help break through to silver rank. But now, he scratched his head and gave a simple, honest smile. I don't need it anymore. It'd be best if it helps you. Qianyu was stunned for a moment, then a touch of emotion spread across her face. She shook her head and took Chun Dali's hand. Dali, thank you, but no need. She lifted her head, looking at Lu Ming with a hint of resolve in her eyes. I'll transfer the money now. How are you going to help me break through? What do I need to prepare? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Lu Ming raise his hand and pointed at her brow. Open the door. Lu Ming uttered 2 words casually. The next second, buzz. Qianyu felt a crystal-clear sound of a door opening deep within her consciousness. Immediately after, a long-suppressed surge of spiritual energy burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Silver tier 1. Had she broken through? Qian Yu's eyes widened, unable to believe the changes inside her. The bottleneck that had plagued her for months had shattered with just a casual gesture from Lu Ming. Then before Qian Yu could digest her shock, Lu Ming's slightly weak but cheeky voice rang out. So, esteemed customer, are you satisfied with the results? WeChat or Alipay? Cash works too. Emotion points from Qian Yu 333. Qian Yu looked at Lu Ming in exasperation. How could someone so formidable be so flippant? Accompanied by the pleasant chime of Alipay received. 998,000. A smile spread across Lu Ming's face, which was pale from exhaustion. He chugged a bottle of low-grade recovery potion and began to calculate. A bottle of mana potion costs less than 10,000, and it helps a customer break through for a profit of 1 million. He raised his head, looking at the bustling crowd of students in the hallway, his eyes gleaming with the light of a profiteer ready to harvest. Lu Ming, are you all right? In the classroom, teacher Chen Lisin looked with confusion at the seat in the back row. On the seat, Lu Ming's eyes were vacant and unfocused, his skin pale, to the point of being almost transparent, making him look like a mummy just dug up from the earth. He slumped in his chair, his head drooping lower and lower, resembling a patient with severe kidney deficiency. I'm fine. Lu Ming lifted his head groggily, his hollow gaze fixed on the podium, but clearly not focused on Chen Lisan. He instinctively reached into his storage and pulled out a bottle of low-grade spiritual energy recovery potion, taking a gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat, bringing a faint sense of refreshment. He casually set the bottle on the desk. Thud. The sound of the bottle hitting the desk echoed crisply in the silent classroom. Lu Ming abruptly turned his head toward the classroom door, a confused expression on his face. Someone knocking. He'll go open it. With that, he wobbled as if to stand up. Chen Lisan. Emotion points from Chen Lisan 211. Chen Lisan's temple twitched violently. He took a deep breath, mustering all his patience, and squeezed out through gritted teeth. If you're going to die, don't do it in my class, all right? Lu Ming blinked, seeming to snap back to reality for a moment, then let out an "oh," and slumped back into his seat. There was a reason Lu Ming was so drained. In just 4 hours this morning, he had opened the door for 8 classmates, helping them break through the silver tier bottleneck they'd been stuck on for months. 8. For hours. 8 times. Each time he helped someone break through, he consumed nearly all his spiritual energy. Though he had low-grade recovery potions to fall back on, they weren't miraculous elixirs. Overuse built up resistance. The constant cycle of depletion and recovery, draining, replenishing, draining again, placed immense strain on both his body and mind. 8 rounds in a day. That was roughly his current state, dazed, physically weak, feeling utterly hollowed out. Chen Lisan looked at Lu Ming's condition and shook his head helplessly. What's that kid up to now? Forget it, I'll ignore him. Chen Lisan muttered under his breath, then tapped the podium and raised his voice. Class, quiet down, I have an announcement. Before he could finish, he noticed that figure in the back row, which had just slumped down, wobbling to its feet and heading toward the door. Emotion points from Chen Lisan 233. Chen Lisan nearly roared, get back and sit down. Startled, fully awake by the shout, Lu Ming looked around blankly, let out an "oh," and obediently returned to his seat. Chen Lisan took deep breaths, calming his surging emotions, then continued with a darkened face. I have an announcement. On the 1st of next month, 2 weeks from now, the National Genius Tournament, hosted by the state, will officially commence. The nation's finest high school students will participate. It's the pinnacle gathering of the younger generation. The competition rules are similar to last semester's final exams, a battle royale format. Everyone enters a designated arena, fights freely, and eliminates each other. The longer you last, the higher your score and the greater the rewards. Top-ranked contestants will receive abundant cultivation resources and guaranteed admission to key national universities. A buzz of murmurs filled the classroom. Chen Lisan gestured for silence and continued, but unfortunately this is a paradise for geniuses. There's a strict requirement for participation. You must be at silver tier. Those below silver tier aren't even eligible to sign up. He scanned the room, a hint of resignation in his voice. According to last semester's statistics, our school only has 5 eligible participants. Lu Ming, Tang, Miao Xiaowu, Lu Muxian, and Chen Dali. Just as he was about to continue, a hand slowly rose. It was Qianyu. Chen Lisan looked at her. Qianyu, what is it? Qianyu spoke slowly. Teacher Chen, am also at silver tier now. Chen Lisan paused, then a gratified smile spread across his face. Excellent. Truly outstanding. That makes 6. Before he could finish, another hand went up. Then another. And another. Like bamboo shoots after rain, hands shot up across the classroom. Teacher, me too. I'm silver tier too. Same here. And me. Chen Lisan. He stared blankly at the forest of raised hands, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. He clearly remembered that just days ago only 4 in this class were silver tier: Lu Ming, Tang, Miao Xiaowu, and Lu Muxian. Even with Chen Dali added later, silver tier students were scarce. But today, he roughly counted at least 10 raised hands. Chen Lisan's gaze slowly shifted to the back row, to that hollow-eyed, kidney-deficient figure. Though he didn't know the specifics, he knew in his gut this had to be Lu Ming's doing. Anyway. Chen Lisan took a moment to compose himself and cleared his throat. Silver tier students may all register. The specific process will be posted in the class group later. He finished, his gaze lingering on Lu Ming with a complex expression. What had that kid done? Lu Ming didn't notice Chen Lisan's stare. He was slumped over his desk, half listening. Battle royale. Like a thrilling battleground. Drop in and get boxed. Lu Ming blinked, suddenly realizing something. At this point in time, not many high school students had naturally reached silver tier through cultivation. Most were stuck at bronze level 9. Excluding those had helped break through by cheating, there were probably only about 10 in all of Rongqing. Even if some sought opportunities specifically for this tournament, the total silver tier count likely wouldn't exceed 20. If that was the case in Rongqing, what about the whole country? Across all high schools, the final silver tier participants probably wouldn't reach 1,000. And him. This morning in 4 hours had mass-produced 8. That was nearly 20 in a day. The tournament was still 2 weeks away. That meant. Lu Ming did the math quietly, then his eyes slowly lit up. 300. In 2 weeks, he could create nearly 300 silver-tier fighters. 300 of Lu Ming's army marching forth. No matter the capital's prodigies, the magic city's eccentrics, the sneaky campers, or the veteran survivors, all would fall. He sat up abruptly, his gaze burning as he looked at Chun Lisan on the podium. Chun Lisan felt a shiver run down his spine. Lu Ming touched his aching kidneys, his eyes resolute. He slowly stood, a spatial gate opening beneath his feet. In the next second, he teleported to the podium, standing right next to Chun Lisan. Chun Lisan jumped in surprise, instinctively stepping aside. Lu Ming ignored him, pulling a small megaphone from his system storage. Not 2 million. Not 1 million. Just 998,000. 998,000 takes silver home. Big brand quality guaranteed. With successful cases like Chen Dali and Xian Yu, helping you achieve your silver dream. Fulfill your dream of a key university. Limited spots, first come, first served. The first 20 to sign up get a 10% discount. Group registration, 3 people together saves another 50,000. Opportunity knocks, but once. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick up the phone. Oh no, raise your hand and sign up. Emotion points from Chun Lisan, 233 emotion points from Chun Dali, 233 emotion points from Qian Yu, 233. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. All the students stared blankly at the figure on the podium with the megaphone, their minds collectively frozen. Chun Lisan snapped out of it first, though baffled by Lu Ming's antics, his mind worked fast. He grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder, his eyes blazing. Are you saying you can help others break through to silver tier? Lu Ming nodded, pointing to Chen Dali in the back. No problem, Dali can vouch for it. He was the first, Qian Yu, and the others were the second batch. Chun Lisan followed his finger to Chen Dali. Chen Dali stood up reluctantly and nodded, his voice honest. Yes, teacher, my silver tier breakthrough was thanks to Lu Ming. And Qian Yu and the others, they broke through just this morning. Chun Lisan's eyes lit up like bulbs. He released Lu Ming's shoulder, pulled out his phone, quickly found a number, and dialed. The call connected. Chun Lisan's voice was barely containing his excitement. Hello? Principal Zhang. Are you at school? Good. Come to my classroom right away. Big news. A confused voice came from the other end. What's so urgent? Chun Lisan lowered his voice, but the thrill was unmistakable. Do you want to make a big move? Principal Zhang, huh? Things were settled quickly. With full support from Chun Lisan and Principal Zhang, a project called Rongqing No. 4 high school silver sprint plan was rapidly launched. Lu Ming was responsible for opening the door for all bronze level 9 students to help them break through. The school reached out to sister schools like Rongqing No. 7 and No. 9 high schools, inviting them to send students ready for breakthroughs. The condition was mutual assistance in the upcoming tournament, prioritizing the elimination of other competitors. Pricing 998,000 per person, fair and square. Students from financially struggling families could apply for a USNO-Pay-Later study loan covered by the school to be repaid later. The news exploded across Rongqing's high school circles. Students stuck at bronze level 9 flocked in like grasping at a lifeline. 2 weeks flew by in an instant. 2 weeks later, in the school infirmary, Lu Ming lay on the hospital bed, his face haggard, staring blankly at the ceiling. His eyes were sunken, his skin pale, his whole frame thinner, as if all his vitality had been drained. He opened his mouth and let out a weak sound. Is this the last one? Principal Zhang stood by the bed, gleefully looking at the list in his hand, his voice brimming with excitement. That's right, you've worked hard. 282 in total, all breakthroughs completed. In 2 weeks, 282 breakthroughs, averaging 20 times a day of draining himself. Lu Ming felt his kidneys were no longer his own. He weakly raised a hand, waving it feebly in the air, his voice hoarse. 2 weeks. 282. I can't. Really. Not a drop left. Principal Zhang looked at Lu Ming's utterly drained state and couldn't help but laugh. He stepped forward, patted Lu Ming's shoulder firmly, his tone full of pride and anticipation. It's okay. Rest well. Tomorrow at the National Genius Tournament, all the nation's prodigies will witness the terror of our Rongqing army. He paused, pulling out a small, exquisite wooden box from his pocket. Principal Zhang slowly opened the lid. A dense wave of spiritual energy instantly filled the room. Inside the box, a feather about 20 centimeters long lay quietly on red cloth. It was the feather of an obsidian-tier lawn phoenix. Lu Ming's vacant eyes suddenly lit up the moment he saw it. This is... Principal Zhang smiled slightly, gently placing the wooden box by Lu Ming's pillow. Besides the nearly 300 million yuan you earned from helping with breakthroughs, there's this lawn phoenix feather. Lu Ming was stunned. He looked at Principal Zhang, disbelief in his eyes. How did you know I wanted this? Principal Zhang winked. Tang Miao told me. Lu Ming blinked. Principal Zhang winked at Lu Ming. He said he knew you were desperate to earn money to buy the Luan Phoenix feather. He would have covered it for you long ago, but you know him, stubbornly proud and too shy to do it directly, so he let the school give it to you. Lu Ming chuckled. That guy really. It's fine, I'm a rich man with 3 small goals now. Just deduct it from my account and pay him back. Principal Zhang nodded. For Tang Miao and the others to maintain such pure hearts in the mire of elite families is truly rare. Lately though, he seems to have gotten a bit cheeky. He said he also wants to see the scene of 300 troops marching forth, making the prodigies of the capital and Magic City flee in panic. Lu Ming's lips slowly curled upward. Nothing to do with me. That kid's nature is like that. I just opened the door to that cheeky path for him. After Principal Zhang left, Lu Ming lay on the hospital bed, his grin wider than an AK-47. Tomorrow was the National Genius Tournament. In his mind, a scene slowly emerged. 300 silver-tier students from Rongqing pouring into the competition arena like a swarm of locusts, sweeping away all opponents. At that thought, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. National prodigies, better brace yourselves. In the dead of night, within the confines of his home, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his bed. Before him, 3 items levitated in the air. To the left, a single phoenix feather radiant with a reddish-gold light emanated a gentle warmth. To the right, a small vial of dragon's blood pulsed with a violent aura that was unsettling even through the glass. In the center floated the unremarkable tenfold nourishing pill. It floated there in stillness indistinguishable from an ordinary pill. Lu Ming glanced left, then right, then back to the center, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. How the hell am I supposed to eat these 3 things? He muttered to himself, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. I feel like no matter how I do it, it'll just explode on the spot. His concern was not unfounded. The dragon's blood came from the dragon lord who had once tried to descend upon their world, a terrifying entity, at least at the divine level. Even a small vial contained enough energy to blast an ordinary silver-tier warrior to pieces. The obsidian-tier phoenix was equally a creature at the apex of the food chain. Either of these items alone was more than a mere silver grade one could digest. And now he had to combine all 3. Lu Ming felt he was on the verge of becoming the first transmigrator in history to die from overeating. Just as he hesitated, the tenfold nourishing pill floating in the center suddenly trembled. Then a crack slowly appeared on its surface. No, that wasn't a crack. It was a mouth. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he watched a slit resembling a mouth open on the pill's surface. It then lunged forward, swallowing the vial of dragon's blood and the phoenix feather in one gulp. A soft chomp echoed. The dragon's blood and phoenix feather vanished, devoured by a single pill. Lu Ming stared blankly, his mind short-circuiting. What the fuck? He finally snapped back, his voice cracking. You've become sentient. Give me back my dragon's blood and phoenix feather. He lunged forward, snatching the pill and shaking it violently, trying to make it disgorge what it had swallowed. But the pill remained unmoved, even vibrating slightly in his hand, as if mocking his futile efforts. Just as Lu Ming was about to resort to more drastic measures, the pill broke free from his grasp and with lightning speed slammed into his stomach. A heavy thud. Lu Ming grunted in pain, doubling over instinctively as his mouth fell open. In that instant, the pill, as if possessed by intelligence, shot precisely down his throat. Lu Ming choked and coughed violently. He clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined that he who had dominated the outside world, defied heaven and earth, and driven countless geniuses to despair, would ultimately be outsmarted by a single pill. A single pill? System. Is there something wrong with this pill, eh? How can it move on its own? Has it become sentient? Did you know about this all along? He mentally screamed. The system interface was silent for a moment before slowly displaying an innocent emoticon. Before Lu Ming could continue his rant, a surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from within him. The energy flooded his meridians like a dam breaking. The violent nature of the dragon's blood was tempered by the gentle warmth of the phoenix feather, creating a miraculous balance. Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. His father's voice, tinged with a knowing tone, drifted into the room. Lu Ming shouted back. After the commotion subsided, he sensed the chi within him. In an instant, he had broken through the shackles of Silver Grade 1, firmly stepping into Silver Grade 2. And it didn't stop there. The energy continued to pour in, washing over him, elevating him further. Mid-Silver Grade 2. Peak Silver Grade 2. Another crisp sound of a breakthrough echoed. Silver Grade 3. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he felt the surging, unimaginable spiritual energy within him. He could also clearly sense that his ability had undergone a subtle transformation. The change was indescribable, but he just knew. His door had grown stronger. It was a more precious enhancement than a mere increase in cultivation level. It was an elevation of the ability's very essence. Time ticked by. Lu Ming basked in the afterglow of his breakthrough, feeling the changes within until the eastern sky began to lighten and the medicinal power finally started to recede. He let out a long, turbid breath. The breath carried a faint golden hue coalescing into a small vortex in the air before slowly dissipating. Lu Ming let out a satisfied burp, which also carried a trace of draconic might. He smacked his lips, feeling the vastly different majestic spiritual energy within him compared to yesterday, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He paused, remembering the pill's treachery, and added, "System, you quack medicine peddler, you actually came through." The process was a bit scary, but the effect is truly amazing. The system interface was silent for a second before slowly displaying a Tsundere emoticon. Lu Ming ignored it and opened his status panel to check his post-breakthrough data. Host Lu Ming. Current level Silver Grade 3. Ability name Door. Grade. Current evolution progress. Ability description: can freely open spatial portals within a 40-meter radius with a maximum portal diameter of 1 meter. Opening and maintaining portals consumes minimal spiritual energy. Gain trait Anchor. Portals that have been opened will not dissipate even if they exceed the casting range and will be permanently preserved at their location. Lu Ming stared at the panel, his brow slowly furrowing. A new effect. So if I open a door for someone ITLL, just stay there forever, constantly annoying people. Then if I encounter an enemy and open a door, even if they run to the ends of the earth, I can permanently farm emotional points from them. He looked up at the window, lost in fantasy. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtain gap into the room. Wait. Sunlight. Lu Ming blinked, suddenly realizing a serious problem. He whipped his head around to look at his phone on the nightstand. The screen clearly displayed the time, 8:50. Below it were dozens of missed calls. Lu Ming's face turned deathly pale. Holy shit. He sprang out of bed, not even bothering to change out of his pajamas, kicked open the window, and leaped out. Midair, a spatial portal opened. The next second his figure appeared on another street 40 meters away, then another portal, another 40 meters. In broad daylight, a youth flickered through the streets and alleys like a phantom. At the Rongqing No. 4 high school sports field, Zhang Baidu stared speechlessly at the line of students before him, his expression indescribably complicated. All of Rongqing's silver tier high school students were gathered here, exactly 300 in total. 300 silver tiers. They filled half the field with their imposing presence. The aura of the spectacle was incredible, but Zhang Baidu's gaze swept through the crowd, searching for one particular figure that inspired both love and hate, but he wasn't there. Xiao Wu stood at the front of the line and sighed. You should be used to it by now. Isn't him being late a normal thing? Zhang Baidu rubbed his temples in exasperation. But this is a national level competition. Time waits for no one. The teleportation is at 9 sharp, no exceptions. Does he even understand the gravity of the situation? Lu Muxian stood to the side, a puzzled look on her face. Didn't his parents remind him to wake up? Zhang Baidu thought of Lu Ming's father, also an unreliable character, and sighed. His dad isn't exactly dependable either. Probably a lost cause. Tang Miao stood nearby, sighing with feigned regret. Oh well, if it comes to it, hell, just have to sadly withdraw. What a pity. The burden of crushing the nation's prodigies will have to fall on me. In the distance, the 9 o'clock chimes slowly rang out. After 9 rings, the teleportation tokens on all the contestants simultaneously blazed with dazzling white light. Zhang Baidu had no time to wait any longer and could only shout his final instructions. Remember, even though you'll be teleported back if you receive a fatal injury, any severe injury before the college entrance exam will seriously hinder your cultivation progress. Know your limits. He paused, then raised his voice. There are many of us. Try to regroup once you're inside first. Don't scatter. Unity is strength. In the final moments, Tang Miao, Xiao Wu, and Lu Muxian looked into the distance, but the person they wanted to see never appeared. The next second, the white light surged, swallowing everyone's figures. The center of the field was instantly empty, leaving only Zhang Baidu, Ren Xiu, and a few others along with an empty spot. Zhang Baidu looked at the empty spot and sighed with regret. What a shame Lu Ming, that Disturbringer, didn't make it in. I was really looking forward to seeing him wreak havoc on those geniuses from Jingdu and Modu. Ren Xiu nodded in deep agreement. Yeah, those geniuses from Jingdu and Modu have always been arrogant, looking down on us from the western region. I was really hoping to see Lu Ming teach them a lesson. Zhang Baidu grinned, his mood lightening a bit. Still, an army of 300 from Rongqing is enough to give them a run for their money. Even without Lu Ming, our numerical advantage is enough to crush everything. The two exchanged a look, both smiling in anticipation. Just then, a spatial portal suddenly opened right beside them. Lu Ming's figure stumbled out of the portal, gasping for breath. He looked up at the empty field. Where's everyone? Already teleported. Zhang Baidu looked at the latecomer and shook his head regretfully. You're a bit late. The teleportation was exactly at 9, no exceptions. Son. Lu Ming stared at the empty field and the area still rippling with spatial energy, then slowly raised his hand. Open. The next second, the space in front of Lu Ming violently twisted. A crack slowly opened before him, revealing a dim, seemingly endless spatial tunnel. Zhang Baidu and Rin Xiu's eyes bulged like brass bells. Meanwhile, inside the teleportation channel, Lu Muxian kept her eyes tightly shut, feeling the disorienting weightlessness of the journey. The sensation of being wrapped in spatial power churned her stomach. Suddenly, the entire channel violently shuddered. Lu Muxian's eyes snapped open, and she saw a terrifying crack split open on the wall of the spatial tunnel ahead. What's happening? A spatial rift? Just then a familiar figure burst through that very crack. Lu Muxian's expression instantly crumbled. How did you get in here? Lu Ming saw Lu Muxian, and his eyes lit up as if he'd found a lifeline. Sister Lu, great. I found someone I know. Give me a ride. With that, he lunged at her, grabbing her leg like a drowning man clutching at a straw, refusing to let go. The portal behind him slowly closed, and their two figures, pulled by Lu Muxian's token, were teleported together towards the depths of the channel. Back on the Rongqing No. For high school field, Rin Xiu's eyes were as wide as saucers. Was that Lu Ming just now? He squeezed into the teleportation channel. Zhang Baidu's face was full of black lines, his expression complex. Looks like it. Seems he made it. Right. Rin Xiu muttered in disbelief. When did his spatial ability become so ridiculously powerful? He can open a spatial channel constructed by that lord, and even hitch a ride inside. Zhang Baidu was silent. He wanted to know the answer too. Suddenly he froze, realizing a serious problem. Rin Xiu. His voice trembled slightly. Does he not have a token? Rin Xiu was also stunned. They looked at each other and said in unison, Outside the Battle Royale secret realm, a confused meow echoed through the void. Lu Ming opened his eyes to find himself lying in a void of nothingness. There was no sky, no ground, no light, only an endless expanse of gray misty fog. He looked down and saw Lu Muxian standing beside him, looking at him with a complex expression. He looked up again and saw a cat. A jet-black cat with eyes like sparkling gems was floating right in front of them, staring at them with a dumbfounded expression. The cat spoke. Where the hell did you two pop out from? Lu Ming's mind went blank. Where was this? What was this talking cat? And why was a cat's name just Teacher Cat? There were too many absurd things to process. He didn't even know where to start complaining. Teacher Cat tilted its head, looked at the token on Lu Muxian's waist, and scratched its head with its paw. A contestant. Then how did you end up here? It then looked at Lu Ming, sniffed, and a look of disgust appeared on its feline face. And this kid? He has a really nasty smell. I've never seen him before, but why do I find him so annoying? Lu Ming was speechless. He was being looked down upon by a cat. Teacher Cat seemed unwilling to dwell on the issue. It flicked its tail and said casually, whatever, off you go. Without giving them any chance to react, Teacher Cat swished its tail, and a gentle force instantly enveloped them both. The next second, they shot down like two meteors towards the mist-shrouded Battle Royale space below. At the southwestern corner of the Battle Royale space, within a dense primeval forest, a golden-haired, used nose twitched sharply. Oh, he took a deep breath, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. This scent, definitely a beauty. He snapped his eyes open, his gaze locking onto a direction ahead like a radar. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot, transforming into a dazzling bolt of lightning. It shot toward the targeted direction with a crackling sound. Little beauty, here I come. Not far away. Boom. Lu Ming clambered out of the pit, covered in dust, patted off the dirt, rubbed his backside, and wore a surprised expression. Falling from such a height, and it doesn't hurt. Why is the ground so soft? He looked down at the earth beneath him. Just ordinary soil, a bit hard even. So why wasn't there any pain? Lu Ming was stunned. What's going on? Why was Lu Muxian so furious? He hadn't provoked her. He looked down and saw beneath his rear. A familiar figure was being solidly crushed underneath, serving as a cushion. Lu Muxian lay on the ground, her waist pinned by Lu Ming's weight, her limbs sprawled out like a starfish, as if run over by a steamroller. Lu Ming swiftly and naturally averted his gaze, looking up at the sky ahead. What a blue sky. Lu Muxian lay there staring at the dim mist-shrouded sunless sky above, sinking into a long silence. Blue sky. She took a deep breath, slowly pushed herself up, rubbed her sore waist, and looked at the back of the man who was nonchalantly glancing around, her eyes filled with indescribable complexity. By the way, Lu Ming broke the awkwardness, first changing the subject with a sincere expression. What's the deal with that talking cat? Lu Muxian stood up, supporting her waist, and stretched her stiff spine. If I'm not mistaken, that's a beast friendly to humans. Lu Ming heard this term for the first time. A beast friendly to humans. There are beasts that are friendly to humans. Lu Muxian nodded and explained. When the first rifts appeared, humans had no awakened ones. Facing the demon beasts pouring out of the rifts, we were almost powerless. Human civilization was on the brink of collapse back then. She paused. It was at that moment that a group of beasts friendly to humans emerged. They also came from the rifts, yet they chose to stand with humanity, helping us fend off the invading demon beasts, teaching us how to harness spiritual energy and awaken our abilities. Without them, there would be no civilization of awakened humans today. Lu Muxian stared at Lu Ming with suspicion. Isn't this taught in history class? I recall you got perfect scores in every subject. Lu Ming's gaze drifted again. Ah, these trees are so green. Lu Muxian didn't press further and continued, according to the materials I've read, among that first wave of friendly beasts, there was a spatial-type cat. Teleporting gifted high school students nationwide into this battle royale space is likely its doing. Only a divine-level spatial ability could achieve such a large-scale teleportation. As she spoke, Lu Muxian suddenly turned her head, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Ming, full of inquiry. It's a divine-level existence. How did you manage to force a door open and slip into its spatial tunnel? What exactly is your ability? Lu Ming felt a bit unnerved by her stare, his eyes uncontrollably drifting toward the sky. I don't know. Why? Maybe. Perhaps. That cat teacher got distracted. I just took the chance to sneak in. Lu Muxian squinted, her eyes staring at Lu Ming. Really? Lu Ming's thick skin came in handy now. He raised his right hand without hesitation, a righteous expression on his face. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning from the five heavens. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky, without warning, striking violently 50 meters ahead of them. The might of that lightning was immense, the electric glare blinding, instantly blasting a crater several meters wide into the ground. Debris flew, smoke billowed, and a wave of scorching heat surged toward them. Lu Ming. Lu Muxian. If he could collect his own emotion points, Lu Ming would probably hear emotion points from Lu Ming 666. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a figure gradually emerged within the lightning glow. The newcomer had dazzling golden hair, gently fluttering in the breeze, a handsome face, with sharp features and fair skin. His eyes were a light gold, and he wore a bright yellow suit, standing out conspicuously in this primeval forest. Even more striking were the tiny electric sparks that flickered around him, crackling softly. The moment he appeared, his gaze precisely locked onto Lu Muxian. He lifted his chin slightly and spoke in a deliberately lowered, resonant voice. Hello, beautiful lady. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? Lu Ming. Lu Muxian. Lu Ming looked at the distance between himself and that flashy golden-haired guy. At least 50 meters, and couldn't help but say, bro, are you socially anxious? Why stand so far? Do you need 50 meters to get to know someone? Emotion points from Chu Yunting, 123. The golden-haired man's elegant smile stiffened slightly. Lu Ming's sharp eyes also noticed the other's slightly trembling legs. Don't tell me. You twisted your ankle when you landed. Emotion points from Chu Yunting, 333. The golden-haired man's face visibly reddened. He had indeed charged too recklessly upon landing, crashing straight into the ground, and his ankle still throbbed. But how could he admit that? Just then the girl beside him had silently raised her sword, seemingly intrigued by this sudden opponent. Chu Yunting watched Lu Muxian's stance, ready to fight, and put on a regretful expression. Miss, even if we can't be friends, there's no need for violence. He paused, his regret morphing into a confident smile. I'm quite strong, you know. The moment he spoke, the sky suddenly changed. The originally gloomy sky coalesced into a massive storm cloud. The cloud churned and rolled, lightning flickering within, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. Even standing on the ground, one could clearly feel the world-destroying energy contained within that cloud. Lu Ming looked up at the storm cloud, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Was this power something a silver rank could release? He had faced platinum rank Xiao Jibua and defeated gold rank Ji Huifei before, but in terms of sheer pressure, those two combined seemed inferior to the oppressive force this golden-haired guy was now displaying. Chu Yunting remained standing there, a casual smile on his face. So, changed your mind yet? Want to be friends? However, the scene he anticipated, where the beauty would be awed by his power and gaze at him with admiration, never materialized. Lu Muxian looked at the storm cloud, her fighting spirit flaring even brighter. Instead of retreating, she took a fierce step forward, her entire being like a drawn sword charging toward Chu Yunting with a chilling, killing intent. TCH. Lu Ming sighed and quickly moved closer to Chu Yunting. He kept the distance within 40 meters so he could use a spatial door to save Lu Muxian if necessary. This golden-haired guy's lightning was too powerful, although Lu Muxian was strong, taking such a hit heating could injure her. Yet as Lu Muxian charged forward with murderous intent, Chu Yunting, who had been so composed moments ago, suddenly showed a flicker of panic, a cold sweat trickling from his temple. Boom! The lightning tribulation descended. The thunderbolt with its world-destroying might struck the ground fiercely. The electric glare was blinding, debris flew, and a massive scorched crater was blasted into the earth. Smoke billowed, electricity crackled, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Yet, no one was hurt. The lightning struck precisely on an empty spot, doing nothing but adding another crater to the ground. Lu Ming, Lu Muxian, and the golden-haired man who had been so calm earlier now had electric sparks swirling at his feet, and without a word turned and ran. His speed was astonishing. He vanished from the spot instantly, leaving only a long trail of lightning. However, thud. With a dull sound, a figure crashed straight into a massive tree not far away, sliding down the trunk like a squashed fly and collapsed to the ground. Lu Ming was stunned. He looked at the storm clouds still churning in the sky, then at the golden-haired guy sliding down the tree, his brain's CPU working overtime. Devastating power, but can't hit a target. Lightning speed, but can't stop. He scratched his head, a complex expression on his face. What kind of weirdo is this? He shook his head and walked over. With a thought, a spatial door opened beneath the limp golden-haired man, and the next second the dazed figure appeared at Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming pulled a rope from his system inventory and expertly tied him up in a turtle-binding style. Lu Muxian looked at the intricately bound figure, frowning slightly. Isn't this a battle royale? Just eliminate him directly. Why tie him up? Lu Ming paused in his movements, a look of realization dawning. Right. Old habits. Lu Muxian glanced again at the artistic binding job. Also, I've been wanting to ask since the final exam. Where did you learn that tying technique? Lu Ming coughed dryly, his gaze shifting, of course, from Cherry Blossom. From the Cherry Ninja Manual. Lu Muxian looked at him suspiciously. Ninjas teach that. Lu Ming nodded guiltily and looked away. Just then the tightly bound Chu Yunting slowly regained consciousness. He looked down at the ropes on his body, then up at the two people before him, and remarkably his face resumed that calm, composed expression. Miss, he used that deep, resonant voice, gazing at Lu Muxian with affection. Want you reconsider getting to know me? I am Chu Yunting of the Chu family in Modu. May I ask for the young lattice name? Lu Muxian expressionlessly raised her long sword, the tip lifting the token at his waist. I only consider sending you out. Lu Ming's gaze fell on that token, and he paused slightly. The token looked similar to Lu Muxian's, but something felt off. It seemed to lack that mysterious spatial aura. Chu Yunting looked at the token being lifted, and a smile appeared on his face. Very well. He paused. Oh, by the way, miss. A sly grin suddenly spread across his face. I've made several replicas of tokens like this. The next second his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, slipping directly through the gaps in the ropes. No matter how exquisite the turtle binding technique, it couldn't restrain lightning without physical form. The lightning shot several meters away, dashing into the distance. Miss, we shall meet Aga, ARGH. Before he could finish, a scream came first. Lu Ming had long sensed something was off about that token and remained vigilant. The moment Chu Yunting turned into lightning and fled, his mind locked onto a certain key spot behind the other. Open door, you outsider. Try my Rongqing experience card. A spatial door opened silently. Chu Yunting's lightning form was forced back into human shape the moment that door opened. After all, who could maintain their composure facing such a calamity? He kept his fleeing momentum, sliding on his knees across the ground, leaving two long trails, his trousers nearly worn through. Then, thud. Chu Yunting once again crashed precisely into the same tree as before. But now the pain from the collision was nothing compared to the searing agony from behind that jolted him wide awake. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, instinctively covering his rear with both hands. Damn! This is too freaky. Emotion points from Chu Yunting, 888. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, not daring to stop for a moment. He realized that the seemingly harmless guy behind him was the most terrifying. Electric sparks coiled around his feet again, and ignoring whether he would crash into a tree, he fled even faster than before. Thud! 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 From afar, the sounds of collisions with trees and heart-wrenching screams echoed continuously. Lu Ming listened to the fading commotion and lightly touched his forehead. What a weirdo. Lu Muxian stood beside him and nodded in deep agreement. She had encountered many prodigies, arrogant, proud, sinister. But one as ridiculous as this was a first. Just then Lu Ming suddenly froze, looking down at his hand, a flicker of thought in his eyes. Strange. He murmured, it's already far beyond 40 meters. Why didn't that door disappear? According to his previous ability, his doors could only be opened and maintained within a 40-meter range. Once exceeded, an already opened door should have vanished automatically. But just now, after Chu Yunting had fled at least 100 meters, that door still existed. Lu Ming's eyes slowly lit up. A flash of insight struck him, and he suddenly realized this might be the effect of the evolution of his ability after swallowing the all-powerful pill yesterday. An already opened door, even if beyond the casting range, can be maintained by consuming a small amount of spiritual energy. He muttered to himself, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. Damn, this ability is a bit overpowered. Can the experience card become permanent? Lu Muxian, standing nearby, listened to his muttering, and her expression gradually turned subtle. An open door won't disappear. She repeated the words softly, recalling the suffering she had endured, and a trace of fear flickered in her eyes. She silently made a decision in her heart. I will never fight Lu Ming again in this life. It's too terrifying. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a disheveled figure finally stopped his mad dash. Chu Yunting lay face down in the grass, sprawled out like a starfish gasping for breath. He tremblingly reached out a hand to touch his still throbbing rear, and tears unbidden streamed down his face. Damn. Freaky. Too freaky. He muttered, his voice choked with sobs. What was that? What the hell was that? I've ruled Modu for 18 years and never seen such a freaky ability. He lifted his head, staring at the gray sky in the distance, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes as the image of Lu Ming's infuriating face surfaced in his mind. Who the hell is that guy? Ah, damn it. Why want to go away? Emotion points from Chu Yunting 666. Emotion points from Chu Yunting 123. Emotion points from Chu Yunting 99. Emotion points from Chu Yunting 111. Nearly an hour had passed since that flamboyant golden-haired man fled in disgrace, yet the system's notification chime refused to cease. Every few minutes, a small batch of emotion points trickled in. As Lu Ming walked toward the central area, listening to the relentless notifications in his mind, the corners of his mouth curled into an ever-widening grin. Lu Muxian walked beside him, catching the irrepressible, lecherous smile on his face, and finally couldn't hold back. You look utterly insufferable. Lu Ming cleared his throat twice, striving to rein in his expression, but his lips still twitched upward uncontrollably. Ahem, nothing at all. Just suddenly recalled something delightful. Lu Muxian gazed at him, her eyes screaming, do you really think I believe that? Too lazy to press further, she pulled out her token and infused it with spiritual energy. A light screen projected from the token, forming a translucent holographic map in midair. A crimson ring encircled the map's periphery, slowly contracting. The boundary of the safe zone, commonly known as the poison ring. In the upper left corner of the map, a string of numbers was displayed: 871,996. Lu Ming leaned in for a look. Only 871 left. That means over 100 have been eliminated already. That fast? Lu Muxian nodded, explaining. The opening phase is chaotic. Although landing spots are random, some powerful individuals start hunting as soon as they hit the ground, so the elimination rate spikes early on. Once this stage passes, everyone becomes more cautious, and the pace slows down. She raised a finger and tapped a golden marker at the map's center. The circle is about to shrink here. We need to move toward the central zone. Before you arrived, we agreed with the others. Everyone should converge at the center where the terrain is open, making it easier to gather and coordinate later. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The central circle. His 300 Ming clan warriors. Let's go, let's go. He quickened his pace. We need to rendezvous with them fast. Meanwhile, in the central zone of the Battle Royale space, Ji Changkong, the prodigy of the capital, was fleeing in utter disarray toward the periphery. Behind him, a dense pitch-black crowd chased him with relentless fury. A barrage of long-range attacks rained down at his back. Water arrows, ice spikes, wind blades, fireballs, earth spikes. Individually, none were devastating, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Over 100 people struck simultaneously, the scene akin to a locust plague. Ji Changkong's dragon wings were riddled with holes, and the once majestic purple flames had dimmed considerably. As he fled, he roared back in fury, "I'm utterly done with these sneaky bastards. Teaming up maliciously. Is no one going to stop this?" As a genius of the capital's Ji family, Ji Changkong had naturally headed straight for the central zone upon landing. He prided himself as the pinnacle of the capital's younger generation, convinced he could best anyone. But as luck would have it, the 300 warriors of Rongqing harbored the same thought. Since landing points were random, the quickest way for these 300 to unite was to converge on the central area. Thus, when the Rongqing army, already over 100 strong, marched into the central zone in full force, they collided head-on with Ji Changkong, who had just arrived. In that moment, Ji Changkong stared at the sea of figures before him, his mind blank, for a full 3 seconds. Then his humiliating escape began. At the forefront stood Tang Miao, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, wearing the same insufferable grin as Lu Ming. "Oh, isn't this Ji Changkong? Haven't seen you in days, fallen so low." Ji Changkong turned back, saw Tang Miao's smug face, and his own darkened with rage. Given the business ties between the Tang and Ji families, he had crossed paths with Tang Miao a few times. In his memory, Tang Miao was a somewhat proud genius. But the man before him, leading over 100 people in pursuit, bore no resemblance to that recollection. "Tang Miao," Ji Changkong yelled as he fled, "we're both prodigies. Where's your pride and dignity? Have the guts for a onion." Tang Miao paused mid-step at this. Pride, dignity, onion. He pondered the question seriously, then realized these things had mysteriously vanished after meeting Lu Ming. "Sure," Tang Miao shouted back, his grin widening. We'll take you on all of us against you. Ji Changkong. He nearly spat blood. Damn it. He let out a bitter roar and fled even faster. Though he couldn't fathom why the once-proud youth had become so insufferable with the odds stacked against him, what else could he do but run? Azure Prison. Tang Miao bellowed, and a water prison instantly materialized before Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's tattered wings flapped fiercely, erupting with purple flames, and he barely squeezed through the gap, just as the prison took shape. He gasped for breath, his face ashen. If it weren't for their numbers ID, make Tang Miao pay, he muttered through gritted teeth. Just then a delighted shout came from ahead. Cousin, is that you, eh? Ji Changkong squinted. Not far away stood 4 people. At the lead was a woman waving at him excitedly. It was Ji Taimei, a minor genius from the Ji family's branch, a distant cousin, silver rank, 2, decently skilled. Ji Changkong glanced at her, then swept past without a moment's hesitation. Ji Taimei's hand froze midair, her smile slowly stiffening. She was about to ask why he ignored her when she spotted the vast dark tide of over 100 people charging furiously in the distance. Ji Taimei. Without an instant's pause, she turned and sprinted after Ji Changkong at full speed. Her 3 companions caught on and bolted too. Cousin, that's low, Ji Taimei accused as she ran. You didn't even warn me. Ji Changkong's face darkened. Warn you? Forget it. That lunatic Tang Miao somehow gathered a mob, and they're biting at everyone like mad dogs. Stop blabbing and run. They fled like the wind, their feet barely touching the ground. Behind them, the 3 companions were quickly overtaken. The 100-strong Rongqing army swarmed them, attacks raining down like a storm. In despair, the trio had their tokens shattered and were eliminated in a flash of white light. But Ji Changkong and Ji Taimei, seizing the chance, finally escaped the central zone into the peripheral forest. Even so, they dared not stop sprinting until they were sure no one followed. Only then did they slow, collapsing against a large tree, panting and disheveled. Ji Changkong took a while to catch his breath. Let's head to the edge, stick close to the poison ring, and stay low. The center's too dangerous. Those maniacs are probably still hunting everywhere. Ji Taimei nodded, about to speak when rustling footsteps came from the bushes ahead. Both tensed muscles, coiled abilities ready to unleash. The next second, 2 figures emerged, a man and a woman. Ji Changkong, seething with pent-up fury after being chased so long, needed an outlet. He whispered to Ji Taimei, let's strike. I can't take this anymore. We'll vent on these 2. She nodded, and they both erupted with their abilities. Behind Ji Changkong, purple flames coalesced into dragon wings. Around Ji Taimei, white cold air swirled like an ice dragon. They lunged from both sides at the pair. But the moment they stepped forward, an indescribable force erupted from a certain part of their bodies. Ah! 2 agonized screams rang out almost simultaneously. Ji Changkong and Ji Taimei froze as if struck by lightning. They felt an unspeakable region savagely ravaged by a brutal power. It came without warning, yet was overwhelmingly intense. Their legs gave way, and they crumpled to their knees. In a deeply humiliating posture, they slid all the way to the pair's feet before stopping. Emotion points from Ji Changkong, 444. Emotion points from Ji Taimei, 444. Lu Ming looked down at the 2 prodigies, their postures awkward and expressions twisted, and flashed an innocent smile. Who are these 2? Lu Muxian stepped forward, studying their draconic forms. They should be from the Ji family. Pausing, a faint, subtle pity crept onto her face. Indeed, she murmured softly, no one can endure that kind of pain. Ji Changkong's face contorted. He tremblingly raised his head to Lu Ming, disbelief and agony in his eyes. Ah, was it you? Who are you? Lu Ming crouched down, his smile genial and warm. It was me. I am. By Yuntao of Rongqing. Lu Muxian, standing nearby, heard this, and the corner of her mouth twitched, barely stifling a laugh. Ji Changkong's face twisted in humiliation. He stared at Lu Ming, burning that face into his memory. By Yuntao. He'll remember this. Gritting through the searing pain behind him, he subtly signaled Ji Taimei. They both took a deep breath, and the next second, twin dragon breaths erupted. Ji Changkong's purple flames blazed with fierce dominance. Ji Taimei's white cold air was bitingly frigid. The 2 opposing energies collided, instantly generating a thick cloud of white smoke. The dense fog spread, blinding everyone. Lu Ming swiftly opened a spatial gate before him, and their attacks passed through, landing dozens of meters behind him, blasting craters into the ground. But the Ji duo's aim was clearly not to harm. Using the smoke as cover, they fought through the pain, scrambled up, and vanished into the forest depths in the blink of an eye. The smoke slowly dissipated. Lu Muxian gazed at the empty space, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Lu Ming. Why didn't you act? She had noticed. The moment Lu Ming's spatial gate opened inside the Ji duo's bodies, it left a permanent mark on them. If he wished, he could make them relive that agony anytime. But he seemed to have let them go on purpose. Lu Ming didn't answer, simply listening to the steady stream of emotion point notifications in his mind. Emotion points from Ji Changkong, 55 emotion points from Ji Taimei, 66 emotion points from Ji Changkong, 77 emotion points from Ji Taimei, 88. The sound was like the most exquisite music, making his lips curl up involuntarily. He gave a faint smirk and said in a tone of profound mystery, "Heaven's secrets are not to be divulged." Lu Muxian stared at him for 3 seconds. Then a terrifying guess slowly dawned on her. She ventured tentatively, "You don't want to keep them around so you can enjoy watching them suffer at your hands, do you?" Her tone carried an unmistakable, "Are you a pervert?" nuance. "Lu Ming, is that how you see me?" Lu Muxian nodded without hesitation, emphatically. "Lu Ming." He took a deep breath, steadying himself, then explained slowly, "My spatial gates can't be dealt with by anyone of the same rank. Since it's inside them, they can't close it themselves. They'd have to ask their elders for help once they're out." He paused, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. "Imagine, when they realize the gate is permanent and won't fade, will they have the nerve to bend over and beg their family elders to shut the door in their backsides?" Lu Muxian was stunned. The mere thought of that scenario was mortifying enough to drive anyone to despair. Lu Ming continued, his grin growing. "Even I wouldn't dare bring that up. Let alone these proud, arrogant types." He spread his hands. "So even if they run now, they'll eventually come crawling back to me, and I can still squeeze some benefits out of them." He paused, silently adding to himself, "And they'll keep feeding me emotion points nonstop. How wonderful is that?" Lu Muxian watched his twisted grin and couldn't help shivering. "What a freak," she muttered under her breath. Lu Ming ignored her jab, stood up, faced the dense forest in the distance, spread his arms, took a deep breath, and flashed an eager smile. "All you prodigies of the nation, your big brother Lu is here. Get ready to bend over and wait." Lu Muxian. She silently averted her gaze, pretending not to know him. But in her mind an image involuntarily surfaced. This guy weaving through every corner of the battle royale space. He would leave a gate in every prodigy he encountered, and those marked would endlessly experience that indescribable sensation. Lu Muxian shook her head, banishing the horrifying vision. In the distance, deep within the forest, 2 disheveled figures fled in panic. Ji Changkong and Ji Taimei finally reached what they thought was a safe spot, stopping to catch their breath. Ji Changkong leaned against a tree trunk, his face pale, cold sweat streaming down. He felt the unrelenting pain inside him and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Ji Taimei was worse off, tears already welling in her eyes. "Cousin, what was that? Why does it feel so strange, so awful down there?" Emotion points from Ji Changkong, 99 emotion points from Ji Taimei, 111. After struggling for 10 minutes, Ji Changkong gave up. He slumped down under a large tree, his face ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That door within his body, like the most stubborn nail, was firmly lodged in some unspeakable place. No matter what method he used to destroy it, it remained utterly unmoved. With his current strength, he was completely unable to break it. However, as time passed, he was gradually trying to adapt to the pain. Or rather, was he becoming numb to that indescribable sensation? Hiss! He sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, gritting his teeth and muttering, "That Bai Yun Tao is an absolute devil." Beside him, Ji Taimei clearly lacked his resilience. She curled up under another tree, tears brimming in her eyes, her face deathly pale, her body still trembling slightly. That painful yet strange feeling from within made every second feel like an eternity on pins and needles. Her voice choked with tears, she looked at Ji Changkong. "Cousin, can we leave here? Let the elders at home help us deal with it." Ji Changkong's face instantly contorted. He opened his mouth to say something, but only a feeble groan escaped his throat. You'd be willing to let someone else help you with that problem there?" Ji Taimei was speechless. Whoa. She finally couldn't hold back her sobs. "Then what do we do? I don't want this. It's so strange, so uncomfortable. How about we go beg that devil?" Ji Changkong fell silent. Beg that devil? His pride, his dignity, his status as a direct descendant of the Ji family would not allow him to do such a thing. I'd rather die, be eliminated directly from the safe zone, than beg that bastard for anything. In his agitation, he slightly relaxed the force he was using to resist the door. Feeling the strange pain, he was on the verge of tears, but couldn't cry. Oh, damn it. I probably won't beg for mercy, right? Just as he was locked in an intense internal struggle, torn between options, a thunderbolt crashed down from the sky. It struck the tree beside the 2 from the Ji family. The trunk was instantly charred, black leaves and branches rustled down, and the exploding electric light was blinding. Ji Changkong's face darkened, and he was instantly on alert. With his current abnormal condition, his combat power was less than 1/10 of its peak. If he encountered a strong enemy, now he would likely be eliminated. At that point, he would truly have to swallow his pride and beg the elders at home to help solve that shameful problem. The smoke slowly cleared. A familiar figure emerged from behind the charred trunk. That person had a head of golden hair, now a mess like a bird's nest, with a dazed look on his face from crashing into the tree. Rubbing his head, he was equally stunned upon seeing the people before him. Ji Changkong. Shu Yunting straightened up instinctively, assuming a fighting stance, but his legs couldn't stop trembling slightly. Oh, what, you want to fight? Ji Changkong also straightened up. Their gazes met in the air. Then almost simultaneously they noticed each other's oddities. Their stances were awkward, legs trembling slightly, hands unconsciously guarding behind them. Ji Changkong was speechless. Shu Yunting was speechless. Ji Changkong spoke with difficulty. You, too. A glint of tears shimmered in Shu Yunting's eyes. You, also. Ji Changkong's gaze slowly moved downward, landing on a certain part of Shu Yunting. There? Shu Yunting nodded vigorously, his voice choked with tears. That's right. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then simultaneously they let out a mournful whimper. Whoa. Beside them, Ji Taimei, watching the two grown men crying face to face, couldn't help but whisper, me too. Shu Yunting looked at Ji Taimei, then at her equally awkward stance and tear-streaked face, his voice trembling. Your sister too? Ji Taimei nodded vigorously, tears streaming down again. The three hugged each other tightly, and the forest was filled with only their sobs echoing among the trees. After crying for a full 5 minutes, the three gradually calmed down. Ji Taimei wiped her tears and spoke first. What do we do now? Go and cave into that by Yuntao. Shu Yunting jerked his head up, a stubborn glint flashing in his eyes. How is that possible? Don't we have any pride? We're all geniuses. Begging some random guy who popped out of nowhere. Absolutely not. Ji Changkong pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Perhaps we can find some allies. Ji Taimei was taken aback, but this is ultimately just a matter between the three of us. How can we get others involved? A sharp light flashed in Ji Changkong's eyes. Do you remember? Earlier, the army from Rongqing that Tang Miao gathered was over 100 strong. This by Yuntao is also from Rongqing. It means the number of contestants Rongqing sent this time far exceeds the norm. He paused, then continued his analysis. Over 100 people. That's a force capable of overturning the entire battle royale battlefield. If left unchecked, they'll pick off all the lone wolves one by one. Shu Yunting's eyes slowly lit up. You mean we can tell the people on the outskirts that there's a 100-man group in the central zone? That if we don't unite, we'll be defeated piecemeal? Ji Changkong nodded. Exactly. Then we can also gather a 100-man team. I refuse to believe that with everyone's combined strength we can't take down that by Yuntao. The three exchanged glances, and a glimmer of hope reignited in their eyes. Though their stances remained awkward, though a certain area still throbbed with pain, they had found a new goal, a new motivation. Unite everyone against that devil. Meanwhile, in another part of the battle royale space near the central zone, the real Bai Yuntao was now mingling with another Rongqing squad, enjoying the security of numbers with a look of contentment. He sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered quietly, Why do I feel like I'm being targeted? Xiao Wu beside him glanced at him and said naively, Don't worry, we've already gathered 40 people. In this area where most people are acting solo, we can basically walk all over them. Bai Yuntao nodded and was about to say something when suddenly a spine-chilling scraping sound came from afar. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was the sound of a blade dragging across the ground. Xiao Wu's hair stood on end instantly. He followed the sound's direction and saw a figure slowly approaching them. The person was wearing a crisp suit and a neatly tied tie with a pair of scholarly black-rimmed glasses on his nose. He looked like an office worker just stepping out of a high-rise, gentle, refined, and harmless. But in his hand, he dragged a cleaver larger than himself. The blade was broad and thick, its edge gleaming with a cold, murderous light. The tip scraped across the ground, leaving a deep groove, emitting a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. Xiao Wu's pupils contracted slightly as he sensed an aura of danger. Everyone be careful. This person is very dangerous. The bespectacled man halted about 50 meters from the group, pushed up his glasses, and swept his gaze across the 40-strong team, before him a slight frown creasing his brow. My apologies. His voice was calm, carrying a hint of regret. They'll take another path. I have no intention of fighting you. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. Bai Yuntao's spirits lifted at the sight. Just one person. They had 40 silver-level fighters here. A soft target like this was too good to pass up. He suddenly raised his hand, and a beam of light shot forth. Brothers, charge. Take out whoever we can. As one of the first in Rongqing to break through to silver level, Bai Yuntao's strength was far from negligible. The beam precisely grazed the bespectacled man's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. The bespectacled man stopped, looking down at the wound on his shoulder. Then a surge of bloodlust erupted from his body. His eyes, once gentle and calm, now gleamed with an eerie crimson. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a grin, revealing a nearly maniacal smile. The next second, he charged toward the 40-man team like a cannonball. Facing a barrage of long-range attacks, he didn't dodge at all. Countless attacks struck him, blooming into blossoms of blood, but as if devoid of pain, he endured them, all his flesh torn and bloodied, yet still he charged forward. Then a horizontal slash. The 5 at the front were instantly reduced to 0 health, triggering their immortality. Their teleportation talismans activated automatically, turning them into white light as they were eliminated. Xiao Wu's pupils contracted. What kind of monster is this? But he had no time to think, for the madman was already swinging his blade again, charging at the crowd. 8 extremities collapse. Xiao Wu lunged forward, instantly throwing a powerful punch that landed solidly on the bespectacled man's abdomen. Bang! Blood and flesh splattered. A gaping bloody hole was torn in the man's abdomen, revealing his internal organs, yet he still didn't stop, nor did he retreat a single step. His maniacal grin only grew wider as he raised his blade and swung it at Xiao Wu again. Xiao Wu hastily retreated, but the bloodlust carried by the blade still grazed his chest. SSSSH. A bloody gash stretched from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, skin and flesh laid open. Xiao Wu clutched his chest, a shiver running down his spine. This guy is even more terrifying than Sister Lo. It wasn't a crushing disparity in strength, but that reckless madness, that insane disregard for pain. This visceral intimidation was almost as potent as that bastard Lu Ming's. Having forced Xiao Wu back with a single blow, the man didn't pause for a moment. He turned and charged at the crowd again, shattering the 40-man formation in an instant. Screams and cries of alarm rose and fell. In mere seconds, several more were eliminated. A group of silver-level fighters, fast-tracked by Lu Ming's cunning, proved utterly helpless against this overwhelming show of absolute power. Watching this unfold, Xiao Wu felt a deep sense of powerlessness wash over him. Truly, there are heavens beyond heavens. He murmured. I've never heard of this man, yet he gives me the same hopeless feeling as Lu Ming. He gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening with resolve. He turned and shouted to his panicking comrades behind him. You all go. Run for the central zone. I believe there are more of our Rongqing allies there. This man, he turned back to face the blood-soaked figure still swinging his blade with maniacal fervor, and took a deep breath. Leave him to me. Across the entire battle royale arena, the situation was gradually becoming clear. The Rongqing army, led by Tang Miao, had already gathered over 200 people. They held the central zone firmly, like a colossal meat grinder, eliminating anyone who approached one by one or team by team. The prodigies who tried to seize the central point were all turned into white light and eliminated from the space, including some talents no weaker than Tang Miao or Ji Changkong. Meanwhile, the Avengers Alliance, led by Ji Changkong, roamed the edges of the ever-shrinking poison zone. They spread the word about the 100-strong malicious team in the center, gradually gathering a force of dozens. As time passed, more and more stragglers, chased and harassed by the Rongqing army, joined their ranks. Ji Changkong stood atop a large boulder, gazing toward the central zone. His posture was still somewhat awkward, but he had learned to maintain an air of dignity despite it. He raised his hand, pointing at the center, and declared loudly, "We will encircle the center with the poison zone. Armed force will defeat Tang Miao." Behind him, dozens of voices echoed in unison, the scene imposing and majestic. That is, if one ignored his slightly pigeon-toed stance. Additionally, there were some lone wanderers still on the fringes, their fates limited to only 3 possibilities. First, be surrounded by the Rongqing army when the poison zone fully closes in and be eliminated. Second, encounter Ji Changkong's team, first be recruited and join the fight against the Rongqing army. Third, encounter Lu Ming, who was wandering and picking off solo targets, and leave with an unforgettable memory. Emotion points from Lu Ren being 232, emotion points from Wang Zuohua 219, emotion points from Niu Dazhuang 198. Having tasted success, Lu Ming had completely lost any desire to rejoin the main force. Like a ghost, he roamed the entire battle royale space, having already opened the door to a new world for dozens of people. The emotion points earned in a single day had already matched the total of the previous month. And the best part was he let all these poor souls go, allowing them to carry that door with them as they struggled on the battlefield, continuously supplying him with emotion points. If they were outside, they might have begged someone to destroy Lu Ming's spatial door and relieve their suffering, but here everyone was only at silver level. They truly had no one to turn to, nowhere to go. Every time those kids suffered, every time they agonized, every time they cursed, that devil emotion points flowed in. It was a perpetual motion machine. Lu Muxian followed behind him, watching his tireless amusement with a complex mix of feelings. She was gradually understanding this person's logic. He seemed to take pleasure in tormenting others. Such a jerk, she muttered under her breath. But it's kind of interesting. The thought startled even herself. She shook her head vigorously, trying to banish the dangerous idea. No, Lu Muxian, stay sane. You can't become someone like him. Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted back to Lu Ming's retreating figure. At that moment, Lu Ming was crouching before a poor wretch who had just been initiated, waving goodbye with a bright smile. "See, you remember to think of me." The wretch clutched his rear and fled without looking back, limping as fast as he could. Lu Muxian. She suddenly understood a little why Tang Miao had transformed from an arrogant prodigy into what he was now. One who touches pitch shall be defiled therewith. The ancients were not wrong. Time slipped by, the poison zone steadily contracted, and the safe zone grew smaller and smaller. Eventually, only the central area remained. 365 out of 996. That was the number of people still in the Battle Royale space. Over 200 warriors from Rongqing occupied the most advantageous terrain in the central area, a dark mass blotting the land. Tang Miao stood at the front, hands on his hips, surveying the surging crowd behind him with an irrepressibly smug grin. He turned to Qin Dali beside him, his tone dripping with pride. "See that? My people alone outnumber half the total. This round is locked in, steady as an old dog." Qin Dali was smiling too. Indeed, over 200 against less than 200 scattered stragglers. How could they lose? Yet at that moment, several disheveled figures stumbled out from the distant forest. They were ragged, pale-faced, their eyes filled with terror, as if something horrifying was chasing them. The one leading the charge was none other than Bai Yuntao. Tang Miao squinted, his brow furrowing. Bai Yuntao spotted him like a lifeline, hope igniting in his eyes. He sprinted wildly, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help! There's a monster behind us." As the words left his lips, shhhh, 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 a spine-chilling sound of a blade dragging across the ground emanated from the depths of the woods. Bai Yuntao finally reached Tang Miao, his soul seemingly lost, his face ashen. He grabbed Tang Miao's arm, his voice trembling. "It's him. He alone scattered our 40-man squad. Even Xiao Wu. He couldn't continue." Tang Miao's expression darkened instantly. "Xiao Wu," he murmured, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He stared into the forest as the scraping sound grew nearer. Meanwhile, near the central zone, Ji Changkong's force had gathered, over 100 men, slowly advancing toward the center along the shrinking toxic circle's edge. Ji Changkong stood at the forefront, striving to maintain a dignified posture. Though still somewhat awkward, he had learned to preserve his composure amidst the discomfort. "Brothers, we're about to enter the central zone. The final battle begins. We can't let those Rongqing bastards have it easy." No sooner had he spoken than a pale blue spatial rift silently opened behind him. Two familiar figures stepped out, Lu Ming and Lu Muxian. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the 100-strong army, lingering on the leaders, Ji Changkong, Ji Taimei, and Chu Yunting, noting their rather stiff stances. His smile widened. "Yo, long time no see, miss me." Ji Changkong's face contorted in fury. He ground his teeth. "Bai Yuntao." Lu Ming glanced with interest at this 100-man coalition, scanning the crowd. He recognized many faces. Unlucky souls he'd tormented not long ago. Dozens of them paled the moment they saw Lu Ming. At the sight of his face, they felt an unbearable force threatening to erupt from a certain part of their bodies. Ji Changkong sensed the unrest behind him, but steeled himself, speaking through gritted teeth, though his voice lacked conviction. We have over 100 men now. We won't fear you." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Ji Changkong. "You must be from the Ji family. I'll call you Little Ji." Emotion points from Ji Changkong. 444. Ji Changkong's face flushed crimson. "Your moth." Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. "I suggest you calm down." Backed by 100 men, Ji Changkong felt emboldened and could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and roared, "Brothers, beat him." Lu Ming sighed. "Why don't you ever learn?" He snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. In the next second, dozens within the 100-man army grimaced in agony. Their bodies stiffened, legs giving way uncontrollably. A cascade of thuds echoed as they dropped to their knees, including Ji Changkong, Ji Taimei, and Chu Yunting. They clutched their rears, faces twisted, sweat beading on their foreheads, suppressed groans escaping their throats. Emotion points from Ji Changkong. 666 emotion points from Ji Taimei. 666 emotion points from Chu Yunting. 666. A torrent of emotion points flooded Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's face was splitting with glee. Keeping them around was a brilliant decision. The coalition members who hadn't suffered his touch were completely bewildered. They watched half their comrades collapse, saw their contorted expressions, heard their agonized moans, and witnessed their bizarre postures. Their minds went blank. A single snap, and half their side was on the ground. What kind of sorcery was this? Those still standing looked at the kneeling ones, then at the beaming figure, and fear instantly overpowered their will to fight. Someone turned and fled first, then another, then another. Within seconds, the once menacing 100-man coalition had completely disintegrated. They scattered in all directions, leaving only those with unforgettable memories still kneeling. Not that they didn't want to run, they simply couldn't. That unspeakable pain from within kept them rooted. Lu Ming strolled over looking down at the trembling victims with a benevolent smile. You don't want to go out and have to beg your elders to solve your, rectal distress, do you? Emotion points from Ji Chongkong, 555 emotion points from Ji Taimei, 535 emotion points from Chu Yunting, 533. Chu Yunting was the first to break. He clutched his rear, tears in his eyes, voice quivering. Please, what do you want? Just say it. We'll agree to anything. Lu Ming nodded approvingly and held up one finger. This number. Agree and I'll dispel the door inside you. Ji Chongkong clenched his teeth, clinging to his last shred of dignity. Impossible. Ji Chongkong, a direct descendant of the Ji family, will never yield to a scoundrel like you. Before he could finish, Ji Taimei rushed forward. Holding her rear, tears in her eyes, she grabbed Lu Ming's hand. I'll sign. I'll sign. Cousin, don't be stubborn. We can't beat a demon. As she spoke, she pulled a crystal-clear gem from her storage ring. The gem was icy blue, radiating a chilling cold, clearly priceless. This is an ice crystal. Market price, 10 million. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He'd only planned to ask for 1 million. 1 million each from these dozens would have been a fortune. This girl, what a kind soul. She set a great precedent. He took the ice crystal, stashing it in his warehouse, beaming. Well said. You're too generous. A woman of action. He waved his hand, dispelling the spatial door that had tormented Ji Taimei for so long. Feeling the humiliating pain vanish, she collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings, gasping in relief. Then, as if desperate to escape the demon, she didn't hesitate a moment longer. Trembling, she pulled out her token, crushed it, and vanished in a flash of white light. Lu Ming turned to the rest, his grin widening. Anyone else need service? Short on cash? No problem. IOUs accepted. Installment plans available. Emotion points from Ji Chongkong, 233 emotion points from Chu Yunting, 239 emotion points from Li Gooden, 222. Though resentment ran deep, and though they were unwilling to the core, one by one, they chose to submit. They had no choice. That pain, that shame, that constant fear of recurrence had shattered their mental defenses. Some offered spirit stones, some potions, some artifacts, some materials. Lu Ming accepted everything without discrimination. His warehouse grew visibly fuller. Soon everyone was dealt with. No one wanted to stay on this unforgettable land. After paying their ransom, they all crushed their tokens and left, caring nothing for resource rewards or university recommendations. They only wanted to escape this demon. Finally, only one person remained kneeling, Ji Chongkong. He seemed to cling to his last shred of dignity, teeth clenched, staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked over, looking down at him with an amused smile. Little Ji, it's just you left. Made up your mind. Emotion points from Ji Chongkong, 239. Ji Chongkong's mouth twitched. Your moth. But under Lu Ming's threatening gaze, he quickly corrected himself. Your mother. May she be healthy and happy. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Ji Chongkong took a deep breath, lowering his head slightly. Well, this is a top-grade flame crystal. Market price, 20 million. Lu Ming was taken aback. Given Ji Chongkong's earlier defiant stance, he'd expected him to resist to the end. He couldn't help asking, where's your backbone? Ji Chongkong coughed lightly, his gaze shifting, unable to meet Lu Ming's eyes. Well, there were too many people around just now. Lu Ming. Ji Chongkong handed over the flame crystal, adding quietly, here's the crystal. 20 million, no change needed. But, he paused, a sheepish expression crossing his face. Later, when you see Chu Yunting and the others, could you say I fought you bravely and lost by a narrow margin? That I was defeated only after you removed that thing inside me? Lu Ming. He looked at Ji Chongkong's embarrassed face and didn't know what to say. This kid really cared about face. But business was business. He smoothly took the flame crystal and stored it. Easy. Ji Chongkong fought me to a standstill, both grievously wounded. I barely won. You lost with honor. Ji Chongkong sighed in relief. He stood up, looking around at the empty space. Everyone else had already fled. Who would have thought Rongqing produced such a talent? No, a devilish genius. I still have a long way to go. He pulled out his token, somewhat dejected, ready to crush it and leave. Lu Ming waved from behind. Welcome back. Anytime emotion points from Ji Chongkong, 343. Ji Chongkong froze, a complex expression on his face. Thanks a lot, but I won't be back in this lifetime. With that, he crushed the token and vanished in a flash of white light. Lu Ming gazed at the mountain of treasures in his warehouse, his face split in a grin. Rough estimate. Over 400 million in value. Adding the money he'd made earlier from helping people break through, he was now truly wealthy. Lu Muxian stood nearby, watching Lu Ming's miserly expression with mixed feelings. She suddenly understood him a little. He came from an ordinary family, unlike the scions of noble houses who had endless resources from birth. He had to earn everything through his own efforts. Though his methods were unconventional, he was indeed working hard. Just then, shhhh, shhhh, shhhh. That bone-chilling sound of a blade dragging came from behind them. Lu Muxian's hair stood on end as she spun around. A suffocating, tangible, killing intent surged toward them. In the distance, a figure was slowly approaching. The person was drenched in blood, surrounded by eerie, violent crimson mist. His eyes were vacant, seemingly delirious, as if completely consumed by madness. His tattered suit hung loosely on his body. In his hand, he dragged a cleaver larger than a man, blood still dripping from its blade. At that moment, Lu Ming's mind erupted with system notifications. Emotion points from Chaorenchi, 555 emotion points from Chaorenchi, 555 emotion points from Chaorenchi, 555. The alerts came in an endless stream. Lu Ming's eyes blazed. He stared at the delirious man, his smile even more radiant than when Ji Chongkong had paid up. This guy? He took a deep breath, his tone brimming with delight. Why didn't I think of using a madman to farm emotion points sooner? He's a walking goldmine. In the distance, Chaorenchi dragged his blade, approaching with vacant, crazed eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, his face alight with greed. Come on, my golden goose. Not long ago in the central area, Tang Miao gasped for breath as he stared at the monster firmly trapped in the water prison ahead, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Behind him, over 200 soldiers of the Rongqing army were scattered in disarray. Many bore injuries, their faces pale, their eyes filled with the relief and fear of survivors. We have over 200 people, Tang Miao muttered to himself. Yet we still lost more than a dozen brothers, just to barely contain him. What the hell is this monster? Chaorenchi was drenched in blood, surrounded by an eerie, blood-red mist. His eyes were vacant yet manic. Trapped in the water prison, he struggled incessantly, each struggle sending violent ripples across its surface. Bai Yuntao stood beside Tang Miao, his legs still trembling. He recalled how a 40-man squad had been routed by this madman alone, and his face grew even paler. Hurry up and eliminate him. Bai Yuntao's voice quivered. It's too terrifying. Every second he stays is a disaster. Tang Miao looked at the figure in the water prison, who clearly had lost all reason and was driven only by battle instinct, frowning deeply in thought. Perhaps, he began slowly, we could make use of him. Bai Yuntao was taken aback. Use him? Tang Miao nodded, analyzing. There are still over 100 outsiders on the field. Apart from our 200, no one else can stand against this madman. If we let him loose. A smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth, bearing a resemblance to Lu Ming. Let him clear out those scattered remnants for us. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Bai Yuntao's eyes gradually lit up, but then he showed concern. But what if he turns on us? Tang Miao waved his hand confidently. Relax, we'll keep our distance. Once he's dealt with most of the outsiders, we'll come back to clean up. We can handle him now. By then he'll be a spent force, nothing to fear. He made up his mind and gestured. Move out. Let's withdraw toward the edge. Give this guy to someone lucky. The Rongqing army retreated from the central area en masse. No sooner had they left than the water prison imprisoning Chaorenchi dissipated due to depleted spiritual energy. Chaorenchi stood bewildered in the empty central area, looking around. He glanced down at the great blade in his hand, then up at the deserted surroundings. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. Then he began to wander aimlessly. And then he ran into Lu Ming. Emotion points from Chaorenchi, 555 emotion points from Chaorenchi, 555 emotion points from Chaorenchi, 555. Lu Ming listened to the unending chimes in his mind, a brilliant smile blooming on his face. Rubbing his hands together, he stared at the approaching figure like a god of wealth. Come on, god of wealth, he said excitedly. He'll treat you well. He raised his hand as well, locking onto the position behind Chaorenchi that had never failed. Open. But this time the infallible technique failed. Chaorenchi's steps did not falter, his face showed no change in expression. He continued charging at Lu Ming with alarming speed. Lu Ming, he stared wide-eyed at the approaching figure. What the hell? You adapt that fast. Did you train in Rongqing? Already immune. Lu Muxian stood nearby, watching Lu Ming's frustrated expression, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She drew her long sword and stepped in front of Lu Ming. You're useless. Leave it to me. Lu Ming bristled instantly. Who's useless? You can't say a man is useless, understand? Before he finished speaking, clang. A deafening clash of metal exploded in the air. The longsword met the great blade, sparks flying. The piercing screech of metal echoed across the empty wilderness, shockwaves trembling the surrounding grass leaves. Chaorenchi stepped back. His eyes still held no reason, still vacant and manic, but the curve of his mouth grew wider, a smile of excitement. As if he had finally found a worthy opponent, awakening his dormant battle instinct. Lu Muxian's situation was less optimistic. She flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Retreating over a dozen steps, she only managed to stabilize herself by thrusting her longsword deep into the ground. But a smile appeared on her face. This is the opponent I've been looking for. She murmured, excitement gleaming in her eyes. A true rival to settle the score. Not someone like Lu Ming, who's so sneaky. Ahem. Lu Ming, standing nearby, turned pale. What's that supposed to be? What about me? Am upright, honorable, loved by all, blooming like a flower. Lu Muxian ignored him. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her long sword and charged again. This time she didn't engage in close combat, but sent fierce sword chi from a distance. The sword chi tore through the air, carrying a biting chill, howling toward Chao Renqi. Though Chao Renqi was not in his right mind, his battle instinct was terrifyingly sharp. He clearly felt these strikes were far more powerful than the injuries had sustained before. If he took them heat-in with his body, it would likely trigger the token's protection and teleport him out. He swung his great blade, the light of the blade like a stream, blocking each sword chi. The clashing of blade and sword rang out, sparks scattering. Lu Ming watched the fierce battle from the side, his expression growing increasingly uneasy. He realized a serious problem. Once Chao Renqi was fully focused on Lu Muxian, his own emotion points stopped increasing. Chao Renqi and Lu Muxian were locked in a deadly dance of blade and sword, not giving him a single glance. Lu Ming frowned deeply. No effect on the rear, huh? He gritted his teeth. Then back to the old tricks. With a thought, a spatial door silently opened at the familiar spot in front of Chao Renqi. Crack and pop. The sinful black fist struck. Crunch. The sound of shattered eggs was crisp and loud. Just hearing it made one wince, feeling a chill in the groin. But Chao Renqi still felt nothing. He didn't even glance down, continuing to swing his great blade, exchanging blows with Lu Muxian. Lu Ming. He was utterly speechless. This guy felt no pain. Actually, dealing with Chao Renqi wasn't difficult for Lu Ming. A merciful approach, he could simply use a spatial door to snatch Chao Renqi's token, eliminating him easily and sending him out. A brutal approach, he could use spatial slashes to finish him off, or if the power wasn't enough, crack and pop repeatedly to wear him down slowly. He could even open a door and reach in to tear out Chao Renqi's heart. But he couldn't bear to. Such a god of wealth who knew how many more emotion points he could contribute. Eliminating him now would be a pity. But this madman only focused on sword fighting with Lu Muxian, felt no pain and couldn't be distracted. Lu Ming looked at the two locked in heated combat, then at his own quiet corner, feeling deeply frustrated. I envy those with real strength. He couldn't help complaining. I don't want to be a sneaky bastard either. Ooh, I want to win in style. Open. Huh. That door. Could it work? Lu Ming's gaze hardened. He shouted at Chao Renqi, who was engaged in fierce battle. Hey, look at me. Don't just stare at the woman. I can do it too. Emotion points from Lu Muxian, 333. The words didn't catch Chao Renqi's attention, but they made Lu Muxian lose focus for a moment. In a duel between experts, a moment's distraction is fatal. Chao Renqi seized the opportunity, swinging his great blade with immense force, sending Lu Muxian's longsword flying. Clang! The longsword arced through the air, landing far away. Lu Muxian, empty-handed, staggered back. Chao Renqi raised his great blade again, bringing it down toward her head with deadly intent. The blade's light cascaded like a waterfall, murderous, intent, overwhelming. Lu Muxian had no time to dodge, no strength to block. This Lu Ming guy. I'll forget it, my composure still isn't steady enough. She slowly closed her eyes. The expected scene of being sliced by the blade, triggering the token's elimination mechanism, did not occur. A spatial door opened instantly before her. Lu Ming stepped out from the door, placing himself between her and the descending blade. 8 gates. Open, gate open. He murmured softly. Within him, a gate like a genetic lock burst open, and overwhelming power surged through his entire body. He raised his fist and punched, striking Chao Renqi's chest solidly. Boom! A dull thunderclap. Chao Renqi, like a cannonball, flew backward. He traced a parabola through the air, landing dozens of meters away with a crash, kicking up dust and rubble. Emotion points from Chao Renqi, 555 emotion points from Chao Renqi, 555 emotion points from Chao Renqi, 555. A grin spread across Lu Ming's face, a brilliant smile forming. Finally got that madman's attention. Behind him, Lu Muxian slowly opened her eyes, staring at the figure standing before her, shock evident in her gaze. You? When did your physical strength become so formidable? Lu Ming turned back, the corners of his mouth lifting with a hint of pride. See, I'm pretty capable, right, Lu Muxian? Couldn't this guy stay cool for just 2 seconds? Emotion points from Lu Muxian, 123. On the other side, Chao Renqi picked himself up from the ground. He brushed the dirt off his clothes and looked down at the dent in his chest from the punch, but he seemed to feel nothing. Slowly he raised his head and fixed his gaze on Lu Ming. His manic eyes were now fully focused on Lu Ming. He had finally captured his attention. Lu Ming, hearing the delightful sound of emotion points, grew even more excited. He beckoned Chao Renqi with a finger, his face brimming with confidence. Come on. Finally lured you, you difficult man. Chao Renqi roared, dragging his great blade as he charged at him. Lu Ming took a deep breath and murmured again, 8 gates. Rest gate open. Within him, the second gate burst open. His aura surged again, his strength and speed vastly improved. Facing Chao Renqi's descending blade, he did not dodge. He raised his fist and met it heat-in. Boom! Fist and blade collided, producing a deafening explosion. Chao Renqi's great blade was knocked high into the air. He was sent flying again. Awesome! Lu Ming roared to the sky, his eyes shining. This pure clash of strength against strength, this stylish and honorable victory. He was experiencing it for the first time. He took a deep breath, ready to press on. 8 gates, life gate open. Before he could finish, his face twisted in agony, and he leaped up as if electrocuted. SSS, pain, pain, pain. Hey, close, close, close. He frantically shut the gate that had barely begun to open, gasping for air, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Emotion points from Lu Muxian 333. Lu Muxian watched Lu Ming oscillate between godly and insane, shaking her head helplessly. Heh, she let out an ambiguous chuckle. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly, trying to save face. Ahem, dealing with this guy rest gate is enough. No need for life gate. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Lu Muxian said nothing, but her expression clearly conveyed, I don't believe you. Lu Ming's face flushed. He quickly looked at Chao Renqi, who was just getting up from the ground, his expression shifting from embarrassment to cunning. Done showing off. He murmured, the corners of his mouth curling into a familiar, insufferable grin. Now time to get back to the old tricks. He raised his hand, and a spatial door opened behind Chao Renqi. Bam! A fist shot through the door behind Chao Renqi, landing squarely on the back of his head. Bam, 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 bam. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. Spatial doors opened and closed in all directions around Chao Renqi. Lu Ming's fist struck from every angle. The back of the head, shoulders, back, waist, thighs, rear. Chao Renqi was disoriented, unable to tell where the attacks were coming from. He swung his great blade wildly to block, but blocked nothing. Finally, Ada. Lu Ming's foot shot through a spatial door, kicking Chao Renqi's, but hard. Chao Renqi stumbled, losing his balance, falling forward headfirst. And ahead of him, a spatial door was already waiting wide open. Chao Renqi fell into the door. The other end of the door opened in the sky. Chao Renqi tumbled out, beginning to freefall. Before he could hit the ground, another spatial door opened on the surface, gaping wide. He fell in again, fell out of the sky again, fell in again, fell out of the sky again. Emotion points from Chao Renqi 555. Emotion points from Chao Renqi 556. Emotion points from Chao Renqi 557. On and on, an endless cycle. Lu Ming clapped his hands, a smug smile on his face. Who says there's no perpetual motion in this world? Lu Muxian stood beside him, watching the figure cycling in the sky, then looking at Lu Ming's smug expression, fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. What a terrifying guy. She paused, then added, but you did save me from the fire and water. Never mind where the fire and water came from. 10 minutes later, the delightful sound of emotion points arriving in Lu Ming's ears came to an abrupt halt. He looked up and saw a pitiful figure shuttling through his homemade coin farming machine. It was Chao Renqi, whose blood energy had now completely dissipated, reduced to his original state by that madman. Lu Ming sighed regretfully. Can't you last a bit longer? You look so sturdy, but you couldn't even hold out for 10 minutes. Lu Muxian stood beside him, her mouth twitching at his words. Do you even hear yourself? Are those words human? Whether he had completely passed out or could no longer endure such inhuman humiliation, Chao Renqi's figure began to grow transparent, finally vanishing into a beam of white light and disappearing from the space. Lu Ming stared at the spot where the white light had dissipated and sighed softly. My benefactor is gone. However, when he glanced at the emotion point balance in his mind, his eyes instantly turned into the shape of coins. 1-860. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Lu Ming counted on his fingers, going over it 3 times before daring to confirm. Holy crap. 100,000. I've never had such a fat account in my life. He clasped his hands together in excitement and muttered to the sky. Thank you, Chao Renqi, for the big rocket. Thank you, Chu Yunting, for the supercar. Thank you, Ji Changkong, for the carnival. Thank you, Ji Taimei. And all you unknown genius kids. Your contributions will be remembered by history. Lu Muxian watched him talking to himself and finally couldn't help asking, what are you mumbling about? Lu Ming turned back with a serious face. Enlisting the victims. Know the commendation list. Lu Muxian pressed her forehead. Although she had no idea what Lu Ming was saying, her days with him had gradually accustomed her to his occasionally baffling remarks. But just when she thought she was used to it, he always found new ways to challenge her understanding. Let's go, Lu Muxian turned. Time to regroup with the others. At that moment, across various parts of China, the eliminated geniuses were returning one after another. At the affiliated high school of Jing University, the space rippled, and Ji Taimei's figure slowly materialized. She stood motionless on the teleportation platform, her face flushed an unnatural red. The principal, who had been waiting nearby, hurried over as soon as he saw his genius return. Ji Taimei, You're back. How did you do? The principal asked with concern, but he already had a guess. I heard from those who returned earlier that Rongqing pulled some shady trick this year, forming an army of 200 people who eliminated anyone they saw. Even a top genius like Luo Yichen from the Luo family was taken down by their swarm tactics. You weren't ganged up on too, were you? Ji Taimei remained silent, her eyes drifting as if still lost in some complex emotion. After a long while she finally spoke, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. No, they didn't gang up on me. The principal sighed in relief. Good. With your strength, as long as you didn't face a swarm, it shouldn't have been a problem, right? But, Ji Taimei interrupted, I encountered something even more terrifying. Just then the teleportation array behind him lit up again. Ji Changkong's figure also materialized. Something more terrifying? The principal looked from Ji Changkong to Ji Taimei. Changkong, why are you out too? What did you both encounter? Ji Changkong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then puffed out his chest with the air of a martyr. Taimei and I met a demon. That demon had ruined. No harmed dozens of people. I fought him tooth and nail, turning the world upside down. Though I ultimately lost by a hair, I made that demon pay a heavy price. He turned to Ji Taimei with a comforting smile. Don't worry, cousin. I've already avenged you. Don't think about that demon anymore. Before he could finish, he noticed his cousin's face was flushed as red as a monkey's backside on Mount Amei. Are you okay? Ji Changkong leaned in with concern. Why is your face so hot? No. Ji Taimei's voice grew even softer, barely audible. It's just, I feel. That feeling. It was actually quite wonderful. Ji Changkong was speechless. That feeling. Quite wonderful. Ji Changkong's expression gradually stiffened. Bai, Yun, Tao. He suddenly gritted out a name. You are so dead. Emotion points from Ji Changkong, 444 back in the secret realm. By Yun Tao suddenly sneezed. Achoo. What's going on today? I keep sneezing. Who's cursing me? At Moto High School. The teleportation array flashed, and Chu Yunting staggered into view. He sucked in a breath, one hand covering his rear, his face twisted in pain. Damn, how could there be such an unreasonable skill? That's just too dirty. The principal arrived upon hearing the news and couldn't help laughing at the sight of Chu Yunting. Oh, you dare call others dirty? The principal crossed his arms with a teasing tone. You spent the whole day scaring people with that skill that can't even hit anyone. I thought you'd make it to the end. How did you get sent out? Chu Yunting looked at the principal with a pitiful expression. Principal, am I still your student? You're always picking on me. His voice carried a sob. Why, you don't understand. He's just too sneaky. You'll get it when you're my age. The principal raised an eyebrow. When I'm your age? I'm over 60 now, and you're just 18. Are you trying to send me to reincarnation? At Haiqing, no. One high school. Chao Rinchi groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he felt was intense pain surging from every direction, as if someone had rolled him over with a rolling pin. Why am I so badly injured this time? He muttered to himself, but after his frenzy his memory had gone blank. Ah, damn it. Chao Rinchi screamed. Why is my QQ flattened? He tried to adjust his position only to be hit by another wave of pain, this time in a different spot. Damn, my rear hurts too. Chao Rinchi completely broke down, lying on the bed as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. What the hell happened in that secret realm? What did he go through? Rinchi, don't move too much. A gentle voice sounded in his ear. Chao Rinchi turned his head and saw a still attractive woman sitting by the bed, lightly pressing his forehead. A soft green glow emanated from her hand, and a warm, life-giving aura overflowed from the light, slowly flowing into Chao Rinchi's body. His injuries began to heal at a visible rate. The pain gradually subsided, and the hollow feeling was slowly filled with warmth. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Chao Rinchi's voice was still tearful, but much steadier than before. Aunt Luo smiled, gently pulling Chao Rinchi's head to rest against her ample chest. The healing radiance in her hand continued to flow, soothing both his wounded body and spirit. You child, Aunt Luo said softly, stroking his hair. Cultivation begins with the heart. You'll learn to control yourself in time. Buried in Aunt Luo's embrace, Chao Rinchi enjoyed the sensation of a facial cleanser, letting out a muffled mm. Within the Battle Royale space. At that moment, the token displayed the number of survivors, 203,996. After easily eliminating an unfortunate lone contestant, through sheer numerical advantage, the Rongqing team had already cleared the current area. Everyone report in. Tang Miao stood on a high vantage point, counting his densely packed teammates, a smug smile spreading across his face. 188. 199. 200. Tang Miao called out the final number, 201. Now besides us, there are only 2 people left in the entire secret realm. Find them and take them out, and this competition will be Rongqing's complete victory. Bai Yuntao stood beside Tang Miao, hands on his hips, laughing wildly. But it's a pity. He let out a pretentious sigh. Didn't see Sister Lu. Maybe she was unlucky and encountered a strong opponent right after landing and got eliminated. Xiao Wu was taken out by that crazy blade guy, and that bastard Lu Ming didn't even make it in on time. He counted off on his fingers one by one, his eyes growing brighter. Holy shit! Bai Yuntao exclaimed in shock. If I count it this way, I'm actually second here. Tang Miao's the boss, so that makes me the second in command. Wah! Brother finally gets to be number 2 in the whole country. The phrase "a petty man basking in his moment of glory" was perfectly embodied in that instant. Just then 2 figures slowly approached from the distance. Tang Miao, as the strongest present, was the first to notice and immediately raised his hand to signal, "Targets spotted." 2 people southwest direction. Everyone on alert. Charge together. The 2 figures slowly approaching were none other than Lu Ming and Lu Muxian. Lu Ming spotted the massive crowd of over 100 people in the central area from afar, his eyes instantly lighting up. Tisk tisk tsk. So many people. He sighed in admiration. These are all my subjects. Lu Muxian walked beside him, her mouth twitching slightly at his words. Having spent so much time with him, she felt she should no longer be affected by his narcissistic remarks, but she couldn't help feeling speechless. Can you stop being so narcissistic? She couldn't help but speak. Lu Ming, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, adjusting his collar with an air of self-importance and waving his hand grandly. Little Lu, accompany your emperor on a military review. Emotion points from Lu Muxian, 233. Sarah Leonian. Leon's Muxian's forehead darkened with exasperation, struggling to suppress the urge to strike Lu Ming with her sword. I overestimated my self-control and underestimated your shamelessness. Just then Tang Miao and Bai Yuntao charged ahead, followed by the main force, their momentum fierce, as if they intended to execute the intruders on the spot. However, when they got close enough to see who it was, Tang Miao and Bai Yuntao both froze, their eyes wide with disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Lu Ming grinned, flashing a brilliant smile. So did you miss me? Bai Yuntao was shocked. Holy shit. How is it you two? I thought Sister Lu had already. Ahem, forget I said that. And Lu Ming, weren't you late? How did you sneak in? Under Lu Muxian's dangerous glare, Bai Yuntao quickly changed the subject, turning to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled slightly. This little space. I come and go as I please, all right. Just then Tang Miao's eyes darted, and he pulled Bai Yuntao back a couple of steps, lowering his voice. How about we turn the tables and become the masters? Bai Yuntao looked at Tang Miao as if he were an idiot. Tang Miao continued his persuasion. Think about it, we have an army of 200 behind us. The world has suffered under Lu Ming's rule for too long. Now, with the right time, place, and people, if we don't seize this chance to teach him a lesson, we'll never get such an opportunity again. Bai Yuntao remained silent, his expression unreadable. Tang Miao thought he was hesitating and upped the ante. Of course, we'll just teach him a lesson. He can still keep the top spot. We just want to vent, let him know we're not to be messed with. What do you say? Ouch. Before he could finish, a powerful kick landed squarely on his backside, sending him stumbling forward several steps, nearly falling flat on his face. Bai Yuntao withdrew his foot and dashed to Lu Ming's side with lightning speed, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. Brother Lu. Sister Lu. This guy wanted to usurp your throne. I've already subdued him. The army behind hadn't even gotten a clear look at the 2 newcomers before witnessing this scene, collectively stunned. What's going on? Why are they fighting among themselves? Tang Miao clutched his rear, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Bai Yuntao. You coward. You're missing a golden opportunity. Bai Yuntao retorted without a shred of shame. Brother Lu is our one and only king. You, the temp, can step down now. Lu Ming watched the scene, momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept across his face. In an instant he teleported and appeared before Tang Miao. Little Tang. Lu Ming looked at him with a grin. Getting bold, are we? In an instant Tang Miao's back was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Bai Yuntao, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a yellow robe and with utmost fawning tiptoed to drape it over Lu Ming's shoulders. Brother Lu robed in yellow. How shall you deal with this traitor, Tang Miao? Bai Yuntao simpered. Tang Miao's eyes went wide, his finger trembling as he pointed at Bai Yuntao. You, me what? Bai Yuntao rolled his eyes. A wise man adapts to circumstances, get it? Tang Miao looked up to the heavens and sighed. My plan failed because of the machinations of a petty man. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lu Ming didn't torment Tang Miao as they had imagined. Instead, he simply extended a fist and waved it in front of Tang Miao. Good job, Lu Ming said. To think you managed to gather so many people. I thought 100 would be the most we could get. Tang Miao was momentarily stunned. He looked up and met Lu Ming's eyes, which were filled with a smile. No mockery, no teasing, only genuine recognition. The resentment in Tang Miao's heart dissipated in an instant. He stood up and bumped fists with Lu Ming. Of course. His tone carried a hint of pride. Who do you think I am? No sooner had he spoken, a cool breeze swept by. Tang Miao suddenly felt a chill. He looked down, His jacket was gone, his inner armor was gone, his boots were gone, his socks were gone, his pants were gone, even his belt was gone. From head to toe, he was left with only a lonely pair of boxer shorts shivering in the wind. Emotion points from Tang Miao 666, though there was no evidence, he knew for certain that this was the work of that bastard in front of him. Ming. Lu Ming blinked his eyes innocently, as if flashing headlights. What's up? Oh, where'd your clothes go? How indecent. Tang Miao, you son of a... Lu Ming stood beside Tang Miao, and a pile of items had inexplicably appeared in the warehouse, precisely the equipment that had vanished from Tang Miao moments ago. In that fleeting instant, while leveraging the fist bump, he maintained an impassive facade, yet his consciousness had already sunk into the system interface. His fingers frantically tapped the lottery button, performing 5 10-pull draws in one breath. System, he muttered inwardly. I know you're no ordinary system. You catch my drift, right? The system responded with a symbol. The wheel began to spin, wildly flashing streaks of white, blue, and purple light. Though no golden light appeared, the items drawn were quite peculiar. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's jacket quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's left boot quality silver. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's right boot quality silver. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's left sock quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's right sock quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's trousers quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's belt quality bronze. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's hairband quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Tang Miao's. The system's notification tones exploded in his mind like a string of firecrackers, each one signifying another piece of Tang Miao's clothing departing from him. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up uncontrollably, unable to suppress his laughter. Meanwhile, another wave of notification tones followed emotion points from Tang Miao 666, repeated multiple times. Lu Ming. Tang Miao's furious roar shook the leaves from the surrounding trees. The subsequent encrypted message was too intense to be detailed. Lu Ming collected the equipment without changing his expression, patting Tang Miao's bare shoulder. The texture was surprisingly pleasant. Don't get worked up. He consoled. Out with the old, in with the new. Once you're out, I'll take you to buy new clothes. They'll buy your grandpa. Tang Miao continued to roar. Give me back my clothes. Give them back. Lu Ming replied with an innocent look. It wasn't me. What does it have to do with me? Tang Miao fell silent for 3 seconds. Then his roar grew even louder. Do you even believe that yourself? Lu Ming nodded seriously. Ahem, I'm quite confident. Tang Miao was on the verge of tears, awkwardly covering his vital parts. Bastard. The Rongqing army watched this scene in collective silence, finally recognizing Lu Ming's shockingly mischievous face. Some quietly stepped back, hiding behind the crowd. Others began checking if their own clothes were fastened. Some already calculated whether to cover their upper or lower body first if Lu Ming targeted them. Bai Yuntao observed Tang Miao's plight, his fawning smile growing even brighter. Look. This was the benefit of being astute. Although he had also been tricked by Lu Ming, at least he hadn't been stripped bare on the spot. Lu Muxian stood aside, watching this with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She didn't know what to say anymore. This Lu Ming was really... well, she was used to it. She turned her head, looking into the distance, deciding to pretend she didn't know him. Lu Ming, satisfied with the several thousand emotion points added to his mental balance, was in high spirits. All right. He clapped his hands. That's a wrap. Our Rongqing team wins this round. He looked at Tang Miao, who was still trying to cover himself in just his underwear. By the way, need to buy clothes. Lu Ming said, 10,000 per piece, good quality, and affordable. Tang Miao, thanks a lot. Lu Ming, you're welcome. Tang Miao, screw you. I have my own. Just block people for me. Lu Ming, 10,000 per block. Tang Miao fell silent, and emotion points from him added. Seeing Tang Miao's murderous glare, Lu Ming cleared his throat softly, deciding to quit while ahead. Ahem, just kidding. Your father will help you now. Tang Miao cursed under his breath, adding more emotion points. Though he cursed verbally, his body obediently hid behind Lu Ming. He couldn't afford to be seen in this state. Lu Ming spread his arms like a protective hen, shielding Tang Miao, while whispering back, remember, you owe me 10,000. Tang Miao gritted his teeth. Get lost. Not long after, Tang Miao had pulled a spare set of clothes from his space ring and changed quickly. The moment he was dressed, he felt alive again, his sense of security restored. Yet his gaze toward Lu Ming remained full of resentment. Lu Ming, he muttered, barely audible. Just wait. One day I'll strip you bare too. What did you say? Lu Ming didn't turn around, but his ears twitched. Nothing. Tang Miao waved his hands, hastily forcing a submissive smile. I said the weather's great today, ha. Bai Yuntao sidled up to him, lowering his voice. Brother, my condolences. Tang Miao shot him a glare. Traitor, shut up. Bai Yuntao shrugged, unperturbed. Tang Miao, with a face full of dismay, looked at the Rongqing army who had just been watching the show, trying to salvage some dignity. According to the agreed order, crush your tokens and leave one by one. The army stood still, silent as death, all eyes fixed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled slightly, savoring the attention for 2 seconds, then clapped his hands. Do as Tang Miao said. The Rongqing army responded in unison, then began crushing their tokens in an orderly fashion. Streaks of white light flashed, and the crowd gradually dwindled. Tang Miao was speechless. Damn, he couldn't help complaining. I led you all through an entire secret realm. I commanded for so long. Even if there's no merit, there's still hard work. From the army, Chen Dali laughed heartily. Goodbye, old Tang. Thanks for your screen time. Now we follow Lu Ming. Emotion points from Tang Miao added. Tang Miao clutched his chest with feigned grief, looking heartbroken. All my devotion was wasted. A sincere heart fed to the dogs. The army burst into laughter as everyone left the space in the prearranged order, no one causing trouble, all aware they owed their entry to Lu Ming. Finally, only 4 people remained in the space: Bai Yuntao, Tang Miao, Le Muxian, and Lu Ming. Bai Yuntao let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret in his tone. I thought I'd snag 2nd place nationally this time, but I ended up being 4th. But I heard the top 10 all get direct admission to Kyoto University, so I'm satisfied. Tang Miao smiled, starting to tally the rewards. The bonus for 4th to 10th place is the Triple Blossom Elixir, which boosts 50 of current level progress. But 2nd and 3rd place get the Imperial Sovereign Pill, which boosts an entire level. It seems this reward is mine to enjoy. He looked enviously at Lu Ming. 1st place gets the Supreme Nourishing Pill, which also boosts a full level and even works at the gold grade. I hear it can be combined with other items to raise ability levels. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly froze. Supreme Nourishing Pill. Raises ability levels. Effective at gold grade. Why did this sound so familiar? He recalled that the system's gold tier guaranteed reward seemed to be. Realizing something, his consciousness quickly sank into the system interface. System, Lu Ming silently asked. Be honest with me. Where did you get this reward? The system remained silent. People always go quiet when faced with tough questions, and systems were no different. The system showed a symbol, and Lu Ming was speechless. Nice. Well, he knew he wouldn't get an answer. This system had no other talent, but was a master at playing dumb. Returning to reality, Bai Yuntao had already crushed his token. A white light flashed, and his figure vanished from the space. Tang Miao sighed. Sigh, why am I 3rd at home and 3rd here too? Am I destined to be stuck with the number 3? Lu Ming chuckled. Tang family's 3rd young master, its fate. Tang Miao rolled his eyes. What nonsense is that? As he and Le Muxian crushed their tokens, 2 white lights flashed, leaving only Lu Ming in the space. Lu Ming stood still, maintaining his smile, ready to be teleported out himself. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. Lu Ming's smile gradually froze. All right. Where's my token? He finally realized the severity of the problem. I stowed away. He had been late and didn't get a token, barely hitching a ride with his ability to sneak in. He was so focused on collecting emotion points that he completely forgot about getting out. Now that everyone had left, he was trapped alone in this space. Anyone here? He called out. Outside the Battle Royale space in a void. Teacher Cat was lazily sprawled on a floating stone slab, sending out admission letters and prizes along with the tokens. 2nd and 3rd place, Tang Miao, and Bai Yuntao, Kyoto University admission letters and Imperial Sovereign Pills. 1st place, Lu Muxian, Kyoto University admission letter and Supreme Nourishing Pill. Teacher Cat was about to wrap up when she suddenly paused. Huh. She tilted her cat, had a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Why does it feel like I'm missing one pill? Strange. I didn't give it to anyone. She scratched her ear, then decided to stop overthinking. Forget it, I don't care. She stretched her body, arching into a graceful curve. Done. She anthropomorphically crossed her legs, one paw resting on her knee, the other pulling out a dried fish snack. Such a hassle, she complained while chewing. Have to do this every year, and it always exhausts a cat. After finishing the snack, she extended a paw toward the Battle Royale space and clenched it. The entire space instantly began to contract like a crumpled piece of paper, finally turning into a fist-sized transparent orb that spun in the air a few times. Teacher Cat opened her mouth and swallowed the orb in one gulp. She let out a tiny burp, patted her belly with a paw, and said, "Time to sleep." Curling into a ball with her tail over her nose, she soon emitted steady purrs. Inside the space, Lu Ming stared blankly at the suddenly pitch-black sky. In that instant, the entire sky seemed wiped away by an invisible giant hand. Light vanished, clouds disappeared, and even the distant horizon faded. Endless darkness surrounded him on all sides, with only a small patch of ground beneath his feet remaining. Where has this brought me? Is this still the mortal realm? Then he remembered the strange cat he encountered before entering this space. I recall it was just outside this space. Lu Ming looked up at the black sky. It should sense I'm still alive, right? ITLL, come to save me, won't it? An hour passed. Damn, Lu Ming finally gave up waiting. I should have hitched a ride back with Lemuxian. Forget it, self-help is the best help. He took a deep breath, activated his ability, and a spatial gate opened before him. He kept teleporting through the dark space until a cat's earth-shattering shriek shook the entire void. Teacher Cat jolted awake from her sleep, feeling something moving inside her. What the heck? She panicked, scrambling to her feet, but it was too late. An involuntary sultry meow escaped her lips. Teacher Cat's body stiffened, her tail bristling like a broom as she felt a strange sensation. Then a spatial gate opened at a familiar location. Lu Ming's figure emerged from it, shrinking from Grain's eyes back to normal, as if retrieving an item from a space ring. Teacher Cat turned back with a ferocious expression. Lu Ming curiously looked at his point of origin. Cat and human locked eyes. Lu Ming glanced at Teacher Cat, then down at where he had emerged, then back at her. His mouth moved faster than his mind. Hey, a little female cat. Teacher Cat fell silent, and emotion points from her added. The silence was deafening. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Lu Ming's forehead. He wanted to slap himself. Why was his mouth so reckless? He struggled to speak, trying to explain. If I said I didn't mean it, would you believe me? Teacher Cat didn't answer. She simply raised a paw slowly, its claws gleaming with dangerous light. Emotion points from her added. Lu Ming was startled. Jackpot. No, I'm doomed. What a truly detestable person, meow. Teacher Cat stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze, her eyes brimming with resentment. Lu Ming broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing as he desperately sought a way out of this predicament. Well, he looked up at the empty void around him, finally squeezing out such a blue sky, such white clouds. Emotion points from Teacher Cat 666, a corner of Teacher Cat's eye twitched. Having lived for countless eons, she had seen shameless people before, but never one so utterly devoid of shame. Enough, meow. She lifted her paw irritably and swatted it against Lu Ming's head. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you, meow. I promised someone I'd nurture you little ones, so I won't do anything to you, meow. That swat, though fierce in appearance, landed on his head with a feather-light touch, more a symbolic gesture than a real reprimand. Lu Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as she didn't cause him trouble, she was a good cat indeed. But wait, she promised someone. Nurture them, the little ones. Lu Ming's thoughts began to stir. This cat was a divine-level beast. Divine level. The kind you could count on one hand across all of China. She had been entrusted to help cultivate the younger generation. Did that mean? He gazed at Teacher Cat's sleek fur, which glowed faintly in the gray mist of the void, clearly soft to the touch. Could he pluck some wool? No cat fur. But meow. Teacher Cat suddenly spoke, cutting off his reverie. Her eyes held a human-like resentment. How did you little brat do it, meow? I'm a spatial type. A divine-level spatial type. Yet I couldn't sense you at all, meow. Lu Ming snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting his expression. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior. He clasped his hands in salute, his tone sincere. It must be that my spatial type ability is exceptionally gifted, possessing the potential of a divine level. Not a single honest word, meow. Teacher Cat rolled her eyes. Enough, meow. I can't stand the sight of you. Scram, meow. Lu Ming's eyes darted around. This Teacher Cat seemed genuinely friendly toward humans. After what had just done, a hem emerging from that place, she hadn't even truly punished him. Such a good cat, he had to seize the opportunity. Well, senior. A smile spread across Lu Ming's face as he stepped closer. Look at my exceptional talent and how we share the spatial affinity. It's fate. Since you promised someone to nurture us youngsters, you absolutely can't miss me. In the unofficial but rightful first place in this competition, a rising star of China, the future pillar of humanity. Emotion points from Teacher Cat 333. Teacher Cat stared at him intently. Where's your face, meow? Lu Ming pointed at his own face with righteous indignation. Right here. Handsome, isn't it? Emotion points from Teacher Cat 333. Teacher Cat felt her emotional fluctuations today had surpassed the total of the past century. Did this human possess some special ability? One specifically for infuriating others. Scram, meow. She lifted her paw, pointing into the distance. Don't disturb my nap. If you don't leave, I'll really eat you. With a casual wave of her paw, a spatial gate opened before Lu Ming, the exit to the human world. As if eager to be rid of this annoying pest, she tossed something carelessly, and an object arced through the air, landing in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming looked down. It was the all-purpose nourishing pill. Thank you, senior. His face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. Teacher Cat waved her paw impatiently. Go on, go on. Don't let me see you again, meow. Lu Ming nodded and turned toward the spatial gate. After 2 steps, he stopped. Humans are inherently greedy. It's human nature, no helping it. He glanced back. Teacher Cat had already curled up again, ready to resume her interrupted sweet dreams. That sleek fur shimmered in the mist, looking incredibly soft to the touch. How he longed to pet it. Lu Ming thought regretfully, just one touch. Surely that would be fine. After all, she had such a good temper, one touch probably wouldn't make her angry. Once the bold idea took root, it spread like wildfire, utterly uncontrollable. And so, a spatial gate silently opened behind Teacher Cat. Thanks to the concealment of Lu Ming's ability, the gate's presence was minimized to the point that even Teacher Cat, a divine-level spatial type, failed to notice. A hand slowly extended from the gate. Meow. A explosive cat cry reverberated through the void. Teacher Cat's fur bristled instantly as she spun around, spotting the hand attempting to stealthily touch her. Emotion points from Teacher Cat, 888, she teleported, appearing directly before Lu Ming. His hand still outstretched, his face wore an awkward smile. Well, hear me out, meow. Teacher Cat swung her paw, landing a precise hit on Lu Ming's rear, sending him flying straight into the still-open spatial gate. Ah! Lu Ming's scream echoed in the void, and even as he tumbled into the gate, he remained unrepentant, didn't get to touch. What a shame. His voice faded, disappearing on the other side. Teacher Cat stood still, paw still raised, watching the slowly closing gate with a complex expression. I've never seen such an annoying human. She murmured, a hint of confusion in her tone, but there's a familiar irritation. As if I met someone like him long ago. She tilted her head, pondered for a moment, but couldn't recall. Never mind. She curled up again and went back to sleep. Rongqing no. For high school. Bai Yuntao stared in surprise at what he held, a pill and an acceptance letter. The pill was the 6-flavor Emperor pill, and the letter was a direct admission to Kyoto University. Huh. He scratched his head. Why the 6-flavor Emperor pill? Wasn't I 4th place? Isn't this the reward for the top 3? Tang Miao looked at Bai Yuntao's items in confusion, then at the identical pill and letter in his own hand. A glitch. Lu Muxian, who had come out last, stood to the side, deep in thought. Could it be? She began slowly. Lu Ming's results don't count. An awkward silence fell. Zhang Baidu's face darkened, his mouth twitching. I had a feeling something was off when that kid went in without a token. And sure enough, trouble struck. Ren Xiu paused. Speaking of which, the token is a pass. If he went in without one, can he even get out? The silence deepened. Zhang Baidu shrugged. Forget it. That senior has a pretty good temper. A shall probably send Lu Ming back safely. As long as he doesn't act like a fool. At those words, everyone inexplicably felt Lu Ming was doomed. Tang Miao muttered, the condition for safety is not acting like a fool. Then Lu Ming's done for. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Muxian held her forehead and sighed. Let's wait a bit. Maybe it's not that bad. An hour later. Zhang Baidu looked at the sky, then at the motionless space, and finally gave up waiting. Fine. He stood up. Ilgo asked the higher-ups if they can contact that senior, before he could finish. Oh! A scream descended from above. A figure appeared in a perfect doggy paddle pose above everyone's heads, then plummeted in free fall. Bang! Lu Ming hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He clutched his rear in pain, his face twisted, looking utterly disheveled. Tang Miao was the first to break into laughter. That sound seemed to flip a switch, and everyone lost control. Ha ha ha! Tang Miao led the laughter. You finally got what you deserve. After messing with everyone else's rears, it's your turn now. Karma. What goes around comes around. Bai Yuntao joined in gleefully. I thought you were an Iron Man, but even you feel pain. Ha ha. Even the usually composed Lu Muxian couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Lu Ming lay on the ground listening to the waves of laughter, his expression gradually freezing. He didn't scream in fury or lose his temper. He simply stood up silently, casting a meaningful glance around at everyone present. Tang Miao, Bai Yuntao, and a few others who had laughed the loudest. He'll remember this. Like hell I will. A slow smile spread across Lu Ming's face, sending chills down everyone's spines. Just wait. Your bro Lu doesn't hold grudges. I take revenge on the spot. Silently, several minuscule spatial gates opened on specific body parts of Tang Miao, Bai Yuntao, and the loudest laughers. Those gates were so small they were invisible to the naked eye, hovering there without any presence or energy fluctuation, as if part of their bodies. But they existed, and they might at some future moment when Lu Ming felt like it silently expand. At that time, Lu Ming withdrew his gaze. All right, enough fun. Scatter, everyone, go home to your families. He waved his hand and turned to leave his back, looking especially carefree. Tang Miao and the others exchanged glances and laughed even harder. Little did they know a time bomb had been planted on each of them. The sun set, and the school bell rang. Xiao Wu walked down the street with a hint of melancholy, his steps heavy and his back looking particularly lonely. Eliminated by that madman again. Another missed chance to improve. He sighed softly, replaying the scenes from the secret realm in his mind. That madman was absurdly strong. He had covered the others' retreat, fought against him, and ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. Missed the chance at the ley line during finals, and now lost the opportunity for direct admission and leveling up. Xiao Wu murmured, his voice laced with unspeakable disappointment. still stuck at silver 2. The gap between me and them keeps widening. Tang Miao was already silver 4. Lu Muxian, even stronger at silver V, and even Lu Ming, a latecomer, had reached silver 3. Only he remained stagnant. They had started from similar points. How had it come to this? He lowered his head, lost in thought, completely unaware that someone had appeared behind him. A large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Xiao Wu startled, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. Turning around, he saw Tang Miao standing behind him, a smile on his face. "What's up?" Tang Miao raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Skipping out on me after school today. What are you wandering around here for?" Xiao Wu paused, then quickly put on a playful expression, not wanting Tang Miao to see his disappointment. "TCH." He pursed his lips. "Why do you keep hanging around me? You don't have weird thoughts about me, do you?" Tang Miao let go with disgust. "Get lost, get lost. You've really learned from Lu Ming. You weren't like this before. A perfectly upright kid now, you can't say a single serious thing." Xiao Wu chuckled, but didn't reply. Tang Miao pulled a bottle of cola from behind and handed it to him. "Want some?" Tang Miao asked. "I recently found this cheap drink. It's pretty good." Xiao Wu took the cola, eyeing Tang Miao suspiciously. "You didn't poison it, did you?" Tang Miao's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. "Drink it or not? Seriously, I can't let you hang around Lu Ming anymore. You used to be so well-behaved." Xiao Wu smiled faintly, twisted open the cap. "I'll drink, I'll drink. Thanks." He tilted his head, pouring the cola into his mouth. But just as it was about to enter, he sensed something off. He tried to stop and spit it out, but it was too late. Lanning Sea water manipulation art. Tang Miao's ability activated instantly, and the cola surged uncontrollably, flooding into Xiao Wu's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wu choked, tears streaming. "What are you doing? What did you put in this water?" He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly feeling something boiling inside him. A surge of pure, potent spiritual energy erupted from his stomach like a bursting dam rushing through his meridians. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Miao. Tang Miao's lips curled up slightly, hands in his pockets, his tone nonchalant. 1/6 flavor Emperor pill. As the words fell, a dazzling burst of spiritual light erupted from Xiao Wu, and within that radiance his aura soared. The bottleneck of silver 2 shattered like paper, and he continued upward. Silver 3. Thanks to his solid foundation, the breakthrough didn't stop there, surging all the way to the peak of silver 3, just a step away from silver 4, before finally settling. Xiao Wu stood still, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at Tang Miao, his eyes complex. "Why did you?" Tang Miao turned his back, hiding his expression. "You're my destined rival." His voice came from ahead. "Don't fall behind." Xiao Wu pursed his lips. "I thought your rival was Lu Ming." Tang Miao's back stiffened noticeably. "Ahem, that guy." His voice carried a hint of resignation. "No can do, can't beat him. You're more normal." Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. He stepped forward, his tone turning serious. "Even for us from noble families, resources for direct leveling aren't given before gold rank. A pill like the 6 flavor Emperor pill? You just gave it to me like that." Tang Miao rolled his eyes. "I'm already silver 4. Don't worry about me. And it's not free. Oh, pay me back tenfold later." "Where am I supposed to get 10 times that?" "That's your problem, not mine." Xiao Wu fell silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "All right, I'll remember. I'll repay you someday." Tang Miao waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough, don't get all mushy. Let's go. It'll be dark soon. Hurry up and catch up. Don't keep me waiting too long." Xiao Wu quickened his pace, a smile on his lips. "Definitely." The setting sun cast its afterglow over them, stretching 2 long shadows on the ground, walking side by side, slowly disappearing at the end of the street. At night, Lu Ming returned home, gently pushed open the door, confirmed that his parents were asleep, and then plunged into his room. His consciousness sank into the system interface within his mind. The interface lit up, and the first thing that caught his eye was the emotion point balance in the upper right corner. Eight. Lu Ming stared at the number for 3 seconds, unable to suppress a grin. "Such an auspicious number," he murmured to himself. "System, for the sake of this luck, you better deliver today. Don't make me hit the pity system again." Taking a deep breath, he pressed the draw button. 2 beams of golden light blazed simultaneously. Lu Ming's eyes instantly bulged like brass bells. "Holy shit," he blurted out, then quickly clamped his hand over his mouth, afraid of waking his parents next door. Amidst the golden radiance, the draw results popped up one by one. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining Steel Rebar Quality Common." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining Makeout Paradise Quality Common." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining 6 flavor Imperial Pill Quality Gold." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining All Heal Elixir Quality Platinum." Lu Ming's mouth gaped wider and wider, wide enough to fit a fist. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Sure enough, 2 pills lay neatly in the system warehouse, radiating an alluring gleam. "System," Lu Ming's voice trembled. "Have you gone mad? Being so generous. Is this the same you that made me hit the pity system until I was sick of it?" It must be an illusion, a system glitch, something gone wrong. He took a deep breath and pressed the 10 pull again. The wheel spun once more, and another flash of gold light streaked by. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Yi Ning's Coke quality common. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 6-flavor Imperial Pill quality gold. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Yi Ning's Pajamas quality common. Lu Ming felt something uncanny was happening today. The kind of strangeness where you might hit a jackpot or step in dog shit. Hiss. He drew in a sharp breath. System, tell me, did you get a new program? Being so generous. System. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, his mind racing at full speed. From his understanding of the system, he realized the rewards drawn seemed to have rather realistic origins. So the sudden spike in drop rates today, could it mean? A possibility suddenly struck him. Hiss. Lu Ming's expression turned subtle. Could it be that you didn't have much stock yourself before so stealing? Puff, drawing rewards was harder, and you skimped on my rewards, making me hit the pity system. But last time when you got close to that cat master, you secretly expanded your little treasure trove, right? System. A dead silence. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed to slits. I knew it. Why would I suddenly feel like being a dumbass and petting a cat? Sure, cat master is tempting, and her fur looks like it'd feel great, but I'm not that suicidal. Was it you who tempted me to get closer to cat master? System. Still silence. Lu Ming stared at the silent system, and roughly knew he might have guessed right. Tisk, you're definitely not a proper system. Still, he didn't dare draw anymore. Today's luck was so good it creeped him out. According to the law of luck conservation, good fortune is often followed by misfortune. He feared that stepping out tomorrow might lead to a close encounter with calamity, sending him off to another world. His consciousness sank into the warehouse, examining the 3 pills. He just drew 2 6-flavor Imperial pills and 1 all-heal elixir. 3 pills, if taken together, could theoretically push me straight to silver grade 6. He calculated. But the all-heal elixir can be paired with dragon blood and phoenix feathers to enhance its effects. After a moment's thought, he quickly made a decision. He'll save the all-heal elixir for now. Today, he'll digest the 2 6-flavor Imperial pills and break through to silver grade 5. According to the system's pattern, silver grade 5 should unlock an upgrade for the shop, right? As he pondered, he moved to put the all-heal elixir back in the system warehouse, intending to take out the 2 6-flavor Imperial pills for consumption. However, the moment his hand touched the all-heal elixir, the pill suddenly seemed to come alive, twisting violently and slipping through his fingers. Lu Ming. Before he could react, a crack appeared on the surface of the all-heal elixir. It then split open like a mouth and swallowed the 2 6-flavor Imperial pills in one gulp. The 2 pills were devoured just like that. Lu Ming. He stared dumbfounded at the all-heal elixir. The pill had grown larger, its surface glowing with satisfaction, as if it were burping. Hey, wait. Lu Ming finally found his voice. What the hell? You eat pills too? I'm not raising a goo worm here. Are you trying to cultivate a medicine king or something? Before he finished, the all-heal elixir activated again. This time its target was clearer. It shot straight for Lu Ming's abdomen. The speed was fierce, the force immense, like a cannonball leaving its barrel. But Lu Ming had learned his lesson. Just as the all-heal elixir was about to hit his belly, he willed it, and a spatial gate opened in front of his abdomen. The all-heal elixir plunged into the gate, emerged from the other end, and crashed into the bed. Lu Ming raised his chin disdainfully. How you think I'd let a tiny pill trick me twice? Last time I was inexperienced, but this time. He opened his mouth to taunt just for a moment. The next second, the all-heal elixir sprang up with lightning speed and precisely shot into his open mouth. Ugh! Lu Ming's eyes bulged like brass bells. The pill slid down his throat, instantly transforming into a warm current too fast to spit out. Fucking. His voice trembled. Who refined this pill? Why is it so damn sneaky? The warm current began spreading through his body. Lu Ming begged the air. Next time I'll take it myself, okay? No need for you, Lord Pill, to go to the trouble. Before he finished, an incredibly pure spiritual energy erupted in Lu Ming's meridians. The force was vast, far beyond his imagination. The power of 2 6-flavor Imperial pills and 1 all-heal elixir intertwined within him, surging into every corner of his body. In an instant, Lu Ming's rank broke through silver grade 4 without any pause, continuing upward. Silver grade 5. Silver grade 6. Finally, the momentum began to slow, but the medicinal power seemed not yet exhausted. The remaining spiritual energy circulated gently within him, repeatedly washing through his meridians and core. A mysterious force suddenly merged into his ability core. He could clearly sense that his ability had undergone another qualitative change, no longer an elusive enhancement, but a tangible, quantifiable improvement. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking into the system interface. He opened his personal information panel. Host Lu Ming, current rank silver grade 6, ability, name gate. Great. Current evolution progress. Ability description: can freely open spatial portals within a 70-meter radius. Maximum portal diameter is 3 meters. Opening and maintaining consumes minimal spiritual energy. Note: door closing power has significantly increased. Lu Ming looked at the panel, unable to suppress a grin. 70-meter range. 3-meter diameter. He couldn't wait to take out the steel rebar he had just drawn from the warehouse. With a thought, a spatial gate opened above the rebar. A portion of the rebar was swallowed by the gate, while the other end emerged from another gate. Lu Ming took a deep breath and willed the gate to shut violently. Crack! A crisp snapping sound rang out. The rebar broke into 2 pieces, the cut as smooth as a mirror, like tofu, sliced by the sharpest blade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not bad, he murmured. If before it was all about size and length with no punch, now it's not only bigger and longer, but also full of power. He examined the 2 severed rebar pieces, fondling them with delight. With this ability, his egg-laying party could get bigger and bigger. Just as he was lost in self-admiration, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching Silver Grade 5, achieving a milestone goal. System shop function upgraded. Lu Ming's spirit jolted. Here it comes. He nearly jumped off the bed. I knew level 5 would upgrade the shop system. He eagerly tapped to open the shop interface. The original shop page was now completely refreshed. Several new item icons were neatly arranged, each with a price tag below. Shop level 2, very flashy flash egg. 100 emotion points, explosive quail egg. 100 emotion points, explosive pigeon egg. 250 emotion points, explosive ostrich egg. 100 emotion points, big stick. 888 emotion points, SSS grade talent trial card. 1 minute. 100 emotion points. Lu Ming waited expectantly for a while. Nothing happened. Lu Ming's expression gradually froze. System, he said in a hollow voice. Where's my gift pack? Shouldn't upgrading the shop come with a loyalty reward or something? System, Lu Ming's mouth twitched. And you only added a few items like this. Did you embezzle something? System, Lu Ming. What are you being shy for, you bubble teapot? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Oh well, at least the shop upgraded. Something is better than nothing. Even if the items look sketchy, they might come in handy. He shifted his gaze to the items and began calculating his assets. His current emotion points were 78888. He had spent 100 on the draw earlier, leaving this balance. I'm curious about those explosive eggs, but... His eyes locked onto big stick priced at 8888 emotion points. What the hell is that? Lu Ming scratched his head. Big stick. What can it do? Any special functions? His curiosity itched, but he couldn't afford it. Sigh, he sighed. 10,000 emotion points. Hard to earn without a good opportunity. Where can I find so many suckers to fleece? Huh. A flash of inspiration struck Lu Ming. His clever little brain took the high ground again. He turned his gaze back to the item costing just 1000 emotion points. Explosive quail egg. 1000 emotion points. Can't lose, can't go wrong. He murmured to himself. He'll take it to the outskirts later and hear a bang. It should disturb the peace. But shake people up. If it works, well, maybe I can earn a wave of emotion points. Deciding on the spot, he placed the order and clicked buy. A quail-egg-sized object appeared in his hand. Its surface was smooth and pale blue, looking exactly like an ordinary quail egg. But it felt slightly warm in his hand, and he could vaguely sense an unstable energy within. Before Lu Ming could react, boom! A violent explosion roared in the cramped room. Lu Ming saw a flash of white light, felt a tremendous force throw him back, and his back slammed hard against the wall. 3 seconds later, Lu Ming slid down the wall and slumped to the floor. His face was charred black, his hair stood on end like spikes, forming a perfect afro. A wisp of black smoke slowly drifted from his mouth. His eyes were wide, his face a picture of utter bewilderment. 666 emotion points from Lu Bin, 666 emotion points from Yining. A roar came from the next room. Lu Ming. If you're not sleeping in the dead of night, get the hell out. Then came Lu Bin's voice, tinged with frustration and resignation. What is that brat up to now? Nearly scared my little brother into trouble. Lu Bin sighed, took off the blue pill, and tossed it into the trash. Honey, it's no use now. Let's just wash up and sleep. Yining, however, seemed unwilling to let go. Honey, we don't need that. Lu Bin broke out in a cold sweat. It's pretty late. He'll sleep on the couch today. Yining grabbed him firmly. Don't go. Let's make a little sister for Xiaoming. Lu Bin looked up at the ceiling in despair, his eyes filled with the helplessness of a middle-aged man. On the other side, Lu Ming's mind was blank, still reeling from the explosion's shock. Lu Ming looked down at what was in his hand. The quail egg was gone, replaced by eggshell fragments and a small puff of black smoke. Damn, he croaked, spitting black smoke. This thing detonates instantly. Not even a countdown. Lu Ming's face was now pitch black, his hair standing on end like had been struck by lightning, his clothes full of holes. He looked like a refugee crawling out of a fire scene. At least I'm not hurt. he murmured, checking his body. Aside from being dazed, he wasn't injured. The explosion looked terrifying, but its destructive power seemed limited. Even caught off guard, Ming was only slightly disheveled with no real damage. At least 1000 got me 1332 emotion points, not a loss. It means this method works after all. In that case, Ming cast a dangerous glance at explosive pigeon egg. Ming glanced at the time. It was exactly 1:00 a.m. At 1 in the morning, under the cover of a moonless and windy night, it was the perfect moment to stir up trouble. He tiptoed to the window, opened it quietly, and craned his neck to look around, confirming that all the neighbors' lights were out. With a thought, a spatial gate opened before him. After several teleportations, he arrived at the summit of a nameless hill near his home. The night wind blew as Ming stood atop the hill, overlooking the scattered residential areas below, a flicker of guilt suddenly rising in his heart. Ahem, just this once, he muttered to himself, clasping his hands together and bowing toward the foot of the hill. Once it's done, I'll stop. Please don't hold it against me, fellow villagers. I'm just a good kid passionate about scientific experiments, making a tiny contribution to the progress of humanity. After finishing his self-hypnosis, he took a deep breath, sank his consciousness into the system shop, and let his gaze linger on the explosive pigeon egg for 3 seconds. It cost a mere 10,000 per unit. Ming gritted his teeth and pressed the purchase button. An egg the size of a chicken egg appeared in his hand. It was truly just an egg, a white shell, oval-shaped and faintly warm to the touch. Ming examined it carefully, recalling the tragic fate of the quail egg from earlier. I need to be more cautious this time, he murmured. Learning from the quail egg incident, he decided to keep a safe distance. He gently placed the egg on the ground and retreated 70 meters away. This was the maximum range of his current ability. At this distance it should be safe, right? He stopped, gazing at the lone egg lying on the hilltop 70 meters away. Everything was ready. This should be fine now, shouldn't it? Ming cautiously extended his consciousness, manipulating a tiny spatial gate to open beside the pigeon egg. He reached out a finger and gave the egg a gentle poke. Just the lightest touch, and then, boom. In that instant, Ming felt as if he had seen the sun. The brilliance was second only to the flash egg, also produced by the system. A blinding white light illuminated the entire hilltop in an instant, followed by a deafening explosion. The shockwave spread outward at a visible speed, snapping trees, kicking up rocks and sand, and even spawning a small mushroom cloud. Ming withdrew his hand as fast as he could, but he still felt a searing heat at his fingertips. If he had reacted even a moment slower, that hand would have been roasted like a pig's trotter. But he had no time to worry about that now. The explosion's shockwave was already upon him. Without a second's hesitation, Ming turned, opened a gate, dove, and opened another, and dove again. One after another, he fled frantically through spatial gates. Within 10 seconds, he had appeared on another hilltop 800 meters from the blast site. Standing in a safe spot, he looked back. In the distance on that small hill, a tiny mushroom cloud was slowly dissipating into the night sky. Holy crap! The pigeon's really something. Down the hill, the residential area erupted into chaos. Lights flicked on one after another, windows were thrown open, and countless heads poked out to see what was happening. What the heck? Isn't New Year's over? Who's still setting off firecrackers? Earthquake! Holy crap! Could it be mutant beasts attacking? Though it had disturbed many innocent people, the rewards were equally astonishing. Shortly after the pigeon egg exploded, a torrent of system notifications blasted through his mind, like madness. Emotion points from Lu Renjia, 214 emotion points from Lu Renyi, 254 emotion points from Lu Renbing, 228. The notifications came thick and fast like a chain of firecrackers. Ming couldn't even count them. He only felt a cacophony of dings echoing in his head, rattling his brain. He roughly tallied it up. In that single minute, probably over 1,000 emotion points had come in. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. As he counted, his eyes grew wider and wider. 200,000. A single pigeon egg had netted him 200,000. This return on investment was better than robbing a bank. China's population density sure is something. Ming muttered, his gaze drifting. A dangerous thought uncontrollably crept into his mind. If I'd gone to the city center. Ahem, forget it. He quickly nipped that thought in the bud. The city center? That would be suicide. Even this one detonated in the mountains had already caused such a commotion. If he set one off in the city center, he'd see his own face on a nationwide wanted poster tomorrow. Still, even in the mountains, it was enough to stir up a bit of a fuss. Wee-oo, 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 sirens wailed from the foot of the hill. Ming looked down and saw several police cars speeding toward the area from different directions, their red and blue lights glaring in the darkness. Ming's expression froze instantly. Oh crap. In the police station late at night. Ming sat in the interrogation room, facing a cold iron table with 2 officers across from him. 2 old acquaintances. The same two who had been the first to arrive at the scene during the Black Impermanence incident. Lu Ming's attitude was exceedingly sincere. Officers, I was wrong, he said, head bowed, his tone earnest. I shouldn't have disturbed the peace late at night, shouldn't have tested high-powered weapons, shouldn't have caused public panic. I truly know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. The older officer rubbed his temples wearily. All right, he sighed. I know you're not a bad person. You did a good deed in the Black Impermanence case last time. We remember that. For that reason, we won't pursue criminal charges this time. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Ming's face. Thank you. Before he could finish, the younger officer cut in. However, he said, the corner of his mouth lifting into a grin that said, don't celebrate too soon. You'll still have to write a self-criticism. 1,000 words handwritten and turned in at the station tomorrow. Lu Ming nodded eagerly. No problem, no problem. 1,000 words is nothing. Also, the younger officer added, you'll need a guardian to come pick you up. Lu Ming's smile froze. The young officer looked at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It's clear you're not exactly a low-maintenance guy. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll run us ragged. Have your parents come in and give you a proper talking to. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Ming's back. Have his parents come. His mind instantly conjured an image of Yi Ning chasing him around the house with a feather duster. A scene too beautiful to imagine. No way, he said with a dry laugh. I'm such a law-abiding, upstanding citizen. How could I not be a low-maintenance guy? Can we skip the parent thing? The two officers stared at him expressionlessly. Lu Ming's laughter grew more strained, finally dying in his throat. Fine, he conceded. But then his eyes darted around as he tested the waters. My parents. Ahem, they're out of town and can't get here anytime soon. But a teacher for a day is a father for life. Can I call my school teacher instead, eh? The two officers exchanged a glance. The younger one shrugged. Sure, as long as someone can come get you, it doesn't matter who. Lu Ming felt as if had been granted a pardon. He quickly dialed Zhang Baidu's number. Emotion points from Zhang Baidu to 34. A groggy voice came through on the other end. Hello. Who's calling at this hour? Principal Zhang, it's me, Lu Ming. There was a moment of silence on the line, followed by a deep, anger-suppressing breath. Lu Ming, you'd better have a damn good reason for calling me in the middle of the night. Lu Ming swallowed hard. I'm at the police station, and I need someone to come get me. Can you come? Emotion points from Zhang Baidu, 3:45, and even longer silence. Finally, Zhang Baidu gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, address. Before long, at the police station, Zhang Baidu sat next to Lu Ming, sporting obvious dark circles under his eyes. Lu Ming. He suppressed his fury. You'd better explain to me exactly what the hell is going on. Lu Ming gave a sheepish grin, trying to brush it off with a smile. Ahem, Principal Zhang, it's really nothing major. Just a little misunderstanding. A little misunderstanding. Zhang Baidu's eyes bulged like brass bells. The police call me in the middle of the night to say one of my students was testing a miniature nuclear weapon in the mountains. That's a little misunderstanding. Lu Ming coughed dryly. Ahem, an exaggeration. Just a tiny mushroom cloud, really not that big. Zhang Baidu's mouth twitched. The older officer sat across from them, barely suppressing a smile as he spoke. Ahem, teacher, please don't get worked up. It's really not a huge deal. No casualties or property damage. It just made a bit of a racket and startled the nearby residents. He paused, then continued. The reason we called you is that he said his parents aren't around, so we're asking you to come and give the kids some moral guidance. Zhang Baidu was taken aback. Parents not around. An image of Lu Bin's smug face flashed through his mind. He shot Lu Ming a scrutinizing look. What did your parents kick the bucket? Lu Ming. Ahem, my parents are fine. I just didn't want them to find out about this. Zhang Baidu let out a cold laugh. So you thought it was fine to drag me into it? To drag me out of bed in the middle of the night to pick you up? Lu Ming looked down guiltily. Well, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Zhang Baidu took a deep breath. Fine. If he let this little brat get to him, he'd die of anger sooner or later. After the farce, Lu Ming was successfully retrieved from the police station by Zhang Baidu. The streets were empty. Zhang Baidu walked ahead. Lu Ming followed, 3 meters behind. Zhang Baidu suddenly stopped. Stay out of trouble. If you stir up something too big, I might not be able to protect you. Lu Ming's gaze wandered as he looked up at the moon. Blah, blah, blah. Emotion points from Zhang Baidu, 199. Zhang Baidu rubbed his temples in exasperation. All right, get lost. Go home and sleep. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he perked up instantly. You got it. The moment the words left his mouth, he turned and ran, disappearing into the alley. Zhang Baidu sighed. No more of this, understand? If there's a next time, I'll definitely tell your parents. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly feeling that the silence behind him was off. He turned around. No one was there. Lu Ming had already vanished without a trace, leaving only the cold night wind blowing against him. Zhang Baidu. I'm going to. Back on the small hill near Lu Ming's home. Within a 30-meter radius of the blast site, everything was in ruins. The grass and trees had been snapped by the shockwave, the ground was cratered, and the air still held a faint smell of scorching. Still, despite being lectured by the police, Ming couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face as he looked at his emotion point balance. Yeah, it's way faster to rack up emotion points by causing a little social havoc. Though the process had been a bit nerve-wracking, though had nearly been invited for tea by the police, though had dragged Zhang Baidu out of bed in the dead of night, it was totally worth it. He stared at the over 200,000 emotion points, his heart itching with excitement. Time to do some shopping. He didn't hesitate, pressing the purchase button to buy the staff he had been longing for. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the staff quality gold. Item description: an ordinary-looking staff. Perhaps it has some clever trick. Note: upgradable. A staff about an arm's thickness and a meter long appeared in his hand. It was pitch black, smooth-surfaced, and felt heavy in his grip. Ming examined the staff from every angle, left, right, up, down, but couldn't see anything special about it. Why does this thing cost 8? Ming eyed the staff suspiciously. System, you're not screwing me over again, are you? He tentatively swung it, and then, holy crap. Ming's eyes went wide. The previously smooth, unremarkable staff suddenly sprouted sharp protrusions along its surface as he swung it, transforming into a spiked club. Ming stared at the weapon in his hands, momentarily speechless. So sneaky. A huge grin spread across Ming's face. It's totally my style. Ahem, no, it doesn't match my righteous and upright image at all. He denied it with his words, but inside, he was overjoyed. Like a child with a new toy, he swung the staff repeatedly, then his gaze fell on a large tree as thick as a bowl. Let's test the power. He walked up to the tree, gripped the staff with both hands, and swung with all his might. Crack. The staff struck the trunk, and the tree snapped cleanly in two. The top half crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ming's eyes gleamed even brighter. My staff is really something. Now I can dish out some serious bonking blows. He caressed the staff lovingly, then a thought struck him. Speaking of which, can these quality items be infused with spiritual energy? He tried channeling a wisp of spiritual energy into the staff. It grew slightly warm, and a faint glow rippled across its surface. Ming aimed at the root of an even thicker tree nearby and swung again. Bam! Another deafening explosion rang out. Ming was knocked back 2 steps by the shockwave. When he steadied himself and took in the scene, he was dumbfounded. The tree had vanished without a trace. The soil was churned up, the grass was gone, leaving only a patch of scorched earth. Holy crap! Ming muttered to himself. The bonk turned into a bomb. He looked down at the staff in his hand. It was perfectly intact, the glow faded back to its ordinary appearance. So sneaky, so sneaky, so sneaky. He hugged the staff, a manic grin spreading across his face. This thing is perfect for me. On the surface it's a physical beating, but underneath it's a magical explosion. I wonder which unlucky bastard will be the first to taste my staff. The final semester passed far quicker than Ming had imagined. He had once thought he would be like those protagonists in novels, fighting and showing off every day, recruiting underlings and wooing girls, ascending to the peak of life. But in reality, he spent most of his time holed up in the classroom, surrounded by piles of review materials, with Chun Lisin's sonorous lecture filling his ears. There was no helping it. Who told him he hadn't received an early admission notice? That stingy master cat had only given him a single pill, not even willing to part with a piece of paper. So he had to honestly sit for the college entrance exam, squeezing across the single plank bridge along with millions of other examinees. Sigh. Ming slumped over his desk, letting out a feeble sigh. If only I hadn't petted that cat that day. Tang Miao sat beside him, casually remarking, "Oh, I'm going home tomorrow for my family assessment. I wonder who still has to take the college entrance exam at school." Ming shot him a glare. "Little Miao Miao, been feeling a bit itchy lately, have you?" Tang Miao's mouth twitched, and he instinctively covered a certain part of his body. Over this semester, he had fully experienced Ming's friendly interactions. Every few days, some part of him would suddenly feel a strange sensation. Tang Miao really wanted to hit him, but he couldn't win a fight. That was truly frustrating. But then again, as annoying as Ming could be, his presence this semester had indeed helped everyone a great deal. He sold low-level spiritual energy potions at a friendly price, helping classmates reach the peak of bronze grade 9, and then used his heaven-defying durability to break through their bottlenecks. In short, with Ming's help, the entire class had made a qualitative leap in strength, all reaching at least silver grade, something unprecedented in Chun Lisin's years of teaching. Moreover, Xiao Wu was now firmly at silver grade 6. Tang Miao had even charged to silver grade 7, strutting around arrogantly all day. As for Lu Muxian, she had already reached silver grade 8, just one step away from gold grade. And Ming himself, after several doses of the all-nourishing pill and the 6-ingredient imperial pill, his cultivation had firmly reached silver grade 9. Host Ming. Current level silver, grade 9. Ability name Door. Grade. Current evolution progress. Ability description: can freely open spatial portals within a 100-meter radius of oneself. The maximum diameter of the portal is 3 meters. Opening and maintaining it consumes a negligible amount of spiritual energy. 100-meter range, 3-meter diameter. An enormous casting range of bizarre conceptual divine ability. It could be said that Lu Ming was now invincible among silver-grade cultivators. Even if all the silver-grade students in the school attacked together, they couldn't touch a hair on his head. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. He lounged in his chair, crossing his legs and humming a tune, his face a picture of smugness begging for a punch. Tang Miao couldn't stand it anymore. Someone who still has to take the college entrance exam shouldn't be showing off here. Lu Ming's smile froze. He sat up straight and stared at Tang Miao with a dark look. Third young master, are your buttocks feeling itchy again? Tang Miao's mouth twitched again. Why did that sound so weird? He instinctively covered that certain part once more and said with a dry laugh, "Cough, I can't be bothered to argue with you." Just then the classroom door opened and Chun Lisin walked in. All right, everyone quiet down. He clapped his hands, signaling everyone to return to their seats. The college entrance exam is approaching. In this last bit of time, let's go over the exam rules once more. The classroom fell silent instantly. Chun Lisin cleared his throat and began to explain. The exam score is composed of 300 points for the written test and 450 points for the practical combat test. I won't say much about the written test. Everyone should review what needs reviewing, memorize what needs memorizing, and practice what needs practicing. He paused, then continued, the practical combat portion of this year's exam will still be conducted in the form of an illusory space. Everyone will enter an individual illusory space. The space is divided into 9 levels. After defeating the beast in each level, the next level's beast will be released. If the battle is not concluded within 10 minutes, the next level's illusory beast will also be released. If you can clear all 9 levels within 90 minutes, you get full marks of 450. Tang Miao raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, what about the 8th and 9th levels? I heard they're very difficult." Chun Lisin nodded. Starting from the 8th level, gold grade beasts are released. Throughout history, very few have managed to clear the 8th level. As for the 9th level, 9 gold grade beasts attack simultaneously. Only 2 people in history have successfully cleared it and achieved full marks. Tang Miao couldn't help but mutter slyly, after all, the truly capable ones all got early admission and don't need to take the exam. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Miao. Little Miao Miao getting a bit cocky lately, huh? Think just because you're silver grade 7 you can go toe-to-toe with your Ming girl. Tang Miao coughed dryly. Not now. Wait until after graduation. After I graduate, I'll undergo my family's inheritance trial, and then I'll show you the might of this third young master. Lu Ming smiled a smile that sent chills down Tang Miao's spine. Then Tang Miao suddenly felt a strange sensation in a certain part of his body. Emotion points from Tang Miao 233. He clutched his rear and looked at Lu Ming with grievance. Lu Ming looked innocent. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? Maybe you've been studying too hard lately. Tang Miao ground his teeth. Just you wait. Lu Ming's smile grew even brighter and waiting. He watched Tang Miao endure the pain and seriously wondered if the guy was training his resistance to his ability. After all, over this semester, he had experimented on Tang Miao countless times. And Tang Miao still gleefully kept provoking him. He could clearly feel that Tang Miao's tolerance was growing stronger. As the countdown on the blackboard dwindled, Lu Ming found it increasingly harder to earn emotion points. Everyone's hearts grew heavy, focused solely on cultivation and study. All their negative emotions were directed at the ultimate boss, the college entrance exam, leaving no one with time for Lu Ming's little tricks. Chun Lisin stood at the podium looking at his students with a gratified smile. This semester, though exhausting, and though Lu Ming had driven him up the wall, he had to admit this was the most outstanding class he had ever taught. The entire class had reached silver grade with 4 absolute geniuses above silver grade 5. Such results were unparalleled in the entire Rongqing. Except for the fact that Lu Ming might shorten one's lifespan, Chun Lisin thought to himself, this really is the best class I've ever had. His gaze swept across the classroom, lingering on each student's face for a moment. Then Chun Lisin's eyes fell on the seat that had given him headaches all year. It was empty. Chun Lisin's smile froze. He checked the time. There were still 30 minutes until the exam, and it was time to head to their respective test venues. And Lu Ming. I remember that little brat didn't get early admission, did he? He muttered to himself. Emotion points from Chun Lisin 248. Just then the classroom door opened. Lu Ming strolled in leisurely, a bright smile on his face. Good morning, Teacher Chun. Good morning, classmates. What a lovely day today. He had deliberately timed his entrance to see Chun Lisin's exasperated face. Ought to earn some emotion points. Every little bit counts. Chun Lisin stared at him expressionlessly, his eyes full of grievance. Lu Ming said with feigned seriousness, in your eyes, am I that kind of person? Would I really be late for the college entrance exam? Chun Lisin, aren't you? Shen took a deep breath and decided to skip this topic. All right, get back to your seat. He waved his hand. I'm not worried about your practical combat skills, but your written test scores. Over this semester, he had come to know Lu Ming's true academic level. He paused, a hint of concern in his tone. Don't let my teaching credentials melt like butter. Lu Ming patted his chest. Don't worry. I've studied hard this semester. 300 points will be a piece of cake. The morning written exam ended. Lu Ming walked out of the examination hall, looked up at the somewhat dim sky, his eyes hollow and expression dazed. Why? He muttered, despair creeping into his voice. Why do I have to be tested on math for Fisher distribution? Qianyu happened to be walking beside him and asked curiously upon hearing this. What's wrong? Did you not do well? Lu Ming turned his head, his face a picture of utter desolation as he looked at her. You know, in class they taught 112, the homework was 111, but the exam asked lim x01x, e23, e2xx2. Qianyu blinked. Aren't those all basic problems? The teacher went over them in class. A pitch-black spatial rift yawned open before Lu Ming. It was not particularly large, standing just over 2 meters tall. Clutching his cudgel tightly, he stared warily at the churning black mist within the rift, awaiting the emergence of a beast. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. A glitch. Lu Ming scratched his head, taking a tentative step forward. He waited a while longer, yet still there was no movement. Then a memory struck him. During his past excursions, he had once encountered a gold-rank beast known as the Phantom Assassin. That creature possessed an infuriating ability, invisibility. Not ordinary invisibility, but a state where physical attacks were utterly useless. It would only become visible the instant it attacked or was struck. That battle had nearly been his end. Could it be a phantom assassin? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, scanning the empty arena around him. The air held no anomalies, no fluctuations of energy, no sound of breathing, nothing. Yet he could sense something watching him. But for Lu Ming, as he was now the phantom assassin, no longer posed the same threat. He closed his eyes. Since he couldn't see it, he would stop trying. He relaxed his body, heightening his perception to its utmost limit. From his left ear, a sharp, murderous intent erupted. Lu Ming's eyes snapped open. 8 gates, gate of rest open. His strength and speed surged dramatically. His body twisted in an instant, and 2 fingers precisely clamped down on the blade, thrusting toward him. The phantom assassin materialized upon its attack, its eyes wide with shock, clearly never expecting its killing blow to be neutralized so effortlessly. Got you. Now that it was visible, it was no longer a threat. He looked at its terrified face and uttered 4 words softly. Open the gate. A spatial rift 3 meters in diameter erupted violently within the phantom assassin's body. The phantom assassin was left utterly bewildered. That location, the size of that gate. Are you even human? Ugh. Ah. A piercing scream echoed through the arena. The phantom assassin had no time to resist. Its entire form dissolved into specks of light, vanishing into the air. 8th trial passed. Time taken 41 seconds. Emotion points from the trial illusion spirit 666. Lu Ming was taken aback by the notification from the trial illusion spirit. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Just then the announcement for the 9th trial sounded. 9th trial. Gold rank 19 beasts. Please prepare examinee. 9 black spatial rifts opened simultaneously, more spectacular than any before. 9 gold rank beasts were about to emerge. Lu Ming looked at the 9 gates, had a sudden inspiration, and raised his hand. Close the gates. The 9 spatial rifts shut at once. The low growls from within ceased abruptly, like a chicken with its neck wrung. A deathly silence fell over the arena. 9th trial passed. Time taken 0 seconds. Emotion points from the trial illusion spirit 666. Before Lu Ming could savor his triumph, the scene before him twisted. The arena vanished, as did the gray sky. He found himself in a void with countless orderly square chambers beneath his feet. You cheated. A childish voice exploded before him. Lu Ming looked down. A small pitch-black figure no bigger than a child stood before him. It was entirely black, with only 2 enormous eyes now wide with fury. The little black figure pointed at his nose, hopping and accusing. My toys hadn't even come out yet. How can that count as passing? Play with me again. No cheating. And I thought your aura felt friendly. Emotion points from the trial illusion spirit 666. Lu Ming looked at the little thing before him, momentarily at a loss for words. So this is the illusion spirit. A little thing quite unique looking. What are you? He asked curiously. Emotion points from the trial illusion spirit 666. The little black figure hopped in rage. I am not a what? I am the spirit of this trial illusion. Lu Ming blinked. Ahem, well, you're certainly not a thing. The little figure paused, pondering the logic. I am not a thing. I am a thing. No, I am not a thing. Lu Ming nodded seriously. That's right, you really aren't a thing. Emotion points from the trial illusion spirit 666. The little figure stamped its foot in frustration and lunged at Lu Ming, only to pass straight through him, grasping at nothing. Lu Ming turned puzzled. No physical form. The little figure crouched on the ground, looking wronged, tears welling in its big eyes. No, I can have a physical form. But father worried I might hurt someone with my immature mind, so he sealed it, leaving me only this form. Lu Ming was speechless. You have a dad. Emotion points from the trial illusion spirit 666. The little figure curled up in a corner, its big eyes glistening with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Seeing it like this, Lu Ming suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Bullying an immature kid did seem somewhat immoral. How about, he ventured, I play with you? The little figure shot up instantly. Its speed was astonishing, and its big eyes lit up like two miniature suns. Really? Then, as if remembering something, it drooped its head. But you've already passed. By the rules, I can't project phantoms into your space anymore. Lu Ming looked down at the dense array of square chambers, each seeming to host a battle. He asked curiously then, what about other spaces? The little figure looked up, its eyes gleaming once more. The light was blindingly bright. Meanwhile, in a certain illusion space, Wang Fujin was confronting a massive gold-ranked, saber-toothed tiger. He was an examinee from the capital of noble birth, gifted and hailed as a prodigy since childhood. For this college entrance exam, his goal was to pass the 8th trial. But this saber-toothed tiger before him was simply too powerful. Gold rank 15 meters in size, its strength, speed, and defense far surpassing his current silver rank 5. He had fought with all his might for 10 minutes, sustaining 7 or 8 wounds and depleting most of his spiritual energy. As expected, I can't win. He shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly. The gap in cultivation is too vast. The saber-toothed tiger roared and pounced, its massive claws blotting out the sky. Wang Fujin closed his eyes, ready to accept elimination. His body began to dissolve into white light, starting from his feet, gradually spreading upward. When only his head remained undissolved, a spatial rift opened before him. A head poked out from within. That head turned, meeting his gaze. Wang Fujin's eyes bulged like brass bells. This face, he knew it. He would recognize it, even if it were reduced to ashes. It was this very face that had opened a gate at a certain spot on him in the Battle Royale secret realm, giving this capital prodigy a taste of something unique. That feeling, he never wanted to experience it again. To add insult to injury, he had to pay a ransom to escape the realm and buy back his dignity. How the hell did you get in here? Wang Fujin's roar echoed through the space. Emotion points from Wang Fujin 444. Lu Ming looked at the figure, now reduced to just a face, scratching his head. Who's that? He asked the little figure beside him. Have I seen him before? The little figure tilted its head. No idea. There are too many people here, I don't remember. Lu Ming shrugged, not dwelling on it. He was already gone anyway, whoever he was. He turned and looked ahead. The 5-meter gold-rank saber-toothed tiger stood not far away, warily eyeing these two sudden intruders. Sensing danger, it let out a low growl, its golden fur bristling. The little figure began clapping excitedly. Fight! Fight! Lu Ming's eyes also gleamed with excitement as he looked at the big cat. Excellent. He could finally cut loose. When dealing with fellow humans, he had to hold back somewhat. After all, they were all human, going too far would be hard to explain. But this was a beast, an illusion-generated beast, essentially just data. No psychological burden whatsoever. Heh. He gripped his cudgel, flashing a bright smile. Open the gates. 2 modestly sized spatial rifts opened simultaneously, one inside the saber-toothed tiger's body, the other in its mouth. The saber-toothed tiger gave a confused roar. It felt something amiss within its body, but couldn't pinpoint what. It had no time to ponder, however, as it saw the human with the club charging at it. The saber-toothed tiger roared and leaped to meet Lu Ming. Next step, Lu Ming swung his cudgel. It'll beat the crap out of you. The cudgel passed through the spatial rift he had prepared, striking the saber-toothed tiger's soft abdomen with precision, then infusing spiritual energy. Boom! A violent explosion erupted inside the tiger's belly. Ow wow! The saber-toothed tiger let out a piercing scream, its body contorting midair. The force of the explosion churned its internal organs. A tremendous impact surged from within, and an overwhelming urge to defecate hit it instantly. However, the saber-toothed tiger did not expel its feces. Instead, it passed through the spatial rift to the other end. The tiger was utterly stupefied. Tasting the flavor in its mouth, it looked down at itself, then up at the sky, 2 streams of murky tears flowing slowly. Ugh! If you don't love it, don't hurt it. Killing is one thing, but torturing is another. It raised a sharp claw, glanced at Lu Ming, then at its own head, and finally struck its own abdomen with force. Bang! The entire tiger dissolved into white light, taking its own life. Lu Ming stood there baffled. Is it really that dramatic? Beside him, the little figure watched dumbfounded, then clapped its little black hands, its big eyes sparkling with admiration. Genius. It jumped up excitedly. You're definitely a once-in-a-century spatial-type genius. Lu Ming waved his hand modestly. Flattery will get you nowhere. I think I'm a once-in-a-millennium spatial-type genius. Just then 9 spatial rifts opened simultaneously. 9 five-meter gold-rank saber-toothed tigers strode out imposingly, lining up their presence awe-inspiring. They all opened their mouths, ready to tear the detestable human to shreds. Lu Ming looked at the 9 big cats, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Have you ever heard of a series circuit? The 9 saber-toothed tigers tilted their heads, looking utterly bewildered. Lu Ming raised his hand and waved, opening several spatial rifts at once. Behind the first tiger connected to the mouth of the second, behind the second to the mouth of the third to the fourth, forming a perfect loop. Then Lu Ming swung his cudgel. He struck the belly of any one of the tigers. Boom! The explosion sent a shockwave racing through the connected channels, all the way down, all the way forward. Ugh! 9-inch, all 9 saber-toothed tigers collapsed simultaneously, writhing on the ground, tears streaming, their eyes filled with the despair of finding life too hard. Finally, they exchanged glances and raised their claws in unison. Bang, 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 bang. 9 dull thuds, 9 flashes of white light, 9 gold-rank saber-toothed tigers all ended their own lives. Lu Ming looked at his handiwork with satisfaction dusting off his hands. Only against beasts can I truly unleash my genius-level talent. He sighed, then turned to the little figure beside him, who was still stunned. Come on, Little Black, let's go to the next one. The little figure tilted its head. Little Black, are you calling me? Lu Ming nodded. Yeah, you're all black, what else would I call you? The little figure's big eyes blinked, then lit up. Okay, then I'm Little Black. It happily grabbed Lu Ming's hand and dragged him flying toward the next space. At Rongqing No. For high school. Zhang Baidu sat in his office, staring at the computer screen. It displayed the real-time score ranking for the Rongqing exam district, with each examinee's score constantly fluctuating. When Lu Ming's name appeared at the top, a slight smile tugged at Zhang Baidu's lips. Less than a minute and a perfect practical score. As expected of our school's outstanding student, he nodded approvingly. A perfect score in a minute. It's like he's cheating. He really brings me glory. He stood up and called to the other teachers in the office. Come on, let's go welcome the #1 in college entrance exam practical history. A group of teachers marched in a procession to the examination room, where Lu Ming was armed with flowers and applause, waiting for the student who would bring them honor to emerge. Then 10 minutes passed. No one came out. Zhang Baidu's smile gradually froze. What's up? He muttered to himself. Did he get banned for cheating yet? Emotion points from Zhang Baidu 233. He was about to contact the exam staff to ask about the situation when his eyes caught the ranking list. The score beside Lu Ming's name flickered. 450 had turned into 500. Zhang Baidu was speechless. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread. Wait, he pointed at the screen. Isn't the perfect practical score 450? Where did the extra 50 come from? A nearby teacher was also stunned. Is the system glitching? No, another teacher pointed. Look, his score is still changing. Zhang Baidu stared intently. Lu Ming's score was rocketing upward. 500, 550, 600, 650. Zhang Baidu's expression shifted from confusion to shock, and from shock to bewilderment. Just shut it down, he murmured. Even with this, he doesn't get banned. No fun. Emotion points from Zhang Baidu 233. Lu Ming had a blast this time. How many innocent phantom beasts did he torment? Countless. Every room he entered, he found new ways to torture those pitiful beasts. Those golden tier phantom beasts encountering this scourge were each driven to doubt their very existence. Lu Ming stretched with satisfaction. Time's almost up. He glanced around the void space. Below, the densely packed cubic rooms had nearly all gone dark. This meant the examinees inside had either passed or been eliminated. The exam was over. Just then his peripheral vision caught a single room still glowing in a corner below. Lu Ming grew intrigued. It's been 2 hours. Usually the battle should be over by an hour and a half at most. Why is someone still there? His freshly sated appetite stirred again. He looked at Xiaohei beside him. Why is that room still lit? Can we go check it out? Xiaohei followed his gaze, then shook its head. Dame-yo dame-dame. Lu Ming, you know Japanese. Lu Ming decided not to dwell on that, and pointed at the lit room. Why can't we go there? Xiaohei explained earnestly, someone is still taking the exam. Barging in now would violate the rules. We can only enter rooms where examinees have been eliminated, like the places I took you before. Those still in the exam can't be entered, or it's cheating. Before it could finish, Lu Ming had already opened a spatial gate on his own and slipped inside. Emotion points from Xiaohei 333. Meanwhile, in the final illusion space, Chu Yunting faced 10 golden tier snow mountain apes. That's right, 10 of them. He hadn't even dealt with the single snow mountain ape from the 8th level. With Chu Yunting's abysmal accuracy, he couldn't hit his enemies. When 10 minutes were up, the 9 apes from the 9th level were released too, leaving him surrounded by 10 golden tier beasts. Luckily, the indiscriminate attacks of these 10 snow mountain apes had taken care of enemies from earlier levels, or have even more beasts to contend with. His lightning ability, while powerful, was terribly inaccurate, not just slightly off, but wildly so. Basically, hitting 1 out of 100 strikes would be a stroke of ancestral luck. However, his speed was truly remarkable. Bolstered by lightning, he moved like a flash, darting through the forested terrain as he evaded the encirclement of the 10 snow mountain apes. In that half hour, he hadn't been hit once, but he hadn't landed a single blow on any ape either. The ground was pockmarked with charred lightning craters, the fruits of his 2-hour labor. Not a single hit, all wasted on the illusion. Damn. He panted heavily, standing on a rock as the 10 snow mountain apes closed in again. My luck today is worse than I thought. I've fired over a dozen lightning bolts. How did none of them hit? The apes were clearly enraged too. 10 three-meter white giants bearing their fangs formed a circle around Chu Yunting. They'd chased him for half an hour without so much as touching a hair on his head. Roar! The lead ape let out a furious bellow, and all 10 charged at once. Lightning crackled beneath Chu Yunting's feet as he accelerated, instantly aiming a charge at one ape before miraculously slipping through an impossibly narrow gap. Well aware of his pathetic accuracy, Chu Yunting relied on the absurd logic that aiming ensured a miss, escaping countless times. He turned to see the unharmed apes and laughed bitterly. Damn it! He wiped the sweat from his face. Being this unlucky must count as a skill too. But I'm almost out of mana. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The prolonged extreme evasion had drained him, leaving only enough in his dantian for one final burst. He looked up at the sky. One last strike. I refused to believe it. Hitting just one to pass the 8th level would do. He murmured heavenly thunder. Dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flickering within. He closed his eyes, ready to risk it all. Just then a spatial gate opened before him, and a mischievous face poked through. Yo, what a coincidence. Chu Yunting's eyes bulged like saucers. That roguish face. He knew it would recognize it, even in ashes. It was that very face that had left an indelible psychological scar during the Battle Royale's secret realm. In the nights that followed, Head had nightmares of that face, of a strange sensation in a certain body part. Emotion points from Chu Yunting, 444. The thunderclouds had just summoned dissipated instantly. Chu Yunting pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression pained. What the hell, he muttered. I must still be having a nightmare. Yeah, definitely a nightmare. How could I be seeing this thing? Slap. A sharp slap landed on his face. Emotion points from Chu Yunting, 444. Chu Yunting clutched his cheek, tears nearly spilling. Ming withdrew his hand, grinning. Silly kid, you can't feel pain in a dream. Chu Yunting felt the burning sting on his face and was on the verge of tears. Bro. His voice trembled. What grudge do you hold? To chase me here? I swear I'll never flirt again. Fine, I can't do that. I'll never flirt with the girls around you, okay? Ming raised an eyebrow, ignoring him. Instead, he looked at the 10 menacing snow mountain apes, then at the countless charred craters on the ground, each several meters away from the apes. Tisk. He clicked his tongue in disdain. Are you even capable? Can't aim straight. Chu Yunting looked pitiful. If my accuracy were better with my output, I'd have passed long ago. Ming rolled his eyes. Let me show you how your bro Lu does it, strong and precise. He stepped forward facing the 10 three-meter giants and raised his hand. Spatial slash, uproot the evil. 10 tiny spatial gates opened simultaneously in locations that well you can imagine. With his current attack power, Ming couldn't yet cleave golden tier beasts in half. But that spot was different. Naturally one of the most vulnerable areas on any body. Coupled with the cutting power of spatial gates, the effect was devastating. Oh! X-10-inch 10 snow mountain apes let out a collective agonized scream. They clutched that area, rolling on the ground with tears and snot streaming down their faces. The sheer agony was palpable just to witness. Under the intense pain, they all dissolved into white light and vanished. They didn't even self-destruct. They were literally killed by the pain. Chu Yunting stood behind, feeling a chill breeze brush his inner thighs. Instinctively, he clamped his legs together. SSS. Just then a small black figure emerged from the gate. Xiaohei, you can't interfere with someone still taking the exam, it called out, but it was too late. Watching the fading white light, it fell silent. Ming coughed lightly. So what happens if you do interfere? Xiaohei looked up at the sky, its big eyes filled with evasion. It's like taking the exam for them, giving them a perfect score. Chu Yunting stared blankly at what had just happened. Taking the exam. Perfect score. He pieced it together, and a look of delighted surprise spread across his face. So, his voice quivered. I got a perfect score. Just then, as the exam ended, his body began to dissolve into white light, slowly fading away. Lu Ming looked at the empty arena and suddenly realized something. Damn, he slapped his thigh. That kid got off easy. I took down 10 golden ear beasts for him, and he gets a perfect score for free. I should charge him a proxy exam fee. Lu Ming stomped his foot in frustration. As the exam concluded, Lu Ming and Xiao He returned to the void filled with cubic rooms. Now all the rooms were dark. Not a single grid was lit, meaning every examinee's test was over. Xiao He stood beside him, its big eyes filled with melancholy. The exam's over, it said softly, a hint of reluctance in its voice. Goodbye. Lu Ming looked at it, feeling a pang of sympathy. Are you always alone here? Xiao He nodded, its little paws fidgeting. Once a year. I watch the examinees come and take their tests and leave. I'm used to it, it's fine. It spoke lightly, but its big eyes clearly betrayed loneliness. Lu Ming was silent for a moment, then reached out and gently patted the air where Xiao He's head would be. I'll come play with you when I have time. Xiao He looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in its eyes, but it quickly dimmed. It knew Lu Ming was just comforting it. As the spirit of a spatial divine artifact, it roughly understood the defense level of this place. This was a critical national facility with defenses comparable to the Great Hall of the People. How could an ordinary examinee like Lu Ming just waltz in? But Xiao He still nodded emphatically. It's a deal. Lu Ming nodded too. It's a deal. His form began to dissolve into white light, slowly fading away. Xiao He stood there waving its little paw, watching him disappear. What it didn't notice was that just as Lu Ming vanished, an extremely subtle spatial gate had been left behind in a corner of the void. Outside the exam hall of Rongqingno, 4 High School, Zhang Baidu was staring blankly at the leaderboard. Lu Ming's name sat at the very top with a score of 1200. The perfect score was only 450, had earned nearly 3 times that. Zhang Baidu's expression was completely numb, head given up, trying to comprehend. What the hell did that kid do in there, he muttered. There's no bonus in the college entrance exam. He couldn't have gone into other people's exams to get points. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light appeared, and Lu Ming's figure slowly materialized. He happened to catch Zhang Baidu's last words, his eyes widening. Whoa, he exclaimed. You have X-ray vision. How did you know? Zhang Baidu. Emotion points from Zhang Baidu, 456. He opened his mouth to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Just then a voice came from nearby. Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned to see a familiar figure standing not far away. Gu Yaning from the Huaxia military region. Gu Yaning was looking at him with a complicated expression. He muttered under his breath, this kid just can't keep a low profile. Always pulling off big stunts. Like father, like son. The big bastard's son is a little bastard. Lu Ming didn't catch his muttering. Instead, he tilted his head, stared at him for a long moment, and then suddenly clapped in realization. Oh, he pointed at Gu Yaning. Aren't you the one with no home to go to? Emotion points from Gu Yaning, 345. Gu Yaning's mouth twitched. Really? That lame joke is never going to die, is it? Lu Ming chuckled and sidled up to him. What brings you here? Gu Yaning replied flatly. I'm here to deal with a certain little troublemaker who caused chaos in the college entrance exam. Lu Ming's smile froze. I didn't do anything. Gu Yaning sneered. Nothing. Then how did you get 1,200 points? Lu Ming blinked. Maybe I'm just exceptionally talented. Gu Yaning. Do you think I believe that? Soon in a temporary office, Lu Ming sat in a chair across from Gu Yaning with Zhang Baidu beside them. After recounting what happened in the exam hall, the three stared at each other. Gu Yaning studied Lu Ming for a long moment, then shook his head helplessly. While being able to wreak havoc in someone else's exam is a skill in itself. Since you could do it, it means you have the ability. So your exam results are valid. Lu Ming grinned. Thanks, Commander Gu. Gu Yaning nodded, a wry smile flickering across his lips. I never thought my fastest perfect score record would be shattered so dramatically by you. Lu Ming was taken aback. Fastest perfect score record. Zhang Baidu explained, Commander Gu set the second ever perfect score in the practical exam during his college entrance test. His record was clearing 9 levels in 14 minutes and 59 seconds, holding for 20 years. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. So what's mine? Gu Yaning replied flatly. You cleared 9 levels in under a minute, then spent nearly 2 hours running around other people's exam rooms. Lu Ming scratched his head, grinning. That's me all right. Gu Yaning looked at his smug face and fell silent. Oh well, this kid's just like his equally roguish father. After Gu Yaning left, Zhang Baidu breathed a sigh of relief. Had been worried Lu Ming's score might be invalidated for being illegitimate. He looked at Lu Ming with a complex expression, part gratification, part exasperation. I never imagined you'd achieve so much. After all, your jaw-dropping performance in the final exam had all the senior teachers in Rongqing stunned. Lu Ming preened. Oh, what did I do back then? Just routine stuff, nothing worth mentioning. Zhang Baidu interrupted his self-praise with a hint of a smile. No, it was when you opened the floodgates and let it all out right in front of us. Lu Ming. Damn. Zhang Baidu couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Anyway, congratulations. Soon, every university will be calling you. You'll have your pick of schools. Congratulations on graduating from my class. Lu Ming looked at the teacher who had helped him so much, feeling a wave of emotion. Before he could express it, Zhang Baidu spoke again. And congratulations to me for finally seeing you off. Lu Ming. You guys weren't like this before. When did you all get so good at roasting people? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, spilling into the room. Lu Ming turned over in bed, pulling the blanket tighter, a hint of a satisfied smile lingering on his lips. Who knew what pleasant dream he was having? A cheerful ringtone suddenly blared, mercilessly shredding his beautiful dream. Lu Ming fumbled around with his eyes closed for a while before finally grabbing his phone. He squinted at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. So early in the morning. He grumbled, hanging up in annoyance. Finally, no school, and my parents are at work. Who dares disturb my dream? He tossed the phone aside and turned over to continue sleeping. 3 seconds later, the ringtone sounded again. Lu Ming opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling with a look that screamed pure homicidal intent. Damn it, he growled, grabbing the phone. Could it be someone after my billions trying to scam me? This time he took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello, is this Lu Ming? I am. The other party had barely started when Lu Ming's rapid-fire spiel burst forth. I have an 80-year-old mother above and an 8-month-old child below. House on mortgage, car on loan, Huawei to pay credit card installments. The future is full of debt. Cash is tight, clothes are tight, brows are furrowed, time is scarce. The road ahead is full of hardship. Pockets empty, mind empty, cards empty, balance zero, utter emptiness. I really have no money for you to scam. Go find someone else for your telecom fraud. After saying this, he hung up, tossed the phone onto the bed, and closed his eyes with satisfaction. A perfect anti-scam script. Flawless. Emotion points 555 from Ji Bochong. Lu Ming heard the prompt in his daze, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. A scammer indeed, and contributing emotion points too. He turned over and went back to sleep. At the admissions office of Kyoto University. Beep, beep, beep. Ji Bochong held the phone receiver, listening to the busy tone, his expression a picture of fury. He slammed the phone onto the desk, making the entire office furniture tremble. Damn brat. His roar made the windows shake. How dare he hang up on me? I am the director of admissions at Kyoto University, not some telecom fraudster. Beside him, teacher Li from the admissions office cowered in her chair, not daring to breathe. After Ji Bochong had vented enough, she timidly spoke up. Director Ji, that student just mistook you for a scammer. Kids these days are vigilant. It's a good thing. Maybe we can call again later, or visit him in person. Ji Bochong slammed his fist on the table, the sound making teacher Li shrink back again. In all my years of recruiting, I've never met such a talent. Ji Bochong ground his teeth. Isn't he just the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam? What's so great about that? Truly outstanding geniuses are already admitted early. This kid's attitude is far from the demeanor of a strong individual. If he doesn't come to Kyoto University, it's his loss. It won't affect us at all. Teacher Li mumbled under her breath. That's what you said 3 years ago. And let Yi Fan go to Magic City University, costing us this year's National Intercollegiate Championship. Ji Bochang's ear twitched, and he turned his head. What are you muttering about? Teacher Li immediately shut her mouth and lowered her head, pretending to organize files. Seeing she wouldn't answer, Ji Bochong started grumbling again. These young people have no respect for Kyoto University. Where else can he go besides Kyoto University? To Magic City University, which won a single championship by fluke. This disrespectful punk doesn't deserve early admission. They'll just wait for him to apply to Kyoto University himself. Then we'll see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Teacher Li silently sighed. She knew Ji Bochang's temper all too well. This man had little ability, but an even smaller heart. If it weren't for being the son of the Ji family head and having an uncle who was the vice president of Kyoto University, he would never have gotten this position. She could only hint tactfully, Director Ji, if another situation like Yi Fan's occurs, it will be hard to explain to the president. Ji Bochang's eyes sharpened, and he turned to stare at her. Are you threatening me? Teacher Li immediately lowered her head. No, sir. There was a moment of silence. Ji Bochong slowly leaned back in his chair and snorted coldly. Let that brat stew for a while. Let him know it's not that Kyoto University is chasing after him, but that he needs us. When he finds out other schools can't give him the resources he wants, he'll come crawling back to beg us. Teacher Li opened her mouth to say something, but eventually swallowed her words. At noon in Lu Ming's home, Lu Ming finally woke up, fully stretching with a big yawn. Oh, that's better. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. That scammer didn't call back. Looks like my verbal artistry was highly effective. He picked up his phone, ready to browse short videos to kill the afternoon, but found a text message. He opened it. Hello, student Lu Ming. We are admissions officers from Magic City University. If you would consider our school, please call back. We will offer you the best treatment. Contact teacher, he phone 10086. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. The gap between prestigious universities and scammers is huge. He remarked, look how polite the prestigious school is. The message is so courteous. Not like that scammer this morning. He thought for a moment and decided to call back. The phone was answered quickly. A gentle, refined male voice came through. Hello, student Lu Ming. I am teacher he from the Magic City University admissions office. Are you willing to consider Magic City University? Seeing how polite the other party was, Lu Ming dropped his usual flippant attitude. Since they were so nice, he couldn't bring himself to extract emotion points from them. Yes, hello, teacher he. I just saw the message and wanted to learn more about the specifics. Teacher he's voice carried a smile. Would it be convenient to meet and discuss in detail? Lu Ming was taken aback. Huh, sure when. Teacher he replied now. Lu Ming was stunned. Just then, knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Lu Ming held the phone completely bewildered. He walked dazedly to the door and opened it. Outside stood a refined young man in a suit. The man looked under 30 with a gentle smile on his face, holding an exquisite gift box. He extended his hand. Student Lu Ming, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am He Ching Yuan, Deputy Director of the Magic City University Admissions Office. Lu Ming shook his hand dumbly, finally managing to stammer. Recruitment is this. Competitive now. He Ching Yuan smiled helplessly and adjusted his glasses. A wild genius like you is truly rare. We didn't want to miss the opportunity. As soon as the scores came out yesterday, I traveled overnight to get here. He handed the gift box to Lu Ming. A small gift, a token of our regard. This? Lu Ming was a bit flattered. You're too kind. In the living room, the two sat facing each other. He Ching Yuan's tone was calm and clear. Let me briefly introduce Magic City University. Magic University is one of the top institutions in China, known alongside Kyoto University as the nation's twin cores. You should know this. Lu Ming nodded, waiting for He Ching Yuan to continue. This year we also won the National Intercollegiate Competition Championship. He Ching Yuan adjusted his glasses. Of course, I admit that in terms of total resources we are somewhat inferior to Kyoto University. He shifted his tone. However, we can guarantee that resource allocation at Magic City University is absolutely fair. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and listened attentively. He Ching Yuan continued. At Magic University, how many resources you get depends entirely on your own ability to compete. We have a comprehensive point system, challenge system, and ranking mechanism. If you are capable, you get the best resources. If you are weak, you get the basics. It's that simple. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. But Kyoto University is different. They do have more resources, but most are controlled by major family factions. If you go to Kyoto University and can't attach yourself to a certain family, many resources won't be available to you. It's not that your talent isn't enough, it's that you lack background. He Ching Yuan looked into Lu Ming's eyes. I'm not saying this to disparage Kyoto University. Kyoto is indeed strong, and their top students are truly formidable. I just want you to understand what you'll face if you choose Kyoto University. Lu Ming was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Let me think about it. He Ching Yuan smiled and nodded. That's only right. Such a big decision does need time. Just then, the cheerful ringtone sounded again. Lu Ming's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and frowned. TCH, these scammers are persistent. Why are they calling again now? A stifled laugh was heard from across the room. Lu Ming looked up and found He Ching Yuan covering his mouth, shoulders, shaking, eyes full of mirth. What's wrong? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. He Ching Yuan coughed twice, trying to compose himself. Nothing. Just suddenly thought of something funny. Lu Ming looked at him suspiciously, but answered the call anyway. After all, scammers were fair game for emotion point harvesting. It was practically justice. Hello. A clearly impatient voice came from the receiver. Is this Lu Ming? I'm from the Kyoto University admissions office. I'm informing you that you've been granted early admission. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. What the hell? You scammers are pretty bold, pretending to be the Kyoto University admissions office. Emotion points 444 from Ji Buochang. There was a second of silence on the other end. Then the voice, clearly suppressing anger, said, Student, I am really Ji Buochang, Director of Admissions at Kyoto University. Don't be an idiot. Do you know what it means to miss out on Kyoto? Lu Ming was a bit annoyed by the other party's tone. What did he mean? Calling to notify about admission with that attitude? He had just witnessed how polite Magic City University was. Someone came all the way to his door, brought a gift, and spoke courteously. And Kyoto University? What a face. Lu Ming said slowly. It means you've lost this shining star of China, the future divine-level powerhouse of humanity, the hope for world peace. Emotion points 666 from Ji Buochang. Ji Buochang's breathing became noticeably heavier. He sneered, how, what big talk? Fine, just wait and regret it. With that he hung up. Lu Ming listened to the busy tone, shrugged, and tossed his phone onto the table. What a jerk, he muttered. Calls like a debt collector. Who cares? He looked up and saw He Qingyuan desperately trying to suppress his smile, his whole body trembling. "What's wrong?" Lu Ming asked. He Qingyuan smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. Just can't help laughing at an old rival self-destructing." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. He was acting so high and mighty. "I wouldn't go even if he begged me." He Qingyuan looked at him, a hint of expectation in his eyes. "So, you've seen Kyoto University's attitude. What do you think now, eh?" Lu Ming thought Kyoto. With a director like that, how could life be good there? Magic University was different. The director came in person, was sincere, resource allocation was fair, and besides, Magic City University, he murmured. "The name fits me, the Demon Seed, just right." He Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Demon Seed? That's quite an apt description." Lu Ming grinned and extended his hand. "I choose Magic University." He Qingyuan grasped his hand, his smile genuine and warm. "Welcome to Magic City University, student Lu Ming." He took a document from his briefcase and placed it on the table. "This is your admission letter. You can sign it now. Also, this is what Magic University can offer you." He pushed a sheet of paper over. Lu Ming looked down and his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap. The sheet read 1. Full scholarship waiving all tuition and accommodation fees. 2. 100 points upon enrollment redeemable for cultivation resources. 3. Exclusive unknown mentorship. 4. Priority qualification for national level secret realm training. 5. Single-person dormitory provided equipped with top-tier cultivation room. There was a long list after that, and Lu Ming couldn't take it all in. He Qingyuan smiled at Lu Ming. "You are a history-making top scorer. The school intends to groom you as the next Yi fan. This package was specially approved." Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Then he picked up the pen and signed his name on the admission letter. "Deal." He Qingyuan took the letter, nodded with satisfaction, and stood up. "I'll take my leave then. School starts on September 1st. The university will send a car to pick you up. You can also come earlier to acclimate. If you need anything, just call me." He Qingyuan left. Lu Ming closed the door, leaned against it, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Kyoto University. Goodbye and good riddance. Speaking of which, weren't those so-called friends all at Kyoto? Lu Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment, his eyes holding no regret, only the joy of finally having a legitimate reason to beat them up. At a food stall outside Rongqing 4 high school, Lu Ming gathered with Lu Muxian, Tang Miao, and Xiao Wu. Lu Muxian looked at Lu Ming with a hint of regret and earnestness in her eyes. "Our family holds some sway at Jingda University. If you go there, you won't be suppressed. Those aristocratic families, no matter their power, must show our Lu family some respect." Tang Miao also slammed the table in indignation. "Though my Tang family's main influence lies in the southwest, we don't fear those Kyoto aristocrats. If you go to Jingda, our Tang family will back you." Xiao Wu, knowing Lu Ming's decision was firm, patted him on the shoulder. "Moda is also excellent. Perhaps it suits you better. Take Yi Fan, the big shot of Modu, for example. He made a name for himself at Moda, even winning the national championship this year. You might become the next Yi Fan at Moda." Lu Ming looked at these 3 rascals, a wave of warmth surging in his heart. Though they usually bickered and pranked each other in critical moments, they truly treated him as a friend. "Don't worry." He nodded. "My mind's made up. Bim set on Moda. I just hate to part with you all." The 3 looked at him, their eyes glistening with emotion. Tang Miao was already brewing some sentimental words. But then Lu Ming spoke again. "After all, it's more convenient to mess with familiar faces. Starting over in a new place, building that bond from scratch. How exhausting." Emotion points from Lu Muxian, 456 emotion points from Tang Miao, 488 emotion points from Xiao Wu, 432. The 3 simultaneously pressed their foreheads. Tang Miao grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and hurled them at him. "Get lost. Why do you have to be such a jerk in a moment like this?" Lu Muxian took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her urge to hit him. Xiao Wu wore an "I knew it" expression, shaking his head helplessly. Lu Ming nimbly dodged the chopsticks and grinned. "Moda and Jingda are far apart, but it's not like different worlds. They'll visit you guys in Kyoto sometime." Tang Miao snorted. "That depends on whether you have time. I hear Moda's intensity is insane." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "As insane as me?" The 3 exchanged glances and fell silent. They couldn't refute that. In Kyoto, Ji Chongkong stood at the school gate, staring at the figure before him with a complex expression. "I never expected you to choose Moda University." Luo Yichen, the eldest son of the Luo family in Kyoto and the foremost genius of the capital. Even Ji Chongkong paled beside him. If not for encountering the 200-strong Rongqing squad led by Tang Miao too early in the Great Escape secret realm, he would have surely altered Rongqing's dominance there. Now his expression was cold, not even turning to glance at Ji Chongkong, merely uttering 4 words flatly: "None of your business." Ji Chongkong, long accustomed to his demeanor, was unbothered and began speculating. "I get it. You don't want to be bound by the rules of the aristocratic families at Kyoto University, so you're going to Moda University to earn resources on your own merits. That's just like you." He paused, a note of admiration in his tone, a combat score of 440, just a step away from perfect. You are indeed stronger than me, but I will catch up. Luo Yichen remained silent like a statue. Ji Chongkong waited a while, saw no response, and decided not to press further. Next time we meet, let's settle the score. With that, he turned and left. Even after walking far, he glanced back. Luo Yichen still stood there staring at the sky, his expression utterly impassive. What Ji Chongkong didn't know was that Luo Yichen wasn't going to Kyoto University simply because his academic scores were too low. A combat score of 440, paired with his abysmal cultural grades, meant his total wasn't enough for Jingda's threshold. Even Moda was a close call. He wanted to go to Jingda, but Jingda didn't want him. So he had to settle for Moda University. Ji Chongkong, of course, knew none of this. Walking home, he glanced at his cousin Ji Taimei and sighed inwardly. Ever since returning from the Great Escape's secret realm, this girl had been acting bewitched. Cousin Ji Taimei blinked, her face full of expectation. Do you think Bai Yuntao being so strong will come to Jingda too? Can we see Bai Yuntao again there? Ji Chongkong's mouth twitched. I want to experience. No, Ji Taimei realized she had slipped up and quickly corrected herself. I want to challenge him again. Ji Chongkong looked up at the sky on the verge of tears. What a curse. In Modu, Chu Yunting casually tossed the admission letter from Kyoto University into the trash. Though his perfect score had some dubious elements, he was still fiercely courted by major universities. Yet he unhesitatingly chose Moda. As the local big shot of Modu, why would I go suffer in Kyoto? He lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, happily munching on fruit. Moreover, the image of Lu Ming's smug face involuntarily surfaced in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. That freak must be going to Kyoto University, right? With all those geniuses there, hell have plenty to mess with. I always feel unlucky around him. In Haicheng, Chao Renqi looked puzzled at the beautiful woman before him. Aunt Luo, why won't you let me apply to Kyoto University? Aunt Luo's face showed a trace of bitterness. Kyoto University requires too many considerations. You can't control yourself well, and might cause trouble. She said softly, reaching out to stroke Chao Renqi's hair. Moda is freer, and the teachers are more protective. If you cause trouble there, someone will have your back. Chao Renqi nodded in partial understanding. I see. Thank you, Aunt Luo. Aunt Luo looked at him, her eyes full of reluctance. This is all I can do for you. Her voice choked slightly. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path. Chao Renqi, equally unwilling, stepped forward and embraced Aunt Luo tightly. He buried his head in her ample bosom, unwilling to lift it for a long time. After a while, he raised his head, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, I'll come back to see you often, Aunt Luo. As for Lu Ming, Mom, we have to throw a graduation banquet. A big one. Lu Ming looked at Yi Ning with a pained expression. Having the chance to show off and not taking it is like wearing fine clothes at night. He waved his hands passionately. Your son worked hard to become the national champion. If I don't show off with a banquet, wasn't it all for nothing? Emotion points from Yi Ning 155. Yi Ning looked at Lu Ming helplessly. This child, who did he take after? She glared fiercely at Lu Bin, who was sipping tea and reading the newspaper nearby. Look, the child's learned all your bad habits. Lu Bin put down the paper innocently. How can you blame me? This is clearly innate. I was never this troublesome as a kid. Yi Ning sneered. Then it's your Lu family's genes. Lu Bin's face was full of resignation, but he dared not argue. Lu Ming watched his parents bicker and laughed heartily. Finally, Lu Bin slapped his thigh. Fine, if the kid wants it, let's do it. The national champion. I'd even invite the neighbor's second aunt's dog to show them how awesome my son is. Yi Ning was speechless. And you say he didn't get it from you? Lu Ming nodded frantically. Exactly, it's hereditary, no doubt. On the day of the banquet, Lu Ming stood on the stage of the hotel's ballroom, looking at the dense crowd below, his mouth curling up uncontrollably. What a spectacle. There were at least 100 people. Aunts and uncles, neighbors, his dad's colleagues, his mom's classmates, and a bunch of strangers he didn't even know, filling dozens of tables. Damn, he thought to himself, my dad really came through. He must have invited over 100 people. Think of all the emotion points. He took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Welcome to my graduation banquet. The crowd quieted down, all eyes on the center of attention. Nothing special, Lu Ming said modestly. I got into Kyoto University. Gasps and murmurs erupted below. Kyoto University? Isn't that the best university in China? Oh, my old Lu's kid is so accomplished. Old Lu, your son is amazing. Lu Ming waited for the chatter to subside slightly before slowly adding, about 120 kilometers south of Kyoto University, Moda University. Emotion points from Lu Rinjia 239. Emotion points from Lu Rini 291. Emotion points from Bai Yunyao 567. What's with this kid's way of talking? Even though Moda is great, the way he says it makes it feel so awkward. 666. I can say my kid got into the vocational school 1700 kilometers away from Kyoto University. Lu Ming's mouth curled up wildly. Just one sentence earned him 60,000 emotion points. Totally worth it. But no matter where, there are always those who can't stand other success. A sour voice came from a corner. Getting into Moda is worth such a big fuss. Everyone turned to see a young man in his early 20s standing by a table in the corner, arms crossed, looking disdainful. My cousin, he said, chin raised, voice loud enough for all to hear. He's been recommended to Jingda. Do you understand the value of a recommendation? You get it by ranking in the national genius competition, not just by taking an exam. Lu Ming paused. Recommended to Jingda. The ones from Rongqing recommended to Jingda. Weren't they all his little buddies? He glanced at the classmates' table. Bai Yuntao sat there, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. Because the one making a scene was his cousin, Bai Yunyao. Bai Yuntao felt his scalp tingle. He quickly stood up, walked over to Bai Yunyao, and grabbed his arm. Cousin, stop talking. Come down. But Bai Yunyao shook off his hand and patted his shoulder with a knowing look. Hey Taozi, you're too modest. Bai Yunyao turned back to the stage. Our Bai Yuntao trampled over geniuses at the National Genius Competition, bravely took third place, and got recommended to Jingda. He eyed Lu Ming sideways, his gaze full of provocation. I didn't see your name in the top 10, did I? Lu Ming stood on stage, his expression peculiar. He looked at Bai Yunyao, then at Bai Yuntao, who wished he could disappear into a crack in the floor, barely suppressing his laughter. Oh, Bai Yuntao, so you were that fierce in the Great Escape Secret Realm. Trampling geniuses. Winning third. How come I remember? Emotion points from Bai Yuntao 555. Bai Yuntao's face had turned tomatoed. He only wanted to find a hole to crawl into. After the Great Escape Secret Realm ended, he had indeed bragged to his relatives. After all, third in the nation. How impressive. Who could resist showing off? But he never imagined his cousin would bring it up at Lu Ming's banquet right in front of him. Now he was full of regret. Bro. He lowered his voice, pleading, please stop. But Bai Yunyao completely missed the hint and grew even more animated. My cousin is Loki, unlike some who want the whole world to know about a small achievement. Making such a big deal out of getting into Moda. You'd think he got into heaven. Bai Yuntao closed his eyes. Enough, let it all burn. Lu Ming watched the farce with interest and tapped his phone. The big screen in the ballroom suddenly displayed a flood of text. Before you stands the big boss of Rongqing No. 4 high school strategic partner of the Rongqing police, the undisputed top of Rongqing's generation, true champion of the Great Escape Secret Realm, highest combat score in Chinese history, highest total score in Chinese history, the man who refused Kyoto University, China's rising star, humanity's future elite in training, reincarnation of the Supreme Jade Emperor. The text was too long for one page and began scrolling. Emotion points from Lu Rinjia, 210. Emotion points from Lu Rini, 224. Emotion points from Bai Yunyao, 666. The onlookers below were bewildered by the long list of titles. What is this? Too many words to read. Looks impressive. Is that for real? Reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. Bai Yunyao was stunned, pointing at the screen with a trembling finger. You're full of crap. But Bai Yuntao rushed over, grabbed his arm, and forcibly dragged him out. Bro, stop embarrassing us. His voice trembled. Most of those are probably true. Though the Jade Emperor part was nonsense, the earlier ones, top of Rongqing, highest combat score, highest total, were all real. Bai Yunyao, being dragged out, was confused. What? Really? How? Didn't you say you were third? Bai Yuntao was on the verge of tears. I got third by luck. He's the real first. Bai Yunyao stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the smiling young man on stage, then at his cousin's hopeless face, and finally understood. Then he quickened his pace, actively heading out. I just remembered I have things at home. I'm off. The two disappeared through the door. Lu Ming watched their backs and shook his head with a smile. He turned back to the stunned crowd below, hearing the sound of emotion points being credited in his mind, his smile impossible to suppress. He picked up the microphone and cleared his throat. Ahem, that was just a little interlude, don't mind it. He smiled. Today, besides celebrating and sharing the joy, there's one more thing. He picked up a loudspeaker and played a recording from his days selling potions on the black market, exclusive secret formula, beginner's spiritual energy potion. 1 bottle is better than 6. 1 bottle refreshes the mind. 2 bottles never tired. 3 bottles eternal youth. Same as the top scholar used. First come, first served. Emotion points from Lu Rinjia, 111. Emotion points from Lu Rini, 123. Emotion points from Wang Suohua, 190. This is so boring, so dreadfully boring. Lu Ming lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, letting out a lament from the depths of his soul. The holiday had only been a month long, and he was already bored out of his mind. Games. He was tired of them. He had furiously spent 500,000 to become the top player on the server, but now there wasn't even a worthy opponent. Lying around. Had enough of that. If he kept it up, he felt he'd grow roots into the bed. Cultivation. It was the holidays. Who cultivates during the holidays? That would be crazy. Maybe humans are just that perverse. Bored when the holidays drag on, but constantly wishing for them once school starts. Forever oscillating between, I don't want to work, and I'm so bored with nothing to do. Damn it. He rolled over, burying his face in the pillow. Xiao Miao Miao, and the others all went home to go into secluded cultivation. They said something about aristocratic disciples needing to confirm their potential before university to determine the proportion of resources invested. He recalled the smug expression on Tang Miao's face as he left. That guy had said with a cocky grin, "Wait until I come out of seclusion, I'll show you the might of me, the third young master of the Tang family." Now he was the only one left lying here, growing mold. Sigh, he sighed again. Can't find anyone to mess with. Puffed, can't find any buddies to have fun with. Boring, so incredibly boring. Just as he was about to be consumed by boredom, his phone rang. It was a message from He-Ching Yuan, "Classmate Lu Ming, I wonder if you're free during the holidays. Hey Race, the thing, a senior sister of yours has taken on a school mission to explore a relic in the magic capital. But it's the holidays now, the academy is closed, and we're short-handed. We need a few more people to help. If you have the time, I can recommend you to join the team. The mission reward is 5000 points, and anything you find in the relic is yours to distribute yourselves. If you're willing to go, the school will send a car to pick you up." Lu Ming stared at the message, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. It wasn't about the reward. The most important thing was that he finally had something to do. "Teacher," he replied immediately. "You're such a good person. You bring a blanket when I'm cold, food when I'm hungry, and entertainment when I'm bored. He'll go. He'll definitely go." He-Ching Yuan replied instantly. "All right, the car will be at the entrance of your residential complex in an hour. The ride might be a bit thrilling, so be mentally prepared." Lu Ming looked at the message, tilted his head, and didn't take He-Ching Yuan's words seriously. An hour later, a car that looked incredibly cool pulled up at the entrance of Lu Ming's complex. The car was sleek and streamlined with a silver gray finish and opaque black windows. Lu Ming stared at it for 3 seconds, feeling that this thing didn't quite look like an ordinary car. The driver rolled down the window, revealing a brilliant smile. "Classmate Lu Ming. Director, he sent me to take you to the magic capital." Lu Ming nodded, opened the door, and got in. As soon as he settled, he instinctively glanced at his watch. Exactly 1 hour had passed since He-Ching Yuan sent the message. Wait, he realized. 1 hour? You got here in 1 hour. Did you fly? The driver nodded, his smile even brighter. Classmate Lu is really smart. You guessed it. Lu Ming. Before he could ask another question, the entire car began to transform. Like in a sci-fi movie, brackets extended from the sides, the roof opened, and a propeller slowly rose from the trunk. With a series of mechanical clicks and whirs, the car had turned into a helicopter. Lu Ming's mouth fell open into an O shape. Hold tight. The driver's voice came from the front. The next second, boom. A tremendous force pinned Lu Ming deep into his seat. The helicopter shot into the sky, its acceleration more thrilling than any roller coaster he had ever experienced. Holy shit. Lu Ming's scream was drowned out by the roar of the engine. An hour later, in the magic capital. Boom. The car dove from the sky at an incredibly arrogant speed, then decelerated sharply just 1 meter above the ground, landing steadily on an empty lot. The door opened. Ugh. Lu Ming staggered out, holding onto the door, feeling like his brain had been shaken into tofu pudding inside his skull. His legs trembled, his face was pale, and his stomach churned violently. The driver rolled down the window, smiling. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Lu Ming looked up, his eyes full of resentment. 5-year. Ugh. Before he could finish, he leaned over a trash can by the roadside and began to bid farewell to his breakfast. Just then a hand reached out to him, offering a box of medicine. Lu Ming looked up and saw He-Ching Yuan standing beside him, smiling warmly. Motion sickness pills. Take one and you'll feel better. Lu Ming took the medicine, washed it down with water, then looked at He-Ching Yuan with a resentful expression. Seriously, you knew what that car was like all along. He-Ching Yuan smiled, adjusting his glasses. This is a new development from those those researchers at Magic Capital University. It can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. From Rongqing to the Magic Capital, 1 hour is just right. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. 1 passenger consumed per 1,000 kilometers, right? Director, aren't you afraid of losing a promising prospect like me from Magic Capital University? He-Ching Yuan's smile didn't waver, his tone calm. Ahem, the acceptance letter is already signed and you've offended Capital University. You have no way out. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. How come I never noticed you were one of us before? How are you just as much of a jerk? He-Ching Yuan looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. The others should be arriving soon. Before he finished speaking. Boom. X2-inch, 2 more identical cars descended from the sky, landing steadily beside them. The door of the first car opened, and a young man in a suit and glasses stumbled out. His face was even paler than Lu Ming's had been, his steps unsteady. The moment he got out, he fell with a thud, kneeling directly in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, looking down at the guy kneeling before him, and blurted out, "TSK. Rise." Emotion points from Chao Rinchi 440 for the newcomer was none other than Chao Rinchi. At that moment, he was dizzy, his stomach churning, his whole mind in a fog. Hearing Lu Ming's cheeky remark, he instinctively tried to stand and retort, but the motion sickness was too strong. As soon as he got up, his legs gave way, and he knelt again. Emotion points from Chaorenchi 440 for Lu Ming. Don't blame me. He spread his hands innocently. But through this kneeling and looking up, he also got a clear view of the man's face. Wasn't this the madman with the big blade from the Battle Royale secret realm? Back then, that guy had gone berserk, attacking everyone in sight. It was Lu Ming who had eliminated him in the end. He never expected to meet him here. However, Chaorenchi clearly didn't recognize him. When he activated his talent, he had no rationality, and afterward, he had no memory. He just felt an inexplicable vague sense of irritation toward this person. Chaorenchi wobbled as he took the motion sickness pill, resting for a good while before finally standing up. He looked at Lu Ming with some resentment. I just don't get a good feeling about you. Lu Ming immediately puffed out his chest, righteous and indignant. What are you saying? You can't judge by appearances. You can't have prejudice just because I'm better looking than you. Go ask around in Rongqing. Everyone knows I, Lu Ming, am the most helpful person around. Chaorenchi looked at him suspiciously. Really? Lu Ming nodded emphatically. Of course it's true. I help old ladies ride bikes across the street, help kids eat their candy, and get stray cats neutered. I'm one of Rongqing's top 10 outstanding youth. Chaorenchi's suspicion deepened. This guy's words were so unreliable. Just then, He Qingyuan looked toward the other car, puzzled. Why isn't the other one getting out? Everyone turned to look. The second car sat silently, its door closed with no movement at all. Curious, Lu Ming walked over and opened the door. A rather handsome young man was sitting in the back seat, eyes closed, one hand propping up his chin, maintaining a posture of looking out the window at a 45-degree angle. A perfect, aloof male god. Tisk, Lu Ming gasped. We were all dizzy and disoriented the first time we rode in this car, but he's this calm. A true master. Just then the driver in front turned around, looked at the motionless passenger, and raised a hand. Smack. A light slap landed on the man's face. The man collapsed instantly, lying flat on the back seat. Lu Ming. His mouth twitched. So he passed out. He Qingyuan walked over with a smile, shoved a motion sickness pill into the man's mouth, and poured some water for him. After a while, the man slowly came to. He opened his eyes, looking around dazedly, then quickly resumed that aloof expression as if nothing had happened. This classmate is Luo Yichen, He Qingyuan introduced. You are all among the most outstanding of our Magic Capital University's incoming freshmen. Luo Yichen nodded, faintly acknowledging them. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and Chaorenchi without any change in expression. He Qingyuan checked the time. Well, now we're only waiting for the last one. He's a local of the Magic Capital, so he should be here soon. Before he finished, the roar of an engine approached from afar. Everyone turned to look. A ridiculously flashy sports car was speeding toward them. It had a streamlined body, a convertible design, and sparkled in the sunlight, clearly worth a fortune. The sports car executed a beautiful drift, stopping steadily in front of them. The door opened upward, and a blond young man stepped out. He took off his sunglasses, revealing what he thought was a charming smile. Director He, which senior sister needs my assistance. I'd be honored to help. Holy shit. By Yuntao. Emotion points from Chu Yunting 440 for the newcomer was none other than Chu Yunting. After getting out of the car, his gaze swept over the group, and the moment he saw Lu Ming, he froze as if struck by lightning. His legs trembled, and he instinctively stepped back. Lu Ming blinked, looking at him with an innocent expression. He Qingyuan looked from Chu Yunting to Lu Ming, puzzled. By Yuntao. Lu Ming cleared his throat softly, revealing a meaningful smile. Ahem. It's my alias. Emotion points from Chu Yunting 440 for Chu Yunting's face turned pale. The memories Lu Ming had left him were too profound, the experience too unique. Chaorenchi watched from the side, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. And you still say you're a good person? You don't even use your own name when doing bad things. Lu Ming said righteously, if all the bad things are done by someone else, then doesn't that make me a good person? Chaorenchi. Chu Yunting. What kind of logic was that? How was this guy's mind wired? He Qingyuan watched from the side, unable to suppress a smile. This kid, he really fits in well with our Magic Capital University. Chu Yunting took a deep breath, looking at Lu Ming, his voice trembling. You didn't also apply to Magic University, did you? Lu Ming's lips curled into a playful smile. He nodded. That's right. For the next 4 years, please take good care of me. Chu Yunting felt a chill run from his tailbone straight to the back of his head. He turned shakily to He Qingyuan, his eyes full of pleading. Ahem, old He. I can't do this job. I want to go home. I want to drop out. He Qingyuan shook his head regretfully. Dropping out is out of the question. But if you really don't want to, you can withdraw from this mission. Just then, a vibrant and youthful figure walked out from the building beside them. She was a girl of about 20 with a high ponytail, wearing a white school uniform with the emblem of Magic Capital University and a short skirt. Her features were delicate, her temperament fresh, and she exuded a lively, youthful energy. Her voice was pleasant, carrying a hint of lazy sweetness. Dad, is everyone here? Chu Yunting's eyes went wide instantly. He stared at the girl, his mouth slightly open. He Qingyuan looked at the girl with affection. They're all here, but one person wants to withdraw. Before he could finish, Chu Yunting rushed forward. Father-in-law. No. He grabbed He Qingyuan's hand. Director He. I am determined to take on this mission. Please let me participate. He Qingyuan looked down at the hand gripping his expression subtle. Didn't you just say you wanted to drop out? No such thing, Chu Yunting said resolutely. To serve Magic University is my duty. I am Magic University's in life and Magic University's ghost in death. From now on, your business is my business, Director He. Lu Ming watched from the side in awe. This guy's ability to change his face was faster than his own ability to open a spatial gate. He Qingyuan's daughter walked over curiously looking at the group, and finally her gaze landed on Chu Yunting. She blinked. Do you want to withdraw? Chu Yunting immediately shook his head. No. Senior sister, you must have misheard. How could I stand by and watch a beautiful girl like you needing help? May I get to know you? My name is Chu Yunting from the Chu family of the Magic Capital. The girl was amused by his string of words covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. Chu Yunting looked at that smile, feeling as if he were floating on air. Lu Ming watched it all silently from the side, then suddenly spoke up. Chu Yunting, you're drooling. Chu Yunting instinctively wiped his mouth only to realize had been tricked. Emotion points from Chu Yunting to 33, Lu Ming. Your MO? Enraged Chu Yunting was about to curse Lu Ming's parentage, but then remembered the girl beside him and immediately changed his tune. Your mother is healthy and happy. The girl laughed even harder. He Qingyuan looked at these young people and shook his head helplessly. He Qingyuan shook his head helplessly looking at the group of youngsters. All right, get to know each other. They'll leave you to it. He turned to leave, but after taking a single step, he abruptly stopped. He looked back, his gaze locking precisely onto Chu Yunting, and said with venom, each word squeezed out from between his teeth, Don't you dare have any improper thoughts about my daughter. Far from being intimidated, Chu Yunting's eyes lit up. He dashed forward in a single bound and firmly grasped He Qingyuan's hand with both of his. Father-in-law, Chu Yunting said with utter sincerity, his eyes as clear as a simpleton's. What are you saying? My feelings for your daughter are true. He Qingyuan, let go first. No. Chu Yunting shook his head. Father-in-law, let me explain. Who's your father-in-law? Not yet, but you will be. Get lost, get lost, get lost. He Qingyuan finally managed to pull his hand back and walked away without looking back. Before leaving, he silently prayed, this big pig probably can't ruin my cabbage right. Can't be right. It shouldn't right. But after walking a certain distance, he couldn't help but look back. Chu Yunting was fussing over his daughter with a radiant smile. He Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. After He Qingyuan left, the atmosphere lightened a little. The girl stepped forward first, introducing herself with poise and grace. Hello everyone, I'm He Yu, a Soontobe sophomore at Modi University, Gold Tier Level 4. She paused, then added, my talent is in Strength Summoning Gate, and am also the initiator of this mission. Please take good care of me in the coming days. Chu Yunting immediately sidled up to her with a speed that rivaled a flash spell, making Lu Ming wonder if he had some kind of spatial ability too. Rain startles the egrets from the lotus pond. The pond's startled egrets rise against the rain. Senior, what a beautiful name. What a poem. What an artistic conception. Lu Ming muttered sarcastically beside him. Oh, a little scholar of ancient verse are we. Chu Yunting turned back to glare at him, but quickly turned around again, his eyes fixed on He Yu. He Yu let out a soft laugh. Junior, you're quite literary. We'll be a team for the next few days, so let's all get to know each other. Eager to show off, Chu Yunting immediately spoke up. I'm Chu Yunting from the Chu family of Modu. I'm one of the only 3 students in the college entrance exams history to get a perfect score in the practical combat test. My ability is an S rank 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. I'm currently at Silver Tier Level 7. As he said this, his tone carried a hint of undisguised pride. After all, reaching Silver Tier Level 7 at this age was indeed something to boast about, especially with an S rank ability and a perfect practical score. He sneaked a glance at He Yu, wanting to see if he had impressed his senior. He Yu was indeed somewhat surprised and nodded. Impressive. Chu Yunting's heart soared. Then, tisk. A disdainful clicking sound rang out. Chu Yunting turned his head to see Lu Ming looking at him with a meaningful gaze. How did you get that perfect score? Are you one of those who only picks A, C, and D on multiple choice questions with no idea what B is? Lu Ming asked slowly. Chu Yunting's expression froze instantly. He averted his gaze guiltily and muttered under his breath, let's not talk about that. At this moment, Chao Rengqi stepped forward to introduce himself. His tone was calm, carrying a somewhat refined air. My name is Chao Rengqi from Haicheng. My ability is an S-rank Blood Demon Silver Tier Level 7. He Yu nodded, mentally noting, another Silver Tier Level 7, another S-rank. The quality of Modi University's new students this year was quite high. Then everyone's gaze fell on the remaining two. Luo Yichen stood there expressionless, exuding an air of aloofness. He wanted to introduce himself last. It seemed more stylish and fit his cool persona. So he stared straight at Lu Ming, signaling with his eyes, "You go first." However, Lu Ming stared straight back at him, responding with the same, "Look, you go first." The two of them just stared at each other, neither speaking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Chu Yunting whispered to Hiyu, "Senior, what are they doing?" Hiyu, whose mind seemed to be in a BL fantasy, replied, "Maybe," gazing lovingly at each other. Finally, Luo Yichen couldn't take it anymore. "Why aren't you introducing yourself?" Lu Ming answered seriously, "The protagonist always appears last." The corner of Luo Yichen's mouth twitched slightly. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He was now caught in a dilemma. If he introduced himself now, it would seem unstylish and not fit his cool persona. But if he kept waiting, it would seem like he was deliberately staying silent for this very trivial reason. Having gotten his laugh, Lu Ming contentedly began his introduction. "Let me go first. I am." He cleared his throat, putting on a serious face. "A national first-class drum retreat champion, an excellent summoner of the King's Canyon, a top-tier battlefield special forces soldier, a first-class lurker on my social feed, and a national first-class argument athlete." He rattled off a long list of titles, and with each one the expressions of everyone present grew more complicated. Finally, he slowly stated the key point. Lu Ming ability is, I'm a Spatial Gate Silver Tier Level 9. Everyone present fell silent. It was the first time they had heard a self-introduction with such a high nonsense content. Especially Luo Yichen, who now regretted introducing himself after Lu Ming, because no matter what he said, it would seem weak and pale in comparison. He took a deep breath, trying hard to maintain his cool persona, and said in the most concise language, "Luo Yichen from the Luo family of Jingdu. Ability is S rank Guishu Yellow Sand. Silver Tier, Level 9. After speaking, he closed his mouth and resumed his aloof, keepy or distance expression. But inside, he was furiously complaining, what kind of weirdo is this Lu Ming? Hiyu blinked silently, tallying the team's composition in her mind. Not bad, she murmured softly. Modu really is full of talent this year. With juniors this strong, they should be able to compensate for my unstable ability. She nodded to herself and pulled a map out of her backpack. This is a ruin on the outskirts of Modu recently discovered by a survey team. She spread out the map, pointing at a red mark. Preliminary scans show there should be decent resources inside. But the internal structure of the ruin is complex, and it's estimated that there are gold-tier mutant beasts, so we need to explore as a team. She looked up at the four of them. If there are no problems, shall we set off now? Chu Yunting was the first to step forward, thumping his chest in assurance. Of course, no problem. Don't worry, senior, I'm very strong. Lu Ming looked at Chu Yunting with disdain. He had used the same line when meeting Lu Muxian last time. The five of them took a car to the outskirts of the ruins. It was a desolate wasteland with broken buildings covered in moss, cracked walls overgrown with vines, and an air thick with the stale scent of age. Several people in survey uniforms were standing guard at the perimeter. Seeing someone arrive, they immediately came forward. The lead survey captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an anxious look on his face. Seeing the group of youngsters, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. "Kids, it's very dangerous inside. You should go back." Hiyu stepped forward to negotiate, presenting her Moda University student ID. "Hello, we are students from Moda University. We've taken on a mission to explore this ruin." The captain's eyes lit up at the sight of the student ID, as if he had seen a savior. "Students from Moda University? Great. Please help." He pointed deep into the ruins, his voice trembling. A few mutant beasts suddenly appeared below, and several survey and security personnel are trapped down there. "We've already called the police, but it's too remote here. By TLL, take them time to get here." Hiya's expression turned serious, and she immediately reassured him. "Don't worry, we'll go down right away." Boom. Before she could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a massive crack spread from deep within the ruins. Stones flew and dust billowed as a giant skeleton burst forth from the earth. The skeleton was a full 5 meters tall, its entire body a ghastly white. It held a rusty greatsword, and in its hollow eye sockets flickered a ghostly blue flame, slowly